Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The girl opened her eyes and called the chosen heroes, after which she put her hands in front of her and sincerely greeted everyone in the fantasy world. People opened their eyes and stared at her in surprise, after which they turned and shouted where they were on the hidden camera. The girl looked at her phone and shouted that now her phone is just a brick, and the plot noted that this unexpected situation happened during one of the evening meetings when the teacher left the class for a while. Crystals hung in the air and it was heard that the floor was made of clouds. This is actually real. The girl spread her wings and noted that there is no need to take everything with hostility. All the people turned to her and heard that the king of the Devons was reborn. The audience gritted their teeth and heard that a threat loomed over fantasy, and she, the goddess, called them. The girl smiled and added to save her. The students opened their mouths and shouted that moving to another world is real, fantasy really exists. A huge arch appeared and they heard that soon they would move to one of the fantasy temples. There was a huge statue and the goddess added that her trusted saint would meet them there. The saint folded her hands and they heard that she would help both mentally and physically adapt to the fantasy world. The guy raised his hand and asked if he could ask a question, to which he received a positive answer. Ethan put his hand out and asked if there were levels, a skill window and monsters, like in the game. The goddess looked at him and answered that of course there were, and the girl next to him shouted that she also had a question. Chloe put her hand out and asked that if this was fantasy, then the decorations here were in the medieval style, like in the novel, princes and knights are also there. The girl, after a positive answer, looked away and said that then it might be interesting, and the guy raised his hand and noted that he also had a question. The goddess looked at him and noted that he could speak. Lawrence opened his mouth and asked if the most unrivaled of them would become a hero. The guy spread his hands, heard the answer no, and noted that it meant that they were all heroes, regardless of their abilities. The goddess looked at all the guys and noted that, however, they did not receive the same power, only having received the recognition and patronage of several gods of fantasy. The girl introduced the heroes and added that they would be able to be reborn as true heroes. Lawrence smiled and noted that divine recognition and patronage. The goddess grinned and said that he was quite confident in himself, she would look forward to his active participation. Ethan gritted his teeth and wondered if he thought he was treated differently. The gods were also partial to faces. The girl put her hand out and asked if she could ask a question. Mary put her hand out and noted that she was the class president. The goddess put her hand to her chest and asked what her question was. The girl put her hand out and noted that she realized that this world was in danger and they desperately needed help. Mary opened her eyes and added that however, the sudden movement would make their family and teacher worried, they could contact them. The goddess looked at her silently and noted that it would be difficult. Mary backed away and raised her hand and asked when they could return. The goddess moved her lips slightly. Then she raised her hand to her chest and answered that if they slay the Demon King, their patron gods would personally grant their wish. The entire crowd suddenly became active and began to shout, "They have questions." The goddess looked at the maddened crowd and the plot noted that the worried heroes continued to shower the goddess with questions. The girl smiled and the plot added that she kept giving honest answers, although of course, the further they went, the shorter they became. The goddess looked at the students and asked if anyone else wanted to ask a question. The guy looked away silently, then he slowly raised his hand. The goddess nodded and told him to ask. The guy opened his mouth and noted that he did not have a question, but a request to be returned to Earth. The goddess opened her eye. Then she smiled and replied that she had just explained everything. If they crushed the Demon King, their wish would come true. The guy nervously opened his mouth. Then he looked at the goddess and noted that he did not want to become a hero, so he wanted her to return him to Earth right now. Silence sounded in response. The guy nervously put out his hand and asked if it was really impossible, and the goddess replied that it was certainly possible, but before that, let her ask one question. Huge lightning struck the city and the goddess noted that the world with countless lives was in danger of being destroyed. The Demon King sat on the throne and the goddess added that for what reason he was ready to turn away from him. The gloomy warrior looked straight and the girl added to return to normal life. The top of the guy's head lit up. Then he clenched his teeth and asked that as a guy who brings trouble to the family, he can save the world. Mary turned her gaze to him. The goddess silently looked at him. Then she flew up and asked what his name was. The girl took him by the cheek and heard that he was Chuck, and the protagonist thought that Chuck was the name given to him by his beloved parents after much thought. Chloe smiled and put out her hand. The guys looked at the protagonist with displeasure and heard that everyone who does not want to be brave, let them say so now, they will not force them. Chuck gloomily opened his eyes. A portal appeared behind the protagonist and he thought that there was no one else. The goddess smiled and noted that he was not suitable for the place where the great heroes had gathered. It was time for him to leave them. Chuck turned to the portal and heard him say hello to his parents. The protagonist turned back and thought that he understood. He would convey everything, disrespectful assholes. After which he entered the portal. Chuck found himself in the middle of the forest and thought that he would return first. They would see each other on the ground. The protagonist shuddered, after which a monster appeared behind him and he asked that this was definitely the ground. It seemed that he had been thrown far from the school. Then he turned and asked to ask a question. Chuck saw pointed ears, after which the wolf looked at him furiously and growled. A gang of wolves were carrying an elf in their arms. The elf opened her mouth and grunted. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked in horror what was happening. The wolves licked their lips, after which they chased the protagonist and shouted that it was meat, this time meat with short ears. The sacred city of Pragalina was shining brightly under the sun. A moment later, a bright beam flew towards it. It hit right on the huge temple. The squad of hero schoolchildren opened their eyes. Ethan wiped his face and heard the appeal. The schoolchildren froze and heard the saint sincerely greeting them. The girl grinned slightly. The schoolchildren looked at her and noted that another beauty. Is she not a saint? Chloe looked at the blonde and noted that he was such a handsome prince. The saint took her hand away and noted that she was a servant of the great temple on behalf of the goddess, awaiting their arrival. Aloes bowed and noted that it was a great honor for him to personally meet the legendary heroes. He was the prince of the kingdom of sword masters, located in the northern lands. The girls blushed and looked at him embarrassedly. The saint turned around and noticed that the princess was late. The girl suddenly ran into the hall and shouted that she was sorry, she had drunk too much and overslept. The saint turned around and said that Princess Etana, her honesty, both an advantage and a disadvantage, an explanation was completely unnecessary. The princess hesitated and could not answer. Then the saint watched as she fell with a crash. Etana began to slowly get up. Then she looked at the schoolchildren and noticed that the floor in the temple was slippery, because before that, on her way here, she had never fallen. All the heroes looked at her in surprise. The princess smiled when she heard that she was cute. The saint smiled and noted that she, the princess of the kingdom of Archmage, located to the south of the temple, Etana of Archmage, the princess would support them along with Prince Aloes. Ethan smiled and noted that it opened, the status window really does exist. Then he turned and added that it felt like they were in a math camp with some idols. With this thing you can check your level and skills at any time. The guy raised a finger and added that with patronage it was more or less clear. What with the rest? Ethan opened his eyes and said that first you need to check the hero under patronage. A notification appeared in front of him and he added that automatic translation would be useful in many places, and significantly, this is how accurate. Then he looked away and thought that given that there is no level limit, some kind of charlatan effect, too many competitors who have received the same patronage. Lawrence looked straight and noted that he had a question. The goddess said that they must receive the patronage of the gods. What is needed for this? The saint opened her mouth and noted that they must be to the gods' liking, although all gods have different standards. After which, notifications appeared in front of everyone's faces that some god was looking at the heroes' bodies with satisfaction. Then a flood of notifications began. The saint smiled and noted that although all the gods had different standards, they were all looking for logs that would crush the great demon king. That would be enough as an answer. Lawrence smiled and replied that it would be enough. The girl raised her hands and noted that the gods were watching them, but let them remember that they would not always show interest. We wish them to receive the patronage of the gods. The guy raised his hand and asked what would happen if they did not receive any patronage. The saint smiled and asked if she should worry about some trash, after which the guy turned pale. A huge beam appeared and the guys looked forward with satisfaction, and the plot noted that a fantasy adventure full of dreams and hopes was beginning. Sighs were heard in the forest. The main character quickly ran through the forest. Chuck looked up and began to breathe heavily. Then he leaned on a tree. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that if he had known that this would happen, he would have at least taken up sports. After which a projectile flew into the tree. The protagonist looked at the arrow, after which he turned around and saw a furious crowd of wolves. The monsters opened their mouths and Chuck thought that there was nothing to even think about. Such creatures do not exist on Earth. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted in his head that this goddess had deceived him. She was not going to return him anywhere from the very beginning. Chuck lowered his head and said that he needed to think, after which he nervously looked up. Then he began to run quickly and thought that if this is a fantasy world, there must be some kind of miracle, something like magic. A notification about his statistics appeared in front of him. Chuck opened his mouth and asked that something really appeared. Why is the hero in the curse line? After which the curse window expanded. The protagonist imagined himself being embraced by a goddess and thought that the stubborn evil that decided to bury him with special care had given him a similar negative effect when pumping in a world with a game system. The protagonist gritted his teeth, heard furious screams, and thought that since the language of hostile races was translated automatically, then he could establish contact with them. Chuck turned and shouted that everything needed to be resolved by talking. The wolves turned to face each other, and the protagonist thought that everything had worked. Then he covered his ears and heard furious screams. Chuck leaned back and noticed that he could no longer run. The wolves approached from behind and shouted that he was meat, and Chuck thought that he would be the first to leave because of this damn goddess. Then he opened his eyes when he heard an unknown language. Then an arrow flew into his leg. The protagonist looked at this in surprise. Then he saw elves in the trees. The girl opened her mouth and said something. The protagonist fell to the ground and screamed. The wolves raised their heads and screamed that they were too high, cowardly fairies, a new dinner. The protagonist crawled to the side and thought that it looked like the savages of fantasy had clashed in battle. He would go quietly. The protagonist opened his mouth and added what to do now. He was here precisely because of the goddess. Then he clenched his teeth. Then he looked at the arrow and said that then it would be better to die than to pray to such a god. The spirit looked from behind the tree and Chuck wondered if this was really all that was left. After which the spirit began to come out from behind the tree and a notification appeared that some god was spying on him. The protagonist looked at the wolf and thought that he could pray to a god. Well, no, from the very beginning it was because of the goddess that he found himself in this situation. Then he looked at his leg and added, who to pray to then. Then he clenched his teeth and thought that the man Chuck, instead of calling on the gods, he chose death. The spirit approached the protagonist and a notification appeared that some god had cautiously approached him. Chuck gritted his teeth and noted that he did not understand anything, but thanked. The spirit opened its mouth. The protagonist began to cry and asked to save him, and then thought that the body reacted to the unknown voice before the head. Particles were flying in the forest and a notification appeared that some god was asking why he was alone. The protagonist opened his eyes and repeated, after which he opened his eyes and thought that because of the damned goddess, he lived peacefully on Earth in civilization and she went and kidnapped him. Chuck gritted his teeth and added that he could not tell the truth. The spirit thoughtfully looked at the protagonist and noted in his head that if this mysterious voice also belonged to a god, he could well be a friend of the goddess. The protagonist looked at the arrow and shouted to save him first. He was about to die in pain. A notification appeared above the protagonist's head that some god was lost in thought, and he asked if there was another god here who could help him. Chuck turned his gaze and saw notifications that some god was saying that he was weird, mumbling that there couldn't be other gods here. Then he opened his mouth and saw a notification that some god was saying that he was glad there weren't any other gods here, and then asked what an assa was. Chuck looked up and the notification noted that some god was wondering what an assa was, and the protagonist noted that he had blurted out a mistake. The spirit looked at him. The protagonist looked at the curse and thought that assa was short for outsider, isolated from the group, but if he explained it like that, suddenly they would add another weird curse to it. He needed to come up with something. The protagonist looked up. Then he imagined a wolf above the spirit and noted that assa meant a lone wolf wandering the wasteland. Chuck saw a notification that some god liked the meaning of the word ace and said it, which worked. The spirit folded his arms at his sides. A notification appeared above him that some god was sure that he was an ace, and Chuck wondered if this would cause problems. The protagonist smiled and noted that in any case, he was asking to save him. The god folded his arms and asked if he was also an ace. The protagonist looked at him and wondered what kind of talk he was having. Why would he? Chuck remembered how he talked to everyone and added that although it turned out that his classmates completely lacked filial piety, he was definitely an insa, an abbreviation for insider, the opposite of outsider. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he was also an ace. All his companions were called to the temple, and he broke away from them and ended up here. The spirit turned away and Chuck thought that for the sake of revenge and survival, you can sacrifice your pride. The wolves raised their paws and the notifications noted that some god was pondering whether to help the poor ace, some god was hesitating remembering the bitter past. The protagonist lowered his head and said that everyone knew that ace should help each other, so it didn't matter whether he was a man or a god. Chuck looked up and thought that he had to make it up on the fly, so it turned out to be complete nonsense. What kind of an outsider is he if he has a friend who will help? God looked closely at the protagonist and noted that ace would never die. Then he raised his hand and a bright sphere appeared above it, and the notification noted that some god decided to help the unfortunate ace. Chuck saw how the arrow glowed brightly, after which it began to dissolve. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that the killing pain had disappeared. He really was a god. After which he stood up and thanked, noting that his body also became somehow light. The protagonist saw a notification that he was under the protection of Ace, after which another notification noticed Ace's buffs. The protagonist looked down and thought that the hastily invented expression had taken on a large scale. A lone wolf, what does that even mean? Chuck hid behind a tree and asked if he would be punished if he changed Ace to Ensu, and God noted that he only helps Ace. The protagonist began to slowly walk away from the tree and thought that he didn't really mind. The wolves opened their mouths and Chuck added that because of the curse of the brave, they still couldn't communicate, although he understood the speech of these monsters. The protagonist abruptly stepped on a branch and added that in any case, fate had forced him to be an outsider, after which the protagonist began to run quickly. Chuck opened his mouth and heard that human meat was running away. They needed to talk. The wolves extended his hand, after which the protagonist sped up. A notification appeared in front of him. Chuck opened his eyes. Then he read the line and thought that this was divine patronage. The protagonist smiled and thought that it affected not only wounds, he felt how fatigue left him, Even running at maximum speed did not exhaust him. The wolves looked at the arrow in the shoulder pad, and Chuck added that these bets were already exhausted and could not catch up with him, after which the wolf threw a stone at the protagonist. The projectile flew into the shoulder. The protagonist covered himself with his hand, and the notification noted that some god was watching him with a restless heart, after which Chuck began to fall, and the wolves noted that the meat was caught. Now they would have lunch. The protagonist stepped on the grass, after which he gritted his teeth and ran on. Chuck opened his mouth and said that it was simply unbelievable. He was not trying to flatter, it was the pure truth. The wolves ran after the protagonist, and he thought that he had not only gotten rid of the wound and fatigue, even in such a situation he, surprisingly, managed to remain calm. Chuck stretched out his hand and said that he could bite off his tongue if they caught him. With such calmness, maybe he would decide. A notification appeared in front of him that some god said that this would not kill him, and Chuck noted that thanks for the joyless prospect. The protagonist stopped in front of the cliff and thought that it seemed like all states except death. This means that if he dies with one blow, even the critical state will be reset. Then what about this? He can survive? And the god replied that you can die from such a height. The protagonist gritted his teeth and shouted, "What a heartless god, at least he should have given him wings then." Then he turned to the wolves. Chuck leaned on his leg and thought that he was with a rather incompetent god. There was a cliff ahead and monsters behind him. It was time to choose. The protagonist silently looked down. Then he turned and shouted that he had a useful offer for them. The wolves opened their mouths and heard that there were many hungry mouths, but very little meat. The protagonist smiled and added that he would give his most delicious parts to the one who caught him first. Chuck turned his back to the cliff and said that instead of dividing him among everyone, they should do this. The protagonist prepared himself. Then he looked at them carefully and added that he would give all his most delicious parts to the one who caught him first. The wolves looked at him carefully. Then they all jumped on him together. They grabbed him furiously. Then they opened their mouths. The crowd began to run up and also grab the protagonist. The protagonist held back the crowd and thought that they had become attached to him because of their love for his meat, and he was not at all averse to becoming attached to them. After which he grabbed the wolf by the shoulder. Then he began to fall backwards. A moment later, the entire pack fell down screaming that their dinner was falling. All the wolves hugged the protagonist, after which they flew down at great speed. Then a huge cloud of dust rose on the ground. Chuck began to slowly open his eyes, after which he looked at two silhouettes. The protagonist grimaced and thought that he had not died. His whole body seemed to be flattened, but most likely it was just his imagination. After which he looked at the line in the notification. Chuck stood up and some god admired the ace's vitality, after which the wolf pointed the blade towards the protagonist. The protagonist looked at him and noted that it turned out that he could see other people's statuses. Chuck opened his mouth and added that even without patronage, he survived, having fallen from such a height. Chuck picked up the stone and thought that in the fantasy role-playing game world, the level is usually increased by experience points, and if the enemy is stronger and higher in level. Then he swung and added that he would get much more points for it. The saint looked at the statue and noted that the level and patronage were two ways to make them stronger. The students looked at her carefully and heard that they could collect experience points by killing creatures with a status window and level up, or gain the patronage of the gods to gain the patronage of the gods. Ethan yawned and thought that it was a pity to waste so much time. Lawrence folded his arms and thought that the great gods, let them give him patronage, he is the talent they are looking for. The saint turned and noted that getting patronage is not everything, because the gods will always watch them. Mary stretched out her hand and asked, the gods watch them around the clock. Everyone darkened and heard that they were always watching, even when they were going about their business and washing. The saint turned and added to remember that they were not people, let them not put the gods in the same line with a vulgar person. Mary looked in horror and saw several notifications. Then she turned to one of them and asked that nothing would happen. Chloe opened her mouth and said that although they were gods, it goes without saying that the more attention they attracted, the more patronage they would receive. The girl smiled after the gods praised her. Then a ball lit up in her chest, after which she saw her statuses in front of her and was surprised that she already had patronage. Chloe jumped and screamed joyfully. Ethan looked at her. Lawrence opened his eyes in surprise. The guy with glasses looked straight ahead and asked what this skill had to do with killing the Demon King, although, what difference does it make? The knights trembled slightly. All the schoolchildren looked at Chloe and admired her. The saint looked at her and asked her to stop spreading the patronage of charm. Chloe smiled and noted that only what to do, she did not know how to stop it. The saint opened her mouth after the notification and noted that it was too late. Chloe raised her hand and asked what she was talking about all the men who fell before her charms, and the saint asked to look at her statuses again. The girl opened the statuses and shouted what it meant, the curse of condemnation. All the schoolchildren looked at her and said that they were heroes. Where did the curse come from? Maybe some demon appeared. The saint smiled and noted that the gods not only patronized them, they could also curse heroes who were not to their liking. Then she took a step forward, after which she came closer and added that she planned to explain this to her only now. A hand appeared on the girl's back. Chloe grabbed her back and screamed that it was very painful. Then lightning struck with a notification and Chloe added that she was wrong, she would cancel everything right now. The saint looked at her and noted that they should remember this. Then she folded her hands and added that the patronage and curse received once cannot be gotten rid of until death. With an increase in level, their effect increases, and, having risen to a certain level, they will not fall. Chloe looked away and said that even the F-rank curse caused terrible pain. She was finished, and Atana shouted for her not to give up. Then she took her hands and added that the curse can be compensated for by patronage. When she raises the level, her body and soul will become stronger, and the pain will weaken. The princess smiled and added not to give up. The protagonist lowered the bloody stone. Then he wiped his cheek and asked why it did not affect the level at all. Chuck looked at the pile of corpses and added that he had dealt with monsters that were much higher in level than him. All this because of the curse, or the level is difficult to pump in principle. The protagonist looked at the blade and asked if she had any useful information, and the god asked to call him Ace. The spirit folded his arms, heard if he had any useful information, and replied that he could not teach anything. The protagonist ran into the forest and thought that besides patronage, there was no use from him, and yet this is the only advantage he really likes, so he has to endure. Chuck stopped, thought that they had been running through the forest for several hours, but there was no thirst or hunger and he did not feel tired, and said that if they find people. Then he bent down, seeing a pack of wolves. Chuck hid behind a tree and thought that even under the cliff there are a lot of cannibal monsters. If he were nearby, he would have corrected his talkative mouth. Chuck grabbed the dagger tightly. The wolf began to sniff. The wolf smiled. Then he bent down and asked where the smell of meat came from. Chuck looked at the wolves and thought that he wanted to quickly get out of the forest and find a human village, but he could not understand which way to go. Then he looked out and added that besides, the forest was full of man-eating monsters, but now he was stronger. Then he put out his blade and noted in his head that this was a trophy from the butcher of the Blue Moon. It looked like it was used only for jabbing, but just as the previous owner had a loud name cutter, his knife could not be ordinary. The protagonist looked up, read that some god prayed for his repose, and noted in his head that he was not going to die. Then he cut the rope with a dagger. Chuck sat down and thought that even though this was a fantasy world, no one said that he had to use any fantasy tricks like magic or fencing. Then he fastened the dagger to his belt. The protagonist smiled and asked if he had heard of centrifugal force. The wolf turned back abruptly. The stone with the rope began to spin. Chuck stood in front of the wolf and thought that he would show fantasy cannibal monsters the power of science. Then the stone flew at the wolf. The protagonist gritted his teeth. His legs shook and he thought that this was harder than he thought. 1 or 2 circles with his endurance and the centrifugal force would knock him off his feet. Then a notification appeared. The protagonist moved his leg back. Then he opened his mouth. Chuck smiled and noted in his head that every time the patronage worked, the shaking in his legs subsided and the labored breathing was restored. The protagonist began to spin the stone faster and added that it seemed that he began to understand how to use patronage. Now he did not need to worry about minor wounds and fatigue. After which the stone flew into the wolf's face and Chuck noted in his head that the main thing was to avoid instant death, otherwise the patronage itself would heal him. The protagonist hit the wolf and added that in other words, he can fight at the limit of his abilities as long as it is not fatal. The other wolves began to rush at the protagonist and he thought that it seemed that they decided to stall for time so that he would run out of breath. They are mean and they think better than he thought. Stones flew at the protagonist, after which the wolves jumped on him. One of them stretched out a paw to him. Chuck smiled, after which he hit them with a stone and thought that he should immediately respond with meanness. There were monsters lying around unconscious. Chuck smiled and noted that he had squeezed all the juices out of them. The wolf opened his mouth and heard him not to move. If he did not want pain, let him tell where people lived. Chuck hung over him furiously and thought that perhaps it was useless to ask him. What if he lied? The monster opened his eyes and noted that it was talking meat. The wolf pointed back and noted what was in that direction. The protagonist opened his mouth, thought that it was possible to catch other hyenas and increase the accuracy of the information, and asked what kind of race they were. The monster raised his head and asked if he was a fool, and Chuck noted that he should answer the question if he did not want him to break his skull. The gnoll stood up and answered, and then added to spare him, he answered all the questions. Chuck smiled and thanked him for the explanation, after which he hit the monster on the head. The protagonist looked at the corpse and thought that he had said that he would not hurt if he answered all the questions honestly, but he had not said that he would leave him alive. God put his hands on his face and was surprised. The protagonist remembered the gnolls from the game and noted that they looked much cuter in the game. Such is the difference between 2D and 3D, or the problem is in the developers. If not, the difference is in the awareness that they are trying to kill him. Chuck looked at the notification, read that the Knoll cubs are cute, and thanked him for providing unnecessary information. However, he had already killed so many and the level was still the same. A pattern was visible on the ceiling. Aloes opened his mouth and noted that full-fledged training would begin tomorrow, after which he pointed his hand at the princess and added that he was responsible for fencing, and the princess for magic. They could choose one of two directions. Lawrence raised his hand and asked if they could study both, and heard the answer that they could, and if it was difficult, they could quit at any time. Ethan smiled and heard that it would not happen. The prince turned, heard if they could quit both, and answered that magic and fencing were the best disciplines on the fantasy continent, but if he did not need them, there would be no problem. Ethan smiled and asked if he could then leave the temple during his free time from training. Lawrence looked at him and smiled. Ethan looked at him, heard if he had any more questions, and answered that he did not. The spirit smiled and sent a notification that some frivolous spirit was showing a distinct interest. Ethan sat on the bed and thought that the training should be done by the extras who did not have cheating skills. The main character had his own path. Then he imagined himself surrounded by girls and thought that they could slaving away at their training as much as they wanted, and he, as the main character of a fantasy world, would explore ruins and labyrinths with cute companions. Then he smiled sarcastically. The prince raised his hand. Then he smiled and said that everyone who chose the path of a knight should follow him. They could always change their minds if it didn't suit them, so they didn't have to worry. The guy raised his hands and asked where they would be taught magic, and Aloes replied that the princess had had a little too much to drink last night. Then he closed his eyes and added that she was responsible, so she would arrive soon. Aloes smiled broadly and said that anyone who wanted to study magic would have to wait here. Ethan looked at the screen, and behind him they were talking about living conditions. Then he opened his mouth. The guy saw a notification. Then he read, opened the menu, uniqueness, and said that he had a new patronage. Ethan gritted his teeth and noted that here was the answer. Then he looked at Lawrence and said that he didn't know anything and still considered himself the coolest. Ethan went down the stairs and noted that even a guy like him, with diligent efforts. The guy looked away and added that he could get the position of the protagonist's rival. Ethan came to the city of the Great Temple, to the prologue square. Then he smiled and noted that he had come to the right place. The guy put his hands in his pockets and added that all fantasy adventures. Then he opened the door. He entered the tavern and added that they start from here. The warriors looked at him. The two by the wall carefully examined the guy. The girl smiled and asked why they decided to visit the mercenary guild. Ethan raised his finger and noted that he wanted to enroll in the mercenaries. The guy put his finger up and thought that the standard route that all the main characters of the fantasy genre choose is the main condition for the protagonist if he does not want to burn out. Ethan turned around and heard that there was no place for any greenhorns. He wanted to die so much. The girl folded her hands and added that he should stop talking nonsense and immediately return to his homeland. She had seen many dead boys who, like him, became mercenaries because of their ardor. Then she slightly bowed her head. Ethan turned to her and noted in his head that here it was, the effect of patronage, the correction of the protagonist. Then he approached her, and the girl asked if he could hear her. Ethan looked at her blade, then at her face, and thought that this shameless beauty was a mercenary, definitely some princess hiding her identity, or the daughter of an aristocrat. Ethan smiled and added in his head that this was the fate of the protagonist. Undoubtedly, this was the effect of patronage. Then he looked at her and replied that he did not want to return. If he was so worried, why not become comrades? Ethan spread his hands and added that judging only by appearance is a bad habit. Then he put up his finger and added that she often had to deal with this too. The girl pressed her lips together and heard the question of whether he was right. Then she folded her hands. Ethan turned around, heard that he had beaten her, and thought that he knew it. In this world he was unique. Then he covered his mouth and said that he could not reveal everything now, but he was the chosen one. Ethan blushed and added that on Earth it would have been difficult for him to even talk to such a beauty, but here he was a hero who would save this world. The girl turned around and noted that she wondered what kind of chosen abilities he had, and Ethan replied that he would show them what the main character's amendments were. The girl smiled and heard what the main character's amendments were. Birds flew over the forest. Gnolls were lying on the ground. One of them raised his head and replied that the village was not in the west, the village was far away. The guy spun the stone and heard that he couldn't lie to a strong meat. Chuck hit him and thanked him for the useful information. Chuck looked at the beaten gnolls and noticed that these guys were surprisingly honest, and their lies sounded so prim that it was immediately noticeable. The protagonist raised his hand and wondered what it meant, a human village to the west, although the exact distance is unknown, but he asked a lot of gnolls, there can be no mistake. One of them reached out to the protagonist and Chuck added that the battle with the terrible gnolls, with the growing number of victories, turned into an ordinary hunt. In just a day, he, who was once prey, turned into an experienced hunter. Then he swung and asked if this was a hidden talent. Everything around trembled when the answer appeared. No, of course not. The protagonist looked at his hand, thought that while he was learning to hunt, he received countless mortal wounds. If not for the patronage of the ace, he would not have been able to learn to fight so quickly, and said that he also easily manages to remain calm. Chuck spread his arms and added that he meant that even after receiving so many mortal wounds, he did not go crazy. I wonder how long it is to go to the village. He would like to meet the aborigines of the fantasy world. God twisted his lips and noted that this was pity. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked why he was waiting for him to die. The protagonist walked through the forest, saw that God did not care about this, and replied that he was too heartless for the one who gave patronage. Chuck turned back abruptly. He saw how the gnoll jumped on him. Then he abruptly pulled out a dagger. Chuck powerfully hit the monster in the stomach. The protagonist turned and shouted, no matter how many of them he killed, they never ended. Chuck swung his blade, after which he chopped down 2 gnolls. Chuck put his hand out and said that it was still quite strange why the level was not increasing. The protagonist looked at the notification and added that he had caught dozens of opponents who were higher in level than him. What was the problem? Chuck stood up straight and saw that some god was worrying, after which he heard voices behind the trees and thought that he was hearing the untranslatable language of a friendly race. Chuck leaned against a tree and thought that given that they had pierced a poor man with an arrow, pursued by cannibal monsters, the concept of a friendly race might be a little different from the usual one. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked out, after which he saw people and thought that 2 male swordsmen and a female archer, mercenaries. The girl strained her gaze and said something, after which a projectile flew into the protagonist's tree. Chuck looked closely at the bolt, after which he came out from behind the tree and shouted that he was looking for a village. Then he gritted his teeth and added that they did not understand him. Nothing could be done, they were the first people. After which he hid the knife in his bosom. The man winked and asked something. The protagonist knelt down and shouted that he surrendered. He was against violence. Chuck raised his hand and thought that the presence of a language barrier, of course, will not change, but people communicate not only with words. There was a red stain on his pants and Chuck added that body language, which will call for avoiding strife and clashes, a friendly voice that will not provoke the opponent. The protagonist held his hands and thought that even if they cannot speak, it is possible to convey what you want with this. The mercenaries looked at him and communicated, after which the girl raised the crossbow. Chuck covered himself with his hands and told them to stop. Then he smiled and shouted that this time traveler will not attack people, he is a kind time traveler. The protagonist walked with a detachment of mercenaries through the forest. Then he turned around, hearing that they were addressing him. The girl smiled and called the protagonist by name. The 2 men smiled at the protagonist and said something incomprehensible while saying the protagonist's name. The huge man smiled and said something. Chuck smiled and thought that by using all the gestures of his arms and legs, he was able to explain his name to them. Besides it, he, of course, could not understand another word. The second foreign language had always been the subject that ruined his average grade. The squad went further through the forest and Chuck added that it was good that he met friendly people. At least they did not start their acquaintance with a bow, like the elves, but most importantly, now it is not so scary to encounter monsters. Chuck looked away and thought that although he does not see their status, but mercenaries armed to the teeth are clearly stronger than his first level. God folded his arms and noted that he did not behave like an ace. The protagonist threw his hands on the back of his head and answered casually, and God muttered that he should not answer casually. The protagonist looked straight ahead and noted that when you get close, the manner of communication always becomes simpler. The mercenary looked ahead and Chuck thought that even though he had met people other than this god, he still had no one to talk to, and yet thanks to their body language, he learned their names. The man gave a thumbs up and Chuck noted that this hairy uncle was Gary. The protagonist remembered how he swung his sword and added that he believed that he was the leader of the party, easily carrying a crude sword with him. This should be enough to defeat a huge monster from fantasy. In any case, this is the size of fantasy. Chuck looked at his hand and wondered how strong he was. Then he opened his mouth and said that of course, he was just a speck of dust compared to a god, but for a human. Cole hugged the protagonist and laughed. The guy took up the swords and Chuck noticed in his head that he was smaller than Gary, but he had a strong, sturdy body and he laughed a lot. Swords hung on both sides of his waist. He really is two-handed, a typical fantasy hero. The girl tapped the protagonist on the shoulder. Then she put her finger up and Chuck said that he had no idea what she was talking about. The protagonist remembered how Misa held a crossbow and thought that she was a shooter in this party. She uses a huge steel crossbow and judging by its size, it is clearly not intended for people. The protagonist looked in the direction of the girl's instructions. Then he saw smoke. Misa pointed her finger at the smoke and Chuck thought that if this is not a fire in the mountains, then the smoke is coming from the chimneys of houses. The protagonist smiled and shouted that finally a place where people live. Chuck smiled and read that some god pointed out that he does not behave like an ace. God looked down and the notification noticed that some god was glaring at the arrogant ace. Chuck put his hands on his hips and noted that he had simply pretended that they were close in order to get out of the forest. Jerry jerked sharply. Nissa jerked sharply. Call turned around in fear. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Then a squad of gnolls ran out of the forest, screaming loudly. They opened their mouths wide. The warriors jerked sharply and prepared for battle. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that there were a horde of them. Chuck took out a dagger and said that after the cliff, such a crowd attacked him for the first time, they were sitting in ambush. A moment later, a squad of mercenaries ran straight at the squad of gnolls. Jerry swung his sword powerfully. Call jumped on top. Then he swung his swords. Then he sharply hit one of the gnolls. Jerry and Call began to circle around. The gnolls smiled and noted that they would wait, otherwise it would hurt. The bolt flew straight into the gnoll's head. The protagonist looked closely at the girl. Nissa loaded the next one and took aim, after which the arrow flew into the monster's forehead and he screamed that the small meat was dangerous, although far away, but it hurt. The girl reached for the next bolt. She took it in her teeth, after which she reloaded the crossbow. Nissa turned sharply, after which she saw a huge gnoll jumping on her. Call opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist sharply hit the monster, after which he looked at him and said for God to close his eyes to this before he began to tell that man is a social animal. The gnoll clenched his teeth tightly, after which he pointed his hand towards the protagonist, and he turned and noted that these people need his help. The protagonist sharply dodged, after which he plunged a knife into the monster's mouth. Chuck looked at the corpse and noted that you could say that, after which he gritted his teeth and thought that they themselves rushed towards his first level. Jerry and Call looked at the protagonist carefully. All the grass was covered in corpses, after which Jerry and Call turned around. Chuck smiled and noted that if it weren't for them, he would have been in danger, after which Missa pointed the crossbow at the protagonist. The girl was humming a song and Chuck asked what he was joking about. He tried so hard to keep the gnolls from grabbing them, after which she fired a bolt. The arrow flew straight into the protagonist's chest. Chuck fell to the ground and asked what kind of shitty fantasy world is this. A sound was heard from behind the trees. A squad of mercenaries were looking at the protagonist. Call opened his eyes and said that it was great work. Because of the gnolls everything didn't go according to plan, and the girl noted that on the contrary, it was better for them. Missa looked down and added that thanks to their surprise attack they could see how dangerous he was. Then she remembered how he fought and added that he was shaking so much that they thought he was weak, and he ruined the whole mood with his chatter in an incomprehensible language. But he fights much better than they thought. Gary smiled and said that they could have been in danger if they had followed the original plan. Call smiled and noted that it was a little annoying, but nothing could be done. This guy would hardly let himself be sold into slavery. The protagonist rolled his eyes and lay on the ground. Gary put out his hand and told him to take the dagger that the boy was carrying. Chuck squeezed the dagger and Gary noted that if they could not sell him into slavery, then at least some pennies would be gained. Then he pointed his finger and noted that suddenly it would turn out to be expensive. Call and Missa looked arrogant and Jerry said that he had seen it briefly. The dagger's decoration belonged to the royal family of elves. Call approached the protagonist and heard that even if it was a high-quality fake, it could be worth a lot. The guy leaned over. Then he smiled and said that he would never let go of the weapon until his death. Missa raised her hand and shouted that he might still be alive. Call raised his sword. Then he hit the protagonist and asked if this would make the problem go away. Then he opened his eyes. Call saw the protagonist's statistics. The warrior opened his mouth and the plot explained that there are two conditions under which you can see someone else's status. Either the opponent shares it himself, or you can spy on it with the help of special patronage. The protagonist's hand rose slightly. Chuck plunged the dagger into the warrior's neck and the plot added that the main condition is that the opponent must be alive. Nissa and Jerry jerked sharply. The protagonist stood up, after which Call fell. Jerry raised his sword and shouted who he was, after which he trembled all over and added that he had spent too much strength in the last battle. Chuck quickly flew to the warrior, after which he powerfully hit him on the neck. The bolt flew into the protagonist's chest. The protagonist smiled and grabbed the bolt. The girl trembled all over. Then she began to back away and noted that she was wrong. Chuck began to walk towards her and speak in his own language. Then he picked up the bolt and the girl begged him for mercy. Nissa fell and added that he was wrong, let him forgive her. The protagonist looked at her madly and said something incomprehensible. Nissa began to cry and asked what he was talking about, after which a loud scream arose. The protagonist took off his clothes and said that shooting at people was such a rude thing. Chuck put on Massey's suit and added that he thought it would suit him, but they were terribly uncomfortable, maybe because they were women's sizes. The protagonist tightened his belt, read that some god said that he respected the ace's hobby, and replied that it was not a hobby at all. Chuck remembered the mercenary squad and added that among them, only she was similar in build to him, and the equipment of those two was terribly bulky and heavy. Then he looked at the crossbow and added that he could use this too, so he would save it. If he thought about it, he still couldn't. Chuck looked away and added that he could find out the reason why they attacked. At the end the status only flashed for a second. Then he remembered Masae's status and noted that although she was not a hero, she also had patronage. Then the ability screen appeared and Chuck added that surprisingly, in this world it was very common to get the patronage of a god. The protagonist looked up at the notification and replied that they should go to the village, as planned. Chuck pulled out a bag. Then he went into the forest and said that this gang paid him in full for the damage. Even if the village did not understand him, he would somehow get out of this with this money. Near the temple, they heard that she would try very hard to make up for being late. Etana looked at the students and added that then it would be worth explaining what magic was. The princess smiled and noted that long ago on the continent of Phatansia there was no magic. Curly turned and noted that it began with conquests. He read about it in a novel. If you make the right mathematical calculations, you can become a great magician. Four Eyes adjusted his glasses and noted that he knew that this day would come, so he saved his virginity. The girl raised her hand and said that magic is chemistry. She will show them the best nuclear magic in the fantasy world. Mary opened her mouth and said that he was disturbing those who were trying to concentrate on the lesson. And the curly man replied that the excellent student does not understand fantasy. How can you become a great magician just by cramming the history of magic? Mary looked displeased when she heard that magic is a talent. You need to have a predisposition to mana. The princess folded her hands and noted that she also did not like the useless theory. Curly hunched over and heard that of course, it is best if you have talent. Then Etana smiled and added that since talent is very important in magic, it was necessary to explain the origins of magic. All the students looked at her and began to ask questions. Mary opened her mouth and heard that, as she had already said, magic is a study in which talent is most important. Etana raised her hand and added that talent is determined by innate heritage and knowledge acquired in school. The princess smiled and asked them not to forget about it. Etana took her hand away and noted that the most important thing in magic is talent. It is determined by family ties and educational connections. All the students were surprised after hearing that she was an archmage, a direct descendant of Shin the Archmage, the 12th and apprentice and third husband of the founder. Etana raised her hand and added that she had both the innate heritage and knowledge. The apprentice asked what about them then, and the princess replied that she would be in charge of their training. Becoming her apprentices, they would be able to acquire high potential. Mary raised her hand and noted that she had a question. Then she opened her mouth and asked that those who have neither family ties nor educational ties cannot become a mage. The girl looked straight and heard that it was not so important. They would still start under the guidance of an excellent mentor. The princess covered her mouth. Then she opened her eyes and noted that it was possible. Then she ran up to the girl and noted that she would tell about it later. The princess took the girl's hands and asked if her name was Mary. The princess opened her mouth and noted that from now on, a connection of apprentice and mentor would be established between them. Mary opened her eyes, after which a seal appeared behind her and the princess noted that she recognized her as Etana the Archmage's first student. Chloe and Lawrence looked at her carefully. The seal behind her began to burn brightly and the princess asked to bow to magic. Mary lowered her eyelids and swore. A moment later, a bright sphere lit up in her chest. The girl closed her eyes, after which she folded her hands and heard congratulations. Etana smiled and noted that from this moment on, she was a worthy mage. Mary clenched her teeth and asked again, after which she looked at her status. The princess opened her mouth and said that she forgot to say something. Those who become students earlier than others will inherit more talent. Mary opened her eyes and said that their relationship as a student and mentor had barely been established, and their patronage was already rank C. This is the very talent she was talking about. Mary looked at the magic skill and said that it meant that you can't become a magician if you don't have parents or a mentor who has magic. The princess put her hand out and asked if she understood why talent was so important. Then she smiled and added that then they would return to their first question. Then she put her hand out with fire. Etana showed the fire to the students and said that the founder became the god of magic and left patronage so that descendants and students could easily master magic. A fireball appeared above the princess and she added that this is what can be used safely and calmly with the help of patronage, white magic, which ordinary magicians possess. The students looked at the princess. Then she spread her hands. A pink ball appeared in her other hand. The ball began to burn. The princess's hand trembled. Then her gloves tore. All the students opened their mouths and looked in horror. Etana smiled and noted that they asked if talent was necessary. Mary covered herself with her hand. The princess looked at her and said that in her right hand was the magic that she used with the help of patronage, in her left, dark magic, used without patronage. The students looked surprised when they heard screams. The maid came up from behind and grabbed her cheeks and noted that they had already forgotten that His Majesty had strictly forbidden her to use dark magic. Etana fell and noted that she was just a little bit away from explaining to the heroes. The maid opened her mouth and said that then she should tell the truth to the queen. Etana opened her mouth and said not to pass it on to her mother, and the healer shouted that he would rather give healing magic to the princess. Mary folded her hand and noted that she had asked in vain. Atana smiled and said that it was enough that they learned how dangerous dark magic was. The students looked at her and asked what kind of magic it was, an evil force, and the princess replied that dark magic was not something bad at all. But, unlike the magical patronage sent by the founder, dark magic was the same as the magical power of nature itself. The protagonist looked at the village. Chuck stood next to the guards and the princess spoke to light a fire, only that her left hand only played the role of these firewood. The guard raised his head and said something incomprehensible. The protagonist threw coins into his hand and noted that he generally understood what he was talking about. After which he entered the village and said that he could, because the village was in a forest teeming with cannibal monsters, armed people everywhere. Chuck looked at the sign and said that he was told about this house at the entrance. It's good that the sign had a picture. A crescent moon rose in the sky. The protagonist wiped his face and said that even without understanding each other, they could all become friends, with the guards, with the innkeeper, with everyone. Then he turned around and read that some god felt uncomfortable. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he also felt awkward while he was washing, what gender he was, and the god felt even more uncomfortable. Chuck put his hand in the tub and said that then he would think that he was a man to protect his dignity. Then he began to wash himself and added that the damn bloody stain, why it did not wash off. Chuck turned around and asked what was bothering him. Then he turned his gaze. The protagonist looked at the door and heard that he, as the head, would sort it out himself. Then he wiped his head. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he was washing himself. Let them wait a minute. The silhouette behind the door turned around and said that he was told that he did not understand. The protagonist began to get dressed, after which he grabbed the knife and thought that there was a person behind the door who understood his speech. Then he stood up. Someone was standing behind the door and saying that the guy did not understand anything. There was a race hostile to the hero there. It was not some gnoll or demon. Chuck thought about it. The man behind the door knocked on it. He had been watching him through the crack all this time. The guy asked the stranger to come into him. The man was holding a large sword behind his back. He opened the door and asked him to excuse the disturbance. Chuck was prepared for the worst. He was very interested in who would appear from the doorway now. He did not care at all how this race was disposed towards him. After all, elves, people, and gnomes, they all represented the same threat to him. For the Akka at that moment, the only thing that mattered was that one way or another I could conduct a constructive dialogue with him. The guy asked the stranger why he had come to see him. The man asked him not to be afraid, because he was the village elder. He said that this was the first time he had seen a traveler who did not speak their language. The man came to make sure that these were not rumors. Chuck thought that the man was good at hiding his true appearance because he was too young to be a village elder. The man told the guy that his name was unusual. Chuck knew that his status was visible to him, and he had no doubt that he would take advantage of it. It was not very pleasant when personal data was in plain sight. The man advised the guy to hide his status window, although this would not work on those with the patronage of observation. The guy was surprised that the status could be hidden all this time, to which the stranger said that he did not know anything about this yet. The man said that an elf had secretly entered his domain, but the guy turned out to be a simple villager who came from afar. Chuck said that his interlocutor looked disappointed. This village and elves are connected by evil fate. Having lost their homeland to the greed of the elves, the gnolls had reached the human lands. Many people had lost their families, and the villages had become strongholds for those who gathered for revenge. He understood why there were so many mercenaries, because now few remembered the power of that hatred. Some god looked with a strangled gaze. Most people were youths who had come from the city to gain experience. The soul asked if she could ask one more question before leaving. The boy agreed to it. Quite a long time had passed. He asked about the drug added to his dinner. The man asked why it had not worked yet. Chuck jumped out of bed. He held a heavy sword in his hand and swung it. The man stood there and watched without question. He admitted that Chuck handled the weapon well. The boy did not understand anything. He did not realize what they wanted to do to him here. The man said that the vile elves were resistant to medicine, and this magic was invented for just such a case. He ordered Chuck to surrender because according to him, no immunity would untie the invisible rope. The man reached for the boy's sword. Chuck asked why this was happening. The man said that it was not the boy's fault, because he could consider it simple luck. God said that he had warned the boy before. The people were angry at the gnolls because it looked like the gnolls had destroyed their families and taken their homeland. But he knew the truth. The boy sat on the floor of the dungeon and reasoned that the gnolls were victims just like him. The man said that the real culprits were those who started the conflict, taking away the gnolls' lands. He claimed that the vile elves were their true enemies. The man asked Chuck to look at his status. According to him, it is retribution for the one who took upon himself the truth. The boy looked at the tablet and realized that it was probably a curse. He asked the stranger if the goddess was involved in this. The man replied that it was the hatred of all the slain elves. For him it was like an honorable scar. The boy turned to the stranger and said that he was not one of the elves he despised so much. It seemed that not only an unscrupulous goddess could send a curse, everyone had their own conditions for receiving it. The man said that he should not say such things after he stole it. He said that he did not intend to tell him so much. Looking at his dagger, the man changed his mind. He asked where the boy got it. Chuck hesitated and said that it was a meat cleaver taken from a knoll. But he was not so stupid as to spill everything to him. Behind the man were the desiccated corpses of gnolls. First, he had to survive. Chuck said that he killed the elf and took it from him after the elf suddenly shot him with a bow. He said that they both considered elves enemies. The man was surprised that the guy with his abilities suddenly killed an elf of royal blood. The guy asked if he was from a royal family because he did not know. The man said that he was now at a dead end. He did not want to kill the guy anymore. Chuck asked him to spare him. The stranger said that they both knew his status. He should know that the man was a mage who did not have magical patronage. He asked the guy if he really did not know anything. There was no one around Chuck who would explain the rules of this world to him. The man turned around and heard the word Asa. The guy said that it meant that he was a lone wolf furrowing the wasteland. He cried and said that this word was beautiful. Although he would no longer have the opportunity to furrow the wasteland, the guy was surprised. Some god was praying for the repose of Asa. Chuck didn't understand what was going on here and what goals his interlocutor was pursuing. The man lit many green candles in the dungeon with one spell. A large chain from the ceiling began to move downwards. A red-haired girl fell to the ground, tied and suspended. The man put his foot on her and pointed a dagger. He held a green candle in one hand. The stranger said that he was a dark magician, and the guy was to become a sacrifice that would increase his lifespan. He said that although he was struck by the curse of the elves, he could resist it as much as he wanted, increasing his lifespan with the help of sacrifice. It was his gratitude for eliminating the elf of royal blood. He was going to sacrifice the guy in a special way painlessly. Chuck looked at him and asked if he should thank him. The man said that as gratitude for eliminating the elf of royal blood, he would sacrifice him in a special way painlessly. The boy asked if he should be grateful for that. Even though some nasty god had thrown him out like a worn-out shoe, it wasn't that bad because he knew how to talk. The boy called out to the headman. The man asked what he wanted because praying for mercy was pointless. Chuck said he wasn't going to do that at all. He was talking about something completely different. The man looked down and thought. The stranger told the boy to start talking already. He couldn't ignore the last word of a dying man. His attention was drawn to some sounds from the side. He thought that they were insects making noise. The man took a whip and walked towards them. He used the weapon, creating a click, again and again. Chuck looked at it and was completely perplexed. Blood was dripping from the whip. The man was glad that they had finally quieted down. He asked what the boy wanted to ask him then. The old man's behavior was beyond the pale. He did it on purpose so that he would see. Perhaps he wanted recognition of the rightness of his actions. Chaka said that it was difficult to act in a way that no one recognized. The man asked if the boy understood him. Chaka laughed and said that he was actually Asa. The elder clarified how this definition was translated. He thought that perhaps he, too, had been Asa for some time. Some god confidently declared that this was not so. The boy also thought so, but he did not know whether he had managed to evoke a feeling of kinship in the interlocutor. The man said that he liked the boy. He declared that he was Asa and henceforth he must remain alone. The boy did not understand where the logic was at all. At first he was going to kill him in the name of convictions, and now in order to remain alone. Some god was looking for a torn belly button. The boy said that there was nothing funny about it. The man thought that today was a truly lucky day. He had finally met someone who could appreciate his grand plan. He considered him a dear like-minded person. The headman ordered to watch carefully. Chuck looked up and agreed. In his heart he thought that he was in deep trouble. The man looked at the three hanging people and thought. He looked at the guy and said that he had been behaving badly lately, and he would start with him. The unknown guy tried to resist. The man said that this would not happen, since his female must survive to entertain him. He took the chain and pulled it. The guy fell on a clearly drawn red circle with symbols. The headman rubbed his hands and offered to begin. The man began to read a prayer and asked his living mother to allow him to take the remaining years from this elf. The guy noticed how the magic circle began to glow purple. The man continued to read the prayer while the boy lay right in the circle. He demanded that the unfortunate man say that he was transferring the remaining years of his life to him. The boy clenched his teeth and looked menacingly at his opponent. The man knelt down and said that if the boy transferred it, he promised to send his female right after him. The stranger asked if the boy had already understood the price for refusing his mercy. He grabbed him by the hair and dragged him. The man said that the contract was concluded. Chuck tried to get out and untie himself, not understanding what was happening to the elder. He saw how he grew younger by the years taken from the elf. It was a failure. The man put his foot on the black lifeless body and declared to his ally that his magic had been successful. The boy said that the elder had not grown younger at all. He replied that it was because he was not a man. He had not sacrificed elves at all in order to increase his life expectancy. The man asked Chuck if he realized how many lives of elves and travelers he had taken during his stay in the village. The curse of the elves, he said, was not even worth paying attention to. The fact that he did not succumb to the curse and was able to defeat it was worthy of praise, even though he chose the wrong way. The man said that as a human, he received a curse and immediately grew old and sick. Then the wandering mage who remained in the village suggested an experiment. The headman opened his shirt and showed a pumped-up chest. Chuck did not understand why he suddenly started to undress. He saw something amazing. He noticed a gnoll tattoo, and the man confirmed his guess. He said that he was a gnoll. Chuck did not understand what kind of hybrid was in front of him. The man said that they had a wonderful union of two, imbued with revenge against the elves. He combined the wisdom of a man and the endurance of a gnoll, and promised to take revenge. Chuck asked if the elder was going to act alone. The man said that it was enough because his magic has no equal, and he hunts elves with their own forces. He asked how the boy could take such revenge. Chuck said that he was not an elf and that the man shut him up and asked him not to think about trifles. He grabbed his shoulder. The man thanked Chuck for opening up the world of Asa to him, and he was able to realize his essence because he is a true Asa, a lone gnoll furrowing the wasteland. The man said that he will not forget his interlocutor and his gratitude. He will spend his life carefully. Chuck asked if he was going to kill him after all. The elder said that he would do it since he became Asa. The boy continued to listen to him and understood that this taught him that true outsiders are truly dangerous. For Chuck, a fateful moment had come. Princess Eterna Archmage. She was called a genius in the magical kingdom of archmages. She had a passion for hard-working people. The title of princess took up the girl's time, but thanks to her amazing talent, she did not need to make an effort. Maybe that was why. Mary asked the girl if there was another effective formula for making magic materialize. I saw how she continued to try even after explaining that magic is determined by heritage and academic connections. The princess was impressed and made her her first student. She praised the girl for her excellent question and answered that to do this, you need to imitate the magic of your mentor or parents. Speaking of other ways, she stretched her hand up. The people in suits were surprised to see the new magic. They did not understand what it was. A rabbit appeared above the princess's hand. Mary asked what this magic was called and if it was ice magic. Thanks to part of the ability inherited from their predecessors through patronage, the royal family has long been able to control outstanding fire magic. The princess said that this ice magic belonged to her. She suggested that they try it too. The girl agreed and began to bring her hands together. No matter how hard she tried, she could not do it. The princess said that this was because she, as a mentor, still lacked experience. She said that when she became more skilled, the girl would be able to easily repeat it as a student. Mary bowed and thanked her for the detailed explanation. The princess said that it cost her nothing. A girl from the crowd asked her to stop. Chloe asked the princess what people should do who did not have patronage. The guy in the suit said that he also wanted to get it. The rest of the people also needed magical patronage. They began to be indignant that this was unfair bias. They demanded equal treatment. The princess took the hair in her hand and thought about it. The crowd of people watched her in surprise. The princess offered to solve this issue. She asked which of the heroes wanted to become her second student. A guy from the crowd shouted that it should be him. Some girl with glasses shouted that she needed it more. An argument started in the crowd. They declared that they could even claim first place. Having united, the heroes collectively begged Princess Athena, but she destroyed their alliance with one phrase and pitted their heads against each other. The girl asked to tell her how disputes are resolved in the crowd and they will put forward a candidate for the position of the second student. Mary asked if the princess did it on purpose. The girl answered that she did not understand anything. She said that there was nothing. The crowd suggested to begin the lesson. The princess said that she would return to the moment when she showed them the ice rabbit. This is an individual magic that can be mastered through multiple trials and errors. Mary asked if this magic is similar to dark magic. The princess was outraged by such a comparison. Mary asked if everything was okay with her. The girl said that dark magic is different from light magic, and it is impossible to master it alone through effort. Chuck remembered this magic. It always required sacrifices during use. The guy was already standing in the circle. He did not understand how he managed to get to this crazy old man. The man turned to the boy. He asked to announce that the guy would give him his life. Chuck did not know if dark magic requires consent from its victims. Try said that even if the body is physically constrained, it still does not belong to him. He suggested to stop chatting. The man demanded to say as soon as possible. The guy thought that if he does not do anything, he will really die. He needs to think of something. Chuck asked the man to stop, because according to him, he had a request. The elder indignantly asked what he needed. Chuck said that before he meets his death, he would like to see Misa for the last time. The man remembered the mercenary girl with a huge crossbow. The guy said that it was her. Trying to ask why he needed this woman, the guy was silent for a while and said that he was her lover. The man was surprised by such a statement. He even laughed. He approached the guy and said that he was the village headman. Everything that was happening in the village was in the palm of his hand, so Chuck was lying. He asked the guy if he knew that the girl was dating someone else. The man asked him not to try to play on his good nature using such petty tricks. Chuck thought that the man was not all there, but he was fulfilling the duties of old age as he should. In his opinion, this conversation would go like clockwork. He said that the guy was Miss A's ex. The man asked if Chuck was her boyfriend. He asked to show proof. The guy asked him to smell it, and the man would immediately understand everything. The headman said that this was undoubtedly Miss A's smell. It would not have emanated from the whole body if they were not in love. Chuck confidently asked to meet his lover, but the man objected. If Miss A disappeared, the two boys would start to suspect something. Chuck agreed with his words. He even thought about eliminating Miss A as a change for their meeting. Creepy and amazing, this man. The man asked if the boy had any other wishes. Chuck said that if he survived, he demanded to let him go until he met Miss A. The man said that no creature that lost years of life can survive. Nothing else came to his mind. The headman promised the boy that he would fulfill his wish. Chuck decided to promise something too. The man folded his hands and said that the deal was made. The boy was surprised by such a mood. He began to tear himself into pieces and he screamed in pain. He thought that it did not look painless. It was so painful that you can die from pain. The man wished the boy a safe journey. He will tell the girl that he died. Chuck said that there will be difficulties with this since the girl left first. The man didn't understand what that meant. The guy broke free from the magic and swung his fist. He hit his opponent in the jaw, causing him to bleed from the mouth. It was a strong blow. The man called Chuck names for such an act and tried to stay on his feet. He said that the guy managed to trick him. Chuck said that these words belonged to him because the man promised to send him to the next world painlessly, but he himself experienced severe pain. The boy said that it was such a strong pain that even his childhood friend turned into an enemy. The man could not believe that his victim was still alive. Chuck said that he would tell only when he died. The paralyzing magic finally dissipated and he was freed from the shackles. Some god used Asa. Asa's patronage restored even his shortened lifespan. The man thought about how he was just a boy who almost lost his life because of him. Chuck said that the headman should not forget his promise because he promised to let him go if he survived. The boy took his dagger from the alchemy shelf and said that it was time to fulfill his promises. He thought about what he could do with it. Chuck saw the imprisoned girls in that dungeon and realized what he wanted. He swung the dagger. A strong blow to the chain left a mark. The steel was destroyed and the girl was freed from the shackles. There was surprise and joy on her face. Chuck helped her stand up and said that now he had a witness on his side. The guy put her on his shoulder, saying that she most likely couldn't walk. Chuck decided to run away. The guy rushed towards the door. The man ordered him to stop. He asked him not to do this, but Chuck didn't listen. The guy asked the man to keep his promise and knew that he wouldn't touch him until he met Miss A. But it was impossible to meet a dead man. The headman was furious at the impudence and deception of his opponent. He said that such nonsense wouldn't matter if he was freed from the years of life he received from him. Chuck stopped in front of the door and thought about it. The guy knew that it wasn't a bluff. The headman said that he was terribly disappointed in his ally, and he would have to give up the idea of killing you painlessly. The guy asked if he was serious. In his opinion, it was too early to give up. The man heard the boy continue to blather. He had to do something. Blood started coming out of his mouth. Veins started to appear in his eyes. His face started to darken and the rest of his body started to bleed. The elder felt his strength fading. Chuck asked what was happening to his opponent. The boy asked if his strength was fading too. Ever since I was exposed to dark magic, it was as if my eyes had opened to new sensations. The man couldn't believe it, because until now no human could withstand his strength. He asked the boy if he had unlimited life like a vampire. The elder demanded to know who he really was. Chuck decided to admit who he was. Some god asked him not to pretend to be mysterious. Chuck wondered why he had suffered such a fate. He decided to take a step. The boy said that he was an apostle of Asa. Some god was confused. He realized that if the guy was happy, then he was also happy. The man started coughing up blood. Chuck realized in an instant that he would receive a lot of experience points for eliminating a level 13 elder. The guy realized in time and realized that it would be better to focus on escaping now. He said that he would meet the man later. The elder said that he would never forgive him. The guy was surprised by such a statement. A bear burst out of the man's chest, which wanted to make mincemeat and meat out of him. It insisted that the guy would die as a scoundrel who violated his dream. The elder raised his hand and pointed at Chuck. The man rushed at him with burning hands, wanting revenge. The man hit the guy on the shoulder with his hand, and the hostage girl fell to the floor. The elder asked his opponent if he was surprised, But without waiting for an answer, he said that it was impossible not to be surprised. The man said that this power of his is called null fencing. He said that he was saving it for hunting elves, but Chuck ruined his plans. The boy was kneeling, examining the wound and thinking that it had been very awkward. The bear on the headman's chest noticed the boy standing up without losing his strength. The man was surprised and said that he had struck a fatal blow, but the headman said that the blow had indeed been dangerous. The headman thought that he had already used up all his strength on him. He ran back abruptly, saying that he needed to check something. A hand grabbed his leg and began to pull him towards himself. The man did not expect such a quick reaction from his opponent and fell to the floor. It was the hostage girl who had been saying that the headman was cheap. Chuck ran up to him and swung his knife while the man was begging the girl to let him go. He was trying to avoid being wounded and begging to let himself go. The boy struck. The girl sat on the floor and looked at the spectacle. This blow did not calm Chuck down since the headman had another head. He swung the dagger while the head was thinking about how bitter it was to lose the power of a mage. The head said that it had a daughter for whom the owner had not had time to avenge. Chuck wished her well and plunged the dagger inside. Some god had said that this was a rather sad outcome for a man. The guy completely agreed with him. He looked at the open door and thought. A few minutes later, many elves were freeing themselves from their shackles and untying each other. Chuck freed the elves and called the villagers. Even a security squad ran and sorted out the situation. It could already be said that the matter was resolved, but he was looking at the wall. Turning around, Chuck looked at the villagers. Their eyes were visible from the dark dungeon, and they were staring at him. Chuck smiled at them and said nothing. Until this moment, running fast, the guy reached the cliff, not understanding what the elves had told these people. He decided that everything was still ahead. Chuck jumped down the cliff, dodging arrows. He had already decided for himself that this fantasy world was nonsense. Meanwhile, in the temple, although a childish quarrel had broken out for the place of a student, but with the appearance of a crowd of magicians ready to become mentors, the situation was quickly resolved. Countless magicians wanted to get the title of the hero's mentor. The princess pointed her fingers at her head, said that for magic you need to embody the image in your head. Flames appeared in the palms of the schoolchildren. She said that concentration is very important. One of the students asked where mathematics can be applied. She brought her finger to her mouth, asked again, mathematics, he means the science that merchants mainly study, answered that 2 subjects will make them stronger than 1 magic, although this will reduce the effectiveness. The guy raised his finger, clarified that he asked about the mathematical knowledge necessary for magic, calculations, which, the girl interrupted him, answered that there is no such thing. He exclaimed indignantly that. Etana asked if they used addition or subtraction to create flames. They were able to use magic thanks to the mentor who is a master at creating flames. The young man looked away, indignant. How is this possible? He thought he could easily become a great magician with his knowledge. The magician standing next to the princess noticed that she explained something incorrectly. He said, that's right, mathematical knowledge is used in magic. The boy exclaimed happily, yes, I knew it. The magician created a flame around his hand, said that Her Highness gave an example of flame, so he will continue the explanation. A glowing ball appeared near the hand of the man standing in front of him, the magician explained. Since the princess only learned the theory, she may not know that they have introduced mathematical knowledge to increase the effectiveness of magic. The priest raised the ball up, the magician added, since in war they need to avoid unnecessary waste of spiritual power. He raised his hand to use the flame at a distance. The angle degree is important, and not only that, you need to choose the right direction and wind strength. He directed the flame at the ball, which caused an explosion. The magician turned to the guy, calling him a wise hero, He asked about this, he answered fearfully, right. Etana folded her hands. The magician asked if this old man could help her a little. Practical field magic will be a lesson for the princess too. She closed her eyes, sadly answered, yes, she hopes for him. Those present began to talk animatedly, something about practical magic, an excellent magician and a real fight. Under the guidance of outstanding mentors, the brave men learned magic at an incredible speed. A message appeared in the dialogue box that some Dharmakaya was smiling at the young scientists. In the next, some hot-tempered demonic spirit peeped at underwear. In a new window, some Dharmakaya got scared and fired magic at random. Flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. The notice said that some god had appeared. It was raining in the village. The girl was treating a wound on her hand. She bandaged the elf's hand, said that she had anointed it and that she needed to endure it a little longer, asked if she was feeling better now. She suddenly pulled her hand away, screamed, and it seemed that yes, it was Espresso, the personal servant of the elf princess. The girl asked for forgiveness. The servant thought that medicine could only ease the pain, but only a saint's miracle could heal her body. But there was only one noble saint in the world. The elf frowned. However, she would not send a miracle to an ordinary elf who was not even part of the royal family. She lowered her head. The girl, closing the door, said that they would definitely catch this person and she needed to rest. Espresso clenched her fists, thought that the one who did this was the village chief Crimson, but they still did not know if the villagers were his accomplices. She wiped away her tears, decided how to get to her homeland. First of all, she would report on this village. There was a knock on the door. She asked who was there. It was one of the maids. The elf told her to come in. She said that the village mercenaries had let him go. Espresso angrily asked why she was telling her about this. Should they care about the problems of people? The maid laced her fingers, said, but he had torn them from the tenacious clutches of the chief. The elf jumped out of bed, screamed, then what about the princess's dagger in his hands? They want to deceive themselves again. People are animals that cannot be trusted. The fairy looked down and said, but he really saved them. Espresso looked at her in confusion and exclaimed, that's why she was silent. Did they ask to kill him? It's just a showdown between animals. The maid put her hand on her chest and timidly said, animals. Suddenly Jane appeared and shouted to Espresso, what does this mean? The maid rushed to her and asked if she was okay. The elder asked Espresso to answer the question. Jane, an elf from the royal family who uses a name that means sacred son in the ancient language, although she belongs to the sideline. But due to her unlimited supply of life, she became a toy that the elder Crimson especially treasured and was locked in the dungeon longer than anyone else. The maid asked the elder to calm down. She said that everything would end as soon as they reported this to their country. Jane leaned over and shouted that it would end. Nothing was over, nothing. She held her hand to her stomach, adding that this man could have escaped alone, but he still freed her. Espresso raised her fist, saying that he was simply after her eternal life. The elder gritted her teeth, asking if she knew that their benefactor had used a dark magic contract. Chuck had taken advantage of the breach of the contract. If the terms of the dark magic contract were breached, they would have to pay a price equal to what they had received. The elder did not take Chuck's lifespan seriously, which is why he destroyed himself. Jane looked away, saying, poor Espresso. She still remembered how innocently she fluttered around the royal palace, but that image was in the past now. The elf hugged herself, with tears in her eyes, saying that Jane did not know what she felt, the despair and humiliation she had experienced. The elder put her hand on her hip, answered, of course, how could she know, said that she was going to look for this man. The maid exclaimed in fear, in her current state it was too dangerous. Jane looked back, angrily told her not to call her elder when they met again. She turned away, added, it was a stupid nickname for old people who quickly lose their temper. Some god was watching all this unnoticed. He quietly left the scene. View of the forest and mountains. Some god stood above the hero. He asked the outsider if he was alive. The guy opened his eyes, said tiredly, basically. He was lying on the thick crown of the trees, added, let him look, and he will understand everything himself. The students entered the hall. They were met by Aloes. He asked all the heroes who wanted to become swordsmen to come here. The girl was delighted, and the boys were perplexed. One of them said gloomily, what is this anyway? He asked why suddenly a tea party, shouldn't they be swinging wooden swords in the training hall? Another student asked, we barely started, and already a break. They were in the banquet hall. The heroes sat at the table. Aloes was sitting in the center. He raised his cup, exclaimed, for the heroes who chose the path of the swordsman. The warriors standing in the hall shouted, shudder. The students were shocked. Aloes put his cup on the saucer, said that he was very surprised to hear their conversation. The barbaric training from their fantasies is not the art of fencing at all. He decided to give an example so that they could understand easier. He turned to the commander, asked him for sparring. The man loudly answered, yes, it is an honor for him. He went up to the stage. The prince pointed his hand, said that he would first show fencing in their performance, asked the commander to seal the art of fencing. He answered, I obey. Aloes swung. He made several blows with the sword, which the commander successfully parried. The girl said in surprise, unbelievable, the guy said, but anyone would say that this is fencing. The man got into a fighting stance. He knocked the sword out of the prince's hands. The blade of the weapon stuck in the floor. Aloes grabbed his hand, noticed how beautiful the sword dance was. The commander said that he was exaggerating. The prince reached for the hilt of the sword, said that now he would show the real art of fencing, which they were about to learn. He moved his hand to the side. The priest directed the light he had created to his hand. Aloes asked the commander to act with full force this time. The man pointed the sword forward, from which blue waves of flame emanated. He answered loudly, I would be honored. The prince took the sword with both hands. The man swung. The two weapons collided. The blade of the sword broke. The commander sat down. He had lost. Aloes told him that his swordsmanship had improved greatly. The man bowed and thanked him. The students were disappointed, asking what had happened. That was all. The prince exclaimed with a smile, the power to disarm the enemy with one blow, that is what is called swordsmanship. He noted that if they simply imitated him, they would not be able to defeat not only the Demon King, but even the armored cavalry. The guy with glasses put his hand to his chin. The other exclaimed, right, he relied on efficiency. Aloes sat at the table, said, it seems they understood, now he will begin to teach them swordsmanship, asked everyone to drink the tea that was in front of them. Lawrence sipped from the cup. He choked. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, said, "What kind of taste?" The prince smiled contentedly, said that in order to master the art of fencing, the patronage of a warrior is necessary. This elixir will help to comprehend it quickly and safely. They will have to get used to its taste. Information window with the description: warrior, having overcome countless glances, you become stronger, defeat all enemies on your way with the power of love and justice. The girls covered their mouths with their hands. Lawrence drank the tea in one gulp. He covered his mouth with his fist, lowered the cup, shouted, "More." Aloes turned to him, advised him to have a snack of cookies. It will be easier. He asked the commander to pour the guy another cup. The guy watched with disgust as he poured the elixir. Some modest goddess asked what kind of taste it was. Some god of water stopped a curious friend. Some gentle god tempter fixed a pitiful look. The hero was in the forest at that time. He was sitting in a tree, noticed that it was dangerous. This time there were no knolls to soften the fall, but luckily there was a forest under the cliff. Back in the village, mercenaries had pestered him. If he hadn't bribed the guard to open the gate, he would have been captured by now. Chuck saw 3 wolves below. One of them sensed him, screamed, "Meat on a tree," demanded that he come down. The guy pressed his lips together, thought what a touching greeting, ironic that the gnolls now inspired more trust in him than humans and elves. He grinned, said, "Oh right," jumped down. He thought he was just about to ask them how lucky. He hit a gnoll on the head. He hit another in the face. He cut the third's neck. He sank to the ground. The opponents were defeated. He raised his fist, looked around, noticed that it was somehow easy. That's because there were only 3 of them. Some god looked at him with an absent-minded look. The guy thought, probably the body became much more agile. But what is the reason? Maybe the level rose while he was not looking. He thought, looked at the information window. He knew it. Nothing had changed, although he noticed something. The share was 3.43. He poked his finger at the screen, asked the ace what kind of share it was. It was slowly growing. Some god laughed. Since he did not even know this, the guy asked him to explain it to him. Some god put his hands on his hips, gave special advice. The higher the indicator, the better. The guy angrily said that he was grateful to him to tears. At first this god shared useful information, and now, the guy approached the gnoll lying on the ground, who asked in surprise, "Meat." Chuck smiled, said that he had a question for him, and he better answer it. He is now madly angry at the elves. The wolf licked his lips, asked with interest, will he give him elf meat? Asked to ask the question lively. Chuck thought that the answer he was looking for. He asked, the gnoll swordsmanship, accelerating the hands, how do they use it? He thought that the current him is too weak. Even if he reaches the 2nd level, revenge is still too difficult. Even imitating the swordsmanship that only gnolls can use is already good. At least he will become stronger than now. The wolf looked up, licked his lips, exclaimed, red meat, fresh? The boy asked, then what about the reddening eyes? The gnoll put his finger to his mouth, said he knew, the power of meat. Chuck asked how to use it. He exclaimed, more meat. The wolf clenched his fist, looked at the boy. Chuck said he wanted to see the power of meat, asked what they usually eat, apologized for the stupid question. The boy put his hand to his chin, thought, the art of gnoll fencing, the power of meat, too little information. He looked at the wolf. One way or another, it is worth exploring the ecosystem of these creatures for the sake of unhindered revenge. The prince stood in front of the table, said that magic requires talent. He raised his hand, noted that the art of fencing can be mastered by anyone who has money and time. Only 2 students paid attention to him. He continued, talking about this, knowledge of the art of fencing. Lawrence slammed his cup on the saucer, loudly demanded another cup. The prince laughed and told him that was enough for today. If he drank too much at once, it would not be as effective. The guy looked at the cup angrily, thinking that the sooner he became stronger, the better, because he was different from the others. The servant brought him a teapot and offered him a sip of honey tea. It would make him feel better. Aloes said with a smile that it was important not to stop taking it, 1 cup a day, and if he really wanted to, 2 cups would be enough. Lawrence exclaimed enthusiastically, 2 cups a day. He would take the risk, the prince said. Great. He put his hands on his hips and clarified that the hero's patronage could not be obtained right away, just as a child does not become an adult in the morning. Lawrence turned his head and asked irritably, then how much? The prince replied that it was different for everyone, but if he kept up the pace, he could get it in a year. The guy was indignant, a whole year. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. A glowing information window appeared. He received patronage. The guy reached his hand to the screen. The dialogue box said about fighting spirit. He covered his mouth with his hand, said, unbelievable. Some strong-willed spirit put on airs, agreeing. Some martial arts god grimaced in disgust. The prince clapped, congratulated Lawrence wholeheartedly. To gain the patronage of a strong-willed god so quickly, he expects good results from him. The guy rubbed his cheek with his index finger, said that he was exaggerating. Aloes put his hands on the table, looked up, said that now he would tell them how to hide his status window. In the morning in the forest, the gnoll screamed, meat. He pounced on the boar. Chuck looked at him, raising an eyebrow. He had been hanging around for several days to study the strength of meat. The wolf looked back at the guy, lunged at him. The hero crossed his arms over his chest, asked, seriously. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, the gnoll began to hunt him. The guy kicked him, although he had never been close to success. Chuck frowned, told him not to even think about going up. He was thinking that he was, surprisingly, somehow too weak. The gnoll cried. Information about him appeared in the blue dialogue box. His name was Fang, broken by an arrow. The guy asked angrily, is he definitely at level 6? The wolf showed the threads on his hand, shouted, yes, here is the proof, elf meat, elf hair, his prey. The guy thought about it. That is, successful gnolls take strands of elf hair. He then asked to answer him, how can someone who hunted 2 elves at once be so weak? The wolf noticed that he was offending him. He is strong. The guy asked, does he see his level? Fang looked up, put his finger to his mouth, answered that he does not see, but knows, level 1 meat, weak meat. Chuck hit him, thought, he knows this intuitively. The wolf shouted that they needed to go there. In addition to the characteristics of the gnolls, the hero received other information. The gnoll pointed to the side. The guy asked what was there. He said, elf meat, a lot, a bunch. Chuck grinned. That's how he not only confirmed the location of the village of the elves who attacked him, but also made sure that the past that the elder told was not fiction at all. Fang grabbed the rabbit, screamed, the meat was taken away. Elf meat is bad. Chuck asked, elves. He looked puzzled at the wolf, who was pleased with the taste of the prey. The guy began to clearly see changes in his body. Every time he ate something, power slowly accumulated in his stomach. Compared to dark magic, taking away years of life, this method is much simpler and easier. Although it is less effective, the hero asked the gnoll, now he is full, he growled dully. He spread his arms to the sides, screamed, he is full, his mood is better. The wolf bristled, his eyes glowed, he screamed that he needed more meat, more. Saliva dripped from his sharp fangs, he screamed, talking meat. He wanted to attack the guy, but he was already running at him. A red glow appeared around his fist. Chuck said with a grin, thank you very much. Thanks to him, he truly understood why it was called the power of meat. He attacked the gnoll. The monster was torn apart. He bared his teeth, said, talking meat is strong, like. The guy looked back, answered, although they had not been together for long, Fang was very useful, all this thanks to him. The wolf asked the guy standing in front of him, is he also a gnoll? The hero hid his face in his collar, answered, no, he is a man. He looked at his hand, said, amazing. He thought, is it really the thirst of the gnolls, wanting to keep the feeling of satiety, and this feeling of excitement give a chemical reaction that awakens the body. Black waves of flame emanated from his back. He thought, what is the most important thing? Some god was confused by the changes that happened to the assa. He firmly stated that this is the power of meat. The guy said that not just anyone can use it. He shuddered. If not for the patronage of the assa, having barely used the power, he would have died immediately. He thought that the gnolls seemed to replenish everything with meat. Before the power was depleted, Chuck replenished it with the patronage of the assa. As soon as it ran out, it would be restored again, and so on ad infinitum. He covered his mouth with his hand, was amazed. Now he could always be cool. Some god told him that he was too carefree. The guy hesitated for a second, then said that they needed to go quickly. Glowing spheres appeared in the sky. The hero ran forward. The gnolls looked around, smelled the smell of meat. Chuck hit 2 at once, shouted, out of the way. The monsters fell to the ground. Some god called Chuck too careless. The guy ran, gritting his teeth. He thought that he had become stronger, but he was not at all happy. Before he would have been sitting with his phone, wrapped in a blanket. And now he was wandering through the forest, teeming with man-eating monsters, with an incomprehensible dagger at the ready. Some god pointed to the left. Chuck thanked him. A fence was visible behind the trees. A small fire was shining in the fog. The guy took the dagger, decided why not punish the fantasy barbarians using the power of fantasy. The guards were walking down the street. Chuck was sitting in the bushes and thought that he was going to find a loophole and get inside, but the security was much better than he thought. He turned his gaze and noted that at least it was good that he had studied the landscape of the village in advance. A girl appeared next to him. A message popped up that some god hurried him. They say that now is the time. The girl kicked him in the back. He saw a notification that some god was convincing him that he needed to come in now. The protagonist wondered what the wind was blowing that he decided to help him. He ran behind the guards and thought that his instincts were telling him the same thing. He raised his head and asked if he could do it. Chuck stuck the dagger into the wall. The protagonist jumped over the fence. He landed on the ground. Looking around, Chuck noted that he was lucky that there was no one there. He saw a message that some god was telling him to be grateful. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he was very grateful. He said with a smile on his face that he was next in line. The guard came out of the toilet. Chuck was behind him. The protagonist stuck the dagger into his neck. The guard tried to resist. Standing over the corpse, Chuck said that he was a little uncomfortable, but he did not feel much difference between killing a gnoll and a human. He began to drag the corpse. The protagonist thought that there would be those who would be sad about his death. He dragged the corpse and said that he also had a family. Holding the corpse by the leg, Chuck noted that because of them, he almost died without even seeing her and he was not going to live anymore, suffering humiliation. The girl was watching him. The protagonist saw a message that some god was looking at him with a strange look. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Corpses were lying one on top of another. Standing in front of a mountain of corpses, Chuck wondered if so many deaths should not be noticed. The protagonist with a puzzled look noted that it was good that he managed to infiltrate the village, but there were only mercenaries there. A message popped up that some god was looking at him with extreme disdain. Surprised, Chuck said that if you think about it, both elves and humans go to the toilet the same way. He wondered why there were no elves there then. The girl crossed her arms. The protagonist saw a notification that some god had chuckled, which he had only just now figured out. Chuck noted that it was cruel. The girl was watching his back. People came out into the street. The girl was carrying a lantern in her hands. The protagonist was watching this and said that things were taking an interesting turn. The girl was lying on the bed. The guy was holding his hand next to her. He grabbed her face. The guy held her and ordered her to be quiet. The guys put a bag on her head and discussed that he had a wound on his hand from where the girl had bitten him when he tried to close her mouth. They began to lead her out of the room. The girl walked with a bag on her head and mentally asked if they had taken the other elves. As she walked down the stairs, the girl wondered if she was going to the headman's dungeon. The girl said with a serious look that Crimson thought they didn't know anything because they turned away when a new homeland and families appeared. The guys followed the girl. She mentally asked if this was the healer they had seen during the day. A crowd of people with bags on their heads stood nearby. The stranger stood before them and said that for leaving a friend who had plowed a new homeland with them to fight alone. The enraged boy cried out that he had heard in the dining room that the elves hated humans and if they left them alive, they would take away their loved ones and homeland again. The man crossed his arms and said that the village was restless today and he had told everyone not to go outside. Even the mercenaries were keeping a low profile right now. The girl closed her eyes and said that they were starting. The boy held a sword in his hands and said that this was for the repose of Crimson. They plunged the sword into the girl's body. The man struck the elf. The girl fell to the ground. Screams were heard in the dungeon. Turning around, the boy noted that there was only one left. The elf was tied to a chair. She asked with a serious look if their goal was to kill her and take their revenge. Holding his face, the boy said that she held a high position and no one knew if they would come to avenge her. Looking down, the girl said that she could fully understand how they felt. She introduced Chuck and emphasized the fact that, however, in order to shut their benefactor up, they had even attempted to kill him and that made her very angry. She frowned. Holding out his hand, the boy noted that if the elder swears to keep silent, they will let her go. She asked the boy if he thinks an oath forced out by threats will have any effect. The girl stood in front of her and asked why Jane was making things difficult, adding that they would believe even her lies and let her go. Smirking, Jane said that then this was their chance to learn that elves would not lie in order to survive. Pulling out his blade, the man said that there was nothing to be done and they would try to make it as painless as possible. He swung the blade. Blood appeared on Jane's face. She opened her eyes. Jane saw the man's head fly off. She was taken aback by this. Chuck was standing in front of her. His eyes were glowing red. Jane was scared. The surprised protagonist asked if it was her again. He looked at the warriors with a smile. He mentally asked if he should deal with these guys. He pounced on the guys and noted that from the very beginning he was going to kill them all, both the elves and the villagers who were in cahoots with the elder. The girl was scared. She began to cry and begged to save her. Stunned, Chuck said that he knew this word and he was glad to hear a familiar speech, but alas, he killed the girl. He saw the elder trying to escape. The protagonist threw the blade at her head. Chuck killed the last enemy. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist emphasized that it was easier than he thought. Eliminating the strong men first was the right decision. Jane was scared. Holding the blade, Chuck asked what she was saying. Looking at Jane, the protagonist saw her statistics. Surprised, Chuck asked if she showed it on purpose. Looking at the characteristics, the protagonist thought that he barely pulled out one patronage, and she had 3 and high levels. He began to study the ability animal husbandry. The abilities of the animal tamed by her are slightly improved and the percentage of success in taming an animal with increased vigilance increases significantly. Chuck asked if this was the patronage of a professional trainer, but even a high level will not bring special help if there are no animals. The protagonist held his hand to his chin. He mentally noted that there was only one reason why this elf showed him the status. He stood in front of her and clarified if her name was Jane. There was a smile on her face. Chuck assumed that because of Ass's patronage, he did not feel much enthusiasm. The protagonist was puzzled. A girl was flying behind him. Messages popped up that some god was feeling terribly uncomfortable and was pressing Asa. Chuck knelt down and said that if he didn't maintain his loner status, he would suffer heavenly punishment. Jane was surprised. The protagonist lowered his gaze and emphasized the fact that this elf was very lucky and he was originally going to kill every single one. He cut the rope and said that he had experienced something similar too. He remembered the 3 boys and thought that in order to survive, he taught the first inhabitants of the fantasy world he met to pronounce his name, although it was in vain. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that she would figure out the rest herself. He wondered how he would be different from them if he killed her there. Jane grabbed the chair with her hand. She started to run away. The protagonist stopped her. He grabbed her and said that she was pestering. Chuck asked if she knew his name. Jane called him by name with a smile on her face. Moonlight enveloped the settlement. Walking down the street, the protagonist asked why it was so quiet. He asked Asa with a serious expression what the reason was. A message popped up that some god said he was in no mood to talk. Chuck was dumbfounded by this. The protagonist thought that he could dispel the god's wrath only by abandoning this elf, but there was no faith in the villagers, and the forest was teeming with gnolls. They were standing on the street. Looking at the high walls, Chuck noted that they would first get out of there. The protagonist's cloak was fluttering in the wind. He and Jane were running through the forest. Jane held onto him and called out. Jane pointed her finger up. Chuck saw tongues of flame from above. The dumbfounded protagonist saw a phoenix. The phoenix began to scream loudly. The bird landed in front of them. Looking at Jane, Chuck noted that he didn't care and he had the patronage of a swindler, but this fragile elf would burn to ashes. She was pulling the protagonist by his cloak. A happy Chuck asked if she was telling him to leave her and run away. Jane started walking towards the phoenix. She started talking to him with a smile. The protagonist watched this with a calm expression. Turning around, Jane called him. There was a smile on her face. She clenched her hand into a fist. Jane kissed him. The girl was dumbfounded. A message popped up that some god was amazed by the unexpected turn of events. Chuck wiped his mouth. Jane was smiling at him. The phoenix was watching them. Flames surrounded them. The protagonist was covering his face from the fire. Jane was sitting on the phoenix. She called him with a smile. The bird pushed off from the ground. Jane was flying away. Chuck was watching her. A notification appeared that some god stated that Asa's crime was obvious. The girl was pulling the protagonist by his hair. A dumbfounded Chuck cried out that he was a victim. Holding his hand to his mouth, the protagonist said that this was his first kiss and Jane repaid the favor with a kiss. He was suddenly taken aback. A purple projection popped up in front of Chuck. The surprised protagonist asked what it was. Chuck's statistics appeared. He cried out with a smile on his face that he had a new patronage and such a high one. The girl's face was serious. Notifications popped up. Some god was drilling him with his gaze and experiencing discomfort. The protagonist noted with a smile on his face that sometimes this happens in life. The girl held his head. He saw on the projection that he was named by another elf, and his life years and youth were increased. All the effects and reputation received from the elves were significantly increased. Holding his fist in front of him, Chuck thought about increasing life and youth similar to Asa's patronage. But if you use both patronages together, he will have an increase in the amount of life that he can burn for the power of meat. The girl walked next to him and muttered that he was too happy. Frowning, Chuck noted that the reason for his happiness was that he broke up with this elf. The girl was taken aback by this. A smile appeared on her face. Looking into the depths of the forest, Chuck wondered if they would try to go further this time. The monster walked through the forest. The protagonist jumped on the wolf's back. Chuck greeted him with a smile on his face. He asked with a satisfied look to give him a tour of their home. The sun rose. Aloe stood in front of a crowd of warriors and said that 3 days had passed since their arrival. Stretching out his hand, he said that from today, after meditation, they will begin to increase their level through hunting, but they do not need to be too afraid. He looked at the girls and emphasized the fact that since this is their first hunt, the Knightly Order will be in charge of corralling the monsters. A joyful Etana cried out that mages should never miss such an opportunity for patronage, and by increasing their level and rank through hunting, they increase their strength. The joyful guys said that they had been waiting for a fantasy hunt for a long time. The girls said with a satisfied look that if you increase your level, then your skin will get better and this has a positive effect on the body. The guy turned around and saw a slime. He rushed at it. The slime was scared. Dumbfounded Aloes ordered them to stop. The guy was taken aback by this. Holding his hand in front of him, he said that it was a slime, a useful life form that does not harm people. Frowning, the guy asked again about a useful life form. Aloes said that slimes eat not only garbage and waste, but also harmful insects with corpses, and they reduce the spread of infectious diseases in the area. Etana took the slime in her arms. The guys' faces were dissatisfied. Etana hugged the slime and said that they should never attack slimes. She stood in front of the boys and emphasized that they could even be called savages. Aloes began to clap. The guy introduced the monster and said that initially the second level goblins would be the best choice, but today their target was the 4th level gnolls. The frightened girls asked if it was dangerous. Etana, inspired, asked not to worry, adding that the saint was with them and at least she could resurrect them. Aloes put his hand on her shoulder and noted that with such stats they could defeat even a 6th level orc. The gnolls ran through the forest. They began to growl. The frightened boys looked at them. They rushed at the gnolls. The guy hit the monster. The gnoll wounded him. The monster stood over him. The frightened guy held his face. The girl was shocked. The gnolls killed one after another. The girl concentrated energy in her hand and said that she would show them her chemical magic. An explosion was heard near her. The dumbfounded girl asked why her magic did not work. She was scared. Aloes watched the slaughter. He seriously noted that they would end here. He killed the gnolls. The monsters were killed. The saint walked towards him. She said that he had put a lot of effort into guiding the heroes. Aloes looked at her in surprise. Sitting down next to the boy, the saint said that there must be a reason why God chose these people as heroes and sent them to their land. The saint sat on her knees. The boy's wound began to heal. His wound healed. The boy suddenly stood up. The saint seriously asked the great heroes to fight until their last breath. A smile appeared on her face. She noted that she would heal them every time they were on the brink of death. The sun illuminated the thicket. The gnoll walked towards the boys. The stranger took the boy by the shoulder and thanked him for buying him time. The boy rushed to attack. He hit the gnoll. The monster flew to the side. It was lying near a tree. The boy saw messages that some god praised him for his ingenuity and another criticized him for his cunning. The boy saw his statistics. He noted with a smile that he was level 2. Looking at the characteristics, he thought that thanks to the patronage, the hunt was not so difficult. Notifications appeared that thanks to acceleration, he can move incredibly fast at a really important moment, and with an increase in the duration of the effect, the cooldown increases. He read that with the help of command, the abilities of the groups under his command are significantly increased, and the bolder and more reckless the order, the stronger the effect will be. Looking at the happy guys, he thought that this brought a lot of benefit. The guy turned his gaze to the scream. The warriors began to fight the gnoll. He killed the monster. The happy girl shouted that thanks to them she reached the 2nd level. The other girls were angry. The girl with a satisfied look thought that appearance was also a weapon. A message popped up that some goddess was glaring at her. The dumbfounded girl began to shout that this was not an arrogant address at all. She read that some generous goddess of beauty smiled with her eyes. She was taken aback by this. She began to study the ability female beauty. Beauty is relative and subjective, but it is an exception. It is free from the unpleasant manifestations of physiology and features of the body constitution. The happy girl noted that this is just for her. The satisfied guys shouted that they will continue to protect her. She said that she trusts them. The guys' faces were puzzled. They began to walk away from Lawrence and say that they will help him next time, but they are still friends. The guys crowded around the girl. Grinning, the guy said that Chloe was good. He started walking towards the girls. They looked at him and asked if he wanted to hunt together. The gods were watching them. The girl fell to the ground. The gnoll was walking towards her. The gnoll picked up her sword. She stood up and said that she could. Fire mana appeared in her hand. She sent a stream of fire at the gnoll. The monster was defeated. The girl fell to the ground. She saw that she had reached level 2. The excited girl said that she had not been able to surpass the other guys, but everything was just beginning. She picked up her sword. The girl began to study her ability weapon. Her body in any situation becomes a powerful weapon. All weapons she wields naturally regenerate like a body. The gnoll looked at her from behind the bushes. She held the blade in front of her. The girl inflicted a deep wound on the monster. The gnoll swung at her. He hit her. The monster looked at his hand, surprised. The girl directed fire at his face. She swung her sword. She cut off his head. She lowered her sword. Looking at her hand, the girl noticed that it worked. She saw that she had reached level 3. Lawrence had a smile on his face. Chloe stood aside from the fight. Aloes and Itana looked at them from the cliff. Aloes crossed his arms. A message popped up that some wind god was supporting him with an invigorating wind. Aloes looked at the sun. The sun had set below the horizon. Chuck was holding a gnoll by the mouth. There was a mountain of corpses around him. Some god asked if he was interested in how many he had already killed. Looking at the projection, the protagonist replied that he was not interested, noting that he did not even need to check. He already had thousands of corpses to his credit. He was sitting on the corpse of a gnoll. Chuck thought that while fighting, he continued to look at his status. The protagonist studied the characteristics and noticed that another curse had been added, but there was a much more important problem. Looking at the moon, Chuck said that he was sure now. The dumbfounded protagonist said that he could not level up. Chuck looked up at the sky. He saw a message that some god was worried. He noted with a displeased look that he assumed that due to the curse of a cruel goddess, it would be difficult for him to level up. Looking at the ability hero, Chuck said that he did not know it would be so significant. Frowning, he said that his level did not increase at all. The girl went into the forest. Chuck watched her and asked what was wrong with her. The puzzled protagonist noted that she liked to poke her nose into other people's business. A notification popped up that some god was intensely staring into the distance. Holding his hand to his chin, Chuck asked what kind of curse it was. He saw the description of the curse massacre, friendly races fear and avoid him, the chance of resistance to his cruel actions is greatly increased. The protagonist lowered his head and noticed that he was being pushed to become a complete loner. A message appeared that some god smiled silently. Chuck looked at the Knoll's bracelet. Looking at the bag of jewels, the protagonist noted that he planned not to abuse the Knoll's treasures. Inspecting the bracelet, Chuck stated that they were taken from humans or elves anyway. The protagonist emphasized the fact that since he could not raise his level, he only had money to become stronger. A crowd of Knolls walked towards him and said that this was terrible meat. The monsters were angry. Standing in front of the Knolls, Chuck asked if there were any left. The protagonist saw the Knoll's characteristics. The monster frowned. Smiling, Chuck assumed that they decided that they could not defeat him with numbers and prepared themselves. The monster's eyes lit up red. The Knolls ran towards him. Chuck jumped up and asked if he should be grateful. He swung his blade and said that so many good mentors had come to him. The Knolls were dumbfounded. The protagonist cut the monster. Turning around, Chuck said that thanks to them, he found a way to use this power effectively. The monsters stood in front of him and shouted that they should run because it was dangerous and the protagonist was too strong. Smirking, he said that no matter how much they prepared, it would not be enough. The sun illuminated the area. Chuck filled a whole bag of gold and said that he still had a problem with the language. He noted with a puzzled look that if he could not sell the riches for a decent price, they were like cobblestones. The protagonist wondered where he would find a smart Knoll who could turn into a human. Sitting on the ground, he thought that the lies of the Knolls were very awkward. The guy came up to him and asked where the one who eliminated all the Knolls had gone. Chuck had a smile on his face. The protagonist grabbed him by the collar. He grabbed the guy. Chuck thought that this was a moderately intelligent Knoll, similar to a handsome man. Grinning, the protagonist asked his name. Chuck said that he did not know what kind of Knoll he was, but he thought that they could be friends. Frowning, the guy replied that he was a demon, not a Knoll. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again if he was a demon. Chuck said that in his opinion, demons are incredibly strong humanoid creatures. He introduced the girl and emphasized that the kidnapper told him so. The hero's goal is to kill the leader of the demons, the great king of demons. Holding the demon, the protagonist noted that if even the gods ask for help from strangers, the demon must definitely be strong. The enraged demon began to shout that Chuck was a scoundrel. He called himself a friend and washed bones at the very first meeting, and this is a warning that all demons are strong. Taken aback, the protagonist asked for forgiveness. He said that the demon is weak even for a weakling. The demon began to cry. The demon with a displeased look said that it was just Chuck who was abnormally strong and he had such incredible power at the first level. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was all thanks to the patronage. The demon began to shout that Chuck was lying smoothly when he himself had more curses than patronages. Taken aback, the protagonist clarified whether the demon could see too. The demon showed a green eye and said that he had the patronage of observation, and in addition to this, he had another patronage that would allow him to spy on the status. Chuck held him by the collar. The demon asked how long he would do this. The girl watched this from the side. The protagonist looked at him and said that the demon was smart and did not look like a Knoll at all. The demon replied that he was a dark magician and a fool could not master dark magic. The demon said that he had just left his homeland to gain experience for the sake of marriage. Smiling, the demon asked not to equate him with low-class people, noting that Chuck had not yet been born when he reached marriageable age. The girl looked at the protagonist with a smile. Chuck saw a message that some god was begging for more children. The protagonist began to shake the demon and asked why he could not get married earlier. The demon asked to just kill him, noting that he did not want some person to mock him. Chuck asked with a smile if it would be a shame to die an old bachelor. Looking away, the guy said that the stronger the demon, the more spouses he has, and he was too weak and did not want to become the old woman's 243rd husband, so he ran away. Upset, Chuck began to feel sorry for him. The dissatisfied demon asked how the protagonist can move. Taken aback, Chuck asked what he was talking about. The protagonist saw a vial on the ground. The demon told him that he had sprayed a paralyzing poison that made even naturally strong elves unable to move. Looking at the purple mana streams, the demon asked how a level 1 human could be so unperturbed. Chuck remembered the man holding the vial in his hands and asking about the paralyzing poison. The protagonist frowned. The demon was scared. Chuck smirked and said that it had stirred up some annoying memories. He stood in front of the demon. The protagonist began to laugh. Chuck was enveloped in purple mana. He was dumbfounded. The protagonist asked with a crazy look who the demon was. The demon thought that this guy was a monster and had so easily destroyed the magical shackles. The frightened demon asked what he wanted. Chuck asked with a serious look what his connection was with the headman. The demon smirked and asked what kind of stupid question that was. He wanted to know if the protagonist could imagine how many elders he had met in his life. Enraged, Chuck told him that the elder had walked around with a Knoll's head on his chest. The demon looked away and said that he remembered. He He imagined the man sitting in the house and noted that he was the dying old man whose story you couldn't listen to without tears. The demon said that he had saved him with a curse. Chuck grabbed him even tighter. Closing his eyes, he noted that he was the magician who had helped the elder and caused him so much trouble. An evil grin appeared on the protagonist's face. The blue sky surrounded the forest. The boys were standing in the forest. Covering her mouth with her hand, the saint told her that the other heroes had decided to give up training and return to the temple, and now they would invest their entire budget in those who remained. The boys were happy about that. Smiling, Aloes said that they had an amazing leveling speed. They had averaged 3 levels per day. Closing his eyes, he noted that as expected of humanity's hope, they were truly incredible. A scream was heard in the forest. A knight was riding a horse, shouting that they had found a gnoll eating dinner. The dumbfounded boy noted that the knightly order was now. The saint looked at him and asked what level the gnoll was. The knight replied that the monster was level 5. Holding her hand to her chin, the saint asked if they had 3 heroes with a level 5. Aloes replied that they did, adding that they were improving very quickly. The saint said that such a chance did not come often and it would be nice to test them. The people walked through the forest. Aloes hid behind a tree. Watching the monster, he whispered that although the gnoll looked heavy, it was a special individual, so warlike that it could attack even mighty warriors. Etana said with joy that a well-fed gnoll could use powerful dark magic and they should be more careful when its eyes turned red. The gnoll looked back. Etana said with surprise that they were noticed because of her. The gnoll rushed at them. Aloes crossed his arms and noted that they would not interfere with them. The frightened guy clarified whether they could handle it. Frowning, Lawrence asked to cast aside fear. Turning around, he said that with such a heavy body, he would be slower than the previous gnolls and they would first dodge the attack. The monster rushed at him with great speed. Lawrence was taken aback by this. A powerful blow was heard. The guy stood in a cloud of dust. The gnoll's eyes glowed red. The people scattered from his attack. A fiery projectile flew at him. Steam came from the girl's hand. Mary swung her blade. Her attack emitted a yellow glow. The gnoll swung his leg. He hit her. Mary was dumbfounded. The gnoll grabbed her by the jacket. He threw her to the side. There was a smirk on the monster's face. Chloe held Mary and asked what to do now. The gnoll walked towards them. The monster stood above them. She closed her eyes and asked for someone to help her. The ability charm was used. Her body always emanates an enchanting aroma, significantly increasing the chance to command the opposite sex. The gnoll began to stroke her head. He licked his lips. Aloes cut off the monster's head. Tears came to Chloe's eyes. Aloes put away the blade and asked if Chloe was okay. She was shaking with fear. Aloes turned around. Surveying the battlefield, he said that all heroes who selflessly threw themselves into battle with a strong enemy would receive divine protection. Clouds covered the blue sky. A forest meadow appeared and someone moaned. Kneeling, the demon said that this guy was worse than the devil, grabbed him great, like a leaf, and began to shake. The man's eyes lit up red and he turned to him. Covering one eye, the demon said that he was asking for the impossible. Smiling, Chuck asked if he was looking for death, to which he answered that he should wait a little. The demon's hand glowed purple. He raised his head up. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about the same ability as the outsider, and then said that because he was touched and helped the elder, he almost died a dog's death. Looking at him, the protagonist asked whether to beat him harder or help, to which he replied that it was impossible anyway. A terrible saint lived in a nearby city. He couldn't die like that without getting married, to which the hero said that it was his damn wedding. Smiling broadly, the demon said that it was true. As for the second city, he would accompany him there. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was great, it was decided, and then thought about the fact that he was also against a city in which there were accomplices of the goddess. Walking forward, the demon said that it was true, he almost forgot, to which the hero asked again. Pointing his hand to the side, he said that 2 days ago the knightly order cordoned off the forest. They would have to go around. It was nothing for him. They would just confirm the identity and that's it. But for him, a demon, it was dangerous. Looking away, Chuck said, well, it can't be helped, and then thought that he would have a hard time with his tongue. Damn goddess. Some god laughed silently, and the hero looked up. A clear sky appeared. The girl, walking through the forest, said that he was the most talentless even among the villagers she had ever met, and then asked, he studied the world from fairy tales, he didn't even know what toilets looked like. Ethan thought about how toilets were not mentioned in novels and comics. He wanted to say it, but looking straight ahead, the guy was thinking about the fact that the woman had paid for the housing expenses for these 2 days, armor, and even weapons in full. With her back turned, the swordswoman turned to the guy, to which he asked again. Closing her eyes, she said that she had been doing it for some time. Turning around, the girl added that he was drilling her back with his gaze, and it was quite annoying. Closing his eyes, Ethan said that she had misunderstood everything. He just felt calmer walking behind. Smiling, the guy thought about how such a beauty was sympathetically helping a person he was seeing for the first time. The effect of uniqueness seemed, this was definitely the effect of patronage. the protagonist's correction. The swordswoman asked if he could hear her. Approaching the guy, she said that, moreover, he had just tried to attack a slime, asked if he had imagined it, how surprised she was. How could one not know such basic things? Ethan tried to say something in fear, but the girl interrupted him and said that beyond this place the orc territory began. She said that in general, it is worth starting with small errands in the village, to which the guy replied that this was not suitable for him, and the girl said that then nothing could be done. Turning to him, the swordswoman said that the orcs were much more dangerous than the gnolls, so he should be careful and not leave the forest, to which Ethan replied that he understood. Frowning, she asked again if he understood exactly. Smiling broadly, the guy replied that he understood everything. Leaves were falling. Ethan and the girl stood and looked at each other. Some careless god of wine called out to his friend, waving his hand. Some god of wind asked if he could be relied on. Looking back, Ethan thought about how he had more spectators among the gods, while others, like flowers in a greenhouse, slowly increased their level. He showed himself in the temple and monopolized all the patronage of the gods. With folded hands, the swordswoman asked to wipe this mean smile from his face, maybe at least concentrate a little. She said that from here begins the territory of the gnolls, a dangerous place for a mercenary at the slime level. An icon of a mercenary at the slime level appeared. This is the lowest level awarded to a novice mercenary, although it is the most shameful among the mercenary levels. The guy, smiling, looked at his ring. A plate with the characteristics of the hero appeared, but he received a new patronage. It gives the opportunity to get additional experience points. A plate appeared with the inscription that if he completes the task successfully, he will receive additional experience points. If he fails or refuses the task, he will significantly lose experience points. Although not without risk, but for him, the main character, it is not a problem. Looking at the ledge of the rock, the guy asked if this was definitely the place from the quest. Ethan, opening his eyes wide, said that he did not see any gnolls, and Arya said that he was right. Not a single one even showed its nose. It seemed that something happened in the forest. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that, as expected, amazing things happen wherever the main character appears, to which the girl asked again, and he choked and said that nothing. Opening the scroll, Arya said that it was strange. She hoped that the 5 right ears of the gnolls would not take much time. Walking forward, Ethan said that then they would move on, and the girl, looking at him, said that he should not treat the matter so frivolously. First they should return to the guild and check the new information. The guy turned and, smiling, said that nothing, let him believe in him. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked where such self-confidence came from, and then told him to be careful. An axe flew past the guy's head and he asked. The monster struck right next to him. The guy looked at the monster's weapon in fear. The swordswoman quickly ran forward and told him to brace himself. A piece of soil flew up sharply. The monster looked at the girl who flew to the sky. The creature clenched its teeth tightly. Its eyes glowed red. The monster's armor appeared. Arya, clenching her teeth furiously, thought about how durable this gnoll in armor was. He was a named level. Standing in front of the gnoll, the girl asked the guy if he could get up. The monster stood in front of them and growled, and Ethan answered that yes. The girl told him to take the sword. This is a named gnoll. He is very strong. With wide eyes, the guy asked if this was a gnoll, and then said that somehow he was a little scarier than he thought. Suddenly a second monster appeared, running at the girl. Looking straight ahead, she turned to the guy and asked him to listen carefully. Standing back to back, the girl said that she would somehow distract his attention to herself, and he was running away at this time. To which the guy asked how he could refuse so many experience points, and she replied that now was not the time for jokes. A blow flew at the guy and he said that he could not do this. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth and he thought. Looking ahead, he thought about what hit him. The swordswoman turned to him in fear and said the name Ethan several times. The guy thought about the fact that he was the main character. Some wind god was rolling from side to side, bursting into laughter. Some god set off in pursuit of his escaped belly button. Looking down, Ethan opened his eyes wide. Looking straight ahead, the guy shouted that he was a gnoll. Smiling, the girl said that he finally woke up. The gnoll was finished, to which he replied that he was glad to hear. Arya bandaged her hand, and the guy made a surprised sound. Looking at her hand, Ethan said that it was her hand. The guy widened his eyes and asked what happened. Was it really because of him? Looking down, the girl said that no, she made a mistake herself. She did not blame herself for it. Opening his mouth, the guy thought that the hell, what kind of protagonist is he after this? Looking straight ahead, Ethan said that he could not believe it, to which the girl turned to him. Opening the menu, the guy confusedly told her to wait. There must be a way to heal her, with the help of patronage, to which the girl asked him to calm down. Looking to the side, Ethan said how to calm down here. Smiling widely, the girl said that it was her mistake. Let her not blame herself. A sign appeared with the inscription uniqueness. The guy grinned, and then thought about the fact that the effect of the vaunted patronage was just an exemption from responsibility. The girl looked straight ahead questioningly. Some wind god fell from the clouds while laughing. Some carefree wine god asked to share his impressions. Raising his head, the guy furiously shouted that it was enough to laugh, but they found it funny. Some wind god felt uncomfortable because of his outburst of anger. Some god decided to teach him a lesson. Red lightning appeared behind the guy and he furiously looked forward. A sign appeared with the inscription curse. Clairvoyance opened. Even if there is no material barrier, he will not be able to spy. The chance to reveal his secrets and weaknesses significantly increases, to which Ethan asked, "What's that?" Reading about the curse, the guy said that it looked like the curse that Chloe received, which means he will not be able to spy even without a material barrier. Arya asked if he was okay, to which he replied, "Oh well." Purple crosses appeared in front of the girl, and she said that she was mumbling something under her breath. Did he really hurt his head when he fell? Ethan said that it couldn't be. Having fallen to the ground, the guy said that it was a damn curse, his dream of traveling with the beauties of this world, to which the girl turned to him. Falling leaves appeared, and the swordswoman said that the forest can be unpredictable. Looking straight ahead, she added that they would return to the city if the gnolls attacked again. They would be in danger. Clenching his fist, the guy replied that yes, they would return, and then said that the city, for sure, there is a saint in the city. The guy said that saints from fantasy worlds are able to return a hand. The girl turned around in surprise at him and heard him promise. Looking up, Ethan said that her hand, he will take responsibility and return it to its place, because he is a legendary hero. The hero turned to the demon and asked what his name was. Turning around, he said that they had been together for so long, but he only now deigned to ask and said that Byron, to which the hero asked again, "Is it a pseudonym?" And the demon replied that it is not a pseudonym, and not at all usual. Byron extended his palm up, said that he is, in fact, the 23rd son of the 348th wife of the 14th demon king, to which Chuck was surprised. Looking at his palm, the demon said that humans put a lot of meaning into having the status of a royal family, but in the demon world, the one with power rules, so there are many aristocrats among them, so they do not care about status. Smiling, the hero said that in other words, he is a loser demon who is nothing special. The demon sat down on the ground, and the hero apologized to him and told him not to cry, and then asked what his nickname was then. Looking down, Byron replied that Moss was given to him by an old friend who became the 425th wife of the 7th demon king. A memory surfaced of him standing in front of a girl, and then Byron said that he couldn't even congratulate her on the birth of her first child. Chuck heard her smiling. Looking away, the hero thought that the demon's story with marriage was, of course, sad, but he, with his abduction into a fantasy world, was much more unhappy. Some god yawned so much that his mouth almost tore. Some god was suffering from boredom, insisting on leaving the forest as soon as possible. A screaming Asa appeared before his eyes. Looking back, Chuck thought about what it meant. He felt uncomfortable walking with an elf or a human, but when a demon was nearby, the difference was obvious. Byron looked down in surprise. A paw print appeared, and the demon said that they had finally arrived, to which the hero asked what was going on. Looking straight ahead, the demon said that in a little while they would be able to get out of the forest, and the hero replied that finally something pleasant had happened, and Byron told him not to be so careless. The planets appeared, and the demon said that as soon as they left the forest, the territory of the knightly kingdom of sword masters would begin, to which Chuck asked again. Looking ahead from the ledge of the mountain, Byron said yes, and there were also orc possessions, to which the hero repeated. Smiling, the protagonist said that he couldn't wait, maybe he would meet someone good. Looking to the side, the demon said that orcs were on a completely different level than the gnolls he had encountered. Looking down, Byron said that there they were, to which the hero asked where. There were several orcs with animals, and Chuck said that he should give up, they were just orcs, and then asked if they were orcs who raised cattle. Looking up, the orc asked what was going on. The smell of human flesh was coming from somewhere, to which the other said that he was right, 2 males, and the monster said that the males were not as tasty as the females, but at least they could fill their bellies. The orcs shouted that there they were, to which the demon said, "Damn, it was all because of him," and the hero asked again. The hero stood, his eyes wide open, and heard that his eyes were sparkling like a gnoll's. He didn't think that in the dark they attracted attention. Looking at the demon, Chuck replied that he had gotten so used to them that he had completely forgotten, and Byron asked again. The hero, smiling, asked if that would do, to which the demon furiously asked that he knew how to hide them, but did not do it. Smiling widely, Chuck said that they looked cool, and the demon asked if he was an idiot. The orcs quickly walked straight ahead. Looking at them, Chuck said that they also allow you to see in the dark. A horde of orcs appeared, and the protagonist began to count. 1, 2, 3, there were about 10 of them. Grinning, the protagonist said that they were walking very relaxed. Turning his head to the side, the demon said that this was also all because of him. The orcs made money by dealing and robbing, so they knew the value of property. A bag of gold appeared, and Byron said that he should look at himself. He looked like a shabby low-grade mercenary, tired after the battle, but at the same time he exuded the smell of wealth. They already despised him. Jumping down, Chuck asked, "Well, then they will chat." Landing on the ground, the hero heard that he should do what he wants. Smiling, Chuck turned to the orcs, to which they replied that he was a skinny pig. Standing in front of him, they said that he was a weak, skinny pig. Let him give up all his things. The orc looked at the hero and asked, "What kind of skinny pig? Does he not even understand the language of pigs?" To which the hero replied that who is a pig here? He is a man. Frowning, the monster asked that the pig understands the language of the orcs. Smiling, he said that the skinny pig understands the speech of the orcs. Smart, and the others said that he should give up his things. If he does not give them up, he will die, and if he gives them up, they will kill him. Exhaling, the main character thought about the fact that their vocabulary is better than that of the gnolls, but still does not reach the level of conducting a dialogue. Reaching for his weapon, Chuck thought about the fact that, well, there is not much choice. The orcs seem to be much stronger than the gnolls. It is clear that they are used to being surrounded and attacked from all sides. Taking out his sword, Chuck turned to the orcs and said that they should give everything they had. Looking down, the monster said that they were orcs, not pigs. The protagonist abruptly thrust the knife into one of the monsters. The orcs looked at this in surprise, and Chuck thought that he could win. Okay, it was better not to think, somehow get out of patronage. Smiling, Chuck said that this was his line, let them figure out who was the pig. A sword appeared, flying straight. The blade stuck into the orc's head. Turning around, the monster asked what kind of pig it was, and the other replied that instead of asking, let him go and stop him. The hero, looking down, heard that he said, let him go himself, take a dare. Chuck turned around in bewilderment. Looking away, he said that he had said that orcs were stronger than gnolls, and Byron said that absolutely for sure something was wrong with him. Drops of blood flowed from the dagger, and the hero said that no way. A view of the valley opened up. The sword was stuck into the monster. Looking around, Chuck asked, well, it seems he dealt with everyone. It was much easier than he thought. Turning around, he said that by the way, he, as a companion, could help, and then was surprised. The demon was lying on the floor, and a blue flame appeared near his feet, and Chuck asked what he was doing. Approaching the fire, the hero asked what was the matter. What it was, it looked very dangerous. Lying on the ground, Byron told him to look at the sky. A blue sky appeared, and the hero asked again. A white dragon appeared, and the hero was surprised and said that it was huge. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked where he was flying to which Byron replied that the saint was riding on this dragon. Surprised, the protagonist turned around and asked again, to which the demon responded approvingly. Frowning, the demon said that what else could one expect from humanity's newest weapon? He had discovered it from such a distance and attacked accurately. The dragon flew far ahead, and Byron added that there was an elven kingdom in that direction, and if the saint herself had intervened, it must be a serious matter. Looking to the side, the demon said that thanks to this, he had escaped death, but they were very unlucky to meet the saint together. The hero looked at him in surprise and heard that why she was going to the elven kingdom, maybe, and Chuck said that his legs were burned. Leaning on his hands, Byron said that for a demon such a wound was a trifle, but wounds inflicted by the saint were difficult to heal in such a short time, so, looking straight ahead, the demon told the hero to carry him. Chuck said in surprise that he didn't want to. The dark sky appeared. The demon's horns were visible. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that not only was he abducted into this fucking world, but he had also been on the verge of death so many times. Holding the demon on his back, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he had never even carried his parents on his back, but he was dragging some demonic youth. Joyful Asa appeared. Some god suggested throwing the demon to be eaten by the orcs, and the hero said that he was in a bad mood. Gritting his teeth, Byron said that he supported him. If they found out that he accepted the help of a low-grade human, he would never get married. Smiling broadly, Chuck said that if he ran away later, he would have to start a couple of rumors, to which the demon asked if he was definitely a human. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said something that was hardly ordinary. He almost became a hero. Byron asked, mouth wide open, what almost became a hero? Looking up, the protagonist said that he could see his status, to which the demon replied that that was why he said it. The hero's curse is mostly received by demons. When you lose to the hero and run away, he receives a curse from him, so it is difficult to level up, and revenge is not even worth thinking about. The demon ran away from the man and then sat on the ground with a sad look. A demon who received a hero's curse is like a corpse. Surprised, Chuck said that they would check next time. It can't happen. For the fantasy world, it is somehow too irrational. Looking away, the demon said how he, a pathetic man, could get such power having only the patronage of an elf. Looking at the hero, Byron added that either Asa's patronage had an effect he didn't know about, and Chuck said that he would fall like that. Putting his hand to his face, the demon said that he had wandered around the world, getting various information, but he was hearing about Asa's patronage for the first time. There is, of course, a similar curse that comes to mind. A plate with the main character's indicators appeared. Looking up, Chuck thought that he at least knew a word about it, but it was more annoying than he thought that others could see his status. A plate appeared, on which it was written that Asa resets all states except death. If a lone wolf leaves the wasteland, terrible things happen. The demon said that he resets all states, returns to the original state, or he somehow misunderstood the meaning. Byron looked away and asked, so he doesn't eat or relieve himself, and fatal wounds disappear without a trace, and he probably doesn't feel tired? Judging by this, the patronage can be called fraudulent. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that yes, he doesn't know what Asa is, but it looks more like a curse than a patronage. It showed the hero killing monsters, and then Chuck said that no matter how many experience points he gets, everything keeps returning to its original state, which is why he can't evolve. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought. Turning around, he heard that, and yet, how did he become so strong? To which Chuck replied that if you think about it. The hero looked at Asa and asked, is that all true? Some god let out a sad sigh. Some god indulged in memories, and the guy looked up and turned to him. The man kicked the wall and said that it was a curse. Putting his leg in front of him, the guy said that he was constantly losing. What kind of legendary hero was he? Lawrence turned around and said that he was not the only one losing. Let him be silent for a bit. The guy said confusedly that no, he just. The man clapped his hands and said that they should not lose heart. Aloes, looking straight ahead, said that a well-fed gnoll becomes several times stronger. As soon as he raises his level a little, Lego will defeat him. The guys were sitting on the floor, and the girl said that yes. Frowning, the prince thought about the fact that on average they were level 4, the growth rate was quite high, so far everything was going smoothly, but the problem was that they began to lack gnolls for hunting. The man came up from behind and addressed the prince. The man said that they could not find traces of the mercenaries who destroyed the gnoll's home, to which Lawrence asked what they had found out, and the man replied that given the number of gnolls, it could be assumed that this was the work of the famous squad. The man handed the prince a scroll and said that experts were sure that it was a knightly squad, to which Lawrence asked again. The man said that the sword marks left on the gnolls were completely consistent, and the prince, looking at the scroll, said that this was quite strange. Looking straight ahead, Lawrence thought that so that the heroes could hunt in peace, they restricted the entrance to the forest. Dead monsters appeared, and the prince thought that, however, an unknown knightly squad had invaded his territory and cleared out the gnoll's home in just a day, or that the criminal was acting alone. The prince grinned and thought that this could not be. He turned to the commander, to which he responded. The students showed up and the prince said it was still early, but he should hurry up with the preparations for the hero's hunt for orcs. The commander frowned and asked what about the investigation, to which Lawrence asked that he should entrust it to the Information Guild. Their plans had changed and they didn't have any extra hands to do it. The man responded to the order and the prince said that he would be with the heroes then. Ethan opened his mouth wide and caught his breath. The prince turned around in surprise. The guy was standing holding the girl on his back and the prince turned to him, to which he apologized. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked where the saint was now. The people in the hall looked at the guy who asked the question. Lawrence questioningly said the guy's name and the girl asked that he hadn't gone to train alone. The guy confusedly shouted that he had heard that the saint had returned to the temple and asked where she was. The prince surprisedly said the guy's name and told him to observe the rules of decency. Looking away, the guy apologized to the prince and then said that because of him, the girl's life was in danger. Etana was surprised and said, "Oh my god, he is." Smiling, the girl said that now she is a simple mercenary, although now she will have to give it all up and return to her homeland, to which the princess asked again, "Why is that suddenly?" Etana made a surprised sound, looking at the girl's hand. Looking away, she said that it happened that way. Ethan, opening his eyes wide, turned to the princess and asked to call the saint. The saint appeared and said how noisy it was, what was the matter, to which the guy shouted her name. The prince, looking at her, said that the hero Ethan had returned. 2 sticks appeared in front of the guy, and he said that he had something to say to her. The guards told him not to move from his place, and the guy asked to listen to him. Looking away, Sayatea said that it was unheard of, the first level is also cursed. A table with his stats appeared above the guy, and he said that, at least, he had found a first-class ally. The girl looked at the saint in surprise. A view of the table with the girl's stats opened up, and the saint said that the patronage of the aristocracy was in the rank of, if she herself was not a marquise, then most likely the daughter of a duke. Putting her hand to her chin, she asked about that, but should she be considered first class just for that? Looking straight ahead, Ethan said that she had protected him at the cost of her own life and deserved to be called so, and then thought about the fact that he knew she was an aristocrat. The saint turned to the guy. Pointing her hand to the side, she told him to look around. A guard stood in front of him, and she added that if he saw priests and knights whose level had exceeded 30, they would gladly sacrifice their lives for the sake of other people. Ethan's eyes widened as he heard the question of what was so first class about her. The guy said that she was a noble soul. Everyone looked at him, and the saint said that this was not an answer. She would ask again what was first class about her. Gritting his teeth tightly, Ethan began to speak. The guy shouted loudly that there was potential. Arya looked straight ahead, and the saint said that he was right. In a couple of years she would turn into a beautiful, well-mannered lady. The guy smiled slightly and said that no, he was talking about abilities. Looking straight ahead, the saint said that there were more than enough capable people around him. In the 5 days that he wandered with the first level, his friends rose to the 6th. Ethan looked at her in fear and heard that here they were, the abilities that he could not even imagine. All the heroes looked straight ahead and heard how Ethan could not say a word. The guy's eyes widened. The hero's eyes glowed red and they said that he left with a loud statement and was still on the first level. The girl asked if he had anything to say. Leaning his hand on the floor, Ethan thought about it, which was humiliating, but the guy said that Arya was his precious comrade. A sign appeared with the inscription uniqueness. Closing his eyes, Ethan asked to heal her, begging, to which the saint replied that she refused and the sign with uniqueness cracked. The guy looked straight ahead in surprise, hearing that before asking, first let him prove his worth. Standing in front of him, Sayatea said that it was his debt, why should she pay it, and Ethan tried to say something. The girl knelt in front of him and turned to him. Looking straight ahead, she said that it seemed that he was taking the saint's miracle too lightly, to which he replied that he was not at all. Looking at the priest, the girl said that then she would show him what results her miracle leads to and turned to him, to which he responded. Looking at the paper, the man read that the country conveys gratitude to the saint for healing the elder. A sword, a bow, and a unicorn appeared, and the priest added that 15 spiritual swords that keep the breath of the forest, 200 bows from an ancient tree that absorb the moonlight, 600 tamed unicorns, 15 phoenix feathers. The heroes looked straight ahead in surprise, hearing that there were 40 more items. Looking down, the girl asked if he understood. These are proofs of value, and he can prove his. Looking straight ahead, Ethan said that it was an investment. Then let him consider it an investment. He will instantly become stronger. Looking at him, the saint said that they would talk again when he gained strength, to which the guy burst into tears. Looking down, Ethan heard that he himself could not stand it and ran away, exactly, and even pretended to be tough. The heroes were standing around the guy and he heard that he brought a comrade. What was he even thinking? How annoying he was. Looking at the floor, the guy said that no, he was not. Some male god made a remark that lying was bad. Some careless god of wine was disappointed by his indecisive behavior. The man raised his hand up and turned to the saint. The girl apologized for her impudent request and asked if it was possible to accept the lady swordswoman as her comrade, which she thought about. The girl looked straight ahead, and the saint thought about how it seemed to her that the other heroes avoided her. But she was too valuable material to ignore it. She still thought about what was the best thing to do. Turning around, the saint said that if the hero Mary, who was highly rated, wanted it, then they would do so, and then she thought that she would be an excellent conversationalist. Standing in front of the swordswoman, the girl asked for her hand, to which she asked again and said that it was good. The girl's hand glowed green and the saint said that from that day on she was the shield and sword of the hero Mary. The girl said that she should remember this until her death and thought that she hoped it would not tie her hand and foot. Arya looked at the glow in surprise. The girl's hand was regenerating. Looking at her hand, Arya heard a question about what she was doing, to which she asked again. Grinning, the girl told her to quickly go to the hero Mary, to which she answered that she was. Exhaling, the saint told the prince that they had wasted a lot of time on pointless arguments. Hearing that they needed to speed up on schedule, Aloes obeyed the order. Passing by the guy sitting on the floor, the heroes said that he would have to try harder now. Let him go faster. I wonder what he would do this time. The prince looked in his direction. Ethan, opening his mouth wide, began to swear. The guy was hitting the floor with his fist. The man gave him his hand and told him to raise his head, to which Ethan looked in surprise. Etana stood in front of the guy and said that although he failed to get recognition, he did not do anything wrong, to which Ethan asked again. Smiling, the princess said that it was he who led the army to the temple, thanked him for saving her childhood friend. The guy, looking straight ahead, asked again in surprise. The princess took his hand and replied that yes, this was her gratitude. A pink circle with a bright glow appeared behind them and she said that let him become her second student. Ethan turned around in bewilderment. It was magic. He asked again in surprise about the second student. The girl curtsied and said that let luck accompany him in battle and called him a hero. The guy silently lowered his head. He put his hand to his chest and said, okay. He smiled and said that who would have thought that Princess Etana liked him. Some generous goddess of beauty opened her mouth. Some male god praised his arbitrary interpretation. Some careless god of wine gave him a perfect score. He raised his hands in joy and said that great, a new beginning. Clouds floated in the sky and someone said, "Let's run." The monsters opened their mouths and ran. The protagonist cut through the air. Then he kicked a monster in the face. It called him a pig and offered to talk. The protagonist flew away from him in a jump and said that today they were bothering him again. These guys do not call comrades like gnolls do, but on the plane there is no place to hide. Chuck turned around. His gaze fell on the ram. It went to the luggage and began to chew it. Chuck shouted that it is not allowed to eat it. The luggage received from the orcs is too conspicuous. The protagonist smiled and said that there you go, good boy, better let him eat it. The voice said that it looks like he is having fun. Chuck said okay and that he was still alive. Byron replied that of course he was healed so he could untie him. The ropes fell to the ground and Chuck said that amazing regeneration and that he was a lizard, to which the guy replied that he definitely didn't want to hear that from him. The protagonist said in surprise that he hid the horns with magic. Byron replied that it was concealment magic, he would have to enter the city. Looking at the guy, Chuck asked if it wouldn't have been easier if he had done that from the start. The guy replied that it would have interfered with the recovery. Then he said that it would be strange if a pathetic little man survived after losing half his body. A moment later, Byron shouted that what was going on. The protagonist was a little worried, but this guy was definitely smarter than the gnolls. Then Chuck frowned and thought that however he said that this was the second nearby city, he thought they would get there pretty quickly and asked how far they were. The guy heard something. There was a rumble. The carriage was racing along the ground and a voice laughed and told the pigs to give everything they had. Several carts were racing quickly. The monster laughed and told the man that he was a lazy pig, he would not run away anyway, and that he should stop already. The man shouted something to the soldiers and they rushed back. The orc stood with a sword behind his back and said that some skinny pig swung at the orc and that it was funny. Then he furiously told him to just die then. The armor cut through the air. The voice shouted something. The protagonist looked at what was happening and asked if it was okay if they did not help them. Then he continued that he also did not marry the old demon queen, to which Byron closed his eyes and replied that he was right. He misspoke. Chuck looked up and said that they would just watch for now. If anything, they could help take revenge, to which the guy called him a heartless asshole. It flashed through his mind that there was nothing to be done. He could not yet fully trust the people of this world. The orcs laughed and asked that they had already spent all their strength. The soldier stood in a fighting stance. The orc turned to his comrade. Wasn't that the smell of a female? To which he told him to forget it. They only needed food, and that it would be better to ignore it and get out of here. The carriage door opened. The orc looked thoughtfully ahead. Julia and the girl got out of the carriage. The orc shouted that she was a female. The orc laughed and said that they should sit quietly. Everyone would be released, and that it looked like these pigs had problems with their heads. The girls stood in front of them. One asked something, and the other answered. The girl raised a fireball up and said something. The spheres flew at the orcs one after another. Julia raised her sword. She jumped up with a scream and the orc thought, what the? Magic waves formed an explosion. The soldiers were happily saying something. Chuck said in surprise that it looked powerful and asked if it was magic, to which Byron replied that it was nothing special. The protagonist said that he did not like it. Byron turned to him and asked that he was unhappy that his innocent fellow tribesmen survived, to which the protagonist asked how he could. Then he grabbed his head and said that it was just a pity that he did not have a chance to help them with revenge, to which the guy replied that it was the same thing. Those women seem to be from the upper class of this world. If you get close to such influential people, life among the savages of fantasy can become much easier. Chuck took a deep breath. A moment later, he shouted that there was an incredibly beautiful female here. Thanks to the hero's curse, the people of this world will not understand what he is shouting. Byron called him an idiot and asked what he is doing. But the local pigs will hear him. The protagonist grinned and said that pig slop, if they are going to attack, they should attack all at once, and that when he is safe, it looks much more dramatic. The girl looked at the fire in her hand in confusion. Julia swung her weapon. A devastating explosion thundered. The orcs laughed. One of them said that the female was his, the other said not to make fun of her, and that she belonged to him. The men turned around and said something. The girl with the fire in her hand turned around and said fearfully. Byron thought about it and said that now he used the curse to call the orcs. Chuck answered with a smile that he should go help the lady. The guy asked if he had not pursued another goal, to which the protagonist replied that plans tend to change. Some god suggests leaving them to die. The protagonist apologized, only this time to the respected Asa. The orcs surrounded the girls and said with laughter that the females were exhausted. One of them said angrily that these females were his and let them kill everyone else. Julia's eyes widened questioningly. The main character said with a smile, "Oh, well." Looking into the distance, he continued that there was still a decent amount left and he thought they would get there quickly. The orc said in bewilderment, "What? And a skinny pig?" Chuck smiled and said that it was simple. He squatted next to the orc, then continued that the self-sacrifice of Asa, who was passing by. A monster with yellow eyes stood and said that the guy had completely lost his fear, while Chuck sat and smiled. The monster had a weapon in his hands. Suddenly, he began to attack, saying that he would kill him. The main character was able to avoid the blow and jumped back. The guy said with a crazy look, all orcs react the same way. His eye turned red, the guy looked back. He stuck 2 fingers into the nose of the pig monster and threw it back while the monster did not understand what was happening. The girls stood and looked at it. They were in complete shock from what was happening. Chuck said that this method was interesting, but very disgusting. His eyes became bigger. The guy began to attack the monsters. He had a knife in his hands. He saw their attacks as if in the palm of his hand. From behind, he was told that he was being attacked. It was a pig with red eyes. He tried to attack the main character, but he began to fight with him. Byron began to scream that how could one be so careless, it was a red orc. Suddenly, Chuck pierced the orc with his hand. The girls were shocked by what they saw and opened their mouths. The main character asked what he still needed to be careful of. Byron said that nothing and it was better to forget about it. By the way, Chuck's body also turned red. It looked like the ability of Knowles. Byron wanted to leave him alive and study him. The guards smiled and spoke in their own language. They thanked the main character, and he smiled. Little by little, Chuck began to understand their language, and the studies along the way had paid off. God felt uneasy when Chuck did not behave like Asa. God suggested killing everyone fairly. The orcs were shouting that the pig was strong and that maybe the guy was tired of fighting. One of the monsters was hit on the head with a severed arm. The orc scratched his head and wondered what it was. Chuck said that those orcs who could turn red should raise their hands. One of the monsters asked how he knew the orcish language. The protagonist smiled and said that if they couldn't, then they didn't have to. It was sunny, there were clouds in the sky. Grass was growing in the field. One of the orcs fell to the ground. Byron asked if he was okay. Chuck replied that he was more than okay. The guy with black hair said that he wasn't talking about him. There was a girl with soft pink hair and her 2 guards. The protagonist said that he had used too much of the Knowles' power and asked Byron to deal with them. The guy went to the guards. The guy with black hair introduced himself to them and said that one could guess from Chuck's strange name that he was not from here and did not know the official language. Chuck thought that he was good at writing. The girl with pink hair said something, but because Chuck did not know the language, he did not understand. Byron told the girl that as she noticed, the guy received a curse, but he had the patronage of an elf with a rank. Even a person who married an elf has only an E rank. Chuck said that his first kidnapped elf played a big role, and all his misunderstandings are because of the cursed goddess. The girl said his name. Then she smiled and Byron explained she apologized for suspecting her savior. Chuck was mentally glad that he took care of the translator. God felt uncomfortable. God really did not like this development. God said that the traitor deserves only death. The guy said that he could calm down and in return he would tell his secret. It was night. Chuck was sitting in the middle of the camp. God was humming a song under his breath, and he also said that being a eunuch was not a crime. The guy said that it was all because of her patronage, at least it raised his spirits. The rogue patronage has one main advantage, which is also a crushing minus. Namely, it is about resetting all states. The fire was burning brightly. The guy thought that he had not been so idle for a long time, when suddenly someone came up to him from behind. The girl said his name. Chuck looked at her. He asked if it was Julia. She was from an aristocratic family who had a famous fantasy school prescribed in the settings. The guy smiled because the translator was already asleep. The girl sat down away from him. The guy thought that maybe she was asking him to leave. Julia said his name. The guy asked what she wanted. She picked up the dagger, when suddenly it lit up with a blue flame. She asked him for something again. The guy thought that since she showed the dagger, she probably wanted to see it from him. Chuck straightened one of his fingers and it caught fire with a red flame. The girl was sitting in shock. She ran up to him and started saying something in her own language. Julia was saying something very excitedly, but Chuck didn't understand it. Suddenly she leaned over a little and continued talking with bitterness in her eyes. The guy was wondering what she was doing all of a sudden. He thought that maybe she didn't like that he only showed the red flame with his finger. He pulled out the dagger and showed it on it. The girl smiled and continued talking again. The guy stood up and showed her his dagger. Julia ran away. The guy smiled and held the dagger. In the end, he realized that he couldn't understand a woman's soul. God was sure that eunuchs didn't have to. In the middle of a sunny day, there was a beautiful building. Chuck was shouting why they weren't letting him into the dorm. The guard said that he could not come in. The protagonist tried to explain that he was also a hero. He was told that he was a failed hero. Chuck did not understand what they were talking about. The priest explained that he had left the temple and since he had lost support, he had 3 choices. The first was to receive compensation and surrender, but in this case he would not be able to proclaim himself a hero and if found there would be a death penalty. Chuck was very scared. The second choice was to return to training, but he would not be able to receive support until visible results appeared. The protagonist remembered how he was laughed at school. Then he asked what the third choice was. The priest explained that the third choice was to entrust himself to the temple, then they would take care of everything, from a wedding with an aristocrat to old age. However, until death, he would not be allowed to leave the temple. Chuck thought about it and decided to choose the first option because he could not live locked up. The priest handed him a document. It was a contract. After all, it would be a burden if the hero who left the temple left a stain on the reputation of other heroes. It was a kind of security measure. There would be a new ID card to replace the hero's ID. Chuck said that this was very different from the novels. The priest asked him again what he meant. The protagonist replied that he was simply talking to himself. In fantasy novels, the kingdom or the temple, those who abandoned the protagonist were two-faced evil. Chuck asked if he could spend the money as he wished. He was answered in the affirmative. The guy was very interested in a relationship with a noble girl, but he did not want a wedding, which meant that a harem was also out of the question. He decided to go to the slave market. It was raining. There was a statue of a girl. The saint was sitting next to her. A girl with black hair came up to her and explained that the hero Chuck had renounced his debt. The saint thought that in the future, someone else would drop out, and even if not, it would still be hard. There were two saints on the continent of fantasy, but if a real battle broke out, she would have to pull it all off alone. The saint also heard that the number of gnolls had noticeably decreased while she was in the Elven Kingdom. The girl with black hair answered that an unidentified knightly order had completely destroyed the gnolls in the forest. The saint asked if one knightly order had destroyed so many gnolls. The girl answered that it was a small group of well-trained warriors who had mastered the art of fencing. The saint said that she must have underestimated the number of gnolls. There was even a tribe in the forest that was dreaming of how to drive away the gnolls. But a small group was no match for the knightly order. The girl with black hair asked if demon kings were possible. The saint also stood confidently. The girl with black hair apologized because she had misspoke. The saint said that it was hasty and dangerous to jump to such conclusions. But there was certainly a threat comparable to the demon king's invasion. It was better to check if the demon kings were involved. This place was on the edge of the western lands. The great demon king and most of the demon kings were on the edge of the east. Some of the demon kings had reached the center of the continent and were operating there, but they were not the type to be truly covert. If only they could freely investigate. The priest said that a message had come from the school. It said that while the school was on vacation, the school wanted to invite heroes. The saint asked how they knew about the heroes summoning, where the information leaked from. The priest replied that one of the students had seen the party window of the hero Chuck in the mercenary guild. The saint covered her face with her hand and said that it was a mistake to give him free rein. She thought that he would quickly become exhausted and return. She was glad that the existence of the hero, the hope of humanity, had become known. But the heroes are still too weak. However, there is still a chance for her to meet a student or teacher who will become a worthy companion for the hero. The girl said that she should first convey that they will definitely think about continuing. The priest replied that he would contact them immediately. A security guard came running. He wanted to report the information to the saint. They found a bag presumably with the hero's personal belongings. It was daytime. Chuck was driving in the middle of the city. The protagonist asked the guy if the women had recruited mercenaries. Byron replied that it was self-evident. The guard asked Chuck something. The guy with black hair translated that he was asking how one could be so strong at level 1 and asking for advice on how to train. The protagonist replied that these people were too straightforward. Byron replied that he should probably convey that their vile greed embarrasses him. Chuck cried out that this was not necessary. The guy with black hair replied that there was no need to be careful. The question of training was indecent in principle. A mercenary's body is his property. They are extremely shameless in this matter. Chuck asked, that is, mercenaries can behave impudently. Byron answered that he should not distort his words, because it does not always work like that. At the slightest thing an argument starts, which often ends in death. Chuck asked why then become a mercenary. The guy with black hair answered that patronage of a mercenary upon completion of the assignment receives experience points. Chuck thought about it, and suddenly he began to yell for them to stop. It turns out that the experience point debuff that prevents his growth only applies to hunting and achievements, and does not apply to experience points obtained in other ways. Byron asked why not. The guy with dark hair grabbed his shoulder. He calmly said one word. Then, with a crazy face, he asked what he needed to do to become a mercenary. After all, he found a way to become stronger. Chuck was happy. After all, they had arrived in the city. Byron said that you couldn't tell from his face that he liked it. The protagonist replied that it was because of the stench. The guy with black hair said that many different people were gathering at the city gates. They hadn't had a chance to wash for many days on the way. And besides, it was not the protagonist's place to talk about others. After bathing in the orc's blood, he smelled the strongest. Chuck said that he was hurting him with such words. Byron yelled, who would talk about that? As soon as they arrived in the city, the gentleman mercenaries disappeared. Byron told him not to be upset, because there are certain places where mercenaries go, the same guild, tavern, inn, stable, forge. While the guy was saying this, Chuck was looking at the counter with food. He said that he was already stuffed with meat and pork from his ears, and he didn't think there was fruit here. Byron said that he didn't feel hungry. He also suggested listening to what the girls who were waiting for them wanted. The main character was already eating an apple. Julia and the girls with pink hair were discussing Chuck and Byron. The guy with black hair translated that they wanted to pay for saving their lives, and also suggested renting an inn first. God grumbled because he didn't like it. Chuck asked when they were going to the guild. Byron replied that if he didn't want to be thrown out, he needed to wash first. God smelled this terrible smell and covered his nose. There was a house with a red roof. The blue slime was biting clothes. It turns out that these slimes eat dust stuck to clothes. They are considered to be natural washing machines. Byron said that trained slimes are quite expensive, so you shouldn't steal them. The slime was collecting dust from Chuck's clothes, and he asked how much they cost. The guy with dark hair answered that it was about a mountain of gold the size of the slime itself. The main character thought they were very cute, and he also touched one with his finger. Byron said that he needed to stop messing around and that he should change his clothes too. Chuck asked why he didn't have a change of clothes, and anyway, they had agreed to buy them later. The guy replied that a gentleman always arrives at the meeting place early and waits for the girl to arrive, and just in case, he had prepared a suit for the main character. He stuck his tongue out because he didn't like this idea. He also understood why the guy with dark hair was still single. They came where they were invited. The main character did not like the suit. It irritated him very much. Byron was talking nicely with the girls, who were laughing. Chuck asked, after that he says that people are pathetic animals. He hoped that heaven would punish him. God looked skeptically at the well-fed wolf. One of the girls' hands was holding onto the ladder. Chuck looked at them. The guests also began to look. Julia and the girl with pink hair greeted the guests. They were talking, but it was not clear what exactly. Byron told them not to worry because they had also just arrived. Chuck asked to stop with this, and it would be better to offer them something tasty to eat. The guy with dark hair answered that he knew one place that would be to everyone's liking, because during the long journey they had not been able to eat properly. It was clear from the girls' faces that they agreed, but they also often mentioned Chuck's name. Byron translated their words. It turns out they said the food was very good, but they wanted to go where the main character wanted to go. The guy replied that he was the one who suggested eating in the first place, so he should pass it on. Byron said that people and demons alike, everyone in this dirty world needs strong men. The main character thought that these inhabitants of the fantasy world were pretty good. God wasn't happy, you could tell by his red eyes. Clouds were flying in the middle of a clear sky. Chuck stood and looked at the building. After all, the market looked very impressive. Something caught his attention. It was like the girls were touching the muscles of a male slave and saying that he would be perfect for a porter. It was clear from his eyes that he was very tired and didn't want to go anywhere, but they were trying to get at least a word from him. Another man was yelling at a guy who couldn't walk normally, and a girl was sitting next to him. The man told them to go back, let them be re-educated. Chuck was in complete shock. It crossed his mind that it was not the time to stare. God was offering a simple bet. The carefree god of wine agreed to the bet. The guy went into the building where the slaves were sitting. There was a guy sitting there. It was clear from his eyes that he wanted to be bought. There was also a girl with big lips. Chuck thought that there was no suitable slave for him here. His thoughts were interrupted by the guy. The protagonist heard and looked at him. The guy asked if he had also come to buy a slave. Next to him was a very large man with red hair. The man asked what kind of rock it was, and the guy said that they thought alike and he also did not like the training and decided to leave taking the money. The protagonist said that it was a secret. In his mind, he understood because he left on the first day and had never been to training. The guy put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that they were in the same boat and they needed to stick together, and besides, he had useful information. Chuck asked what kind of useful information. The guy replied that it was behind him. There was an old man there, and if he found out that Chuck was a hero, he would show him a high-class slave that was not for sale. The protagonist yelled at him, because he was crazy, you can't blabber about being a hero. The guy replied that he could do something if his status was spied on. It wasn't a breach of contract. Chuck thought, wow, to spy on someone else's status, he didn't think there was such a loophole in the contract. The guy asked if he had decided on a slave. The protagonist said that he wouldn't tell him. After all, they hadn't even exchanged a word with each other on Earth, and here he was pretending that they were friends. The guy said that if he wanted to brag about a slave, he should come to the inn at the eastern gate. Chuck started to leave. The protagonist made the guy wary, although he had some guesses. The man was sitting behind the counter and smoking a cigarette. He asked to wait a bit, since he was busy now. The guy came in, despite the ban, and hit the table. He wanted to buy slaves. Ethan looked at him with a fixed gaze. The stranger saw a hero in the guy. He took the pipe out of his mouth and greeted him with a smile. The man showed a list of slaves and asked which one he wanted. He could offer him a strong warrior to accompany him. He thought that this boy had a lot of money, so today he would be very lucky. The guy leaned on the counter and approached the stranger. He demanded to provide him with a strong female warrior. The man was confused by such a statement. He said that he did not have any. He got up from his chair and said that he had one somewhere, a strong warrior who would suit Mr. Hero. The man led Ethan to a large iron door with a bunch of locks. He asked to go inside. He said that he usually did not bring everyone here, but for the hero he would make a special exception. The bright light prevented the guy from seeing. The door began to open. He saw some strange street. It was a place where slaves are prepared before being put up for sale. The old man stepped aside and offered this slave. Ethan looked at the muscular body. Her arms were pumped up, veins showed through the skin. Her eyes were feminine. The man said that this warrior was engaged in robberies on a grand scale in the northern part of the Kingdom of Knights, but because of the betrayal of her subordinates, she fell to the level of a slave. The guy was shocked by such a proposal. He did not know what to answer. The old man said that she had unprecedented strength. With one hand she wielded a two-handed axe, which was difficult to handle even for strong guys. He ordered the prisoner to show her status. Her name was Lara. She was level 17. The man said that the curse of a slave takes away all rights and transfers them to the one who took an oath to God. A slave, having transferred all rights, becomes someone's property. Each time, disobeying the owner's order, he experiences corresponding torment. The man said that if he skillfully orders her, she will never be able to betray him. Ethan apologized to him. The old man interrupted him and told the guy not to worry about the price because he was not going to profit from the hero. The guy objected that this was not the point. He said that he wanted a strong and fragile girl at the same time. The old man thought about it. The man said that the hero has the patronage of magic, and he needs a strong shield that will protect him while he masters spells. The guy said that this is true, but he wants to choose a slave for himself. With patronage, uniqueness will somehow grow together on its own. The man asked the boy to follow him. He wanted to fulfill his request. The sun was shining brightly. It was clear. The boy called out to the man and said that he had already chosen a slave for himself. The old man hurried to him with the words that he had finished very quickly. He was confused by the fact that Ethan had chosen 3 slaves at once. He admitted that the boy had surprised him. The man agreed that these girls were strong, but at the same time very fragile. He had not made a mistake with his choice. The old man turned to the girls and said that he was canceling all the orders given to them. The slaves obeyed. He declared that from now on their new owner was the hero Ethan. The man told the boy that he, as the previous owner, had cancelled his contract with them and was no longer the owner. He asked him to give a clear order because sometimes slaves kill their owners or run away. Ethan reached for the bag and said that he would definitely remember his lesson. He believed that if he surrounded them with his love, they would never dare to betray him. The guy asked the girls to follow him in order to buy them weapons first. The slaves obeyed him and went. Ethan was embarrassed. Some carefree god of wine was smiling happily. Some evil god was looking for popcorn. The guy was confused because they had already managed to eat and even got to the mercenary guild. But no matter, they got stuck on some trifle. He thought that he still needed to learn to write. He did not think about this when he joined the guild, because it requires a signature. Sweat was pouring off his face. He did not know how to get out of this. A cute girl in glasses stood in front of him and waited. He thought that this was some kind of curse because he could not ask for anything else. Byron came up to the guy and said that there was nothing to be embarrassed about because many mercenaries couldn't even write their own names. Chuck asked him to shut up. The guy handed him a note and told him to rewrite it there. Chuck was furious. Perhaps it was his fault for the hero's curse, so it was difficult for him to even just rewrite it. 10 minutes later, the guy was already sitting happily on a chair and looking at his creation. He was glad that he finally succeeded. 3 symbols were visible at the bottom left end of the paper. Byron smirked at him and called him a fool in his head. Chuck didn't understand why he was laughing so much. The girl asked him to give her the piece of paper because it was time to accept. They gave him a sign. It said that he now had the patronage of a mercenary and also a D rank to match the level of a gnoll. Byron said that at the first assessment, getting a mercenary of the gnoll level is a great honor, and he asked the guy to thank these 2 girls. The guy said that they were the ones who vouched for his abilities, putting their ranks as mercenaries on the line. Chuck asked him to thank them. Byron was furious since the guy had to do it himself. He replied that for this you need to understand each other. The guy promised that in the future he would buy him a children's book with pictures. Chuck asked him not to talk to him like a little boy. The girls came up to him and handed him some white sheet. The guy asked what it was. He saw that part was about the first assignment and the second part was about defeating the orcs. Byron said that it was a simple assignment and he needed to reduce their numbers to contain their fertility. His reward depended on how many orcs he destroyed. Chuck was overjoyed because this was his dream part-time job. In addition, he thought about something. In his opinion, these girls could be good bait for the orcs. Some god asked him if he was going to massacre again. Chuck said he didn't think so. He said he was going to do something more drastic this time. Some god was intrigued. The guy said there would be total extermination. A scream was heard all around. The sword was absorbed by the aura and it was the strength of the blows. Julia swung and hit the orc with it. The creature quickly approached and ignored the next blow. The orc took the girl by the head, which she certainly did not expect. He pressed her to the ground with all his strength, creating a rumble. Julia, when he let go of her head, stood up and looked around. The girl ran up from behind and asked her friend not to get up and lie like that. A huge stream of hot air from a car was aimed at the orc. She ran up and began to ask how the girl was feeling. Julia thanked her for saving her. The girl asked her friend not to overexert herself and asked if she knew what number this orc was. Julia said that there was nothing complicated about it and it could be easily dealt with. The orc rose from the ground and grabbed his head. He called the girls pigs. The girl noted that the power of the flame was not enough. She clearly did not expect this. The orc roared throughout the area and said that he would kill them. The monster standing behind him flew back from the strongest blow, killing his fellow. The girls fell to the ground. They did not know if their enemy was dead. They stood up and looked into the distance. Her friend helped Julia get up from the ground and said that she had met many different people on her way, kings, merchants, knights, mercenaries, elves, but she had never seen such a special one as Chuck, mercilessly exterminating orcs. She had never seen this in any of the above-mentioned creatures. In the elf hero, he struck with his dagger and destroyed the orcs. The monster clutched his neck, trying not to spit out all the blood. Having the hero's curse, which makes him easy to mistake for a demon, he also has the patronage of an elf, which is like a guaranteed ID. The orc put his hands forward and screamed, begging for mercy. Chuck easily plunged a dagger into his head and laughed. The girls decided to also gather all their strength and join the fight. They thought that the guy was a truly strange person. Chuck was intrigued by the fight. He sat on the back of one of the orcs and watched his brothers run away. The girl stood in front of him and demanded that he have a measure. She cried out with tears in her eyes for the guy to give her the opportunity to at least take a little rest. Chuck was distracted and looked at her. The girl was disappointed that he did not understand her. Byron said that he would tell him that she offered to take a rest. She thanked him for his mercy. The girl sat down on the ground and sighed. She did not understand where the guy got such stamina from. It was enough to exterminate all the orcs in this area, and not a drop of sweat rolled off him. The girl's romantic thoughts were interrupted by Julia. She asked her friend if she was tired already. If she suggested taking a break, then everything was serious. The girl was scared. She asked her friend what about her, because she could see how funny her legs were shaking. Julia whined and leaned on her sword. She said that her friend was luckier because she was wearing a skirt. She noted that despite everything, Chuck was incredible. The girl agreed and said that although he said that all this was thanks to patronage, this did not cancel the fact that he had skill. Julia said that she meant his talent. Her friend was very surprised. The girl said that the guy was not destined to see this, but his swordplay was mind-blowing. How can I say it? No words even came to mind. She said that the guy had been using dangerous and unstable swordplay all day, where just one small mistake could destroy his body. The friend was surprised if this was possible. Julia said that she did not know for sure, but she had been called a genius since childhood. The girls looked at Byron and thought that he had already explained everything to Chuck, and they would finally have a rest stop. The guy asked what he was holding in his hand. Chuck replied that it was an illustrated book of the official language step by step. He began to list the words written in the book. The friend realized that he was planning to study. The guy continued to try to tell the girls what kind of girls through the manual, but they thought that only specific things could be clearly heard in his words. Julia boasted that she had just risen to level 15. Her friend envied her. She thought about the gap between them again. She was a student again, successfully completing her semester. The higher the ranking, the easier it is to level up, and the higher the level, the easier it is to get good grades. Well, if you fall in the ranking and lose all the privileges. The girl said that this time she was aiming for rank. Her friend jumped up and was surprised that she wanted to get B rank. She was afraid that Julia would overdo it and get hurt. The girl said that they would have a hard time together, but this time everything would be fine. Her friend tried to understand her words. Julia once again remembered Chuck. She said that although he seemed to be immersed in the hunt, he was extremely concerned about their safety. Her friend said that someone told her that she was not interested in men. The girl replied that it was the duty of a swordsman to watch the opponent's actions. Chuck slammed the manual shut and looked towards his friends. He asked the girls to follow him with a strong accent. They did not expect the vacation to end so quickly. Chuck adjusted his voice and got ready. He shouted at them to follow him because if they were alive, they could go. The friends stood up. It seemed to them that they would not be able to walk even a few meters. The girl looked at the guy. As a magician and a scientist, she could not figure out what was on his mind at all, although he was simple as a child and acted at random. The guy called out to them again, and the friends listened. They decided that for the very beginning it was worth teaching him to talk. The princess asked if the bag was their problem. The priest answered that she was absolutely right. The girl continued to stare at the battered backpack. The saint asked if this was the problem. The priest answered that the girl was absolutely right. He said that the things definitely did not belong here. The amazing art of printing was before their eyes. The girl asked where they found this backpack. The man answered that one of the knights found it in the Knoll Forest during the training of heroes. The girl asked how many people knew about the existence of this bag. The knight answered that he and the commander. The saint did not know what the probability was that the commander had already reported the information to the prince. The knight replied that such a possibility was completely excluded, because he had arrived here immediately on urgent orders. The girl knew about the personal belongings of all the heroes in the temple, the same with the belongings of the heroes who had left the temple. She thanked the knight for his excellent decision and said that she would definitely make sure that he entered into lifelong service to the temple. The guy asked what she meant. The saint replied that everyone should forget about the existence of this bag, otherwise he would prefer a dignified death. The knight bowed and said that he would serve. The girl praised him and asked to follow the priest. The men left, and she continued to look at the contents of the bag. Her hand reached for the golden tag, and she became interested. The girl asked if her current interlocutor had heard everything. The man in the church suit agreed with her. The girl asked him to learn writing from the hero from the temple and learn how to read these letters. The saint demanded that the servant not let her intentions leak out. The existence of this bag was obviously a mistake by God. It was impossible for a perfect God to make a mistake. She thought it would be best to turn a blind eye. The servant apologized for disturbing her and said that he had a report for the girl. There had been a massacre in a forest hunting village, and the girl was interested in this. The saint asked him what he meant, and the servant replied that it was at the request of the elder that this decision be kept silent. He said that the bodies of the elves sacrificed and the defenders of the incident had been found. In his opinion, this was the revenge of an offended soul of a stranger, and the girl was surprised. The servant said that the locals were saying that the stranger had returned as a ghost. The saint thought about how they were usually called adventurers, and she wondered if he had a strange appearance or costume, just like heroes. She told the servant that it was not an offended soul. It was more reasonable to assume that he had taken revenge in life. For a start, she had ordered to find out what this stranger looked like. Sparks of fire spread under the dark sky. Chuck threw a plank at him, sitting on a fallen log. He looked at Byron and the girls. They were sleeping very soundly. The guy thought that this time he was very lucky. He took out the manual and opened it. Chuck said that he had sunk to the point that he was learning a language from illustrations for small children. Some god was looking at cute pictures. The guy asked if he liked such picture books. Some god agreed that he liked them very much. Chuck asked where the other gods were. God sharply replied that he did not know. The guy insisted that only by knowing where the other blocks were, they could avoid them. Some god pointed out that there were plenty of them in that direction. Chuck thought about what his interlocutor had said a second ago that he did not know. In that direction was the territory of the temple that the guy was talking about. And there is the saint who serves the evil goddess. He thought that he should hurry. Chuck thought that it would be better to run away as quickly as possible in the opposite direction to the northeast. It is worth not approaching this place running until he becomes strong enough. Some god offered him to read another picture book, but the guy said that this will happen after he mastered this one. Some god began to be capricious that his wish was not fulfilled. Chuck asked him to stop whining. He noticed that you were upstairs and looked up. The guy said that they would look at the book later, but now they were suddenly surrounded. These are not orcs, but people. Some god was unhappy that he was prevented from reading. The guy said that if he was unhappy, then they should be punished. Chuck asked Byron to get up immediately. The sleepy guy asked what he needed. Chuck demanded that he get up, since they were surrounded by people who were not inferior in level to these women. Byron looked into the distance and said that they were definitely surrounded. He asked how the guy could tell their level from such a distance. Chuck replied that gnolls could do that too. The guy went to wake the girls, to which Byron said that they would misunderstand him. The girlfriend stood up and looked at him in surprise. Chuck said that he tried so hard to wake them up. The guy replied that that was not the problem. The girls noticed something. Julia said that they were already here. They looked at the field. They were people armed with torches and swords. Some of them were walking with crossbows. The main man came forward with a long sword and shouted that he demanded the orcs. There was a strong scar on the left side of his face. He looked at the guys with his eyes. Chuck did not understand what he was talking about. Byron said that he demanded that they give him all the trophies obtained from the orcs in this area. The man ordered to kill the guys and leave the girls. Byron said that he and the guy were dead bodies, and they would let the aristocratic girls go if they surrendered. Chuck was furious because these people discriminated against them based on their origin. The girls armed themselves and shouted that they would not surrender without a fight. Byron asked the guy if they could handle it because there were more of them than they thought. Chuck replied that they had called them to kill anyway. He said that he had escaped because they had called him to a completely unfamiliar place, regardless of his origin. The guy promised to send them all to heaven without bias. There were more ill-wishers than the guy had initially imagined. He turned around and looked at the girls. Chuck knew that it would not be easy to fight and protect them at the same time. The guy exhaled nervously and picked up the right method in his head. The man shouted that there were strong females here. Many arrows were aimed at the guys. Chuck fought them off with a dagger, saying that he would not play by such rules. There was rage in his eyes. It seemed he had a plan. He continued to fight off his ill-wishers. Chuck dealt a strong blow to the chieftain, and he screamed in pain. His subordinate with a crossbow noticed how the man was bleeding from his mouth. He intended to protect him. The man did not have time to do anything, as a large hand of an orc fell on his head from behind. People were screaming that orcs had caught up with them. They were screaming to escape completely. One of the monsters declared that the skinny female was his. The guy continued to hear cries for help in a language he did not understand. Armed people were screaming that orcs had caught up with them here. They were ready to defend themselves. Julia turned her attention to the second flank. Chuck was standing right in front of her and looking at the carnage. The guy thought that here it was, the event of double experience points. Hundreds of projectiles flew towards the monsters while they were defending themselves. Chuck rushed through the crowd of aggressive opponents and hit everyone with his blade. The guy was pleased with himself. Blood was imprinted on his cheek. This was the slaughter mode, in which friendly races fear him and avoid him, and the chance of resisting his cruel actions is significantly increased. Someone's sword fell to the ground. The guy fell next to him. He asked for mercy. He asked for help from his brothers. Chuck understood this through every word. The man from behind took him by the collar and threw him back. It was the leader of the people. He, covering the wound from the blade, ran towards the guy, threatening to kill him. Chuck was surprised, because their leader was quite strong. A powerful blow did not affect him. The man grabbed the sword in his hands and aimed to hit Chuck with it. An orc stood in front of the guy. He was thirsty for his skinny female. Two guys from the human team pierced his chest with their blades. The man looked at it. A group of 3 people rushed towards Chuck. They ran up from different sides and intended to kill him. They wanted him dead. The guy raised his bloody blade up and prepared to defend himself. When one of the people swung at him, the guy with incredible speed went around him several times and struck several times. Suddenly he noticed something from the side. It was already another man, intending to kill him. Chuck with difficulty and returned from his attack. Still, the sword touched the guy's cloak. The man laughed and wiped the blood around his mouth. Chuck was furious because he liked this cloak. He was not going to leave everything like this. The leader looked at what was happening and thought that he was a monster. A short arm extended from the boy's back, drawing blood. The leader fell to his knees and began to pray for mercy. The boy looked to understand the surrounding tension. Many people were trying to kill the girls, and shots were thundering behind them. The mage girlfriend was doing well. The swordswoman girlfriend was also making progress. Julie delivered several blows that destroyed the opponent. Chuck thought about how all his guys were busy. Some god could not calm down and kept asking the boy to finish quickly since he was looking forward to reading the book further. Chuck said that he was trying his best. The next morning it was clear. The inhabitants of the city were looking at something on the ground with a reduction. In front of their doors lay a bag with pig noses sticking out of it. Chuck dumped these trophies on the girl's table and asked if this would be enough for her. The boy said that if it were not for the ladies in the he could catch even more. Byron said that the guy was crazy, who didn't know when to stop, because he almost died not from a heavy sword, but from fatigue. Chuck asked to stop complaining and said that now it was the girl's time. The guy handed them a certificate of completion of the task and asked them to take a sheet for themselves. The girls were happy to see the paper. There was happiness in their eyes. Byron translated Julia's words. According to him, she rose by 2 whole levels, hunting with the guy. The girl's plate showed level 16. Chuck was happy. Byron embarrassedly said that his level also rose to 20, and he was undoubtedly grateful to the guy. I thought that even a mediocre demon was already at level 20. He decided to look at his plate and find out how much he himself had risen. The plate indicated that the guy was still level 1. Shock and bewilderment were visible in his eyes. He did not understand how this was possible because he killed more monsters than anyone else. Chuck turned to some god and asked what this could even mean. Somebody looked at the distant Milky Way and said that there were a lot of stars in the sky today. Some god pretended to be asleep. The guy tried to talk to him again, but he said that he hated suspicion. Chuck screamed with hatred. In the beginning, the world was filled with emptiness. In the chaos, the stars on Cherepovitz, and after a long time, the first life in the world was born. This story was connected with some god. People joked in front of him and extolled his existence. These were living beings. They began to find something unusual. They claimed to believe in God and pray for salvation. In the end, these oddities turned out to be God. All living beings wanted God's help. God, giving them help, felt useful and saw the meaning of his existence. Some modest goddess said hello and hugged her pillow. Some demonic god hastily waved his hand. Some goddess of water cautiously appeared, but gradually the number of gods grew, and each of them helped living beings in their own way, as if competing with each other. Having received the favor of the gods, living beings began to develop in different directions. Someone forged weapons and swords, but many of them could not recognize each other's existence, and wars began. They passionately rushed into battle, meeting senseless death. So time passed. In one cave, a guy sat and held back the blood that was coming out of his mouth. Some god discovered this dying creature. It was very young. The guy began to pray and ask God for help. Some god seriously asked him if he wanted to live. The guy screamed that he really wanted to live and he could not die here like this. Thus, some god helped the man and granted him a second life. The little boy got out of his clothes and went flying. Soon he landed and began to cry on the ground. Some god turned around and flew towards the people. There was a hut not far from the cave. He hoped to attract the attention of people so that they would pick up the boy. The inhabitants of this hut heard that some god had hurried them to go to a cave. Thus, the dying man was saved and reincarnated at his own request. Some god was incredibly proud of the result of his labors. Time passed, and at some point God visited the grown-up youth whom he had saved then. The boy heard him ask him kindly if he was doing well. He put his hand to his head and asked if this was the same god. Some god answered positively and asked if he needed more help. The boy clenched his teeth angrily. He screamed that God had cursed him because he made him a child. His beloved wife was taken away from him. Some god was very confused and said that he had not said anything about a woman. The boy said that he should have stopped the wedding with his own hands and saved her. A god sincerely asked for forgiveness. The boy said that ordinary apologies were not enough. He asked God to take responsibility. A god flew away, closing his ears to requests to come back. God could not understand where he had made a mistake and what the other gods were doing about it. A god of the wind put on airs and said that he would donate tribute to whoever helped him successfully complete the voyage. The soldier learned that a god of war supported him. The man shouted that God was with them. A god continued to fly forward. He thought that he did not understand anything about this. After this incident, God gave countless blessings in life, but they all cursed God and blamed him for their problems. A god could not understand the reason for their discontent. At sunset, he desperately tried to understand. So several hundred more years passed, and God still did not know what to do with his gift. The world changed again to match the countless years that had passed. Generals demanded to be given the strength to win. Nuns and citizens simply asked for help. Among the living, the number of those who used God as a tool increased. In connection with this, the gods introduced new rules: hero, demon king, level, patronage, curse. Over time, the gods got used to the new order, with the exception of one single god. He noticed something. A boy, wounded in battle, asked a girl to call a saint. The healer said that the saint had gone to another place while he was fighting. The boy loudly demanded patronage to heal himself. The girl reluctantly agreed. His level was 38. The warrior thought that he, called a hero, was only capable of this. Some god asked him if he wanted to survive. The boy abruptly changed his mind and agreed. Some god warned him in advance that he would have to lose everything and start living anew. Compared to such an untimely death, this is better, according to the man. Some god smiled happily. He decided to help the guy start living again. God sent a blessing and thought that someone still needed him in this world. The guy abruptly pushed the girl away and said that now his body was the same. The warrior suggested that the girl first return the saint, but he noticed something. The guy was very unhappy that his level was the beginning. Some god remembered that he warned about this. The guy came to his senses and remembered his words. He thought that the main thing is his life. Some god calmed down and was pleased with his work. The guy was indignant at the whole forest. His eyes were full of bewilderment, and the high maters said that they could not fight him further since his level had not risen for so long. The girl from the team told him to forget about her and her friends. The guy was unhappy because this was not patronage. In his opinion, this was the worst curse possible. The boy knew that some god was still watching him. The warrior said that he had merged at first, but now he felt nothing. The boy said that he was truly grateful to God for saving him, so he would no longer hate and complain about him. However, he asked if he could give him one warning. Some god became interested and asked him to continue. The boy asked him not to let anyone else have his favor. It was a curse that took away something more valuable than life. A favor that returned to the first level every time it was used. The boy said that he intended to die, but not to use it again. This was a real shock for God. Until that moment, he desperately denied it, but eventually he had to admit it. He thought that this world no longer needed him. Much time passed like this. Some god was watching from behind a tree for some reason. The boy was sitting in a suit and holding an arrow in his leg. The god looked at the arrow in the boy's leg, thinking that it was just curiosity. The boy had a rare hero's curse and should have died without help from anyone, but the god was protecting him. The moon illuminated the beast that loomed over him, while he thought that even if he changed the name of the protection, he would definitely be hated when everyone found out the truth. Above the brick building there was a clear sky at the moment. The dark-haired boy raised his hand to his face when, as the god had feared, he had learned the secret of patronage. Sweat broke out on the god's face when the boy said that there was nothing he could do about it. A system notification popped up saying that Ace's skill reset all states except death, and that if a lone wolf left the wasteland, terrible things would happen. The boy clutched his head when he said about leveling up and called himself a fool, then added that it was obvious, so he just needed to think a little and that he was wasting his time chasing pigs. The god's mouth dropped open when notifications appeared that a god thought the boy was weird and asked why he was angry. Byron stood in front of the protagonist when he asked him to stop and suggested that he go get a new picture book. The god clenched his fist when a notification popped up saying that a god was praying earnestly. Chuck looked ahead in fear and asked if it was for his repose. The deity folded its arms in front of itself when a system notification appeared that some god had said no. Asa smiled when the boy asked what she asked for. The deity was hovering in the air next to the boy when a notification appeared that some god had said it was a secret, then Chuck asked what that meant. Clouds were floating in the sky. The man looked ahead in confusion. Ethan was lying on the ground, wondering why he was lying there. There was blood near his mouth when he realized that this definitely shouldn't be happening. There were people standing next to him when Ethan decided that this couldn't happen to the main character. The man smirked. The boy had opened his mouth wide a little earlier and ordered Sarah to attack. The girl rushed forward. She struck the monster. The two girls swung their weapons when the boy ordered them to do so. The monster flew back from their blows. Ethan clenched his fist and exclaimed that it was excellent. The girls stood before the boy, who said that they had worked hard and that they were now working together. Sarah brought her hand to her face and agreed when he added that they would be hunting often from now on and that they should let their bodies get used to the strain. Ethan smiled, thinking about the fact that the average Knoll was level 4, and Sarah, Kana, and Rusa were level 5 or 6, meaning that they could now easily face the Knolls. The boy brought his hand to the bag when he realized that he had spent almost all his savings on equipment, but now they could easily make money. The blonde girl looked away. The monster bared his teeth when she exclaimed that he was still alive. Flames appeared near his eyes when he said something. A whirlwind of fire appeared. The boy crossed his arms in front of him as a system window appeared, stating, Name, Ethan, Level 1, Patronage, Hero F, Uniqueness F, Mercenary F, Magic C, Curse, Clairvoyance F, Share 3.25. A fire burst into flames in his hand as he thought about how the power of the flame of Princess Athena's magical patronage was already so great, and that this was the protagonist's uniqueness. Ethan turned his head to the side as someone exclaimed that this was an amazing combo. James stood in front of him, applauding while saying that he was about to come to the rescue in a time of danger. The dark-haired boy opened his mouth and replied that if James was going to hunt, then he should go there, since he was the one who came here first. The gray-haired boy smiled and said that he didn't want to. The bearded man looked ahead silently. Ethan's face began to sweat as he thought about how he knew this guy was trash. He remembered walking down the street with a book in his hands in their home world. The tall boys surrounded the schoolboy with glasses as Ethan explained that James was a notorious delinquent who roamed with his gang. He imagined the black-haired boy looking away and asking why he was staring. Ethan covered himself with the book and remained silent when he was called a fool. He clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth as he realized that here he was the savior and the main character of a fantasy world, so no one would dare stand in his way anymore. Then he told his opponent to attack. James placed his hand on the shoulder of the bearded man who was his slave and replied that he had planned it that way. The slave girls grabbed their blades. System notifications popped up saying that some god was watching with special interest and that some carefree wine god was looking for popcorn. Team Ethan stood in front of James. A blade of grass fell. The man in the blindfold rushed forward. Sweat appeared on the girls' faces as they screamed. Fire appeared in the palm of the dark-haired boy as he asked Sarah, Can, and Rusa to cover him while he finished the spell. Sweat appeared on his face. The blonde girl was punched in the face. The red-haired slave was attacked in the stomach. Sarah fell in front of Ethan. On the ground between the boys were girls. The dark-haired boy looked forward in shock as he asked if he had defeated them with just one blow. Sarah and Rusa looked forward as he exclaimed that it couldn't be, then someone laughed. James smirked and asked if Ethan realized what was happening. The black-haired boy opened his mouth wide and called him a pathetic piece of trash and asked him what kind of trick he used. The bearded man's eyes lit up as James wondered if he had seen everything without even realizing it, and then explained that his slave's level was vastly superior to Ethan's. The girls looked forward in fear as he added that his opponent had just said that he could attack as much as he wanted. James smirked as he finished speaking. A tall man stood in front of the girls as he turned to Ethan and asked him to tell him that the boy was handing over his slaves to him. The black-haired boy looked forward in shock and asked again. The sun was shining in the house. Someone was leafing through a book. There was a deity near the protagonist's backpack as he said that he didn't see anything special there, and a system notification appeared that some god was looking for another book. Chuck was choosing a book when he said that he thought that since he couldn't level up, he would at least look for a powerful weapon. Byron was standing next to him, who replied that the main character had probably read too many fairy tales since such weapons had long since gone out of print. The mage introduced the two girls when he asked if the human aristocrats hadn't said before leaving that such a thing didn't exist, and then added that it might be possible to get it on some treasure island in the sea. Chuck, holding a book in his hands, asked what he thought about unexplored dangerous ruins. The guy smiled when he asked if that wasn't interesting. Byron bared his fangs when he replied that the state sent knights to guard the entrance to such ruins. Then Chuck asked how strong the knights were. The main character made a dissatisfied face when the mage said that their levels would definitely be higher than his. The sky was blue when Chuck replied that he would go get some fresh air. There was a large backpack next to him when he asked if it was really impossible with the first level. The guy looked ahead sadly, thinking about knights. He imagined a warrior in armor when he realized that he thought that knights were ordinary tin cans, knowing nothing but honor and bravado. After, Chuck wondered if there really was no way. The protagonist began to cry when a system notification appeared that some god was encouraging him, wishing him more strength, when the guy thought that this idea seemed just great to him. Chuck looked away when someone called him a skinny pig. The monster smirked and told him to give him everything he had. Then the boy replied that he was in a very depressed state right now, calling the monster a green pig. The monster stood behind him, who asked if he dreamed that the pig spoke the language of the orcs. Then the protagonist advised him to leave while he was kind. The monster swung his weapon and told the guy, calling him a smart pig, not to look down on the orc just because he spoke a little of their language. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's hand, and he said that he was not listening to what he was told at all. Chuck punched the orc in the chest. Blood started to flow from the monster's mouth. The boy clenched his fist. There was an explosion. The protagonist pinned the orc to the ground and asked if he understood what it was like to have his heart broken. Chuck swung his fist and asked if he understood what it meant to have no ruins to loot and what he should do if even in a fantasy world there were no dreams or hopes. He punched the orc in the face while the orc begged him to stop. The monster held out his hand and said that there were ruins. The boy's pupils narrowed when he asked again. The monster cried and said that there were such ruins, so he should stop hitting him. Then Chuck told him to stop lying, adding that these were all his tricks to escape. The monster imagined a gate when he exclaimed that he was wrong and that there were huge orc ruins. The protagonist sat on the monster when he asked him about the ruins, and the orc was worried about his beautiful face. Chuck smiled brightly and asked if the monster would tell more about where the ruins were, calling him a friend. The orc covered his face with his hands, crying. Clouds floated across the sky. Flames blazed when it was explained that each region has its own dialect, different from the other, and that, for example, on the western continent, special epithets are used in the official language. A pyramid with a hierarchy of monsters was depicted when it was explained that, for example, a knight would be compared to a dragon, and a coward would be called a slime, and that the expressions hint at similarities with monsters. The monster and the protagonist were walking along the road when Chuck thought about the place of the orc, located somewhere in the middle. The boy smiled, thinking that he was being used as a term for pretty good, and that of course, it was pretty good for him too. He slapped the orc on the shoulder when the orc asked if he should stop calling him a friend, and Chuck said he was lucky, because where else would he find a human friend who would understand his speech? The protagonist smiled broadly and suggested that they hurry when the orc asked if the boy thought he was stupid, because friends did not use violence. A deity appeared next to the boy when the monster called him impudent. The orc's foot was on the ground when he said that he would see him off, but a strong boar of his level would not be able to enter, and Chuck asked why. The monster looked ahead and said that he did not know, and that it had been like that since before he was born. Chuck blushed when he was told that they had arrived, and that the ruins were right in front of him. There were green hills in front of them. The protagonist put his hand to his forehead and asked what it meant, because there was nothing there. The guy opened his eyes wide. An arch was visible from the fog. Ruins were visible behind it. The travelers stopped at the entrance. The orc opened his mouth and exclaimed that he had finally gotten rid of the smart and stupid boar. The monster looked at the protagonist, who said that it was amazing and that he had never seen such a huge city. The orc's eyes bulged out of their sockets when he asked how the guy got there, because it was sacred orc territory, where only creatures of the 9th level and below could enter. Then Chuck answered that he really couldn't, and that the monster had brought him himself. The protagonist put his hand behind his head and added that there was no problem, because he was on the 1st level. A flash appeared behind the orc when he answered that it was a lie. The guy's eyes turned red. Arrows flew at him. The orcs smirked as they exclaimed that it was a skinny boar and that another pig face had entered the city. A young man with a backpack stood before them. When they shouted that he was a male and that they should eat him, then Chuck realized that this was an orc village. The crowd of monsters looked in one direction when one of them exclaimed that the male should blame his carelessness for wandering into orc territory, and that if he set foot there, it meant that he was barely level 9. The gray-haired monster opened his mouth wide and informed his brethren that this was not true at all and that they should be more careful. He grabbed the hilt of his sword as he began to talk about how this guy was different. The protagonist held a dagger in his hand as he addressed the orc lords and said that he would walk around here for a bit, and that they might try to stop him. His cloak fluttered as he added that he would still trample them and pass. Chuck lifted off the ground and rushed forward. Something hit the stone slabs. The protagonist loomed over the orcs. They looked up in shock, asking if the boar had flown. Someone clasped their fingers. The deity folded his hands in front of him when a notification appeared that some god was praying for the repose of several 100,000 pigs. Blood spurted when someone screamed about running and about stopping him. The sky was pink. The orcs looked around when one of them asked where the boar had gone, to which another replied that he could not smell it because of the smell of his brother's blood. The monsters stood with swords in their hands when they screamed that most of them had already been defeated and that they needed to find the boy to avenge their comrades. There was someone standing around the corner of the building when the orc shouted that there seemed to be something there and offered to check. The protagonist looked ahead when he said that there was no end to them. Chuck looked at the bodies of the slain orcs when he asked how many monsters there were, adding that he had already killed many. Then a system notification appeared that some god was dancing at the site of a brutal massacre. The young man looked away when he said that he was trying to find a way out, but they seemed to be marking time and suggested that perhaps some special conditions were needed. Orcs loomed over him, shouting that they had found him. Monsters with swords were running after the guy, telling the enemy of their tribe to stop. Chuck crouched down on the ground when he said that they were clinging to him while the orcs were calling for him to be killed. The monsters tried to squeeze through the passage, asking how the guy could jump for so long and that he wasn't even tired. The protagonist smiled as he suggested that they fight to the end until they see who wins. Sweat appeared on the orcs' faces. There was an explosion. The sunset sky was above the walls as the boy said that they looked down on him because he was a level 1. Sitting on a pile of orc bodies, he added that they themselves were nothing special. Slimes were crawling over the monsters' bodies as the boy said that it was good that he brought them with him, because they would collect everything themselves and that he had most of them figured out anyway. Chuck was looking at the system window as he asked if anything had changed, and then said that Massacre had risen to C rank. The system window said D rank Extermination as he assumed that it was a new curse. A notification popped up about a skill called Extermination, which when activated increased the chance that the undead he killed would appear in his dreams, and the nightmares would continue to plague him until all the undead had ascended or were tired. An orc ghost appeared behind the boy as he asked if that meant that all the orcs he had killed would haunt him in his dreams. The deity struck the ghost when Chuck said that he didn't care because he wasn't sleeping, and then added that not only had one curse gotten stronger, but a new one had appeared, and asked the god if he thought that was too cruel. The deity stared ahead silently as a system notification popped up saying that some god was upset because he hadn't done anything, and the boy explained that he wasn't talking about him, but about the curses. There were men standing in front of him whose speech he didn't understand, when the main character said that it was somehow too illogical that the price for saving people was a curse. Then a notification appeared that some god thought that he needed to talk to some orc. Sweat appeared on the faces of the people when Chuck thought about the people there, captured by orcs, and that he took with him everyone he saw. The edge of the cloak fluttered when the boy asked about how they didn't care about foreigners at all, adding that he couldn't understand a word. The protagonist landed in front of the people when he said that he should have taken Byron with him. The orc frowned, calling the guy a scary pig when Chuck turned to the monster pretending to be a corpse and said that he knew that he was alive. The young man looked at the monster and asked how to get out of there, because no matter how much he walked, he was still marking time. Then the orc answered that the city had different entrances and exits, and that the only exit was in the center of the city. The protagonist looked away when he said that he understood why he didn't see anything during the search, and that he should have gone not outside, but into the center. The guy stopped in front of the stairs. He stood at the foot of the stairs when he asked if that was really the exit the orc mentioned. There was a deity above Chuck when he said that he didn't see anything special, and then asked if he really needed to use magic to make some kind of portal appear since this was a fantasy world. There was a flash. A pillar of light appeared in front of the young man. A bare-chested monster asked if he was the same man who destroyed their abode. The people looked ahead in fear, speaking in an incomprehensible language. An orc with black hair ordered to answer his question. Chuck, smirking, looked ahead, wondering if this was really an orc, since it was too spectacular in appearance. Horns protruded from the monster's head when he repeated the order for the man to answer his question. The protagonist smiled when he realized that this orc was stronger than him, and replied that he asked them to leave, but they stayed. The monster, holding a weapon in one hand, asked if this was really the only reason the guy exterminated 300,000 orcs. Chuck stood against the wall as he replied that he now understood why he had been killing them for so long. The orc held his trident in front of him as he said that he was the guardian of this city and the orcs, and that he would not let go of a single soul who knew the secret of that city. The protagonist threw off his backpack and asked again. The guardian frowned as Chuck exclaimed that it was only for the best. Red energy appeared between the palms of the young man. He rushed towards the orc as he exclaimed that if there was a guardian, then there were treasures that needed to be protected. The protagonist swung his blade as he decided that he would take everything at once. The guardian swung his trident. The opponents were opposite each other as Chuck wished death on the orc. The boy frowned as he realized that the orc was not joking with him. The blades almost touched as the protagonist realized that the guardian was a level higher than his brothers. His hand and dagger appeared behind the boy. The protagonist turned around. The orc held his hand out in front of him as he said that it was the end. Chuck was enveloped in green energy. He closed one eye. A blinding flash occurred between the opponents. The keeper looked forward and said that it was amazing. The youth grabbed his injured hand as the orc asked if he had escaped his signature killing blow. Blood was running down the protagonist's face as the orc said that the boy had only lost one eye and one arm. Blood was oozing from the severed limb. The keeper of the orc city frowned as he said that it would not end there and that Chuck would pay for the death of his 300,000 brothers, adding that the boy should not expect to meet a peaceful death. The protagonist grew a new arm as he exclaimed that they had a lord judge here. The orc looked forward in shock. A staircase separated the keeper and the youth. Chuck held his hand out to the side as the orc said that he understood where this confidence came from. The guardian looked ahead when he asked if his body was immortal. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was something like that. The orc held out his trident and exclaimed that they had only one way out, and that for at least 100 years or 1,000, he would simply lock the boy in this city until the young man simply died of old age. Chuck grinned and exclaimed that he really had no way out, although he himself thought about what he should do now. The moon was shining in the sky. Mary was sitting by the window when she was addressed. Arya was standing in front of her, whom she asked to come in quickly. Then the red-haired girl replied that Mary had already managed to reach the 7th level, and that she was truly amazing. The dark-haired girl smiled and said that it was all thanks to the patronage of the hero, and that she did not get it by her own efforts. Arya spread her arms and replied that the noble's favor was also with her since birth, and then asked if the girl knew what effect it had. A system window appeared, saying that Arya, as a noble, must protect her vassals, and that part of the experience points the vassals received were given to her. Then Mary said that this was a B-rank noble, and the red-haired girl replied that this proved that she was the daughter of a duke and a rank noble. Mary raised her hand to her face and said that it was amazing, thinking that her favor allowed her to gain experience points for almost nothing. Arya smiled and replied that she had no subordinates, so this favor was useless and that she thought it was unnecessary, so she even told her mother that she did not need any favors. She remembered a girl standing in front of a little girl and added that she had scolded her then, saying that in that case, her daughter should repeat the same words in front of the people who had sacrificed everything for this patronage. The child began to cry. Arya stood in front of Mary when she said that with patronage comes responsibility and thanked her, adding that it was a lesson for her. The red-haired girl opened her mouth and began to speak. She looked at the crescent moon and asked if Ethan was okay. Mary put her hand behind her ear when she asked if she liked him. Then Arya asked again and laughed. She looked at the dark-haired girl and asked what she thought about it, and Mary laughed. In front of her was a door from behind which a voice announced that Mary's hero had been visited by the saint. Arya opened her mouth wide and asked why it's such an hour. The door opened slightly. The white-haired girl looked away and apologized for the lateness of her visit. Mary stood in front of the red-haired girl and greeted the guest, then asked if she had any errands to run. The saint smiled and said she came because she wanted to chat, then asked Arius to serve them tea. There were 3 crescent moons in the night sky when the girl agreed. The mug was filling with tea. Mary sat across from the saint, who asked if there was anything that was bothering her, to which the girl replied that it was nothing serious. She smiled, thinking that she felt like she was being called to the staff room for a scolding, when the saint said she was glad she had settled into Fantasia. She touched the mug when she said that the heroes were currently competing against each other. The blonde girl looked out the window and added that she was worried that the competition would have undesirable consequences and that she wanted Mary to tell her if there were any signs of it. She opened her mouth as she said that it would be better to do this before the heroes fell. The girls looked in the same direction as Mary asked her again, and the saint confirmed her words. The silhouettes of the heroes were visible in the mug as she explained that those possessed by patronage or temptations would soon appear, although they could already make themselves known. Mary opened her mouth and asked about what would happen if this very fall occurred. The saint looked seriously ahead as she answered that even a fallen hero would remain a hero, and that they had special measures to combat them so they were not killed. The blonde girl began to drink her tea as she added that falling meant betraying the love of everyone who believed in heroes. She remembered the girl with wings hovering over the students, one of whom asked to be returned to Earth. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked how someone who only caused trouble for his family could save the entire world. Mary looked at the boy. Her eyes widened. The girl smiled, and when asked what was wrong, she said she was just thinking. She brought the mug to her mouth when she thought about why his words only came to mind now, and whether he came home safe, and whether his choice was the right one. The saint smirked when she asked Mary if she knew a hero named Chuck. The dark-haired girl was wiping her face when she exclaimed that she scared her and asked how the saint knew him. Then she asked if he was Mary's boyfriend. The blonde girl narrowed her eyes when she was told that they were just in the same class. That's how they knew each other. The saint grabbed the hero by the hand and exclaimed that she should tell everything to her sister. The moon was shining over the house when she added that Mary should open up to her soon and tell her about him. System notifications popped up that some innocent goddess was also very eager to listen, and that some generous goddess of beauty was asking how close they were. There was a chair by the bed. The blonde girl held a candle in her hand when she thought about how they were acquaintances. She imagined Mary when she thought about how she seemed very interested in him and how many hours she had been chatting about him. The girl touched the keychain on her bag when she thought about Chuck being the one who refused to become a hero and was sent away by the goddess. The saint looked ahead as she realized that if the truth came out that he had failed to return, it would greatly reduce the hero's trust in the gods. Then she thought that the problem was over if he was already dead, and that it would be enough to just hide the evidence. Then she wondered what would happen if he was still alive. A system notification appeared, saying that some arrogant goddess of virtue was looking at her. A girl with wings hung over the saint. She opened her eyes slightly as a system notification appeared, saying that some arrogant goddess of virtue was sneaking a peek at things. The saint looked up and addressed the deity. Notifications appeared, saying that some arrogant goddess of virtue was extremely displeased and left the room. The girl rested her hand on the bed, breathing heavily. She stood by the bed, thinking that by using the patronage called the Goddess of Heroes, she could find the location of all the heroes, but even she could not find Chuck. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she assumed that another god was interfering with the goddess. She placed her hands on a piece of paper when she decided that she absolutely had to find him and erase even a trace of his presence. The head of a deity emerged from the wall. It silently looked forward when a notification appeared that a god had overheard the saint's plan. The deity disappeared into the wall when a system notification came that a god had quietly left. Stars shone above the ruins. There was a small explosion. The orc with horns said that he was not even tired. The guardian opened his mouth and asked how much longer the guy was going to waste his power. At the bottom of the stairs was the protagonist, who asked him again. The orc's eyes sparkled when the man laughed. Chuck bent his index finger and replied that until the damned orc died. The guy rushed forward. The guardian held a trident at his side when he called his opponent a boy. The orc pointed the weapon at the protagonist. The tip of the trident approached the guy's eye. A flash occurred in front of him. People were drawn on the ground. A silhouette with a horn pointed a weapon at another. Chuck propped his chin up with his hand. He touched his hair when he wondered if he really had to move like that. Someone came up to him from behind and greeted him when he added that no, since the orc immediately launched an attack after that. The guy turned around and addressed Bruce. The man with the bandage smiled when the system window appeared, which stated, Name, Bruce, Level 9, Patronage, Intelligence F, Mercenary C, Curse, None. Chuck thought about how this guy had become a temporary leader of a group of villagers he had saved from the orcs. In front of the protagonist stood Bruce, whom he did not understand, so he asked about what he said. The blonde guy pointed at the girl. She bowed. There was a sound of a blow. Chuck clenched his fists and asked the running man, who apologized and begged for mercy, if he really wanted to die. The guy looked at the girl and asked if she would leave. He walked past her and said that she could do whatever she wanted. The girl opened her eyes wide. The protagonist sat down by the fire and tried to remember where he had stopped. The girl was sitting behind him when he decided that he would do exactly that there first. His foot was lying on the ground when he added that he would go that way later. The sun was shining in the sky. Chuck stretched and said that it was already morning. There were drawings on the ground in front of him when he asked if this should be enough to defeat the orc keeper. He looked at the girl lying on the ground. She was sleeping peacefully on her side when the protagonist said that she just fell asleep like that. A deity appeared behind the guy when a system notification appeared that some god threatened not to worry about her. Then the boy replied that he knew it. Chuck opened his eyes, thinking that now his primary task was to defeat the guardian of the ruins, and that in general he found something to cling to. God Asa opened his mouth slightly when the protagonist addressed him. The guy put his hands in front of him when he asked to look closely. Red energy began to gather around his dagger. The boy opened his eyes. The image of the guardian appeared behind him. Chuck swung the blade a few times. His leg slowed down. His cloak fluttered above him. Asa opened his mouth wide when the guy asked how he felt about this. Then a notification appeared that some god could not believe his eyes. Asa grabbed his head when Chuck explained that he had been training since yesterday and asked if it was similar to what the keeper does. Then a system notification appeared that some god was asking if this was a fantasy. The protagonist remembered how the orc swung his weapon and thought about how he had been losing all day long until he got tired of it, but he managed to spy on the orc's fencing. Sweat appeared on Ass's face when a notification appeared that some god called the boy a pervert. A system window appeared on the side of the guy. It indicated name, Chuck, level 1, patronage, Asa E, Elf C, Mercenary B, curse, Hero E, Carnage E, share 14.01. Then the protagonist thought about how, nevertheless, he trained until he became confident in his abilities, and for this, the god gave him a reward. The system window showed that Asa's patronage had increased from F to E rank. Chuck smiled and blushed as he exclaimed that he respected Asa for increasing his patronage, and a notification appeared that some god had gotten proud. The boy opened his eyes slightly as he noticed that the hero's curse had increased from E to C rank, and, turning to the curse goddess, exclaimed that this was too much. He remembered the girl with the sphere in her hands as he realized that the fact that the curse level had only increased now meant that the goddess had noticed too. Chuck gritted his teeth as he thought about her noticing that he had not fallen to the knolls and had managed to survive. Asa raised his hand behind him as he asked him if it was time for them to go, and a system notification appeared that some god had suggested teaching the bad pig a lesson. The protagonist decided that there was no time to relax. The keeper crossed his arms over his chest. He stood at the top of the stairs when he exclaimed that the man had returned to die, and then asked if he planned to run away again with his tail between his legs. Chuck, holding a blade in his hand, replied that he would not run away this time. The orc opened his mouth and wondered if the boy really thought that he would believe the man's treacherous words. The keeper held a trident in his hand when the boy asked what would happen if he did not believe. Then the orc told the protagonist to go inside, adding that he would show him the ruins. The boy walked up the steps when he asked if the orc had prepared a trap out of fear of him. Sweat appeared on the keeper's face when he wondered if the man really thought that he, a great warrior, would use all sorts of traps. Chuck smirked, assuming that he himself could not leave the ruins, so he decided to pull him inside and eliminate him. They walked next to each other when the orc told him to follow him, and the protagonist thought that the pig was smart. The guy looked ahead in surprise. An orc stood in front of him when the youth asked about what it was, because there was nothing there. Then the keeper replied that this was a training hall where heroes were raised in ancient times. Chuck frowned and asked if there were orcs among the heroes, to which he was told that no, and that their race was not chosen by God, therefore there are no heroes among them. The keeper looked away when he added that therefore humanity drowned in pride and relaxed vigilance, and the orcs took advantage of this and captured this place. Clouds floated above the arched gates when he said that they left only ruins filled with patronage. Asa raised her hand to her head when Chuck asked about the purpose of the ruins, to which he was told that in order to preserve the function of restricting the entry of strongmen. The orc's eyes sparkled when he added that as long as the young man was alive, their city could not be restored. The guardian began to twirl the trident above himself. His foot rested on the ground. He held the weapon out in front of him when he exclaimed that therefore Chuck must die here. The protagonist stood silently with his back turned. He smiled and chuckled. The monster stood in front of Chuck and declared that he must die there. The protagonist asked to ask a question before this. The monster, taken aback, asked what Chuck wanted. Holding his face, the protagonist asked if there was treasure there. Looking at the wall, the monster told him that there was a weapon there, prepared especially for the heroes who had just left the training hall. Chuck was taken aback by this and asked again. The protagonist imagined himself standing in front of the goddess. In his hands was a broken blade. He wondered what he would make this nasty goddess with a weapon for beginners. Disappointed, Chuck declared that it was a failure. The monster rushed at him and asked him to stop talking emptily. He flew at the protagonist and shouted that the hatred of 300,000 brothers was burning inside him and he would repay them in full. Right there, Chuck grabbed the blade. They began to strike each other many times. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, began to laugh. Taken aback, the monster wondered if Chuck had only had one day to succeed like this. Watching the protagonist, he asked if he had rushed to the exit. The enraged monster asked if Chuck thought he would let him escape. The protagonist dodged his attack. Looking at the monster, Chuck said that he had been too protective of that place since yesterday. He rolled under the monster's feet. The protagonist put his foot on its body. He pushed the monster away and asked if he could get outside the ruins. A yellow portal appeared in the air. The monster was stunned. He turned around. The monster flew into the portal. Looking at the portal, Chuck asked if this was really the exit. A notification popped up that some god said it was unthinkable. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was better for him that he did not have to fight, but was able to resolve everything peacefully, although he did not expect that he would disappear completely. Chuck thought with a smile on his face that why would he need extra troubles if he still couldn't level up and all that was left was to find the treasure. The protagonist walked along the path. The girl pointed her finger. A message appeared that some god said that the treasure was in that direction. Turning around, Chuck asked where the treasure was. Looking at the ruins, the protagonist mentally asked if there would be treasure in the destroyed buildings. Chuck was surprised. He saw blades lying on the ground. The protagonist began to examine the sword. He saw a message that some god said with a knowing look that this was a sacred sword for newcomers. Chuck looked at the sword and thought that it looked simple, without a single decoration, but its glow indicated that the weapon was filled with holy energy, although it was intended for beginners. The protagonist began to swing the blade and asked why the sacred sword was thrown in such a place. A notification popped up that some god indicated that only heroes can take the sacred sword in their hands. Purple energy began to flow from the blade. Chuck asked what was going on, noting that the sword suddenly felt heavy. A message appeared that some god was saying that the protagonist was, somehow, a hero so he could take it. Frowning, Chuck asked if that meant the blade didn't need a cursed hero. The protagonist broke the blade. The girl was scared. Chuck said that since he couldn't use it, it was only fair that the other heroes not get it either. The protagonist threw the swords into the air. He began to break the blades with his bare hands. Chuck was furious. He swung the last blade. Veins appeared on his hand. The protagonist began to swing the blade and said that this one was surprisingly light, unlike the others. The message said that some god had determined that it was defective. Surprised, Chuck asked if that was why he didn't respond to the curse. The protagonist was lost in thought. Chuck threw the broken swords and shouted that he would allow him to break all the remaining ones. Smiling, the protagonist asked if it was more defective if this sword was the only one of its kind. The girl was surprised. A notification appeared that some god admired Ass's logic. Chuck was pleased. He saw his characteristics. The protagonist saw the curse of the holy sword. Chuck was furious. He reported that he received the curse of the holy sword. The blue sky enveloped the area. Chloe raised her hand and called Lawrence. Lawrence waved back. Smiling, he noted that he was tired. Messages popped up. Some brutal god believes that you need to do what you must, despite the fatigue. A leisurely heavenly spirit indicated to do this next time. Looking at the projection, Lawrence said that this time he has achieved many new patronages. Studying the characteristics, Lawrence pointed out that if this was the reward, then he could endure the fatigue. Holding his chin, he thought that it was because the gods were interested in him, and in just a few days, the favor had increased so much. Lawrence noted with a smile on his face that at this rate, he would easily win the upcoming tournament. He held onto his sword and thought that the prize for winning, the sacred sword, would definitely be his, and that would be proof for everyone. A message popped up that some brutal god had hurried him, saying that now was not the time for this. Lawrence's shout could be heard from inside the building, agreeing with him. Sitting on a chair, Chloe imagined different people and thought that a hero and a demon king, a prince and princess, a knight and a villainess, and a tyrant were the standard set of romantic fantasy characters, so anyone would do. She thought that the demon king was a bit cold, but it would be interesting to tame him. Chloe crossed her arms. She asked with a displeased look why she was the only one who had to fight. The dumbfounded guys asked her to calm down first. She continued to sit on the chair. Chloe imagined herself sitting surrounded by guys and noted that she dreamed of being protected by handsome knights. Shifting her gaze, Chloe wondered what was happening in real life. Looking at the guy, she noticed that he was timid and stupid, 4th place in the overall ranking. The guy stood with his arms crossed. Chloe said that he was selfish and impudent, 5th place in the overall ranking. The third guy adjusted his glasses. Chloe noted that he was an obedient cosplayer, 7th place in the overall ranking. Sighing, she emphasized that at least they were the only ones who could be useful. She took the guy's hand and said that there was no need to apologize and that she was too harsh, and asked for forgiveness. The guy asked her why she called them with a displeased look. Chloe answered that there was one important thing, so she called them. Smiling, she said that this was classified information, that soon they would choose the heroes who would be sent to school. Frowning, the guy asked if there were even schools in this world. Holding a glass, Chloe said that she absolutely had to get into this school and that her real fantasy life would begin in this place. Messages popped up that some generous goddess of beauty was strongly supporting her, and some innocent goddess was acting suspiciously. The guy knelt down and asked if he could ask a question. She looked at him and allowed him. The guy asked if everyone could enroll. Chloe said with a satisfied look that the heroes with the highest score in the overall ranking would be a priority, and that only 4 would be chosen. The guy said with a serious look that there would be bloodshed in the group, but the queen would definitely pass. She asked him shyly if he thought so. The disgruntled guy asked why she told only them about it. Chloe answered that it was because she wanted to do it with them. She smirked, noting that she was completely serious. The furious guy said that he did not want to improve her love relationship with the prince on a white horse. Biting her finger, Chloe promised that this would not happen, and if she broke her promise, she would fulfill one of his wishes. Taken aback, the guy asked if it was true. Raising her hand, Chloe declared that the gods hear everything and asked if it seemed like a lie. The guy, looking excited, began to shout that he would follow her anywhere. The main thing was that she was happy. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy in glasses said that he could command him as she wanted. Closing his eyes, the stranger emphasized that no matter what, this smelled like a divorce, but he would go too. Chloe said happily that she was very grateful to them. The evening sky enveloped the forest. Chuck began to scream loudly. Looking at the blade, the protagonist asked why he would immediately cast a curse if he had only broken a couple of swords. The protagonist began to read that the curse of the sacred sword allows all sacred swords to be strengthened by the bloody tears of the blacksmith in his circle, and it will be harder for him to break or seal an innocent sacred sword. Dumbfounded, Chuck asked if it was really a curse, adding that it did not look like a curse. Holding the blade, the protagonist wondered what the point of a sword was if the resistance to destruction extended to it as well. The girl began to shake her head and express sympathy for the blacksmith. Surprised, Chuck assumed that the blacksmith also did not expect that the hero could break the sacred sword. Yellow mana was coming from the blade. The protagonist thought that among the many sacred swords, there was only one left, strengthened by the curse. Looking up at the sky, Chuck suggested leaving this place. Walking among the ruins, the protagonist said that judging by how the orc disappeared, the exit was there. Looking around, Chuck asked what needs to be done to open the portal. The enraged orc called out to the protagonist. The protagonist turned around. The monster started running at him. Looking at the orc, Chuck asked if he was returned. The protagonist raised his hand. The orc was taken aback by this. Spreading his arms, Chuck asked if the orc aged if he left the territory of the ruins. There was a smirk on the protagonist's face. The orc rushed at him. He was flying at Chuck. Taking the blade in his hand, the protagonist noted that it was time to test his new sacred sword. He swung his blade. Chuck struck the orc. The monster was sitting on the ground. His hand was cut off. Turning around, the protagonist said that this time it was the monster's turn to lose his hand. Standing before Chuck, the orc cried out that the price for robbing his youth was extremely high. His arm began to grow. His arm grew and he cried out that in order to save it, he had to turn his back on 300,000 of his brethren. The monster jumped into the air. He began to concentrate green energy and noted that his youth was due to Chuck's vile trick. Grinning, the protagonist asked if that was the only reason. The enraged monster wished him death. The orc frowned. Chuck struck him. The monster's head was cut off. Looking at the orc, the protagonist asked if he had made any progress in the past 24 hours. The protagonist stood in front of the corpse. Examining the blade, Chuck asked again about the tricks. Looking at the orc's head, the protagonist wondered if the tricks would have worked if he were weaker than him. A message popped up that some god had warned that this was not the end. Chuck was taken aback and asked again. The orc began to recover. The protagonist smirked and said that he was a clinger. The monster appeared in front of him. Chuck grabbed him by the face. He threw him to the ground. Looking at the orc, the protagonist asked if he was done with him. The monster's flesh began to wrap around his arm. Chuck was taken aback by this. He suddenly turned around. Looking at the destroyed building, the protagonist asked if the monster would die if he were thrown outside the ruins. The frightened orc began to scream for Chuck to stop. The monster began to cry and say that he had lost and would do whatever the protagonist wanted, only so that Chuck would not throw him outside the ruins. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he could do. The monster noted that Chuck wanted to get out of there. He said with a tearful look that he could move the exit of the city to the vicinity of the sacred sword, but the sacred sword could only be held by heroes, so even he. Chuck showed him the sacred sword. The orc replied that he needed this sacred sword. He was suddenly taken aback. The monster was dumbfounded. Looking at Chuck, the orc said that he knew he was a hero. The sun was setting. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked the monster to show the status window. The orc accepted the order with a serious look. Studying the characteristics, Chuck asked about the hero's curse. The orc replied that it usually appears when you kill a hero. Holding his face, the protagonist asked what the curse of the ruins was. Chuck began to study that because of the curse of the ruins he belongs to the ruins and cannot commit any illegal actions on the territory of the ruins. Raising his hands, the monster said that this is a kind of mission. While he is on the territory of the ruins, his body is immortal. The protagonist asked why so. The orc replied with a satisfied look that it was because he was the last strong opponent of the exam and had to test the rookie heroes. Chuck crossed his arms and said that it turned out that the orc was not a keeper. Sitting on the ground, the monster replied that he never said that he was protecting people. He was a keeper of the orcs, protecting the hearth of his brothers. He began to cry and said that he lost anyway. The disgruntled protagonist stood over him and told him that his familiar demon was also a crybaby. The orc sobbed and asked if Chuck was going to leave. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he himself had recently said that he would not let go. The orc noted that it would be better for him to leave immediately. Holding his face, Chuck noted that he himself wanted to leave as soon as possible. He thought about how this orc did not inspire confidence at all. Pointing his finger, the protagonist showed the way. Looking at the people, Chuck asked them to leave too. Turning around, the orc replied that although people shouldn't know about the existence of this city, he couldn't resist his order. The protagonist started calling people to come with him. People were taken aback by this. Chuck asked with a displeased look if they had become attached to this place. The man threw down his backpack. Standing at the gate, they looked at the protagonist. Surprised, Chuck asked if there were only 3 of them, noting that he didn't care, and thanked him for the backpack. There were gusts of energy in the air. A yellow portal appeared in front of them. Entering the portal, the protagonist thought that it brought back memories. The girl grabbed his hair. He saw a message that some god was complaining that he was bored. Chuck asked her to look where this exit led. The girl with a displeased look said that it was tiring. The protagonist knelt down and began to beg her for help. A notification popped up that some god had put on airs and would do a special favor only this time. The man turned around and looked at the orc. Chuck looked at him and asked what to do if he wanted to go back there. The orc said that in that case, the protagonist could touch the sword and say the words and then he could hear it. Holding his chin, Chuck thought that as expected, it was hard to believe, but since the god said that there was nothing to worry about. Holding the blade in his hand, the protagonist said that in that case, he would trust. He touched the portal with his hand. A bright light enveloped his face. Chuck opened his eyes. He found himself in a room. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that fortunately, there was no magma or water around. People came out of the portal. Chuck looked at the room and asked where they were. The protagonist saw a wall with weapons. Holding the sword in front of him, Chuck ordered the passage to be opened immediately. Pointing his hand, the protagonist asked the people to return. Frightened, Chuck noted that the god said that this place was safe. Looking at the bed, the protagonist said that this was an aristocratic woman who had a sacred sword hanging on the wall as a decoration. The owner of the room was not so simple. A message popped up that some god said that for now it was very safe there. Enraged, Chuck asked if it would become more dangerous later. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Taken aback, the protagonist emphasized the fact that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. He saw a backpack. Looking at the backpack, Chuck asked where it came from. The plot takes us to a hunter's village. A thick fog enveloped the settlement. Etana stood in front of the heroes and asked for their attention. She held her hand to her face and said that, as is known, a lot had happened in this village recently, so it had become restless. She asked not to scare the locals. Lawrence listened to her silently. The boys' faces were calm. Smiling, Etana asked them to be careful so as not to disturb the saint. The saint went down into the dungeon. She entered the room and reported that almost everything had been cleaned. The man fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness. The saint, smiling, noted that she had only visited them because she had heard about the mysterious murders. She looked around the dungeon and introduced the tied-up Jane. The saint asked if it was true that Elder Jane was locked there. The man was kneeling and said that it was. The saint asked if they knew how important Jane was. The man was scared. Holding her head, she stated that their knowledge or lack thereof in both cases was a problem. She shifted her gaze. She introduced Jane, who was holding a phoenix, and noted that her fighting skills were below average, but the beasts she raised were very strong. The saint introduced the phoenix and emphasized the fact that the phoenix was especially strong, given the name Keeper of the Fire. She said with a serious expression that she could not allow actions that would disrupt the harmony between humans and elves and spark war. Standing next to the man, the saint noted that since the direct participant had forgiven them, she would not raise the issue again. The tearful man began to thank her. Looking around the dungeon, the saint asked what the stranger looked like, noting that she would like to reward him on behalf of humanity. The man was kneeling and said that he was already dead. Turning around, the saint noted that she asked what he looked like. The frightened man reported that he had short black hair and looked like the heroes who had visited them today. The saint frowned. Holding her face, she asked his name. The man replied that he did not know it. The thoughtful saint noted that as expected. Closing her eyes, she asked the man to go and show the heroes the village. The man ran out of the dungeon. Standing in the room, the girl noted that one way or another, that ghost. The girl with a serious look said that the question is how he managed to survive, but it is undoubtedly him. The girl asked if the main character could have patronage. Holding her chin, the saint said that even with patronage, it was impossible to defeat the gnolls on the first level, and she had seen this in the example of their heroes. The saint imagined the guy was wounded. The stranger was holding his face. The gnoll hit Mary. The saint emphasized the fact that even in the most favorable environment, All the heroes fell from only a couple of gnolls and it was impossible to defeat them on the first level alone. Looking away, the saint asked who would patronize Chuck, adding that all the gods were with them in the temple. A drop of sweat was running down the girl's face. She noted that if the ghost and the owner of the bag are one and the same person, then it is dangerous to bring the heroes. Smiling, the saint said that everything is fine as long as they can control them. Messages popped up. Some arrogant goddess of virtue looks impatiently and is extremely displeased. The saint said with a bitter expression that no one would reveal them now. She presented the backpack and noted that everyone who knew his name was dead and the evidence was in her hands. Standing behind, the girl said that in that case, another important question, there was new information about the tournament. The saint said that she already knew that and was just pretending not to know anything. Standing at the exit, she said that it all depended on how to manage information. She asked if Chloe had changed for the better lately. She noted with a smile on her face that she did not know why she wanted to go to school so much, but she would try just as hard until the tournament. Chloe held up 2 fingers. As she walked towards the exit, the saint said that she was looking forward to it. Water dripped onto Lawrence's hand. Looking at his hand, he asked if it was raining. Looking up at the sky, Lawrence wondered when the clouds had managed to thicken so much. He turned his gaze to the screams. Chloe was saying with a disgruntled expression that she didn't like the effort it took to drag them all the way there. The guy said that if it was too much for her, he would carry her. Lawrence smirked and thought about how Chloe had come so far and still looked the same. Arya was saying with a happy face that she would be the one to beat that brat. Lawrence pointed out that Mary hadn't changed much in appearance. He had been thinking on the bench that everyone was so relaxed, as if they were on a picnic and didn't even have to worry about the tournament. He was suddenly taken aback. He saw a dark silhouette in the forest. Lawrence suddenly stood up and shouted for Princess Ethan to be escorted, noting that they might be gnolls. Chloe was taken aback and asked about the gnolls. Lawrence's face was serious. His armor was shining. Arya was tense because of that. Ethan came out of the forest. Lawrence smiled and noted that he didn't look well. Ethan's face was exhausted. He said that it was a medal for his worthy victory. Lawrence stood in front of him and asked if his pathetic appearance was a medal. Ethan smiled and said that it was proof that he had survived a real fight that they had never even dreamed of. Lawrence smirked and said that it was a stupid excuse. Ethan, looking satisfied, said that if he didn't believe it, they could fight. Lawrence took out his sword and agreed. Blue energy emanated from it. Lawrence said that he would show the difference in their skills. Ethan, with a smile on his face, thought that Lawrence's level was definitely higher than his. Bright mana emanated from his hand. An orange aura enveloped Ethan. He thought that with this patronage, he would never lose. The guys looked at the upcoming fight. They asked if it was Ethan and what happened. Ethan had a displeased look on his face. Lawrence smiled. Arya started waving her arms and asked them to wait. Lawrence looked at her and asked what was wrong. She said that she couldn't stop them from fighting. She looked scared and said that she wanted to notice that Ethan was injured. Ethan, dumbfounded, called out to her. Lawrence closed his eyes and said that after a fair fight, no one would have any complaints and thanked Arya. Arya closed her mouth. Ethan was furious at this. The saint came to them and noted that Ethan was caused even after leaving. Green mana was coming from her hand. The saint said that for the sake of justice, she would heal him and asked Lawrence to finish him off quickly. Lawrence's blade was glowing blue. He asked if they would test the abilities they had gained in real combat. Ethan was healed. His eyes began to glow. Ethan mentally asked if they dared to look down on him. The plot takes us back a few days. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Ethan lay on the grass and said that he had been careless, next time he should be more careful. He imagined many boys and noted that James had taken them all and he remembered the sad eyes they had looked at him with before leaving. Ethan was suddenly taken aback. He saw a message about the ability revenge, the more powerful the object of revenge. The stronger he becomes, the more objects that cause a feeling of revenge, the stronger he becomes. Ethan wondered if this is the same power of the main character betrayed by his comrades. He imagined the image of James and emphasized that this guy is too ridiculous to take revenge. Lawrence's face appeared in his imagination. He noted that if we talk about an old grudge, then it is him. Lawrence smirked and said that after all, there is no one better than him. Raising his fist above his head, Ethan cried out that this is great and from now on he will start all over again. He thought about how he is the main character of this world. A slime ran across the grass. Ethan lunged at the slime. The monster frowned. The slime hit him in the stomach. Ethan fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, Ethan asked if the slime was really that high level. A message popped up saying that some evil god had burst into laughter. Looking at the stats, Ethan thought that he had earned some strange curse while hunting slimes. He began to study the effects of the curse hunting, for his passion for poaching all game nearby was strengthened. The chance of failure of the traps he set was significantly increased. Ethan remembered how the slime was scared. The monster was furious. He thought that since this curse appeared, he could not even kill slimes, which he had previously caught only this way. Looking at the projection, Ethan wondered if this was the curse that hindered the main character. He emphasized the fact that Arya could have warned him of his existence. A notification popped up that some careless wine god was rolling around on the floor. Ethan smirked. A bright energy appeared in his hand. He said with a crazy look that it was nothing if this was the fate of the main character. A blue stream of energy flew at him. Ethan was taken aback by this. A powerful explosion was heard. Smiling, Lawrence said that Ethan had improved his skills significantly in the time they had not seen each other. Holding his hands near his head, Ethan asked if Lawrence was afraid of his great magic, noting that his cowardice baffled him. Lowering his blade, Lawrence said that he would help him come to his senses. He rushed at Ethan. Ethan concentrated a fireball above his head. A huge stream of fire was above him. Lawrence dodged the stream of mana and noted that it was enough to just dodge such a bulky attack. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking up, Lawrence wondered in his mind if this was the second wave. The fire enveloped Lawrence's body. Ethan grinned and asked how he felt. He was suddenly taken aback. Lawrence jumped out of the fire. Lawrence asked with a satisfied look if Ethan thought he would win just by hitting him. Mary was surprised. Lawrence waved his hand and cried out that this couldn't be true and asked not to make fun of him. The fire projectiles flew at Lawrence. He had a smile on his face. Looking at Ethan, he said that it wouldn't help. Lawrence appeared next to him. He swung his blade and noticed that Ethan had lost. Ethan began to cover himself with his hands. He closed his eyes. A message about the ability uniqueness appeared. Lawrence was surprised. Streams of electricity appeared between them. A powerful lightning bolt struck them. The girls covered themselves from the wind. A bright light enveloped the area. Ethan and Lawrence were lying on the ground. There were reports that some carefree god of wine was extremely pleased with the result, and some god of effort was very worried. The saint sighed. Looking at the battlefield, she asked not to stand there like a pillar and help clean up there. Enraged, Chuck shouted that the Great One had arrived. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was a damned orcish lump and he sent him to such a dangerous place. Byron approached him and asked if the protagonist had returned. Chuck asked if he had escaped. Byron crossed his arms and replied that he had originally planned to leave yesterday, but there was one person there with whom he could not cross paths and he missed the moment. Byron touched his nose. The protagonist asked with a displeased look who it was and whether the saint had passed by. Byron closed his eyes and said that if this horror had appeared in the city, he would have died long ago. Chuck put down the bag and clarified what he was talking about. A stunned Byron began to talk about Prince Alos, the first candidate for the throne of the Kingdom of Sword Masters, and in this kingdom he is the third most powerful knight. Watching the protagonist take off his cloak, Byron said that he was nicknamed the King Knight and was a second-generation monster. Looking at him reminded him of the Monster Queen in her younger years. Byron said that the girls had told him that this prince was looking to meet Chuck. Turning around, the protagonist asked again. Enraged, Byron began to shout that if he suddenly met him, he could not even dare to mention him, otherwise he would immediately understand that he was a demon. Chuck asked how Alos would understand. Stunned, Byron replied that it was because of the patronage of the paladin that the prince received from the saint. The protagonist threw his t-shirt on the floor and thought that he should not cross paths with Alos. Putting on a new t-shirt, Chuck asked if Alos had anything to do with him. Frowning, Byron clarified whether Chuck had listened to him. Byron suddenly turned towards the sounds behind the door. The girls came to them. Byron, with a displeased look, said that they were not even invited, but they came and Chuck is popular with the females because of his strength. The girl was displeased. He grabbed the protagonist by the ear. Chuck assumed that they would probably ask him again to help them level up. Byron, with a displeased face, said that the protagonist has a tendency to see selfish motives in the interest shown to him, so he will never marry. Chuck said that it is not for an old bachelor to talk about this. Byron burst into tears from these words. The girl put her hand on her chest and said something to the protagonist. Wiping away her tears, Byron said that they decided that Chuck left and were upset because they did not have time to repay his favor and ask where he went, that he received another curse. The protagonist showed his biceps and said about hunting. Byron noted that with the hero's curse alone, it was harder to get in and out of town. He asked if Chuck had killed the hero. The protagonist replied that it was impossible. Frowning, Byron said that they would say goodbye to him in this town, and if he continued to be with Chuck, he would definitely die without ever getting married. The protagonist grabbed him by the throat and asked who would translate for him. Byron pushed his hand away. Holding his throat, he said that he had a good idea. He suggested buying a slave with language patronage. The protagonist noted that Byron had said that patronage was rare. Pointing to the bag, Byron said that with money, nothing was impossible and that Chuck had killed so many to earn it. Enraged, Chuck asked if Byron was thinking about leaving him. The girls listened to this with smiles on their faces. The protagonist swung his fist. The girl was scared by this. Turning around, Chuck asked again. Byron said that the main character was a simpleton. He wondered why the girls would dress up and try to meet a man. Holding his chin, Chuck asked if it was love. Byron sighed and noted that there was no middle ground in the main character. Holding out his hand, Chuck suggested that they were inviting him to have fun and invited him to join them. Byron looked away. Looking at the girls, he thought in his mind that this fool was their target. Byron took his hand and asked him to forget, noting that he was not going to put himself in danger while the prince was in town. Chuck smirked and said that he was a coward. Byron shed a tear from this. A loud scream was heard from the building. Byron asked if he had already told him that the main character was a simpleton. Chuck was walking down the street. He was washing himself. A woman was taking his measurements. The main character looked at the sky. The evening sky enveloped the area. Chuck looked at the gates of the estate. The girls were discussing him with a smile. The protagonist got out of the carriage. His face was serious. Dumbfounded, Chuck thought that these clothes were uncomfortable. Walking towards the girls, the protagonist assumed that this was an estate of some aristocrat. He entered the room. Looking around the room, Chuck thought that everything was luxurious. Looking at the guy, the protagonist noticed that he looked impressive. Aloes turned around. Frowning, Chuck emphasized that he was also handsome. Putting his hand on his chest, Aloes said that these two ladies praised him very much, so he certainly wanted to meet him. Aloes said that this was a linguistic patronage. As a prince, he must be able to speak the languages of different countries and peoples. Closing his eyes, Chuck wondered if this was the prince Byron was talking about. Aloes introduced himself with a smile on his face. The girls were scared. Aloes bowed and said that he expressed his gratitude for the massacre of the orcs, who were causing the kingdom nothing but headaches, and for saving the two ladies, the jewels of their kingdom. Holding his finger to his face, Chuck said that it was his duty as a citizen of fantasy. Looking up, Aloes noted that he was extremely curious about the abilities that had exterminated a huge horde of steppe orcs. He suggested that they briefly clash with swords. The protagonist was taken aback by this. He asked again with surprise on his face. Aloes had a smile on his face. Aloes stood opposite. Stunned, Chuck asked if they needed to fight now. The girls looked at each other with a frightened look. Aloes, smiling, said that he had caused a fuss in front of the guests. Chuck saw the food on the table. Stretching out his hand, Aloes suggested that they first talk over the meal. The protagonist ate meat. The girl was stunned. The servant brought new trays. Holding the knife to the meat, Aloes noted that this was an interesting patronage. He said with a satisfied look that no matter how much Chuck ate, you could not get enough. Messages popped up that some god was happy with sincere praise and chided that it was worth following the prince's example. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, apologized for eating everything alone. Folding his arms, Aloes said that this was much better than just leaving. He looked at Chuck and clarified how he got the hero's curse. The protagonist thought that he knew Aloes would start with this. Chuck, with a satisfied look, told how he once had to teach a hero a lesson who made fun of an innocent elf. Aloes looked at him intently and asked if the protagonist remembered what that hero looked like. Holding his head, Chuck replied that he immediately hit him in the face, so he did not remember. Aloes closed his eyes and noted that they would find the hero with a wound on his face and would recognize him. Turning away, the protagonist thought that he did not think this would cause any problems, but asked for forgiveness. Sitting at the table, Aloes said that he invited Chuck because the guild's investigation led to him as the person who had caught the most orcs recently. The protagonist asked if he had done anything wrong. Aloes grinned and said that there was nothing wrong since Chuck had saved the kingdom from a headache. He asked to consider this an easy investigation. The dumbfounded protagonist asked again. Aloes remembered standing at the edge and told how not long ago numerous orcs had disappeared as if they had never existed. One could even say that they had almost all been exterminated. Aloes imagined a mountain of corpses and asked if Chuck understood what he was talking about. Raising a finger, the protagonist suggested that he had caught too many orcs. Aloes said with a serious expression that if these were orcs that were worth destroying with his own forces, he would have personally exterminated them already. His face was pleased. The girls were taken aback by this. Smiling, Chuck said that it must be so. There was a smile on Aloes' face. Looking at the protagonist, he noted that, according to the lady, the protagonist was a very interesting person and he wanted to know more and more about him. The moon shone brightly in the sky. Walking through the courtyard, Aloes said that he planned to limit himself to a reward for saving the lady. He stopped and said that, however, having made sure that Chuck was, in fact, at the first level, he could not contain his interest. Standing near the fountain, Aloes thanked him for agreeing to sparring. Smiling, Chuck replied that there was nothing special in it. He thought that it was better not to pull out the sacred sword just in case. Taken aback, Aloes asked if this dagger was the treasure of the elves. The protagonist put the dagger behind his back and noted that he only showed it and taking the weapon out was too much. Chuck showed his index finger and noted that was why. Red energy was coming from his finger. He said that they would limit themselves to this. The observers were taken aback by this. Standing opposite, Aloes said that the protagonist surprised him. Looking at his hand, he said that he had crippled his right hand hundreds of times until he mastered this dangerous technique, and Chuck did it so easily. The protagonist noted that he had the same thing. The girl hit him in the shoulder and reproached him for lying. Turning around, Aloes began to talk about skill. Despite the first level, the girl was holding the blade in her hands. Aloes said that he would like to present him with his spare sword as a gift. Pulling out the blade, Aloes noted that he was inferior to him in the first blow. Grinning, Chuck replied that he would not refuse. He thought that Aloes was the third most powerful knight in the kingdom. He thought, why not test his strength? Red mana enveloped the blade. Aloes, taken aback, asked what it was. Energy surrounded him. The protagonist swung his sword and said he was attacking. Chuck delivered a powerful attack. Aloes was taken aback by this. A red beam of energy was shining in the sky. The girls were shielding themselves from the dust cloud. Chuck held his hand to his face. The dumbfounded protagonist assumed that he had hit too hard. Turning around, Chuck saw the exit. He started to run away. The protagonist ran away from the estate and asked for forgiveness. Aloes was laughing with a smirk on his face. Sitting by the fountain, Aloes was talking about him. His blade was broken. Aloes thought that although he had reacted late, his sword, filled with power, was completely useless. He noted with a dumbfounded look that Chuck was an absurd person. Aloes was sitting on the ground. The girls ran up to him and asked if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine. They were surprised. Aloes put his hand on his knee. Looking at the girl, he noted that the world was big. The girl looked at him and said that, apparently, Chuck was surprised too. Aloes put a towel on his head and said that because of his weakness, he almost pinned the murder of a royal family member on the kingdom's benefactor. Standing by the fountain, he remarked that he wanted to apologize and asked them to help. The girl assumed that the protagonist had returned to the inn. They began to run away and asked Aloes to wait. He had a smile on his face. He said that everything inside was boiling, like the day of his first fencing lesson. The saint asked if anyone had entered her room without permission. Taken aback, the man replied that, as always, there were only the caretaker and servants there. She lowered her gaze and said that someone had definitely been there. She looked at the marks on the floor. The dumbfounded man cried out that it was dangerous and that a murderer could be hiding there. Turning around, the saint clarified where they had seen the murderer who left marks on the floor. Entering the room, she ordered no one to enter until she gave permission. She suddenly stopped. The stunned saint asked if the bag was missing. She saw that the backpack was gone. Looking at the walls, she thought that she didn't care if it was stolen. The walls would be filled again, but this thing could not be replaced with anything. She bit her finger. The saint imagined Chuck's bag and noted that obvious evidence of divine deception was gone. A goddess was flying behind it. Closing her eyes, the saint reported that someone had entered her room and taken the bag. A message popped up that some arrogant goddess of virtue had rebuked her for destroying it beforehand. Looking at the desk, the saint asked not to test her faith. The goddess frowned. She was displeased and asked what the saint would do now. Standing with her back to the goddess, she replied that she would have to trust in chance. The goddess asked if there was a way to find the backpack. Frowning, the saint suggested that the goddess take up the search herself. Holding her head, the saint said that her head was spinning from the main character. She saw a magic ball. They asked her if she was safe and if they could enter her. Looking at the ball, the saint ordered that a message be sent to Prince Aloes in the Elven Kingdom immediately. The girl ran down the street. She ran to Aloes and screamed that the saint was looking for him. Aloes looked away and noted that he had completely forgotten to report. Looking at the castle, he asked to take care of the cleaning and the destroyed fountain. Looking at the magic ball, Aloes asked if he had been called. The saint looked at him and asked how the investigation into the reduction in the number of orcs was going. Aloes answered with a serious expression that it would be difficult to carry out the hunt for the steppe orcs according to plan. The orb emitted a bright glow. Aloes imagined himself standing at the edge of the cliff and reported that there were currently no signs that the sharply reduced number of orcs would recover. The saint asked if Aloes had found the reason. He imagined himself holding a blade to the monster's head and told her that he had captured a wandering orc and questioned him using language patronage. He imagined the demon killing the orcs and reporting it. Holding her chin, the saint spoke of the demon. Aloes closed his eyes and noted that this information had not yet been confirmed. Looking away, she reported that they needed to increase surveillance of demons that were capable of such a thing. Aloes folded his arms and noted that he wanted to ask her opinion. A scream could be heard from the house as Chuck ordered Byron to pack his things. The protagonist filled a suitcase with clothes and declared that if he was caught, he would be executed for killing the prince. Putting the backpack on his back, Chuck noted that he would simply disappear. Furious, Byron asked what the protagonist had gotten him into. Holding the blade, Chuck ordered the orc to open a portal. A portal appeared in the room. Entering the portal, the protagonist said that there was no time to explain and asked Byron to come to the northern city gate. The protagonist waved his hand and noted that he would not wait long. Byron was furious. Aloes was sitting in front of the orb. The saint said that one of the heroes had attacked the elf. Aloes said that he did not know his name or appearance, except that he had been beaten beyond recognition. Holding her chin, the saint said that she had one in mind. She introduced Ethan and said that one must have talent to cause nothing but trouble. Smiling, Aloes said that he wanted to assign caretakers to the exiled heroes so that they would not cause trouble in the future. The saint closed her eyes and agreed, noting that the cursed inhabitant needed to be properly rewarded. She thoughtfully noted that the hero's guilt was on the saint's conscience and that she herself should take care of it, but it was difficult since she urgently needed to leave for the kingdom of the elves. Looking at the ball, Aloes said that he would generously reward Chuck for her. The voice of the saint came from the ball, saying that she relied on him. Aloes said with a smile that he wanted to make the protagonist his knight. He looked out the window. Looking at the broken blade, he noted that a weapon of this level would not be enough. The protagonist picked his ear and said that his ears were itching. It was night. In the middle of the abandoned gates was a yellow portal, near which there were people. Bruce said that they had returned it. Chuck came out of the portal with 2 bags and asked if they had slept. He just needed a person, the guy with the bandage asked again. The protagonist said that they needed to move the things. Bruce smiled, scratched his head and agreed. The monster asked the hero what it all meant. The guy answered that these people would move his things and that he shouldn't think of killing them. The monster replied that this place wasn't his personal storage. The protagonist asked to move the things to the exit that he had ordered through the sword. The people carried them, and Bruce commanded. The monster said that he had suffered various humiliations before, but this was the first time that he was so offended by the fact that he was weaker than the hero. Chuck smiled, holding the sword behind his back, and said that he would take it as praise. There were trees in the middle of a dark forest. Byron walked through it, very scared. Suddenly, his name was shouted from behind. The guy was very scared. It turned out that it was Chuck. The protagonist said that he needed to run and was thinking about where to go. Byron said that he should at least explain the situation. The protagonist said that now they needed to get as far away from the saint as possible. Byron asked if it was related to his hero's curse. Chuck confirmed. The dark-haired guy said that he wanted to part with him at least a day earlier, which meant they needed to go north. Chuck asked what was so special about the northern part. It turned out that the western continent had the largest slave market. Byron would find him a slave there who had language patronage. The protagonist smiled sarcastically. He was surprised that Byron hadn't run away. The guy was very angry at these words and said that he hadn't run away because he had all his things. And without him, he couldn't even get a horse and the knights would catch up soon, so they needed to run. The guy picked up Byron. The dark-haired guy was in complete shock. Chuck asked if he was happy. The guy started getting angry and screaming for him to let him go. The protagonist started running with him, saying that it would be faster that way, and in general, it would deliver him safe and sound. Byron was shouting that he hated such insults from people. The sun was visible. Chuck asked if he was hungry. Byron asked not to treat him like a monster. The protagonist's sword lit up with yellow light. A portal appeared from which food flew. Chuck had already eaten 1 plate while Byron was looking at the food. He threw all the plates into the portal. The protagonist said that the food was not comparable to the food at the prince's reception, but it was still edible. Byron thought a lot, but he had no guesses. He had never heard of magic that cooks and washes dishes. He was also annoyed by the guy. He said that once they ate, they could go. Byron told him not to whine because they were almost there. Chuck did not understand because they could eat upon arrival. Byron said that they were there. The protagonist looked. They ended up in the largest slave market on the western continent. Chuck said the measures were impressive. He really liked this place. Byron told him to stop acting like a redneck. The guard yelled at them to go faster because someone was waiting for them. The protagonist apologized to him. The guards were playing cards. Chuck saw this and did not quite understand. Byron said that there was nothing surprising in this. After all, in such a big city you can quickly talk if you examine everyone carefully. The guy replied that this was an unusual area. Byron agreed and asked him to return the things because he would not run away anyway. Chuck asked before he found him a slave with language patronage. He told the sword to return the old brown bag. A portal appeared and the bag flew out of it. Byron realized that the sword was like a mediator and Chuck himself had not learned magic. He asked to take the sword. They allowed him and handed it over to him. Then he said that it did not look like the one with spatial magic, and in appearance it looked like an ordinary iron one. Byron spoke about the sacred sword and he was electrocuted. Then he shouted if this was a sacred sword because his hair became lush from the blow. Chuck replied that he did not know that it had a robbery prevention function. Byron was about to cry and said it was worth guessing when Chuck obediently handed it to him. He became angry and asked how he could hold the sacred sword in his hands. The protagonist answered that it was defective. The guy with dark hair answered that the weapon was as defective as its owner. This made him very angry and he pointed the sword at Byron. He asked him to take it away from him. Chuck asked if he was okay. The guy answered how he could be okay when the sacred sword was next to him. The girl heard a sound. She was holding onto a chair. Diaroka was not happy, but rather sad. It was very evident in her eyes. One of the traders was yelling that he was selling young slaves. The other was selling very muscular men. They were shouting from all sides about the sale of slaves. Chuck said goodbye to dreams. After all, he imagined how he, the defender of justice, saves a slave from the tyranny of a slave trader, but here it is completely different. Byron said that this is nonsense. In fact, he didn't expect much from him, who almost finished off the prince. The protagonist frowned and said that it was cruel. They turned their attention to the man and the girl. He said that she was bad, and the girl apologized. Byron explained that this was a classic trick to play on pity. Thanks to that production, someone with a delicate nature would buy her. After all, if you look closely at her, she was too well groomed for someone who would be beaten. It is better not to be fooled. Slaves sold at the market can be divided into 4 races. These are ordinary people, elves with long ears, dwarves with a long beard, and also mermaids with long tails. The price varies depending on the race, but compared to appearance and skills, level is more valuable. At the moment, they need to go somewhere, and then Chuck will go alone. Byron said that as far as he knows, there are a couple of shops specializing in high-class slaves. The protagonist entered the building. He walked a little further. The girl who works there greeted him. She asked if he came for a slave for protection. Byron answered that he needed a slave with language patronage. The girl asked about the slave's level. The guy answered that the most important thing is language patronage, the rest does not matter. Chuck said that he needed a slave who could accompany him on his journey. The guy answered that he really thinks such a slave exists. Initially, he will try to find out. The guy asked the girl. She said that there is. Byron was shocked that such a thing existed. He felt sorry for the slave who would be with the protagonist in absentia. The girl took them to another floor. Chuck asked that almost all the elves here were high-ranking, would they run away? Byron answered that all slaves without exception have a curse or patronage of a slave. He pointed his finger to show the slave status. They were looking at the characteristics of the girl with the pink headband. The girl called them. She wanted to show one of the slaves. They showed Diarok with horns and red eyes. She was a demon. Byron was surprised, because it was quite rare to meet a demon among human slaves. Chuck grinned, covering his mouth with his hand, and said he knew it would be like this. The guy with dark hair asked what he was talking about. The protagonist answered that his order for a slave exactly matched his description. The only one who could meet the requirements was a demon. Byron shouted that he would buy her, but unfortunately, he had no money. There was beautiful wallpaper on the wall. Chuck asked how it happened that she became a slave. She answered that there was a man whom she treasured more than anything in the world, but he doubted her love, and in the end, she decided to become his slave. The guy asked, and then or something dumped her. God declared that the story was boring. Byron was already sobbing on the floor. Chuck and Diaroka looked at him in confusion. The girl asked him to take this guy away from her, who decided to feel sorry for her, otherwise she wanted to gouge out his eyes. The protagonist asked if they were going. The girl answered if everything needed to be checked properly. The guy answered that it was enough for him to see her status. The girl drooped. Chuck asked what happened. She answered that it was all because of the patronage of God. Every time she carried out the owner's order, she experienced commensurate happiness. She asked to be given an order to be next to him, acting as a translator, and the reason why she served an insignificant person was precisely to carry out orders. Byron, crying, shouted that he should not dare give her strange orders. Chuck and Diaroka looked at him strangely again. The girl asked to be given an order to kill the guy with black hair. He agreed. The girl pounced on Byron. While they were fighting, he decided to look at the other slaves. They went outside where the men were loading a cart. Chuck said that they seemed very cheap to him, so he bought too many. The girl replied that one way or another, but all of them were low level and all production workers. The protagonist opened a portal, which the men entered. Byron called him for a few words. It turns out that he got confused and asked if they could go further with him. Suddenly, an arrow hit the guy with black hair. He fell to the ground. The girl said that she wanted to do it, but someone got ahead of her. She stood with her foot on the guy's head. They attacked in broad daylight. Another arrow flew by, but the guy was able to block it. He smiled. He hit the guy in the face. The guy instantly flew away. Passers-by noticed it. They started shouting that they were killing. Chuck said that things were bad and the crowd would come running. It turns out that the people who attacked were stealing slaves. A rumor spread that a level 1 man had bought a lot of slaves. The guards ran up. Chuck said that the guards were coming. The girl, holding the guy in her arms, asked if she should kill them. The protagonist said that there would be no questions for her because she was a slave, but they had to hide the fact that Byron was a demon. There was nothing to be done, so they had to leave the city. They walked through the forest because no one would run after them here. Chuck threw Byron and asked how he could be such a weakling. He replied that he had simply let his guard down a little because no one had ever tried to kill him. Diaroka said that up until that moment he had not tried to defend himself, relying only on healing. Byron began to say that a worthless person was trying to get close to a slave girl bought for money when suddenly he was hit on the back and could not finish. Chuck was covered in blood again. The girl's hands turned dark purple. She tried to grab the protagonist, but she missed, which is why Chuck took her hand and asked if she considered him easy prey. She bared her teeth. The girl tried to do the same trick with her other hand. Chuck's hand began to burn with a red flame. They tried to fight each other, but the girl's hand half disappeared. Byron cried and shouted that Chuck was a bastard. He smiled. Diaroka asked if he was really at level 1. The protagonist answered that she would also say that she had let her guard down. He clenched his hand into a fist. It was still red. The girl began to attack him again. Chuck had both hands red. He wanted to show her something, namely, the abilities of the owner, when suddenly he ran at her. He created not one hand, but several at once. The guy hit her a lot, because of which her clothes were torn. At the end, he wanted to show one more blow. His eyes were burning with a bright yellow flame. She was able to reduce her waist, because of which he was unable to strike. She had a clenched fist and it was burning with a purple flame. Smiling, she asked if he had also lost his vigilance. The guy smiled in confusion. He knew it would hurt a lot. Diaroka struck him on the shoulder. Blood began to flow from the shoulder. The girl smiled and said that such wounds were a mere trifle. She said that if the master ordered her to free herself, she would heal him that very minute. Chuck refused with a sly smile. He ordered her to stand still. It was clear from her face that she did not like it. He explained to her that these wounds would not weaken her master either. She asked if he was human. The main character understood that they both could regenerate. He suggested that they fight until one of them died. Diaroka asked if it was in order. Byron, lying on the ground, said that he was a monster. He also said that he would help her. Both looked strangely at the guy with dark hair. He tried to explain to her that they had been together all this time and that he knew his fighting style very well. Chuck threw a dagger at his head. He told him that he knew him very well and did not expect this from him. Diaroka said, "This man is incredible in a bad way," when suddenly the main character pounced on her, saying, "Is this all just to show off in front of her?" She was able to fight him off. The girl disliked traitors more than anything. Chuck understood that she had betrayed him herself. A ball appeared from magic. While this was happening, she said that even if she was a slave, she had never sworn allegiance. They faced each other in battle. The girl's healing did not keep up with her wounds. She clenched her fist and bared her teeth. Diaroka did not understand who he was. Chuck smiled, because it was a good excuse. The fight was still going on. The girl had already created 2 purple balls, but Chuck managed to dodge them. He hit her, telling her not to hope. Chuck ran. The main character was right in front of her eyes. Then he suddenly stopped. The girl's mouth was bleeding, but she was smiling. Chuck thought that she didn't think about her health at all, but it turned out she was resilient. His eyes widened. After all, the girl had wings. Chuck raised his fist and said that until she took off, he would trample her into the ground. Then he tried to give her a lesson, but before she could do that, she tried to land on his hand. She squatted with both legs. Then she jumped away from his hand. The main character was in shock, still standing with her arms straightened. The girl looked exhausted, endlessly alternating attacks and healing. He said that there was nothing outstanding about her. The girl promised to finish him off with one blow. With an angry face, she began to attack. She tried to strike with her foot. In response, Chuck said that he would try to finish her off too. He created a large ball. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He realized how she wanted to strike. Diaroka struck his head with her foot. It hurt her too. There was dust everywhere. The guy woke up. He asked if he had lost, scratching his head. God muttered that he was unbearable. God wanted to brainwash him. God asked if defeat was his limit. Chuck replied that he could not control this power. A girl came up. She asked to give her new clothes. The protagonist asked why she should be given clothes. Byron stopped them, saying that he would pick out a suitable dress for her. Suddenly, the girl hit him in the face with her fists, because taking care of slaves is the direct responsibility of the owner. The guy said that this was very impudent. He took out clothes from the portal. She threw them on herself. It was a blue dress. The girl said that since the winner could not be identified, it was her mistake. After all, it was unknown what awaited her. Diaroka did not want the rights to own a slave to be transferred to Byron. She knocked with her heel. She also said that she had a feeling that in the end the guy gave in on purpose, which she did not like at all. Chuck asked if she wanted to say that she lost or that she obeyed him. Diaroka replied that she recognized him as a low-grade creature as her owner. After all, this is a disgrace and an insult that will become a reason for ridicule for life, so it is better to consider what happened a small test. The main character replied that these are her problems. The girl said how much he wants and what else she owes to him. Byron shouted that he is a bastard, and that he will never forgive him because he makes her do all sorts of obscenities. Diaroka stood with her heel on his face and asked if he can defeat the owner. God confidently called the demon pathetic. The girl tried to touch the guy. He asked what she had in mind. It turned out that he had asked for decent compensation. Chuck denied it. Because of him, she was very tired. She stood and hugged him. Byron was shouting throughout the forest that he was a bastard. It was light, there was a building. The guy from the ball said that in return he would reward him as he did. The girl hoped for him. She said that things were bad because all the orcs of the plain were exterminated. Jane said that last time the number of forest gnolls had rapidly decreased. She also asked if this was the question that prompted her to meet her. The saint answered negatively. Jane was sitting on a chair with a slime. She said, "Forest of gnolls." They were wondering how Chuck was doing. He was standing with the girl. Next to them was a fiery bird. The girl with green hair was drinking tea and asking if they wanted to find the criminal and the stolen thing. The saint answered yes and asked if it was possible. Jane said that she was not searching, but it was possible. The saint asked to help this friend. She also apologized for asking if he really had such powers. Jane told her not to worry because this slime was special. He was not a softie like other slimes. The saint did not understand what she was talking about. The girl with green hair explained that she would understand everything when she saw his power. She asked if there were any leads on finding the criminal. The girl with pink hair answered that they were at the crime scene right now. They needed to find the thief who broke into the house. Jane was shocked because someone had broken into the house. She asked the slime to tell her the identity of the burglar. The slime glowed yellow, opening its mouth. The saint asked what he said. According to his explanation, the thief escaped through the sacred sword hanging on the wall. The pink-haired girl's expression sank because the criminal was a hero. Jane realized that the girl guessed the criminal's identity. The saint thanked her for her help. In return, Jane asked to help her get a job at a magic academy. The saint asked if she wanted to get a job as a professor at the academy. The green-haired girl answered positively, because during the recent incident, she was inferior in level even to a simple soldier and could not do anything about it. She tried to raise her level by hunting, but only once was convinced that it did not suit her, because of her gentle nature and dislike of battles. Despite the status of the great elder of the Elven Kingdom and a couple of thousand years of life, she never rose above level 12. With the help of patronage, a teacher can gain experience points without fighting, so for her it was the best choice. The saint agreed she would do everything in her power. It was sunny. Chuck smiled sarcastically. He said that there would be a draw with one of the people and the next time they met, he would crush him into dust. The god gave him both thumbs up. The carefree god of wine praised him for being awesome. The guy wanted to be praised more. The merchant brought his order. The order was much larger than the guy expected. It turns out that he was also given a small thank you for being the future savior of the world. Chuck asked if there were any unconquered lands in the area. The merchant answered negatively. People gathered nearby, and the protagonist became interested. He thanked the merchant, as did he. The guy went to see what the people were crowding about. He covered his mouth with his hand. The people stood and looked at Jane, who had a slime in her hand. The guy liked the girl. She apologized for the fuss because she was not here for revenge. Chuck tried to understand what she was doing here. The slime became angry. One of the men asked him to let him through. Jane asked if he was the new elder. The man answered positively. She asked if the dungeon was there or not. The village chief confirmed it. The protagonist assumed that there was some heroic event there. The guy disturbed her. He smiled and asked if she wanted to tell him something. She did not understand the purpose of the question. Chuck's uniqueness was shattered. He began to frown because a message about performing a heroic event should have popped up. The male god explained that someone else was performing the event. The evil god confirmed his words. The protagonist asked if she was single. She had planned it. She remembered how the girl kissed the guy. The guard thought this question was impudent. Jane asked him to stop it, and for him not to approach her anymore because she was uncomfortable. She took the village chief with her and went. The male god asked if Chuck was okay. Chuck understood that there were circumstances that she could not tell about, but as the protagonist, he had to help her. The male god slapped his knee, impressed. The carefree god of wine continued to express his admiration. The main character took the bags in his hands and went, because there was no need to hurry. It was night. All the heroes were gathered near the building. The goal of the heroes was to fight the Demon King. The prince said that the same could be said about the upcoming tournament. The areas were marked with a red flag, and orcs were released there. The task of the tour was to hunt them and check the tokens on their ankles. The girl was afraid of them. The other two girls also discussed this because they were afraid. The prince said that it did not matter what means they used, because only the one who collected the most tokens would win. The prize was the hero's sacred sword. One of the guys needed to rehabilitate himself from the shame inflicted on him by Chuck. He was determined to win the tournament. The setting sun lit up the sky, so he looked thoughtfully at the scoreboard and said that it wouldn't hurt to have a save point. The scoreboard said name, level 4, patronage hero F, uniqueness F, mercenary F, magic C, revenge F, curse clairvoyance F, hunting F. The guy thought about it and said that he wouldn't be able to enter the academy without hero status. The man in armor told the other man that he heard he was assigned to security there. The second man replied that yes, it looked like the gentleman heroes would join the academy, and he was told that if you think about it, that elf elder had also gotten a job as a teacher. Ethan turned around and said the academy. Then he thought about it and said teacher and student. He walked up to the fence. A girl was walking behind him and saying that this was not right. He asked why. She looked away and said that after all, she was a teacher and he was a student. Ethan chuckled and told her not to worry about such trifles. He exclaimed to the teacher that he liked her, to which the girl threw herself into his arms and said that in fact, she did too. The guy opened his mouth in embarrassment. He looked at the board with information about himself and thought that the question was how to enter the academy. Some evil god was sure that everything would work out if he reinstated. Some water goddess criticized him for being unattractive. The guy flexed his fists and said that it was right. He smiled and continued that he could simply reinstate himself as a hero, and that he was also going to the Magic Academy. That same night, the temple. The voice greeted him and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and people turned to look at him. Then he continued, looking at them, that they had parted ways not long ago. Aloes asked him in bewilderment how he got here. Ethan happily said that he would also participate in the tournament. The guy replied that only heroes could take part in it. Ethan said with a smile that he was going to return. He had enough abilities. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and asked the guys if he didn't. Someone called him by name angrily. Aloes looked at him thoughtfully. Then he extended his hand forward and said that he heard he was equal to the hero Lawrence. An image of the guy appeared in his thoughts. Then Aloes seriously continued that but he could not help but question his identity, and that he had already forgotten about the incident with the elf. So he widened his eyes in fear and said that how did he know about it. Then Jane appeared before his eyes and he exclaimed that there was a misunderstanding, and that he was only going to help her out of the kindness of his heart. The guy frowned. He raised his hand and said that how dare he lie so brazenly. He began to clench his hand into a fist. Then he turned to the girl. The saint was watching them thoughtfully. Aloes thought that he was watching from the sidelines and that he needed to know the saint's thoughts. Ethan smiled and the voice said good. The prince exhaled and said that he would acknowledge his return on the condition that he return the money he received as ransom. The guy put his hand behind his head and replied that he had spent it all on training, but he would pay it back quickly and that he should not worry. The prince frowned. Magic began to glow in his hand. He said that it was too early to rejoice and that he should personally see how much he had progressed alone since leaving the temple. He clenched his hand into a fist. People looked at what was happening in shock. Ethan grinned and said that he had a feeling he would be very surprised. Some evil god was complaining that there was not enough popcorn anymore. A fire sphere began to appear in the guy's hand. Some god of effort was watching with peace on his face. Ethan swung his arm and shouted that he was attacking. The light from the magic illuminated the room. People looked at him in confusion and one of them asked if he was even alive there. Vitality was used. Ethan was lying on the ground upside down. Vitality, the chance that he will survive in any situation is greatly increased. Trying to figure out how he managed to survive will only provoke a headache. Aloes smiled and said that the last check, let everyone who participates in the tournament raise their hands, and for the record, the knights will not protect them in the subsequent schedule. The girl said that this means that they can die again. The guy asked again that there will be no protection. Someone said that there you go. Someone raised their hand. The guys stood seriously with their hands raised. The girls also raised their hands. Someone doubted, and someone raised their hands. Aloes pursed his lips. Then he smiled and said that the heroes who hesitated should not regret it in the future and should speak up now. The saint approached them, turned to the prince and told him that it was enough and that he should respect the hero's choice. Then she looked ahead and continued that all the heroes who were not participating in the tournament should return to the dorm and pack their things. The heroes began to ask again in bewilderment and say why all of a sudden. The saint replied that they planned to focus on supporting brave and strong-willed people and that this was one of the links in the selection. Everyone began to raise their hands and shout that they would participate. The girl exhaled, closed her eyes and said that a true hero must have genuine courage, and that heroes pursuing personal gain were no different from mercenaries. The girl screamed in fear that the contenders for victory had already been confirmed. The guy said that it was true that they were only looking at things realistically, and that it did not mean that they had no courage or will. The saint smiled and said that the point was that they did not need heroes who avoided fighting, looking at things realistically. The guy grinned angrily. The door closed behind them. There were people in the room and a voice said that everyone who remained here had done an excellent job in the selection round. The heroes smiled contentedly. The saint said with a smile that may the gods favor them in the upcoming tournament. Ethan, lying on the ground, agreed. People were walking down the alley. The main character carried the girl in his arms and said that he was a bastard, and that who knew that they would run away like that. A moment arose in his memories, how the guy raised his hands up and said that he would return when he became a strong man worthy of Mr. Oka, and that they would see. Some god thought it was out of character for Asa, the spirit was flying next to them. Some god suggested throwing the demon, and Chuck smiled and told the respected god to calm down. He turned to the girl and continued that he just changed the translator to the female version. Some god said he was very uncomfortable, and the protagonist said, well. Asa pursed his lips, several signs floated out saying that some god was unhappy. They walked on and the spirit flew away from them. Some god is escaping. Chuck turned around and asked again about the escape. He stopped and called to call God and asked if he was there. The sun was setting below the horizon. A voice asked if he was serious. Some god cautiously looked out. He watched as the prince said that he had to personally see how much he had progressed alone. Some god looked around. A voice shouted that he was attacking. Some god peeked at the schedule. A board began to appear before his eyes. It said that the prize for victory was a sacred sword. The top winners of the tournament would be given a chance to enter the Hogwarts Academy of Magic. Asa watched as people joyfully used magic. Then he smiled. The window was curtained. The protagonist laid the girl on the bed. Then he looked at her and said that he was sleeping like a log. He thought, looking at the board. Chuck sat down on the bed and said that the patronage was in place, which meant he did not abandon him. A girl entered the room and asked for forgiveness with a smile. The protagonist thought why the worker would come here. The worker closed her eyes and said that another guest had complained and that it was possible that he was a demon. A moment later, her eyes widened and she let out a frightened cry. The protagonist was sitting on the bed with red eyes and there was a purple glow around him. The board said the word massacre. The girl wished him to spend his precious time and apologized again. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment. The sign said massacre. Friendly races fear him and avoid him. Greatly increases the chance of resistance to his brutal actions. Chuck squeezed his hand and said that it was all because of this. He smiled and continued that before they only flinched imperceptibly, but now he even felt a strange pleasure from how they flinched. He stood up and said that it did not cause any special problems. So anyway, the protagonist went to the window and said that, by the way, slave thieves are usually active at this time. He looked at the empty street and continued that they should take revenge before he left the city. Some god quietly returned. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was earlier than he thought. Some god boasted that it was a lonely journey. Some god demanded praise from him. The protagonist said that good work. Then he smiled, called God Ass and asked if he wanted to go for a walk with him somewhere. A god asked if he had finally decided to leave the demon. Chuck looked at the girl and said that she was sleeping anyway. Some god asked where he was going. Chuck grinned and said that he decided to see the thieves who attacked them and that they should say goodbye before he left. Some god asked where he was going to go next, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't even know and that he hadn't planned that far ahead. Some god suggested going to the academy. The protagonist asked tiredly. Then he grabbed his head and said that he would teach the thieves a lesson first, and then they would decide. Some god was displeased. Some god fell to the floor. Some god whined for him to promise immediately. Chuck replied that he should help him first and then they would think about it. Some god squinted at him. Some god asked if he would go to the academy if he helped. Chuck replied that he would think about this offer carefully. Some god asks how he can help. The protagonist answered that to catch a fish you need bait. Then he stretched his lips into a grin. The moon illuminated the sky. The man happily thanked and said that he would wait for a new order. The protagonist answered that slaves, bring them here, and thanked. The protagonist looked at the leaving man and thanked the respected god, and that in any case he needed a translation. Some god asks if he needs more slaves. Chuck smiled and said that in everyday life everything will do. Then he looked down and continued that the daughter of a magician, the son of a knight, an aristocrat. A bunch of people appeared before his eyes and Chuck said that due to their low level, they are cheap, regardless of their occupation and environment. The main character smiled and said that even his chest skipped a beat from the feeling of kinship. Some god says that the outer level doesn't matter. Some god claims that the inner level is important, and Chuck said that it was true. He stood in front of a bunch of people. After a moment, he grinned. Then something flew at him. The guys were standing with crossbows and shouting that it was a bullseye, that he was a fool in some first level and without protection. The voice said that it was bingo, and the guy was asked again in bewilderment. The main character held the arrows in his hands and said that their methods were too hackneyed, and that now he was sure that they were comrades of those morning guys. The guy furiously screamed not to look down on him. Someone's hand fell on his head. They turned to the man and shouted that he was the boss. Chuck opened his mouth. There was a crowd of people on the roof. They were looking straight at them and Chuck thought that this was what had run them over. One man jumped down. Some god was being capricious, so he went to the academy. Chuck asked with a smile, "What do you mean, the leader of these thieves?" The man landed on the ground with a crash. Some god insisted on his answer. The protagonist grabbed his head, asked for forgiveness and said that he decided to do some extermination here and that they would talk about it later. Some god was extremely displeased. The man's eyes widened. Then he shouted that they should go ahead. Some god muttered that he should hurry up with the extermination. The guy replied that he was going to do it. The board said that Asa, extermination. The protagonist swung the magic in his hand and said that they would end it all quickly. The man thought in fear that it couldn't be. Chuck struck him in the neck and the man continued the thought that it was like the first level. The protagonist looked at his hands and said that it felt strange when you knock them out with your bare hand. Some god is spinning like a top, dancing. Some god asks him to quickly finish everyone off. The protagonist approached the leader and said that this is where he is, and the man hiccuped. The protagonist smiled and continued that he did the right thing by deciding not to run away. He approached the man sitting on the ground and said that he would not kill him. The leader began to scream. Chuck angrily asked where and jumped on the man. The blow cracked his spine. The man fell to the ground screaming. The other guys pounced on the protagonist from behind, screaming that he was a bastard, their leader, and that he should die. Chuck turned around. Clouds covered the dark sky. The voice said something about these guys. Men in armor approached them and said that they seemed to be alive. A bunch of beaten people were sitting on the ground and the voice said that this was incredible. The protagonist was handed a bag with the words that here is a reward. Chuck thanked. The man thanked the protagonist and said something about consequences and slimes. Chuck agreed. Then he looked behind the man. He looked at the bones and something else. Chuck thought that the thieves dropped something, and why they didn't clean it up. The man replied that the bone contained something. The protagonist smiled and thought that it meant it was true that they don't eat special materials, and that this was some kind of unusual bone. Some god was being capricious, so now they go to the academy. Some god muttered so that he wouldn't pretend not to hear. The protagonist asked what was so special about it. Some god confidently stated that he would find out when he went, to which Chuck said that he didn't even know what kind of academy this was. The man shouted at him to stop. The protagonist turned around in confusion. The man stood behind him and said that this bone was his, that it was his son and something about the academy, to which Chuck thought that things were bad. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and continued to think that he didn't understand a word, and that he was probably wanted for attempting to murder a member of the royal family. Looking up, he thought that there was also a knight. Some god translated that he was being asked to sell a bone. Chuck asked what came over him. Some god conveyed that this knight planned to use the bone as a gift for his son, who was entering the academy. Then Asa raised his finger up. Some god emphasized the word academy several times. Some god waited for Asa to notice. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. Then he spread his arms and turned to the gentleman knight that he had a condition instead of money. The man asked again about the condition. Chuck smiled and said that he also wanted to go to the academy. Some god laughed joyfully. The knight asked again in bewilderment that the academy. He thought, some god is spinning, some god is trembling in anticipation, some god. The knight answered something and the spirit opened his mouth. Chuck thought about what he said. Some god is unhappy, some god is stamping his foot. Chuck thought he could guess, judging by the reaction of Mr. God. The protagonist thought about it and said that they would have to start negotiations again. Diaroka appeared behind him and asked again about the negotiations. Chuck turned to her, said that she scared him, and asked when she managed to follow him. The girl answered that they went somewhere alone, leaving her wounded, and how cruel it was. She laid her head on the shoulder of the angry protagonist. He furiously asked what she was doing. The knight looked at them and the girl asked if he was embarrassed. The man sharply shouted that he was a demon. The girl looked at him and said that he was a knight. They glared at each other. Diaroka asked the owner where the knight came from. Chuck said with a smile that he definitely did and to let Diaroka help translate. The man said something angrily about a demon, a human, and a slave. Diaroka said with a smile that otherwise she would be walking around the streets helpless. Some god insistently demands that he continue the negotiations. Some god mutters that he is tired of repeating himself. Chuck closed his eyes and said that the two of them should stop and that he will try to negotiate about the academy. Some god can't wait any longer. Some god had a great idea. Some god went somewhere. Chuck looked up and asked the master god if he had escaped again. The knight closed his eyes and said in any case, and that the academy is out of the question. The protagonist angrily told him to listen. Everyone looked up sharply. The knight grinned angrily and asked what the. Chuck widened his eyes and said what the. The soldiers shouted to look there, look up and shouted what the lord. The knight said something perplexed. They looked at the huge paw and the voice said that it can't be. A huge dragon was flying in the sky. The voice shouted that it was a dragon. He opened his mouth and told the pathetic little humans to listen. His eyes flashed. He continued that their despair had surpassed death and returned. Then he said that this time he would wipe them off the earth, along with the female hero they believed in. The dragon widened his eyes and asked what the and why he was great on the first level. He asked how it happened. Chuck smiled and said that that's it. The dragon grabbed his muzzle with his paws and asked who did it and who dared. The protagonist smiled and said that who. God was hovering in the sky and the protagonist continued that their master was God. People were running down the street screaming to be saved. Someone's paw landed on the ground and someone shouted that it was a dragon. A huge creature landed on the ground. Its eyes flashed. Diaroka twisted her arms over her chest and said that it was a dragon, and judging by the size of the level of the disaster. The protagonist turned to the girl and said that nevertheless, she was somehow calm. She replied that she would not be able to defeat him, but it would be easy to escape. The protagonist agreed. The dragon angrily asked who did this, who dared to make fun of the level of his great body. He opened his mouth, in which fire began to sparkle, and continued, "That's right, a hero." Then, fire began to come out of his mouth, and he said, which is quite in the spirit of this evil girl. The fire burned above the roofs of the houses. The knight said something and began to stick out his sword. The protagonist and the girl looked at the man as he said something and began to run away, saying that they would see each other again then. Some god is happy that for the first time in a long time a job turned up. Some god ordered to deal with him quickly. Chuck looked away and asked what was with this thing. Some god says to show that knight his abilities. The protagonist replied that he really thinks that will be enough. Chuck pulled out the sword. Diaroka said in surprise that it was a sacred sword, and the guy said that she recognized it right away, and that Byron understood only when he touched it. She frowned and told him not to compare him to this trash, and asked the owner if he was a hero. He answered that no, this one was defective. Diaroka looked at the sword and said that she didn't know that even gods could make mistakes. The dragon breathed out flames and shouted for the hero to come out. He raised his muzzle and continued that if he didn't show up right now, he would turn the city into coals. Chuck said with displeasure that he was coming. The man shouted for the archers to get ready for battle. The knights began shooting their bows under the cry that there was fire. The dragon looked at them in bewilderment. A moment later, he covered himself from the attack with his wing. Then he angrily shouted about the level. Opening his mouth, he continued that if he hadn't had problems with the level. The knight rushed quickly. He stood right under the dragon's flames. Raising his sword in front of him, he stopped its attack. Chuck said in surprise that he had reflected it and that he was not just a tin can. The girl replied that of course, this was the level of a knight defending the country. The protagonist smiled and said that of course, he said. The demon replied that yes, she could also easily reflect the attack. The dragon's level was now even below average. A moment later, the protagonist rushed up and the girl called out to her master in bewilderment. He jumped onto the roof and said that this was true. The dragon swung at the knight. He grabbed a bunch of soldiers with his paw. His level began to rise and the dragon asked in bewilderment that the level rises if you hunt. Some god insists that he deal with him quickly. Chuck looked up and said that he should finish him off before the level rises higher. Diaroka flew up to him and asked who he had been talking to all this time. The protagonist turned to her and replied that he was talking to the one who resurrected this dragon. The demon asked again, puzzled. The dragon climbed onto the roof and the guy said that he needed time to prepare and asked if she could switch his attention to herself. The girl agreed that it was as he wished and began to fly towards the dragon. He looked at her and said that level 27, that a high-ranking demon forgot on the western continent, and that great, it would become his experience points. The girl swung her magic at him. She shot a beam at him and said that she didn't really want to. The dragon dodged with a scream. Then he angrily said that a pathetic bug, how dare she? He lowered his paw to the ground and said that okay, in the name of the Red Dragon King, let everything drown in flames. A fiery dome formed around him. Diaroka diligently reflected the fire. Some god asks what he is doing, some god considers assa stuffy. Chuck put his finger to his mouth and said that he was gathering power and that he should be quiet. Some god covered his mouth with both hands. Some god asked if that was enough. Chuck asked what he had done. The board said that he was an elf, assa, a sacred sword. The guy squatted down. He lifted one leg and said that in any case, that should be enough. He jumped off the roof. The demon reflected the fire. Chuck called her and told her to fly away. She turned around, confused. The sword cut through the air. The protagonist struck. Blood poured out of the dragon's wound. Diaroka looked at what was happening in shock. Some god screamed in fear. Chuck laughed, his eyes burning with fire. He asked with a smile how he liked it. The monster's body was bleeding. The protagonist made a sharp blow with his sword to the dragon's head. Chuck landed on the ground next to him. Throwing his sword behind his back, the protagonist laughed and thanked him after hearing that some god had praised Asa. The dragon furiously asked what the hell he was, to which the protagonist replied that he could talk with his throat cut. The monster's eye showed the hero's reflection, and he said that he was great, from a pathetic first level, to which Chuck replied that until recently he was also at first. Diaroka, looking at the protagonist, asked if using her as bait to hit the dragon in the back was really mean, to which the protagonist replied that this was the basis of the basics, considering the difference in their weight classes with the dragon. Smiling, the protagonist said that she was a good girl in any case, to which the girl remained silent. The man, holding his hand, asked if he really was, to which the hero was surprised and asked if he was alive. Stretching his hand forward, the girl said that he doubted even after seeing everything with his own eyes. Maybe he should scratch out his useless eyes, to which Chuck replied that it was not necessary. The man frowned. Lying on the ground, the dragon said that it was unfair he, the great king of red dragons, was being taken away from such a non-entity who was not even a hero, and the man looked at him in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he should relax, anything can happen, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Opening his mouth wide in front of the protagonist, the dragon said that he was speaking in the name of his soul. The king's eyes lit up with a bright red light, and he added that he cursed him for making him experience shame worse than defeat. A bright red light appeared in front of the hero. Chuck opened his eyes wide in surprise. The king's anger was imposed on him. A village appeared. The protagonist was cursing. Looking at the tablet, the protagonist angrily thought about the curse again. Putting her hand to her face, Dairoka said that dragons are terrible, arrogant people. Sometimes they do not admit defeat and can even bestow a curse. However, she sees this for the first time in real life. Furiously kicking the dragon, the hero turned to him and told him to quickly get up and take it back. It is unfair, it is simply unheard of. Some god is merely spinning, some god confidently declared that this is obvious retribution. Falling to his knees, the hero said that this cannot be. Looking at the purple light, Chuck said that he only killed a monster that terrorized the inhabitants of the fantasy world. Why did this only add curses? A curse tablet appeared, which said that the anger of the dragon he killed provokes nearby dragons. When his life is in critical danger, the angry dragon will suddenly attack him, and the hero asked, well, what kind of effect does it have? Clutching his face, Chuck thought that he was in trouble, that is, this curse is activated every time he is in danger. The girl, smiling, looked at the tablet, and the hero asked again. Looking down, the protagonist asked, what, is she happy that her master was cursed? Smiling widely, she said that she received a new patronage. She did not give up and continued to endure, and this day has finally come. Sharply raising his head, the hero asked what patronage asked to show, to which the girl happily replied that yes, please. A sign appeared saying that he had killed a dragon, and his anger suppresses nearby dragons. When her life is in critical danger, an angry dragon will protect her. The hero looked at the sign happily. Then the protagonist abruptly turned his head to the knight. The man turned his head to the side and thought. Approaching him, the hero asked, and he did too, to which he simply made sounds. The protagonist leaned on his hands. Lowering his head down, he asked why, does he not deserve happiness? Everyone else has patronage, why is he the only one cursed? A sign with the hero's indicators appeared. Some god laughed happily and praised Asa. Blue creatures stood near the wall. One of them appeared, and the hero said that it is much easier to sort materials with slimes. Chuck smiled and looked at the creature, and then said that he did not think that a slime could pass so much through itself at once. He is sure that these are valuable materials. Looking at the shiny claw, the hero said that it was a pity. He couldn't believe that he would have to give up the most precious resources of the fantasy world. He understood that he could fall into the hands of the kingdom and the evil goddess if he took them into his hands, but looking ahead, the protagonist heard shouts of hooray, long live the knight, and he thought about it. The whole crowd of people joyfully raised their hands up and shouted about the knight. A man was riding a horse and carrying a dragon. Joyful shouts were heard around. The knight looked at the joyful crowd of people turning to him. The protagonist stood behind the people with a smile on his face and watched. A view of a village house opened up. The knight, standing in front of the hero, said that he was in his debt to him, to which Chuck replied that it was okay. Some god said that it was enough to give a pass to the academy. Turning to the girl, the protagonist told her to convey that he would like the trophy for which he risked his life to go to the restoration of the city in support of the families of the victims, to which the girl responded approvingly. Raising her finger up, she said that he should be grateful that she and the owner saved his life. They do not need this pathetic trash, let them divide it among the people as they want. Looking at her, the protagonist said that her words sounded aggressive, to which she smiled and replied that it seemed to him that she conveyed everything. Raising his head, the protagonist said that in that case, a small white cloud appeared in the air. Looking up, the hero asked what was that. White glowing particles were flying in the air. It was the wrath of the king. The man said something surprised, and the hero said that it was the wrath of the dragon. One hand made of bones appeared. The dragon with glowing eyes opened its mouth wide. Looking at it, the hero asked what a skeleton it was, to which Dairoka replied that it was a dragon. Looking up, Chuck said that he could see now, it was smaller than the previous one. Folding her arms, the girl said that it looked like the anger directed at the master had summoned the souls of the dragons, uniting them together and giving them a physical body. Scratching his head, the hero said that it was in the spirit of the fantasy world. Gritting his teeth, he added that that's all. His eyes lit up, and the hero said that even the living dragon in front of him trembled. Who was this skeleton that dared to look down on him? The training field appeared, and the man said that today in this place, under the clearest sky, brave heroes had gathered, whose goal was to crush the Demon King. Raising his hand up, the man said that even among the legendary heroes there is the most outstanding. Who will it be? Ethan, smiling, looked straight ahead and heard that this will show them. The man said that the tournament of heroes, and the whole crowd looked at them. The saint said that ladies and gentlemen, all this time their great support helped the heroes grow and develop. Two men listened to that this tournament will prove that their work was not in vain. With folded hands, one of them asked what he thought, and the other thought and answered that according to rumors, the strongest hero is Lawrence. The guy raised his hand with a smile on his face. The man told him to be careful with his words. He heard that it was Chloe, and the girl with a microphone in her hands asked if that was the hero Mary. Arya leaned on the girl's back, to which she asked what was the matter. The girl, looking over her shoulder, said that her mother was in the place of the guest of honor. She did not take her eyes off her. The woman, smiling, fanned herself. Turning around, Mary said that at such moments she should be even stronger. If she continues to hide behind her, she will only disappoint her mother. Arya said in surprise that she was so strong. Clenching her fists, she added that then she would fight too. Looking at the girl, Arya said that her question would sound unexpected, but what would she do if another hero was in danger during the tournament? Mary, smiling, said that she would help. With a smirk on her face, the girl said that she did not even doubt that she was very strong, to which she replied that no, not that much. Looking down, the girl said that she just thought that he would answer the same way, to which Arya asked again. Waving her hands in front of her, Mary said that nothing, and Arya thought about it. Stretching her hand forward, the saint said that from that moment on she declares the tournament open. The knight waved the flag and shouted that they were going ahead. The guy asked in surprise what they were already starting. Lawrence quickly ran forward, overtaking everyone else. Pointing to the carriage, the man turned to the guy and said that he needed to go here. Clenching his fist, Lawrence said that he had prepared this carriage in advance, let them climb in, to which the girl replied that it was to be expected. Smiling, the guy thought about the fact that power is in information, and they were running on their own 2 feet. Idiots, he would catch all the orcs anyway. Running ahead, Arya shouted that it was against the rules, to which Mary replied that she should hold on tighter. The girl grabbed her hand, and she asked what was she talking about all of a sudden. The race began, the carriage was moving forward, and Mary was running after it. It was written about the race that her legs were ready to run faster than usual. She would not be able to slow down or rest until she reached her destination. Chloe, looking away, said that Lawrence and Mary had already arrived, and she thought that she would be faster than everyone else. The guys were riding in the carriage, and the girl said that they should also push on before they were late. The man in the cloak turned to the saint. Then she said that last night in the northern city of the Knight's Kingdom the King of the Red Dragons appeared. The girl asked in surprise that the King of the Red Dragons, she was sure. A dragon appeared in the sky, and she replied that its build, number of horns, scale color, and so on matched what was written in the manuscript, that it was the King of Red Dragons that she had defeated over 100 years ago. A memory surfaced of her standing in front of the dragon, and then the saint said that it was true, they had defeated it together with the hero, and the memories were still alive in her. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she remembered. She had then confirmed the death of the King of Red Dragons, and the man in the cloak asked if perhaps one of the gods had resurrected him. Looking away, the saint said that it was impossible. A forest appeared, and she added that they were not the kind to do such things without a reason, while the tournament would not let them get bored. Lowering her gaze, the saint said that although there was a possibility that some god had summoned the dragon because he had confused the location of the tournament. Looking ahead, the girl heard that there were no heroes. Why would the gods do something like that? To which she asked again, and then thought that it was true, all the heroes were at the tournament. The image of the main character appeared in the girl's head, and she thought about his name. 2 white stripes appeared under the saint, and she thought about the fact that there was a god next to him who was blocking the goddess's search. What if this was the work of that god? Going down the stairs, the girl asked why she did not report this right away. She would have to go there herself. She needed to eliminate him before the number of victims increased, to which she turned to the saint. Looking at the saint's back, the servant said that the King of the Red Dragons had already been caught and destroyed. The girl turned around and asked, "Caught the King of the Red Dragons? Whose work was this?" To which she replied that no additional information had been received yet, but he was at such a level that a knight could defeat him alone. The saint closed her eyes and said that then it was not the King of the Red Dragons, it was simply impossible to take his life alone. The training field appeared, and the girl added that they were in no position to waste time on false information. They would talk about it next time, and now they would focus on the tournament. The blue sky appeared, and the man said not to talk nonsense. The old man asked about the lack of money, and climbing into his carriage, unheard of. Another man asked, "He is a hero, let him not make him laugh and get lost." Looking at the carriage leaving, Ethan asked what was going on. Is it not a given that people help a true hero? Some evil god asks if he is getting on now, and the guy added that he did not think but. The guy widened his eyes, hearing that someone was addressing him. Crosses appeared in front of the girl on the horse, and she asked if he didn't need to go to the plane. It was written about clairvoyance, that even in the absence of a material barrier, he would not be able to spy. The chance of revealing his secrets and weaknesses significantly increases. Ethan clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that the beauty was a night, damn, because of the curse nothing could be seen, and then said that yes, that's right. The guy thought about how, as the main character, at such moments he was definitely unique. The girl's eyes glowed yellow and she asked that then, maybe he should give him a lift, though she had only one horse, it would be inconvenient. Ethan clenched his fists tightly and happily thanked her. The guy, with a smile on his face, asked him to forgive him, to which the girl replied that he should hold on tighter and not press close. Smiling widely, Ethan answered approvingly, and then thought that this is exactly what he should do. Holding the rope, the girl said that she would get him there in a moment, to which he replied that he should leave her, it could be slower. The horse quickly ran forward, and the guy thought that riding with a knight was much better than with sweaty, smelly uncles. Maybe he should also include her in his company. The demon and the knight lay on the ground and watched the explosion that thundered. Diaroka, all in blood, turned to the hero and asked what the hell. The dragon with a blue glow looked straight ahead. The hero clenched his fist in the flames and screamed, "What a bad situation." Looking at the skeletal dragon, Chuck thought, well, gritting his teeth, he thought that it was cool, of course, that he also killed the skeleton dragon. The hero stood with a sword in front of the dragon's corpse. The guy widened his eyes, seeing a sign about the king's wrath. Turning around, the main character saw many similar signs. The dragon's hand crawled out from under the rubble. Many dragons appeared and they all said that it was necessary to kill a man, chaos, destruction, death, and Chuck asked what the hell. The monster flew straight at the hero and said that a man, kill, and he asked that there was even a big one. The knight covered himself with his hand and asked where so many bone dragons came from. One of them appeared behind him, who said that it was necessary to kill a man. Turning his head to the side, the man said, "Oh shit." The dragon turned sharply towards the devastating explosion. The knight leaned against the wall and made a sound of pain. The man looked at the white particles. It was the wrath of the king. He killed the dragon, and his wrath suppresses the dragons nearby. When his life is in critical danger, the angry dragon will protect him. The bone dragon's hand lay on the knight's armor. Raising his head up, the monster said that save, man, protect, family. A dragon with green eyes flew at another and said what to protect, and the other what to kill. Two monsters collided heads and a flash was formed. The hero looked straight ahead and thought. The dragon was spewing flames, and Chuck said that he did not even know what to call this situation. They were arriving endlessly. The demon's hand was glowing and she furiously said that it was enough to bother him. Having hit the monster, Diaroka said for him to die. The monster fell to the ground and wheezed. Turning around, the girl addressed the hero and said that she surrendered to her. All this was somehow suspicious. Diaroka abruptly turned to the battle of two dragons, who were saying what to protect and kill. She looked up in fear and said that she did not have the strength to move. White smoke and a bright flash appeared. Someone screamed. The girl was lying unconscious under the dragon. A notification popped up that she had killed the dragon, and her anger was suppressing nearby dragons. When her life was in critical danger, the angry dragon would protect her. The dragon raised its head and shouted about saving, demon, protecting, love, hope. Many monsters appeared in front of the hero, and he said that at this rate they would destroy everything here. The hero swung his sword and said that they would try then. Red particles appeared. Starting to run forward, he added that he would finish them all off at once. The end of the sword rested on the ground. Leaning on the weapon, the protagonist said that there were a lot of them here. The slimes would have a hard time. Tired, Diaroka said that just think about it, a horde of bone dragons. She had never heard of such a thing, to which Chuck asked if she was okay. Looking up, the demon said that the patronage and the curse of the king's wrath, created by the god of dragons, would not activate without a reason. He really does not know what happened. Putting a hand to his chin, the protagonist said that he had some guesses, to which the girl asked, "Really?" The guy said that he was the owner of the cheap patronage of Asa. Furious creatures with a glowing beam appeared, and he added that unlike gnolls, who receive strength by stuffing their stomachs, Chuck said that he receives strength by burning life. A tablet about the king's wrath appeared, and the hero said that he would still roll back to the original, so he constantly uses life as fuel. The protagonist added that when his life force falls, it becomes a trigger. It appeared as the hero's life force fell, and then rose. Toy capsules with dragons appeared, and Chuck said that by activating the curse of the king's wrath. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that in truth, the curse should have a limit on the number of activations, but in his case, it most likely resets too. Looking at his hand, the hero sighed and said how difficult it was, because he needed to control his power. The slime near the guy's leg made a sound, and he was surprised and said about it. The corpses of the dragons appeared, and the hero asked what if he thought about what to do with all this. They were, of course, smaller than the red dragon, but they were still dragon bones. Turning to the demon, he told her to take everything for herself, to which she asked, "This entire mountain?" Grinning, Diaroka said that it felt like he was dumped on useless trash, but these materials were worth more than her life, a strange feeling. The bones of the monsters appeared. The knight stood up and turned to the hero, to which the protagonist responded. Frowning, the man said that he was begging to go to the academy with his son. Turning his head, Chuck heard how his father was asking him for a favor, and the guy asked what this uncle was saying. Closing her eyes, the demon said that he was asking to go to the academy with his offspring, to which the hero was surprised. Some god laughed joyfully, some god praised him for the perfect plan. Sighing, Diaroka said that while this tinkin has a conscience, the owner performed a great feat by slaying a dragon, so the knight invites him to visit, to which Chuck replied that he does not insist. The man extended his hand forward, and the protagonist thought about the fact that on the contrary, it was because of him that the city turned into ruins, and the girl asked if she should then reject the knight's offer. Having shaken the knight's hand, the protagonist said that well, nothing can be done, since the gentleman knight, the pride of the knightly kingdom itself, wants to thank him. The guy turned around and saw how people were surprised by the dragon's bones and asked for help. Looking away, Chuck said that if people came running, there would be such a fuss here. Holding the bones in her hands, Diaroka with a smile on her face said that then they should leave here faster, to which the hero replied that he generally looked inspired. A village appeared, and the girl replied that it seemed to him. Walking forward, the knight said that they had arrived. Turning his head, the man turned to the hero and said that they were here. The guy smiled broadly and said that he didn't think that there was such a place on the outskirts of the city, and Diaroka said that it was somehow modest for a knight's estate. They all stood in front of a huge palace, and the hero asked if she thought it was modest, and then said that it seemed that being a knight was better than a hero. Turning to the girl, the protagonist asked why. By the way, she followed him, and she answered what he would do if he made a mistake at the party without her translation. The hero asked who she took him for. He actually did fine before that dinner with the prince, to which she replied that yes, as he would say, that's why he went on the run. The guy leaned against the window and looked down. A feast with many people appeared. Looking at the hero, the demon asked if he understood everything. Bringing food to his mouth, the hero said that it works. A guy appeared sitting at the table, and the hero asked if he was being asked to go to the academy with his eldest son, not the younger one, to which Diaroka replied that the younger one already had a partner, and the first one, although he dropped out, could be reinstated. The guy sat leaning against the wall, and Chuck asked if he was being asked to enter the academy to take care of the slacker. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was as if they had fed him scraps, which he specifically said. Combing her hair, the girl said that she said that he would be glad if such an incredible strongman as the owner became his son's friend. Furiously slamming her fist on the table, the protagonist asked if she could translate normally right away, to which she replied that that. Turning his head to the side, Chuck said that he agreed. Some god joyfully exclaimed, spreading his arms. The girl hugged the knight and said what kind, and the man said that he could not help but wish for joy. Looking straight ahead, the man asked, first of all, and then. Closing her fingers, Diaroka said that they were going to tame him with money, to which the hero angrily asked, again translates as she pleases. The protagonist sighed and heard that she had simply omitted confusing hidden hints, to which he replied that this was called distortion of facts. Putting her hand in front of her, the girl told him to listen and remember. Her master said that he wanted to look at the uncouth eldest son, who locked himself in the room even with guests. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked her to stop, asked what she was saying. A man and a woman in tears were sitting on the floor, and the hero asked about it, to which the demon replied that from the demon's point of view, her translation was excellent. The palace appeared, and the hero asked what she would order to be done now. She brought them to tears. Lying on the bed, Chuck said that the translator was too willful. He was covered in cold sweat while he calmed down the knight's uncle and his wife. Looking at the demon, the hero turned to her and asked if she knew anything about the academy. Huge monsters and people sitting in front of them appeared, and the girl said that in order to resist them, insignificant people founded 4 academies. The people raised their swords up, and the demon added that they mainly taught barbaric violence there. The people held each other's hands, and Diaroka said that no matter how much people struggled, they were still weaklings. In the end, they came together, and the new academy became a place proclaiming friendship and unity, to which the protagonist replied, what a bore. Abruptly running into the room, the guy turned to the protagonist. Chuck and Diaroka looked at him, and he said that he was a pathetic first-level commoner. Stretching his sword in front of him, the eldest son said that father, let the hero attack, he is his. Pointing her hand to the side, the girl asked if this also needed to be translated, to which the protagonist replied that no, even he understood what he was talking about. The guy looked forward furiously. Smiling widely, Chuck said that the father so desperately asked for his son, he can't just ignore it. The demon looked in surprise at the hero, who said that in order for him to succeed in the academy, he, as a filial son, The hero approached the boy and added that he would personally take on his upbringing. The boy opened his eyes in fear and asked him to stop. The hero punched the boy in the face, and he wheezed in pain. Holding two swords in his hand, the eldest son angrily said that he was an idiot and on the sly. Punching the boy in the stomach, the protagonist said that it was all for his own good. Swinging his fist, Chuck said that he was trying so hard. The boy flew to the side from the blow, and the protagonist asked him to show his son's respect. White smoke appeared in the room. The boy sat on the floor and wheezed. The hero looked at him in surprise. A memory popped into his head, how little Chuck asked how he would save the world if he still worried his loved ones. Tightly clutching the wall, the hero said that it was a curse. The protagonist said in fear that for sure, "Oh shit," asked if he was alive there. Dairoka looked at the hero and asked if he had gone too far, mocking a weakling of the 13th level. Smiling, the girl asked if he hadn't died from his last attack, to which the main hero replied that it was a misunderstanding. His level was lower than his, and in general, she was enjoying what was happening the most. The guy opened his eyes wide and made a sound. The eldest son began to crawl on the floor and wheezed loudly. The demon released a purple blow from her finger and hit the guy. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that it was an accident, and the hero looked at her in bewilderment. Pointing at the guy, the hero asked what they should do with it. Raising her finger up, Dairoka asked what she could do, dismember him and secretly leave him, to which the hero told her not to dare. Looking down, the hero asked if she had dragon bones. She said that they were expensive, they would give him a part and send him away. Looking to the side, the girl asked if he thought he could walk in this state. 3 planets appeared in the sky. Frowning, the knight asked what was going on here, and the girl shouted about treatment. The man watched as the guy laughed in confusion. A green glow appeared near the guy's head and he made a sound. Looking at this, the protagonist said what a quick effect the treatment had, and the guy began to shout about it in fear. Running forward abruptly, the eldest son said that yes, it was his. Smiling broadly, Chuck said that it looked like he hadn't come to his senses yet, nothing could be done. A bright glow appeared behind the hero, and his eyes lit up. The king's wrath was called forth. A dragon appeared behind the protagonist, talking about murder, man, chaos, destruction. Blood was coming out of the dragon's mouth. The guy, sitting on the floor, hiccuped and asked, "A bone dragon?" and the monster made a sound. The protagonist's hand appeared from behind the dragon's teeth. The tooth flew past the guy. He opened his eyes in surprise. Looking out of the monster's mouth, the protagonist told him to tie it up and they would become good friends. The door to the room opened slightly. The saint entered the room and exhaled. Closing her eyes, the girl thought about how the sponsor's voluntary donations couldn't fall even lower. It was difficult to support the hero with the temple's efforts alone. The saint took a few steps forward. She lay down on the floor and thought that, yes, an entire era had changed, but some things had remained the same. Looking away, the girl said that her head was a complete mess. A voice came from the sphere asking if she could spare her a minute. The saint asked what was the matter. From the sphere, it was heard that the director of the academy had been waiting since early morning to talk to her. Turning around, the girl said that as far as she knew, the enrollment of heroes in the academy had already ended, and then she heard what it was. The girl frowned when she heard her say that there was an additional matter that she should discuss in person. Sitting down on a chair, the saint said that nothing could be done and heard that there was good news, and she asked what it was. The girl in the sphere said that the incident with the mutant who was mistaken for the king of the red dragons ended in success. From the sphere it was heard that the city suffered great damage, but there were a minimum of victims, to which the girl replied that the lesser of two evils, they would postpone this conversation for later. Lowering her head, the saint said that first let her connect her with the director. The sphere answered that yes, she obeyed. The director laughed and turned to the girl, asked how she was doing. The saint answered that not very much, because of someone who knew how busy she was, but still called. Holding the phone in her hand, the woman said that it was nice to see that the shield of humanity was so absorbed in his duties, it was immediately clear that everyone could sleep peacefully. The girl closed her eyes and said that if she continued this meaningless conversation, she would pass out and heard that, "Oh my god." The woman put a pipe in her mouth. Smoke flew out of the girl's head in the form of the director, who said that she was so impatient, she was being especially rude today. Smiling, the woman said that she would get straight to the point. They had many promising newcomers this year. She was thinking of opening the underground ruins so that they could train with the heroes. The girl tapped her finger on the table. Putting her hand to her face, the saint asked, "The underground ruins?" She was talking about that labyrinth. It seems that she had successfully removed the seal of God. Laughing, the woman said that she was right, surprised, unbelievable, really, she even had the seal of God in her hands, like a soft slime. The girl looked away and thought. The labyrinth, an atypical structure built in the era of myths and legends so that the gods could release their power. The jewels appeared, so the relics dug out of the labyrinth, all as one, are filled with extraordinary power. Looking away, the girl thought about the fact that along with this they conceal an extraordinary danger. Looking at the sphere, the woman said that these far-sighted kingdoms insist that the labyrinth be opened quickly, she too will not last long. Closing her eyes, the saint said that for the heroes, now bored without game, this would be a necessary element of development, to which she heard that it was laughter. Looking at the smiling woman, she said that good, she will send them at the end of the tournament, to which she was answered, yes, and asks to hurry, here, let him open the window. Looking down, the saint said that then she turns off. The sphere began to fade, and from it one could hear that no, a request to stop and at least chat a little. The girl lay down with her face on the table and sighed. Looking straight ahead, she said that the heroes, I wonder how many of them will be able to survive. Hilly terrain appeared. A view of the fire opened up before his eyes. The girl happily greeted the guy and said that she was glad to meet him. She was Julia's friend, the magician Lesha. Ethan looked away in surprise. The girls laughed, hearing from the guy that it was an honor. Hugging them, the guy thought about the beauties, Lesha and Julia, two beautiful flowers on each of his hands. Turning around, the magician asked, and this man is a hero, to which Julia apologized. Raising her finger, the girl said that it turns out that the hero who collects more marks attached to the legs of the orcs wins. Raising his hand to his face, the guy answered that it was true, she was smart, as befits a magician. Looking straight ahead, Lesha thought about the fact that the patronage of magic is passed on through the blood from the teacher, it has nothing to do with intelligence. Julia hugged the girl and thanked her for coming. Winking, the maids replied that she was grateful, because she had a chance to meet the legendary hero. The guy's indicators appeared, and Lesha thought about the fact that he was only level 6, but already had so many patronages, one could consider that this hero was chosen by the gods themselves. Looking to the side, the girl asked, well, how is it? Ethan appeared, and the girl added, a real hero amazes the imagination. A memory of the main character popped up in the magician's head and she said that indeed, she would have been more surprised if she had not met him before. The owl looked straight ahead. The sky with glowing planets appeared, and someone said that it was strange that not a single orc was visible. Sitting on the ground, Lesha said that there were barely noticeable traces left here, it seemed that some group had been here before them, to which Ethan asked again. Looking away, Julia said that of course, they had quickly rushed along the shortest route, but that did not guarantee that someone could not have arrived before them. Besides, they were a little delayed while they waited for the magician. Looking at the slimes, the girl said that judging by the fact that the slimes were still busy cleaning, they were somewhere nearby. Looking at the orc's corpse, Julia said in surprise that the orc had been chopped up and fried, apparently by a team of swordsmen and a magician, just like theirs. A flame appeared behind the guy and he angrily asked who the hell was it. Pointing his hand straight ahead, Ethan said that there. Sharply running forward, he shouted that his prey, they would not take it away from him anymore. The guys looked straight ahead in surprise. Arya and Mary were fighting the orcs and a question arose about the elder. The girl rushed forward, holding the flame in her hands. The monster's face was covered in fire, and Arya swung her sword. The monster swung his weapon and shouted about his brothers. The girl knocked the weapon out of the orc's hands, and Arya said that she was a hero. Mary swung her fist and activated the weapon. Her body becomes a powerful weapon in any situation. All the weapons she owns are naturally restored, like the body. Many flashes appeared on the monster's body and he screamed in pain. Holding fire in her hands, Mary said that it was the last one. Flames appeared on the monster's head after the girl's blow. The headless orc sat in front of the girl. Ethan turned to her in surprise, to which she asked again and said that he got there faster than she expected. Raising his hands up, the guy said that these were his words, asked where their humble headman got such enormous power. Looking at him, Mary said that she did not understand why this was said, but the place of the headman is usually entrusted to the first student in the class who has a high overall score. Here it is the same. Looking at the guy, the girl said that it was just fantasy, so unusual objects were added, to which he furiously shouted that that's it, it's a fantasy world, damn it, academic success doesn't mean anything. Holding her hair in her hands, Mary said that she was first in physical education, where practical skills are highly valued, and she doesn't understand what this statement is about. Gritting his teeth, Ethan said that but in novels, some male god shook his head, some careless god of wine quietly put alike. Looking at the guy, the girl replied that she might not even answer, they would go that way, they wouldn't interfere with each other. Looking at them, the guy said okay, he wished her to take second place, because first would be his. Sighing, Mary said that it would be nice to take at least second place, she hoped he would definitely win. Looking to the side, Ethan asked what, did she support him? The guy grabbed his cheeks with his fingers and said that maybe since he was the main character, he was the headman. Raising his finger up, the guy said that Eureka, so the headman was the main character and she was actually in love with him. Some god of effort was seriously considering sending a powerful curse on her. Some innocent goddess's heart fluttered. Raising his hands up, Ethan said that it meant Mary was the main character. Orcs appeared behind the girls and one of them said that the smell of fresh females was coming out, so he should give the females and leave here if he did not want to die. The girls took up arms and shouted about the orcs. Raising his palm up, Ethan asked, "Give and get lost?" "Well, never," and then said that Julia and Lesha should step aside. A huge flame appeared above the guy and he spoke for him to receive. The monster began to burn and scream in pain. Another monster looked at this in surprise. The hunt was activated. For his passion for poaching, the power of all game nearby increases, significantly increasing the chance of failure of the traps he sets. Raising his head up, Ethan asked again. A blow from an orc flew near the guy, who said that he would grind him into powder. The monster swung his weapon, from which the guy flew to the side. White smoke appeared from sliding on the ground. Lying on the ground, the guy's vitality activated. Looking at this, Lesha said that the hero is only a name, unlike some, and Julia said that just that person is special. Being at the first level, he was able to arrange a massacre of 6 level orcs. Turning around, the girl asked if they would be able to meet again, to which the other replied that she thought they would have a chance if he came to their academy. Monsters quickly ran at them. The orc's weapon was cut into several pieces and he was surprised. Putting her hands out to the sides, Lesha burned the monsters. Looking at the orc's corpse, Julia said that even though his power was enhanced by a curse, with their level it was a mere trifle, to which the girl said that it was not important now. The girl turned her head to the side and was amazed. Pointing at the guy, Lesha asked what they would do with the passed out hero. Looking ahead, she asked if Julia could carry him, to which the girl replied that she was sorry. Her back had been aching lately, to which Lesha replied that it was a coincidence, she had also been sick here. The two girls looked at each other and thought. They were standing among the corpses of monsters. Some evil god had torn his belly button from laughter. Some carefree god of wine giggled cheerfully. Planets appeared in the sky. The man took a step forward. Lawrence looked to the side. Seeing the other heroes, he was surprised. Chloe, looking at the man, thanked him, said that thanks to him they had arrived quickly, to which he laughed and told her to quit. It was only an honor for him to help the hero, and the girl replied that he would get there safely. Frowning, the guy said that it was a mean trick. Folding her arms, the girl asked, he was the first to jump into the carriage, no. Looking ahead, Lawrence laughed and said that they should just let them think about interfering with his hunt, otherwise they would regret it. Smiling, the girl asked what kind of childish threats, called him Mr. Strongest Hero. Chloe and Lawrence looked at each other, turning in different directions. The girl said that they were leaving, and the guy said that they had to go too. Lawrence frowned with rage. The orc angrily approached and said that the skinny pig should give up the females quickly. The guy said that 2 orcs should tie them up, and the girl, holding the flame in her hand, agreed and told Lawrence to be careful. A huge flame appeared in front of the monsters. One of the orcs turned around in surprise. Blue rays appeared. With a sharp swing of his sword, the guy struck the orc. Lowering his head, Lawrence exhaled and said that he would never give up victory. 3 planets appeared in the sky. The monster raised his weapon behind his head and shouted for him to die. The guy flew away from the monster's blow. Looking around, the heroes said that damn, there are too many orcs, and the guy said that at this rate they will all die. The guy in glasses said that the queen should be careful, and the other hero turned around and said the girl's name in surprise. Chloe was surrounded by monsters. Looking at the orc, the girl wondered why they were crowding around her. An inscription appeared that beauty is relative and subjective, but it is an exception. It is free from unsightly manifestations of physiology and features of the body constitution. And the orc looked at her lovingly and said that she is a beautiful female. Putting his hand to his face, another monster said that this is a female, and the girl made a frightened sound. Closing her eyes, Chloe screamed for someone to save her. The hero ran forward and screamed the girl's name. The guy stumbled over the orc's foot. Falling to the ground, he clenched his teeth and wheezed. Some god of the earth felt extreme annoyance. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She screamed for him to let her go. Some generous goddess of beauty watches with interest. The guy looked forward in fear and said no, having heard from the orc about the female. The guy screamed the girl's name. Looking forward, he said that it was for her that they dragged themselves here, so let him sacrifice himself. The hero looked at this in surprise, and the girl opened her eyes wide in fear and asked what. Holding the sword in his hand, the guy asked why they should die because of her. If she became bait, they would have a chance to survive. Besides, they had the saint. Looking away, the guy said that she would not die either. The guy with glasses apologized and asked the queen to do a favor. Chloe furiously said that, and how are they? Asked who swore that he would do everything she said. The girl lowered her head and said that she would have known that it would be like this. Raising her head up, she added that it would have been better, like the main character, to return to the ground then. The guy, lying on the ground, shouted that no, let her not give up, he would save her now. The orc looked at the queen in surprise. Looking away, with tears in her eyes, the girl said that she would lure them and they would run. The girl activated feminine beauty, charm. Chloe, running away from the orcs, she shouted, "What's here, fat pigs?" All the monsters quickly chased the queen. The guy was lying on the ground and loudly shouted that no. The monster's hands grabbed the girl and she made a frightened sound. Chloe began to sob and a thought about her father flashed through her head. A tear flowed down the girl's face and she thought about her mother. A slightly noticeable guy appeared who turned to her. The girl opened her eyes a little and he said that nothing. Standing in front of her, the guy said that it was all over and a thought arose in his head about who. The hero took the girl by the shoulders and she looked at him in surprise. Chloe said his name, looking at a pile of monster corpses, and asked, "But how is he?" The guys appeared unconscious and she asked what all this was. Looking ahead, the guy said that he was glad that she was safe. The guy pressed himself against her and she asked him to stop. The girl looked at him and asked what in the end happened here. Some god of the earth was very touched, some god of water shed a tear from an excess of feelings, some god of flowers praised him for being cool. The guy pressed his face to the shoulder of the queen, some impatient demonic god rejoices at the hasty contract. The man walked forward. Looking away, the girl said that there was not a single orc in the area, to which the guy replied that they saw their fellow tribesmen, so they did not stick their heads out. Swinging her sword, the girl angrily asked if he was impatient to die, to which the guy laughed and said that he was joking, maybe they were caught by those who arrived earlier. He was surprised to hear that he was right, the headman had already caught all the orcs in the area, and then he turned to her. Looking at the girl, he asked if she had not joined Lawrence's ranks. Scratching his cheek, the guy said that by the way, as expected from the headman, that in their world, that in this nothing changes. The girl said that it was true, even here the headman retains first place by a huge margin, and they only know how to give up, watching how the headman wins again. Smiling, she added that if they did not want it to be like this, maybe they could help them a little. The boy asked again, and the girl asked what she was asking for help. 3 planets appeared in the sky. The roof of a luxurious palace appeared, and the man said that he never thought it would lead to this. Holding the papers in her hands, the saint asked that maybe it was a matter of cultural differences. Leaning on her hand, she said that if everything went according to plan, the hero Mary would have won. This confused everything. The girl turned to her and said that maybe it was not too late to tell the hero Lawrence about the existence of the backpack and ask him for help. Putting her hand to her face, the saint thought. Looking away, she asked how they could trust the hero who was inciting his friends. The servant apologized for the slip of the tongue. Leaning on the table, the girl said that they would entrust the consequences to the will of the gods and fate. Opening the doors, the saint said that there was only the award ceremony ahead. It was time to sum up the results, to which the servants responded approvingly. The girls looked in the direction where Lawrence stood. Mary smiled, looking to the side. The saint walked forward. Taking the microphone in her hands, she said that they had been waiting for too long. Raising her hand, the girl said that it was time to announce the ranking of the hero tournament. The wheels of the chariot are spinning. The guy stretches out his hand and thinks that he should do this again, and he is also a commoner. Chuck props his head up with his hand and asks if he dislikes what is happening so much. Chuck puts his hands in his pockets and says that on the contrary, he should be indignant here. Diaroka crosses her arms over her chest and says that she has a high level and she will not be able to enter, to which Chuck says that slaves are treated like things. They said that you can just take them with you. Chuck remembers God and says that to think that he is persecuted by the royal family and suddenly a student, while the plot adds that some god confidently declared that everything is fine and some god assured you again. Chuck opened his eyes and thinks that if he is so confident, then this means you can trust him. God looks at him in bewilderment, while Chuck asks that maybe he will still tell him everything, and the plot continues that some god was confused. Chuck thoughtfully looks out the window and asks why he insisted on the academy so much and he will not run away, even if he does not like the reason, to which some god confidently declared that Chuck will understand everything as soon as he arrives. Chuck replies discontentedly that if he does not tell, then he will spend the next 2 days with books running pictures, to which some god harshly criticized the barbaric threat of the Asa and some god threatened to cry. Chuck asks Dirok what the sign on the bridge says, to which she looks closely and asks again where. Against the background of a building with 2 towers, she says that this is Hogwarts. The knight says that he welcomes them to Hogwarts Academy and asks the students to present their pass. The guy hands over an envelope and confirms that they are applicants. The girl puts a stamp and says that everything has been checked and they can pass. The guy holds his head and screams that he does not want to go back to this hell again. Against the background of the guy's screams about how he really does not want to go there, Chuck turns to some god and says that here he is at the academy, but still does not understand anything, to which he hugged a pillow and pretended to be asleep. Chuck looks thoughtfully, a statue of a man, against the background of which Chuck realizes that this is not an academy. Against the background of the statue are lines of knights, stables, and training equipment, to which Chuck says that this is most likely a military town. Someone calls out to Chuck and he looks over. The guy rubs his hands and says that there are a lot of looks at the academy and that's why. Chuck agrees to let him call him whatever he likes, to which he agrees. The guy extends his hand and says that the nickname is too weird, while Chuck thinks that he is acting as a servant while hiding behind the mask of an aristocrat's partner. Salona puts her hand on her chest and addresses Chuck, saying that they will get along, while a pop-up window says that her name is Salona. Her level is 1, her favor is nobility and warrior of F levels, and her curse is aristocracy of E level. She smiles while Chuck thinks that this girl was an aristocrat. The chariot stops. Chuck comes out and says that they have finally arrived. Dairaoka is flustered and says that his uniform doesn't suit him. Anyway, he will be ignored because he is a level 1, and how about red so that people will notice him right away. Chuck gets angry and asks her why she thinks they paint uniforms at all. With the peaks of the roof in the background, he says that Dairaoka should stay in the dorm and not come out because she can't follow him around. Chuck continues that even in another world you have to take entrance exams. What a curse of entrance exams that you can't escape. The sign says admissions committee. The examiner sits in front of Chuck and says that he is only a level 1, but he still passed all the physical tests with flying colors. He looks ahead and asks if Chuck knows anything about elves. Chuck looks away thoughtfully and wonders what elves have to do with it and if this is a standard question for entrance exams. Chuck remembers the elf and thinks that he knows them so little that he even earned an arrow, and notes that he chose an interesting expression. The examiner rubs his chin and says that it means that he competed with elves on bows, although favors and curses are in order. He puts a seal and says that he allows him. The examiner extends his hand and says that this year the elf will join the teaching staff at Hogwarts and turns to Chuck with the words that he hopes that he will succeed. Chuck shakes his hand and says that he will do his best. The examiner smiles and thanks him and continues that if suddenly there are problems, he can always ask for help from him or from others. Chuck grins awkwardly. Chuck goes out into the hall. He turns to some god and asks what is next and whether he should go back to the dorm, to which some god suggested to look at the statue. Chuck looks at some god with displeasure and asks what statue. Some god sits on Chuck's neck and pulls her towards the right statue and says that he really likes this statue. Chuck stands in front of the statue and asks if this is what some god was talking about, to which some god mechanically whistles. Chuck turns around because someone asks if he is interested in who the great warrior Phedonicus is. Salona and a guy walk up to Chuck. Chuck asks again if this someone is famous. The guy puts his hand on his heart and says that he is outstanding and he was a companion of a hero who was summoned in ancient times and was a graduate of this academy. The guy frowns rather and thinks that he also wants to become a great warrior like the great Phedonicus, to which Chuck thought that the hero's companion and some god reacted quite violently. There is something here. He looks at the statue and continues that he will wait until he is alone and look for information about him. Someone calls out to the newcomers. Some guy with a roll on his shoulder says that they should not stand somewhere and hang this something, to which Chuck thinks that he is talking about posters. Chuck asks what is written on them. He gets angry in response and says that it looks like Chuck's eyes are also level 1 and that this is something for welcoming heroes. The guy clenches his fist and says, "Wow, heroes, that's what a famous academy means," and continues that legendary heroes got into something somewhere. Chuck thinks about heroes. He realizes that they're talking about getting into something. Chuck awkwardly asks some god, to which he assures that everything is fine for now. Chuck has something in mind and looks away. He's thinking about running away. Chuck pinches the bridge of his nose and turns to some god. Chuck looks at him with displeasure and says that if heroes come here, he'll stop being an ace and asks him again if he's sure everything is fine. Some god clenches his fist and assures the main character that there's nothing to worry about, and some god is sure that there are no other friends of his nearby. Chuck thinks about gods and if his classmates show up here, he'll have to face that goddess and other gods, and continues that he shouldn't allow that outcome, and yet first and foremost. Some god smiles because Chuck agreed to trust. Some god points forward and again emphasizes that the statue is truly magnificent, to which Chuck says that if some god wants to tell him something, he can just say it or he can't. There is a poster on the statue. The guy yells that Chuck should stop muttering under his breath, and as soon as they are done here, they will have to move something. Chuck frowns with displeasure. Chuck smiles and turns to the elder with an apology because he does not understand what he means. The elder is furious. He grabs Chuck by the collar and says that he did something so that Chuck will immediately understand everything and orders him to follow him. Chuck smiles and agrees. The guy and Salona watch him go. Salona tells the guy that Chuck will be fine. The academy playground. The elder drags Chuck and in the background someone turns to the elder and repents that she was wrong and asks for forgiveness. The girl swings at the other one and she asks why she can't stand up straight. The girl gets punched in the face. The elder grabs Chuck by the shoulder and asks if Chuck knows what this place is. The elder pins him against the wall and says that even professors avoid this place and that's why. He frowns straight at the main character, who says that means no one is watching this place, to which the elder replies that the first level is something and still does not realize what position he is in and asks where he gets such confidence from. Chuck grabs him by the throat and replies that he means no matter what he does here. Chuck smiles and asks again if no one will know about this. Chuck creates a vortex and asks to send him a hammer. The elder is perplexed as to what the hell is going on. Chuck holds the hammer in his hand and says that he would gladly bury him alive here. He lifts the elder higher and continues that they are still in the academy and he should not do this, to which the elder mentally scolds the guy. Chuck abruptly lets go of him. The elder falls on his butt. He rubs the bruised area. Chuck hits him on the head, saying that it is truly annoying. The girls turn around in surprise. Chuck looks back at them and an awkward silence ensues. Chuck hides behind the hammer and asks the older girls not to look at him like that because it embarrasses him. The girl with the ponytail points her finger at him and asks if he has gone crazy. Chuck frowns and replies that in his opinion, they are all crazy here. Chuck drags his friend and asks if they have forgotten that no one will be able to see them here, to which they ask again what of it. Chuck reaches out to them. Chuck grabs the girl with the ponytail by the throat. The girl asks him to let her go, to which Chuck asks the second one if this is her older one. The girl with the bob asks again, frightened. Chuck says that he and the older girls want to be alone and asks her to leave them, to which she agrees. Chuck smirks and asks the elders to greet him as a newbie. He grabs his elder by the throat, and the other elder too. Chuck smiles contentedly and asks them to take care of him. Sunset outside the academy. The moon has risen. Diaroka is doing evening exercises while Chuck sighs in displeasure. Diaroka asks again if he is back, to which he replies that how could he get involved in problems just after entering. Diaroka looks at the main character in surprise, who asks where he can sleep if she took up the whole bed. She continues to stretch and says that she simply did not let a human female take the seat by the window and adds that her owner can sleep here. Chuck asks again which female they are talking about. Chuck remembers Selen and Diaroka says that she means the one who was with him, to which Chuck recognizes her and says that in this crazy academy, girls and boys are placed in the same dorm. Diaroka closes one eye and says that they are both escorts and no one will treat them like VIPs. Chuck asks in confusion where LL will sleep, to which she replies that usually slaves sleep on the bare floor covered with a blanket. She smirks and says that she is a special case and will sleep with the MC, to which he gets angry and asks who would allow her to do that. Diaroka smiles and says that then they can just kick the human female out and Chuck replies that he will do otherwise. Chuck turns away and Diaroka asks if he is going to trade her for a more comfortable bed and if he has decided so, then she will not stop him, but she cannot guarantee that this female will not die in an accident. Chuck frowns and orders her not to do that and asks her to just follow him because they have somewhere to go. Diaroka happily extends her hand and agrees. She opens her eyes and asks where exactly they need to go. Chuck puts his finger up and says that they are going to the academy at midnight. People are walking around the night village. A tavern sign. Someone says welcome to the newcomer. Chuck and Diaroka entered the tavern, to which questions are heard about who he is, whether he is a newbie, surprised at the fact that he is level 1 and in general, who is this girl with horns next to him. A drunk guy asks what the hell brought him here. Chuck smiles and says that he apologizes and heard from his elders that he is an expert in the field he is interested in and that is why he came. The guy drinks and asks who sent him. Chuck puts his palms up and says that they just met today and he cannot share the details yet. Chuck puts the bag on the table and continues that he needs him to teach him how to avoid being seen at the academy, to which he asks again if he needs it now. The drunk guy says that it would be better for Chuck to tell him who this horned woman is. Diaroka crossed her arms over her chest and Chuck says that she is his bodyguard. She is a level 27 demon, to which he asks him not to talk nonsense and that would a high-level demon guard a first-level weakling. Chuck whispers to her that he told the truth, and he did not believe him, to which Diaroka says that he is only level 13 and asks if he will believe if he is killed. Chuck asks in bewilderment how they will sort this out later, to which Diaroka replies that this is already his concern. The drunk hits the table and calls him level 1 and asks what he is there and whether he wants to die. He calls him to himself and says that he should forget, because let him keep his bodyguard and get lost, and if he is pleased with her for something, then so be it, he will forgive him. Diaroka's heel flies into his face while he says that of course the money too. Diaroka hits him. The people around him are unhappy and ask if Chuck has gone crazy and that the first level is so pathetic and threaten him that he is already a corpse. Chuck covers his face with his hand and asks what does this have to do with him. Diaroka turns around. The tavern patrons wish him death. Chuck looks on enthusiastically. Diaroka gives out free kicks with his heel. Against the background of beaten grimaces, Chuck thinks that this time it is not white. The cook and assistant are horrified, while Chuck continues that it is dark black. Chuck hits himself on the head and says that he should have stopped her, but he got carried away by the spectacle. 3 moons in the sky. A man in a cloak goes about his business. Someone attacks a girl. Someone lands and apologizes to the elder. Chuck holds her cloak in his hands and says that this is a rather unusual academy, because they use night invasion and security as an assessment of effectiveness, although it was easier for him to get into the territory. Chuck looks away with displeasure and continues that, nevertheless, as expected, it is a little problematic to constantly cross paths with them, and immobilize them without killing them is quite troublesome. Dairaoka raises an eyebrow and asks why Chuck came to the academy in the middle of the night. Chuck points to the statue and says that he had business there regarding the statue. Chuck lands. Dairaoka says that as far as she knows, Phedonicus was a companion of the hero, to which Chuck says that he knows it too. Chuck turns to LL, who says that in fact he was exiled after he laid eyes on the hero's female. In front of the red-eyed creature, she continues that he, consumed by anger, swore allegiance to the Queen of the Night and turned into a vampire, and ultimately managed to steal the female. Chuck replies that she is well aware, to which she replies that only someone like her would know this information. She crosses her arms over her chest, and Chuck says that, by the way, some god said that there is a clue on the statue, and asks if this means that there is something here. Dairaoka rubs her chin and replies that she thinks she understands, to which Chuck asks again and asks her to tell him quickly. In front of the statue, she replies that there was not even a path between Phedonicus and the swordswoman he kidnapped, but isn't it strange that there is no obstacle separating the statues? In front of the statue of the woman, Dairaoka says that, in addition, Phedonicus is looking at the swordswoman, and her gaze is turned in another direction. Dairaoka walks forward and says that it looks like a puzzle. She walks forward and Chuck asks if they should follow the swordswoman's gaze, to which she urges him to hurry. They peek out from behind the bushes. Chuck looks and says that there is something there. They both look down and Chuck says that it is a map and asks if it points to where they should go, to which Dairaoka replies that it looks like it is somewhere near the lake. Dairaoka spreads her arms and says that this area occupies a large area and it is physically impossible to go around it completely. Dairaoka thinks about the mermaid and continues that there is a legend that a long time ago a freshwater fish lived in the lake and it waited for Phedonicus for so long that it turned to stone. Chuck awkwardly replies that this is just nonsense, to which Dairaoka continues that maybe they should trust the legend and turn to face the statue of Phedonicus. Chuck is indignant that this is too far-fetched, however, the statue of the mermaid is still there. Chuck is puzzled by the mermaid statue. Dairaoka raises her hands and asks why she doesn't destroy it, to which Chuck asks her not to do so, for she will destroy all the clues. Dairaoka is puzzled and asks if this is the fish from the legend. Chuck rubs his chin and says that she is crying. If this mermaid was not abandoned, then why would she be sad? Chuck looks down and continues that her gaze is directed at something. Maybe there is something here too. Chuck noticed something. Chuck holds something in his hands and asks what it is. Chuck puts on the ring and says that this is a typical way for magicians to confess their love. Chuck is puzzled and asks if this is all and if there is nothing else. A sign with the word forgiveness. A pop-up window says that it is worth seeing his face full of compassion, as immediately there is a desire to swear in all sins, and it is worth seeing your offended face, as immediately there is a desire to stop doing evil. Chuck is surprised. Some god is grinning and angry that he missed the moment, and some god insists that Chuck immediately renounce it. Chuck holds his wrist and says that patronage, he finally got patronage. Some god started kicking his legs from the extreme of his indignation. People were talking about how they were going through an efficiency assessment and they were supposed to be told that outsiders were not allowed to enter. One of the girls was looking and asking about the hero's name. The knight was looking at him attentively, saying that judging by the high-ranking demon next to them, an unusual person. Chuck raised his hands and wanted to say something with a smile on his face. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing how they were shouting at him not to move. The guy looked down, answering that he would not move an inch. The system window showed forgiveness. The girl coughed and told the guy to try to follow the school regulations. One of the heroes looked at Chuck in surprise, answering that this time he would close his eyes since he was busy preparing for the entrance ceremony. The main hero waved, answering that he remembered everything. Dairaoka began to ask the guy not to use the blessing on her. The heroine closed her eyes and said that she would forgive him anyway. Chuck waved his hand, answering that he would use it anyway. The guy answered that he had screwed up a few times. The main hero looked at the children in surprise. Some were happy that they had entered, and some were crying because they did not want to return to this hell. One of the guys congratulated everyone on the onset and said that everything had begun. The man stood on the stage and said that first they would introduce the teaching staff, and then they would give the floor to the directors of the academy. Chuck answered Dairaoka that the teachers were greeted very enthusiastically, to which she replied that strong representatives of the human race had gathered here and that they were most likely very famous. The protagonist began to ask the girl what she was doing here, to which Dairaoka replied that she was bored in the dorm, so she decided to take a walk. The man shouted with a smile for everyone to meet the new professor who would be leading. Her name was Jane. The girl looked at the children with a smile on her face. The heroine closed her eyes and replied that she hoped that they would be able to get along. Chuck looked at Jane in surprise, not understanding whether she had a phoenix on her shoulder. The protagonist immediately remembered happy moments in his life. The phoenix looked at Chuck in surprise. The guy looked away, wondering whether they had crossed paths with the bird or whether it seemed to him. One of the heroes with a smile on his face shouted to everyone that they would be able to study with the Keeper of Fire, and this was the biggest plus of returning. The professor continued to smile. The man smiled, answering that at the end he would give the floor to the director of the academy. His legs confidently walked forward. The woman with her eyes closed answered that this year was very important for the students, especially since a respected person had arrived to help them. The director shouted at the top of her lungs that heroes would soon be coming to them. All the children began to shout in surprise. The director began to ask everyone to shut up. Chuck looked at her confidently, answering that she had a hot temper. The heroine continued to smile, saying that now they would begin to distribute into an advanced and lagging class. The rules for this were simple and they just needed to fight until half of them fell. The director shouted for everyone to get ready. The children ran at each other. Everyone hit themselves in the face. Fights began in the streets. One of the girls showed her superpowers. Chuck looked at this with a smile on his face and said that sometimes it was nice to plunge into this primeval wildness. The hero warmed up, answering that now he had a new patron. The guy ran at the people, asking if they would forgive him if he beat everyone up. Two guys looked at Chuck with incomprehension. The hero's eyes filled with cunning. The guys quickly ran away from Chuck. The main character threw people in different directions, telling them to go to the lagging class. The system window showed that some god was praying for the repose of a large group of people. One of the guys cried loudly, saying that this was a crazy school. The guys looked away and asked how much more hardship they would have to endure in the advanced level. The boy thought it would be better to hide and go to the lagging class. Sky, a girl with a smile on her face, congratulated the students of the advanced class. The guys looked at her and heard her say that this year was the biggest difference in levels. The girl adjusted her glasses and told the children that they could move to the middle class at any time if they failed their studies. The heroine answered with a smile that there were a few more things to consider, and the first was discipline, where there were only two directions, knights and magicians, so the children needed to make a choice according to their abilities. Chuck looked at the heroine without interest. Everyone looked at Rachel, who had become the head of the advanced class. The guy turned to the children and, with a smile on his face, told them to try to get along. Chuck looked at him with confusion. Tournament. The winner was asked to enter the arena. The saint looked at the guy with a smile on her face and congratulated him on winning the tournament, for which he was awarded a holy sword, which was kept in the temple for safekeeping. The guy looked at the weapon and listened to the girl tell him that this sword was a symbol of the hero and in the future it would greatly influence the development of the guy. So now he needed to take the sword and loudly say that he wanted to become stronger. The hero did as he was told. The tip of the sword began to glow brightly. The portal quickly sucked the hero somewhere. People looked away in confusion. Everyone had surprise and fear on their faces. In the place of the hero there was only light, which slowly left. Lawrence looked ahead in surprise. The guy looked around. A village was shown in the sky ahead. One of the guys smiled at Lawrence, saying that he was welcome to the Orkrola. The hero asked in confusion where he had ended up. The huge monster answered that this was the place of the orcs. The monster stood above and said that it seemed that Lawrence was the chosen one by all the rules, so they should immediately begin training. The man angrily shouted at Chuck that he was not ready for lessons. The protagonist asked in surprise what kind of preparation this was. The teacher shouted loudly, answering that for a fencing teacher this was the basis of the basics and he could not attend his lessons without the patronage of a warrior. The hero stood behind the door. Chuck was angry, asking the man to open the door for him immediately. The guy stopped himself and sighing answered that he should calm down and think carefully. The system window showed a warrior, who was the very patronage that everyone he met had. The main hero was gathering magic in his hand, saying that he did not need conveyor patronage. The man looked back in confusion. The teacher pointed at the hero with confusion and asked about the fact that he did not put the teacher in anything. Chuck smiled slyly and holding the sword answered how it was realized. The teacher was very angry and shouted loudly. The main hero began to gather magic in his hand. Bob looked around in surprise, holding his head. The guys laughed among themselves, asking each other how they were able to get the warrior's patronage, and everyone answered that it happened with the help of medicine. Chuck looked at the heroes with displeasure, angry that they did not even lift a finger. The boy realized that patronage could be obtained with the help of medicine. Rachel, with a smile on her face, answered Chuck that he had shown himself well at the induction ceremony. The headman, with a sly grin, asked the boy if he needed the warrior's patronage, and if so, he could simply be a subordinate who would provide him with an unlimited supply of medicine. The prince looked at Chuck with incomprehension, who answered him to get lost. Rachel smiled and said that he would get lost, but next time he would not do so simply. God was next to Chuck, knowing his tastes very well. His hands buckled and coughed inward. The teacher answered that it would be difficult to conduct the lesson since the first lesson was theory. In the hands of the man is a horn. All the children looked with admiration at the fang of the recently defeated dragon. Bob laughed, telling the kids about the color, texture. Chuck looked at the fang and said to himself that he thought he would not meet him. Morning, people were standing in a group and talking about how the teacher had spent several hours bragging. One of the heroes thoughtfully answered that if you don't take that into account, the lesson was great. Rachel laughed, answering that it really would have been nice. Chuck didn't understand why he was constantly pretending that they were close. God smiled and advised him to humble himself and go with the flow. Someone was standing to the side, asking for a minute. Chuck looked back. Behind the hero were the people he had sent to the laggards. The guys were asking the main character if everything would be okay. Chuck laughed, saying that they could go ahead and he would figure it all out himself. People were running away. Around the corner of the house, the group looked at Chuck, glad that he had come. Someone's body was lying near them. One of the guys grabbed the boy by the hair, asking if it was his partner. The protagonist looked ahead and heard them talking about how it was because of the lag in class and that nothing would have happened anyway. The gang shouted loudly at the protagonist that they would bury him. Chuck calmly looked at the guys. One of the guys looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist touched his friend, saying that he still had to live. Chuck, looking ahead, told him to rest a little. The group began to notice with fear and understand that Chuck was the mess that Demi was talking about. The guy's hands were gathering fire. The guy pointed to a huge bone, and the bandit did not pay attention to him. The man laughed, not understanding how the hero would resist this thing. The hero's face began to glow brightly from within. Everyone looked in fear in the direction that was glowing brightly. The group of people turned back. Chuck was holding the bone and with a smile on his face answered that he still had a lesson. The guy with a sly smile asked them about maybe they would all attack at the same time. View of the castle. The guy couldn't believe what was happening. The prince of the mercenary kingdom, overwhelming the enemy with excellent swordsmanship based on enormous power and weight category, colliding with him head-on. Even he, the genius of the night kingdom, could not guarantee that he would win. The same with the princess of the lake kingdom, freely wielding soft swordsmanship. She, whose advantage is a body flexible like a river eel, is able to slip away from any attack. However, he looked at the defeated warrior, then at the princess. He was outraged. What did all this mean? Chuck said with a grin that even from here he could hear his gears turning. The prince was furious. He rushed at the hero. Dark waves of flame appeared behind Chuck. Streams of dark energy rushed at the opponents. Information about massacre and extermination in the dialogue boxes. The shadows of the dead surrounded the prince. One of them said that he wanted to ascend. Another asked if he even slept sometimes. Let him sleep already. The guy scaredly told them to get lost. The other heroes were horrified. Some guy was bitten by a ghost. He reached out with his hand and screamed that he did not want it. Chuck swung a bone. He struck his opponents. Suddenly he stopped in place, wondered why the curses had suddenly activated. First carnage, then extermination. Some god was sure that this was a glitch. The prince, with traces of beatings, an enraged face, exclaimed, "A demon." He forgot himself and dropped his head. Chuck scratched his cheek with his finger, asked why he said there was a demon here. The guy with lilac hair was lying on the pavement. Chuck approached him, asked if he was conscious. The guy's hand twitched. He sat up, looked at the hero with displeasure. Chuck pointed to the side, said that then, "They will pretend that this young gentleman beat those students." The guy was indignant. "What?" the hero asked. "Will people believe that he, the owner of the first level, defeated the offspring of royal families?" The prince of the mercenary kingdom rose. The hero said that, besides, he, as his nominal master, is responsible for all his deeds. The guy screamed that Chuck is a real demon. Chuck noticed the big guy, exclaimed, "He's just in time." He put his hand on his shoulder, exclaimed, "Buddy." He leaned towards his ear, said that he needs to hurry to class, asked if he will take care of those on the ground. The prince said fearfully, "Okay." Chuck let go of his shoulder, smiling, said that he was glad that they sorted out their misunderstanding. Some god glanced suspiciously at the hero. He asked him about his conscience. The guy smiled broadly, answered, "Everything is fair, it's self-defense." Some god admired his conscience. The hero paid attention to the bone. He didn't even specify what it was for, but it was just right. He put his hand to his chin, thought the orc wasn't spying on them. It seemed that when he took the bone in his hand, there was blood on it. Some god asked him about his thoughts. The guy waved his hand, objected. Well, no, the orc would send him a bone that he had already beaten someone with. He looked around, added, this simply couldn't be. He had told him not to touch the locals. The ruins of the temple. Lawrence fell to the floor. He knelt down, leaning on his sword. The orc folded his fingers into a fist, thoughtfully said, "It's hard to control your strength when there's nothing in your hand. It's a pity." He liked the way that thing lay in his palm. Well, nothing can be done. He clenched his fist, told the guy to get up quickly. The hero got up with difficulty, thought, and he is strong. So much so that yesterday's orcs seemed like newborn babies to him. His sword was restored. He thought that this training was necessary to become stronger. The guy thought, if this were a hero from Legends, he would definitely. He shouted menacingly that he would win. The orc got on all fours, noted that he had no other choice, because due to the fact that the equipment of the ancient training hall was destroyed, he had to train the guy personally. He prepared to attack, said, therefore, the hero will not be able to leave this place until he defeats him. The hair on the guy's head fluttered from the sharp wind. The monster raised his hand, raised his other hand. He grabbed the hero by the shoulders. He squeezed tightly, the guy coughed up blood. The orc grinned, called him an anti-stress toy, said that the most effective way to learn would be through beatings. The guy's face distorted, he asked him to stop, but he hit him with his head. The guy's head fell back, blood gushed from his nose. The orc said that he shouldn't lose consciousness. He grabbed his hand, threw the hero up, shouted for him to show him his abilities. He laughed loudly, shouted that he was attacking again. Lawrence turned over in the air, exclaimed, damn it. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Byron walked along a narrow passage between the mountains. He sighed sadly, remembered about Diarok, why she was with this monster. When he entered the cave, he was met by small goblins. One of them screamed, finally their king returned. He wanted to say that it was better at home, but suddenly he was struck by lightning. He shuddered. The demon looked around, felt this energy that pierced him to the point of goosebumps. He clenched his teeth, looked up, said, it can't be, these are low-level hunting grounds. He was indignant that the saint had forgotten here. The goblins came out of the forest, looking at the heroes with anger. The guy frowned, exclaimed, oh, it's goblins. The guy with glasses grinned, yes, he's them. He screamed. With one blow, they rushed at the monsters. The hero stepped on a branch. They flew into a pit with sharp spears at the bottom. The saint grabbed her head, asked, and was it necessary to hurry so much? Chloe created a fireball, screamed that orcs, that goblins, they hate all these green creatures. She raised it up, wished them to die. The fire engulfed the monsters. 2 small goblins ran out of the flames. The girl screamed, be careful, the rest were approaching. Mary and Arya cut them with swords. Mary lowered her weapon, looked up. The knights helped the guys get out of the pit. The princess said that they almost fell into the goblins' lair. She was talking to Mary, she added. But they had already suffered so many losses, it was making things more difficult. The girl replied that they now knew that goblins could use traps and bait, so they wouldn't fall for the same tricks again. Etana told her that goblins, although weaker than orcs, moved in groups, so they couldn't let their guard down. She looked at Mary's armor, which was made of dragon bones, said that it seemed to only provoke the goblins more. Etana touched her head with her fingers, thought deeply. She clapped her palms, exclaimed, good. Aloes approached her. The princess said that initially the heroes were supposed to go alone, but they would accompany them instead of the dropped-out members of the group. Mary thanked her. The girl thought that, waiting for Lawrence to return from training. They volunteered to join the cleansing of the kingdom of magic and opened a goblin hunt. She looked back at the boys being treated by the saint. She had to admit that it was hard to cope with only her own strength. She, as the head girl, had to become even stronger to be able to protect the entire group. Ithana raised her hand, exclaimed, well then, let's go, they will teach the stupid goblins a lesson. The sun was setting behind the mountains. The girl lowered her hand to the ground. There were branches lying nearby. Behind Mary stood a knight with a torch. She said that they were mistaken. There were too many traps here. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, noticed that although most of them were done sloppily, there were also those that were dangerous. Chloe raised her fists, said with resentment, well really, there is not enough time, even to raise the level. It would be better to return to the academy. The prince said that that was all for today. They need to prepare for the night. He looked at the sky, added that the night in the forest comes faster than expected. The knights settled in the clearing, lit a fire. The commander bowed to the prince, who asked what was going on. The man said that they had found footprints. There were also signs nearby that the dismantled traps had been rebuilt. Aloes put his hand to his chin, assumed it was a man. The footprints were here. It was very strange. The work was too clumsy for a demon. He said that first it was worth reporting this to the saint. The commander answered loudly, yes. Fireballs rose into the sky. The explosion threw the goblins to the sides. Ithana stretched out her hand forward, exclaimed, respected heroes, gather your strength. Chloe asked tiredly, will they ever end? Air strikes on the grass. Mary hit the goblin. He parried the blow with a club. The girl clenched her teeth. The monster grinned. His face was cut in half. Aloes came to her aid. He asked Mary if she was okay. The girl ran to the others. The prince thought, unexpected raids have been happening for several nights now. It is difficult for heroes, with their meager experience, to withstand this. He turned his head, shouted to the knightly order to raise their swords and protect the heroes. He looked away, thought that training is good, but caution does not hurt. The magician sat on the throne. In front of him at the bottom of the stairs a goblin landed. He trembled and stuttered, said, "His king," he said, "so." He propped his cheek with his fist, asked what the situation was outside. The goblin elder said fearfully, "The situation is a little dire." Byron was amazed, thought, "A little, not a complete collapse, but a little, this cannot be, with them the saint, the strongest of the human race, these boulders would not have stood." He opened his eyes wide, thought, "So that's it, heroes." Because Chuck slaughtered all the gnolls and orcs in search of new game, they reached the outskirts. The magician grabbed the armrests with trembling hands, thought he was offering to humbly wait until the heroes gained experience. He covered his face with his hand, thought, no, if his opponent was not a saint, but greenhorns. His lips formed an unkind smile, he thought that he had a chance to win. He stood up abruptly, raised his hand, shouted at the lords to listen to him and immediately call all the goblins. They answered, yes. Byron smiled crookedly, exclaimed, it was their turn to attack. At night in the forest, the goblin hit the wooden boxes. Mary was indignant, the goblins were destroying their supplies again. They shouted at her, why did she stand up? She would continue to stare. One of the monsters was hit by a fireball. Chloe swung, shouted, if they destroy this too, they will be left without even sleeping bags, they will have to sleep on the bare ground. She screamed that they had had enough of her. How much longer would they attack? A magician was watching the camp from the mountain. He stood surrounded by monsters, told them to wait, they would fight back soon. Byron grinned. The blue goblin's eyes flashed. He said, greenhorns. Chloe created a fire charge. The goblins deftly dodged her blows. The monster laughed, sticking out his tongue. The girl raised an eyebrow, indignant, seriously. The blue goblin raised his hands and screamed. All the goblins started running away. The girls looked back. Mary said that it looked like they were acting on orders and he was their leader. She ran after them, screamed, we can't let him go. Chloe asked them to wait for her. The main monster ran forward. Byron's silhouette appeared behind him. He thought, great, they bought it. In order to strengthen his physical body, he conducted research day and night with slaves, and finally they gave results. The goblin took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and screamed something loudly. The girls covered their ears. Someone screamed for the goblins to stop and protect the heroes. Mary looked down, thinking that every time she heard that sound, her head started to split. A crowd of monsters ran towards them. A shadow of Byron with burning eyes appeared behind him. He wished death to the greenhorns. Morning came. The girl said that there was nothing left to replenish the ammunition. Arya treated Mary's wounds, said that there were almost no provisions left either. Chloe was sitting on the floor. She raised her hands and shouted discontentedly, how many days has this been going on? They keep attacking and attacking. They don't even give her a break. Mary was pale, with bruises under her eyes, she said, and yet, after their hunt, their numbers should have noticeably decreased. Aloe stood in front of the tents, arms crossed. He said that at the moment the number of goblins captured was comparable to last year's results, but the blue-skinned species that had suddenly appeared was behaving unusually during the attack. He glanced to the side, adding that at least in honor of the knight Louis, who had sacrificed himself, they should sort out the situation. His hands were shaking. The prince could not believe that they had lost an excellent knight on some goblin hunt. Atana ran towards them. She exclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, the saint has found out the identity of the enemy. It is a demon. Mary and Chloe looked out of the tent. The princess pointed, exclaimed, the demon that is hiding behind this rock is their leader. The saint stood on top of the rock. She looked down. A girl in a white robe appeared behind her, said that Atana had conveyed her words to the heroes. She praised them for their work. The saint looked at the mountain opposite, said that they can't take any more losses. Their goal was to promote the heroes' progress by hunting goblins, but one of the knights died, and they can't even find his body. She smiled sadly, looked away, said that her heart ached, but this would also be a good experience for the heroes. The girl in the robe lowered her head. The saint asked to pay more attention to the hero's safety. The physical body can be restored, but a dead mind cannot. She replied that they had already warned the heroes about multiple deaths. The saint turned away and began to leave. The girl said that the hero Chloe died instantly, so she does not remember anything. But, unfortunately, Mary remembered the moment of her death. The saint said that as expected, she has a strong mental strength worthy of their attention. They went down the stairs. Ahead was a field with rare charred trunks. The saint directed her hands forward, around which a glow appeared. A green sprout broke through the ground. It began to grow. This wasteland turned into a blooming field. The saint looked back, said that this would help solve the problem with the lack of provisions. The corners of the lips of the girl in the robe were lowered. The saint added that there was no point in simply holding on. She asked to prepare the heroes so that they could eliminate the instigator of the demon. A blue goblin was hiding behind a tree. He came out, thought angrily. He barely managed to deprive them of provisions. He waved his fist. The hand became human. He pushed the figure of the horse, shouted, damn. The next words were unintelligible. Like Chuck. Byron clenched his fist, shouted, the human saint interferes in childish quarrels. She has no conscience at all. That's why fools who use power as they please must. He exhaled, said that there was only one way left. The girls with chains on their necks looked at each other, asked if there was a way the master could survive. The magician turned, shouted at them to shut up. This was clearly not something they should worry about. He thought that no matter what they did to the goblins, they would still die in the end. But maybe he could save these little people. A smile appeared on the corners of his lips. He thought that the most important thing was he, who always put his own safety first. Byron lowered his eyes, sacrificing this for the sake of saving the damaged people. Whoever hears will laugh until their ears hurt. He turned to the girl with the square, asked her to call the goblin elder. The demon narrowed his eyes, said that he would give the next order. Chloe raised her fist. She looked at the screen that appeared in front of her, joyfully shouted. The 13th level was reached. She could handle it alone. There were defeated goblins lying around. She thought that Mary seemed to be on the 14th. Oh well, she would quickly catch up with her. She noticed that her mana was running out and she had wandered too deep. The girl looked back, wanted to say that it was time to go back, but something stopped her. 2 goblins were looking at her. They pounced on the girl from behind. She covered herself with her hands. A loud scream was heard. The goblins were lying on the ground. Chloe was gone. The sun was on the horizon. It was setting behind the castle walls. Chuck said that he was leaving and leaving the consequences on his friend. The guy knelt down and promised that he would try his best. Some god urged the hero to start exploring. The guy asked if they could skip classes tomorrow and go exploring. There was a gold ring on Chuck's middle finger. The guy thought about it and looked in the direction the ring was pointing. He didn't understand where they were at all. He pulled 3 fingers out of his fist and asked what was happening to him. Chuck assumed that the ring was broken. He was seriously scared. Or the answer was closer. It seemed that there was something here. A white flag was visible on the mountain. The guy said that the place looked extremely suspicious, but he had no idea what it could be. Some god warned him that something was rapidly approaching their direction. Chuck asked what it could be. Fire and ice charges approached extremely close to the ground. They were aimed at killing the guy. The hero jumped out from under the attack zone at the last moment and ran. He fell and looked at the place that was in ice and flame. A man's voice sounded insultingly towards the guy. Some man with red eyes asked him if he wanted to die and if he even knew what this place was. Suddenly he became polite and told Chuck that this was a training magical shooting range, and that outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering due to the danger. The guy was disappointed and said that there wasn't even a warning sign to let everyone know that it was dangerous. The guys looked at him. Chuck asked the girl who she was. Some god said that he didn't need to remember that. The girl introduced herself and said that her name was Lesha. She asked if Chuck remembered her. The guy apologized to her and said that he already remembered. He said that he hadn't seen her for a long time. The girl corrected the misspelled name and was offended that the guy couldn't even remember that. Chuck was confused. Apparently, he was in trouble again. The sun's rays were breaking through the thick crown of the tree. The guy and the girl were sitting on a bench. Chuck didn't understand what she was talking about at all and nodded convincingly. Lesha praised him that the guy had already really improved his language. He said with zeal in his eyes that he studied very diligently. The girl praised him. She asked him if he came to the magic shooting range because he wanted to learn magic. Chuck said that it was true, because he was not at all friendly with magic. He thought that he was more interested in the secret hidden at the shooting range. The girl offered to teach him magic. The guy asked if it was possible, because he had heard that it was impossible to learn without the patronage of magic. Lesha said that it was quite possible, because you can easily master the patronage of the basics. For this you should prepare in case of a clash with a magician. The girl was happy. She offered to see him tomorrow at the same time. She asked him what grade the guy was in. Chuck replied that he was in an advanced class. The girl was surprised and said that it would be easier for them to cooperate. She said goodbye to her friend and wished to see him tomorrow. The girl asked Lesha who this guy was and if he was her lover. She said that this was not the case at all and asked the girls to quickly follow her to class. Chuck asked some god what he thought about this. The interlocutor answered that the actions of this woman looked rather suspicious. The guy said that he meant that very shooting range. Some god tried to pretend that he knew what was there. Chuck got up from the bench and asked if he was still not going to tell him anything. Someone's voice called out to the guy, and both interlocutors looked away. Rachel, with some folded paper and a menacing look, was running towards the guys. He stopped in place and was indignant that he had already looked for the guy everywhere. Chuck asked what everyone wanted from him today. Rachel replied that the guy did something that attracted attention. He extended his hand, politely asked to pass by silently. The guy stopped him and said that such a technique would not work anymore. Chuck was outraged. Rachel began to read the text on the paper. He ordered to listen to him carefully. The guy said that he needed the interlocutor so that the guy could raise something to the top. Chuck thought that this strange guy had written a whole script for a short phrase. He thought that the interlocutor had familiarized himself with his status in advance in order to properly prepare for the dialogue. He could not imagine that patronage was such a weak point. Rachel showed him the paper and said that his intentions were extremely serious. If they united, they would become the strongest today. Chuck thought about whether it was possible to unite with him. He thought that this school also had tasks in pairs, and it would be better to unite with a classmate. Chuck fixed his hand and said that he completely relied on each other. Rachel was delighted and happily hugged the guy. He laughed. Some god was extremely displeased. The guy thought that he felt the same. The guy's thoughts were filled with how to hide his status from others. It was getting dark outside, and a dialogue could be heard through the windows. The girl was sharpening her blade on a bone. Diaroka was sitting on a chair and saying that she did not want to blab for nothing. The girl said that if she was ordered, she would answer. The guy sat down at the table in front of her and ordered her to explain quickly. The girl agreed. She explained to the guy that in order to look at someone else's status window, a certain patronage was needed. She said that it was also necessary to resist him with another patronage. Chuck asked her what would be the easiest way to get it. Diaroka said that the patronage of secrets is difficult to get right away. The patronage of equality obliges you to expose your status if your interlocutor does the same. She said that of course there is the patronage of marriage, which allows you to see your status only as a spouse, but you need to throw such a chic wedding that it will touch even the gods. She told about the patronage of bluff, which changes the status window. In case of loss it turns into a curse. Diaroka said that there is the patronage of disguise, because if you pretend to be dead, the status window will disappear like a corpse. And the patronage of modesty reduces the ranks of all characteristics for the species, but you need to have colossal patience to get it. Chuck asked if this was all she wanted to tell him. The girl smiled and said that this was all that came to her mind now. She asked the guy what he thought now, whether he needed patronage. Salona got out of the shower and dried her hair. She added to her friend's words that there were also curses, a dangerous thing, but it could be useful for such a purpose. The guy asked if he was right in thinking that patronage, which opened the status, could be blocked by a curse. He said that the girl interested him. Salona said that this was a pretty sensible idea for a seedy human female. She thought that some curse of greed would suit the owner. The guy remembered a creature that had such a curse. He thought about it. Diaroka told her friend that it takes full control of everything a person owns, including the status window. Chuck asked the girl what the price for this curse was. She answered that it was life. He smiled and said that he had already decided. Some god thought that the guy had a very suspicious grin. Chuck told him that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist and Diaroka were standing in the middle of the tavern. He had sheets of paper in his hand when the guy said that this was the only decent assignment. The girl looked at her master and asked why he suddenly decided to enroll her as a mercenary. The guy unsheathed his blade and replied that she herself said that you can only get the curse of greed by having a lot of slaves or property, but all his belongings are inside the sword. The protagonist bent one finger when he added that that's why he thought of her. The girl put her hands behind her back when Chuck asked what would happen if he raised her level so much that even he would have trouble handling her. Diaroka opened her mouth and replied that this was a pretty good way. The guy touched his cheek when he said he was busy and asked if she was really worried about her curse of hunting. Then the girl replied that this curse should not be neglected. Diaroka spread her arms as she introduced the monsters and explained that it was so powerful that it could boost an orc to the level of an ogre. Then asked him to look at her, adding that with her level, she should have already reached a rank, but due to the curse of hunting, she was stuck at some D rank. Chuck looked away and said that from now on, she could level up as a mercenary, then asked about whether ogres were really that strong. The girl introduced a monster with horns and a man with a mustache as she answered that they were strong, and that they were about the same level as the knight the boy had met a while ago. The protagonist turned his back to her as Diaroka warned him that he would regret it. Sweat began to appear on her face as she exclaimed that even with her current level, she couldn't defeat 3 strong orcs. Chuck smiled as he asked her not to worry and just trust him, as their target was goblins and gnolls. The moon was shining in the sky. The monsters rushed towards the girl, shouting about female meat. Diaroka raised her hand. She struck the monster. A system notification about the activation of the hunting curse appeared. The monster's pupils narrowed. A system window appeared, which said that all game in the area had become stronger due to her passion for poaching, and that the chance of failure of her traps had increased significantly. A scar appeared on the monster's shoulder when he exclaimed that it did not hurt him, and that female meat was weak. The girl gritted her teeth when she replied that the gnoll was pathetic, and wondered if this was all the damage she could do to him. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and said that this was enough, advising her to stand aside for now. In front of the protagonist were 3 huge monsters who called him talking meat and a strange snack. The monster swung and screamed that she would get the head. Chuck squeezed the hilt of the blade when he asked about how long it had been since they had seen each other. He cut 3 monsters with one blow. The red-furred monster opened its mouth. The brown-furred gnoll stuck out its tongue. Diaroka looked ahead in surprise. In front of the protagonist were chopped monsters when he asked about whether this was all. He turned around and asked the girl to take their fangs. She opened her mouth and remained silent. Diaroka pouted when she was asked about why she was standing and if she could hear, and then asked if the hero's curse had fallen. The girl smiled widely and laughed loudly. Chuck looked away and said that now was not the time for jokes. Slimes appeared on the monsters' bodies when the boy shouted that they would take everything now. Then the girl suggested that the boy give a harsher order. Chuck put his hand forward and told her to go for the fangs, and she agreed. Dairoka smiled, closing her eyes. The moon illuminated the trees when the boy exclaimed that this was proof of the task completed, so he told her not to miss a single one. The sun was shining above the castle. A girl was standing next to the protagonist when someone shouted his name. Matthew pointed a finger at him when he exclaimed that because of him they would have to clean toilets for half a month. Chuck put his hands in his pockets and answered, noticed that he had already been discharged, and then asked about helping him get back to the infirmary, because in that case he would not have to clean. Then Matthew asked about what he said that he would not. The protagonist turned around when he was called. Lesha smiled when she exclaimed that he had been full of energy since the morning. She covered her mouth when she said that it turned out that he had come with friends. At that time everyone was shouting her name. Chuck was hugged by someone. Matthew looked at him ominously and asked about how, since he was a commoner, he could know her, to which the guy replied that she was just a lady he knew. The protagonist pinned him to the floor and asked why everyone was so alarmed, adding that they were annoying him when the young man started shouting that this could not be happening and that it was a dream. Lesha blushed and told Chuck that she wanted to practice magic with him when something ended today, and then asked what he thought about it. The guy smiled and agreed. He looked away, thinking about how responsible she was because she could have skipped the lesson. The girl waved and said that they would see each other later, adding that this time he should not think of running away. She raised her hands up and asked him to promise. Then the people around her started asking why Lesha was hanging out with a newbie. Chuck put his hand to his face and said that she seemed popular when someone exclaimed that it couldn't be. He grabbed Matthew by his clothes when he said that they had to go too. The protagonist dragged him along with him while he was shouting about his dreams and hopes. His foot stepped on the floor. Chuck stopped in front of a tall building. He smiled and asked if the building of the backward class really looked impressive. There was a crowd of people standing next to the guy when someone shouted his name. The blonde guy opened his mouth and said that his name was Alpes and that he was the prince of the kingdom of knights. Then the young man mangled his name. The prince touched his knees with his hands. He and everyone else knelt down. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he asked why they did this. Alpes looked forward and said that they were royalty and aristocrats representing their countries, and that it was unthinkable that they would kneel before a commoner. The blonde man frowned as he explained that this was their way of making peace with him. Asa, who had appeared behind the boy, opened his mouth wide. He crossed his arms in front of him as a system notification appeared, saying that some god was categorically against it. Clouds were floating above the building as someone suggested that they should sum up the results. The aristocrats were kneeling before the boy, who asked if it was true that if they failed to get into the advanced class in the next exam, they would lose the favor of the aristocracy and receive a curse, and they answered in the affirmative. A system notification about the patronage of the aristocracy appeared, which stated that they, as carriers of noble blood, were unable to fulfill their destiny, so the experience points they received would be distributed among their vassals. Then the young man said that he did not know whether this applies only to new experience points or whether it includes the existing ones. The protagonist looked at the system window when he added that in the future, this will stall development and that he will not interfere, so they can do as they see fit. At this time he was thinking about the fact that even though these are trifles for him, he still cannot raise his level. Alpes opened his mouth wide and asked if Chuck really forgives them. The aristocrats surrounded him, began to thank him and say that he is kinder than he seems. The protagonist rolled his eyes in displeasure and wondered who they took him for. He remembered Asa spreading his legs and arms as the system alerts came in that some god was protesting his undivine friendliness and declaring his trust lost. Chuck closed his eyes, addressing the god as innocent. The asphalt broke under his foot. Steam came out of the guy's nose. Lesha was walking next to him when he exclaimed that the whole crowd of guys had dropped to their knees and started looking at him askance. Then she replied that she couldn't imagine that something like that could happen to him. The girl covered her mouth with her hand when she added that Chuck always became a participant in interesting stories. The guy opened his mouth and asked where they were going. Sweat appeared on the faces of the main character and Asa when the girl exclaimed that she knew one place where no one would bother them. Lesha walked ahead of the young man, who was thinking that it wasn't that he was surprised, but what place could she be talking about when the girl said that they were fine, that they would be able to study in peace, and that she had been suffering until now while accompanying the hero. Chuck looked ahead in shock and asked her again about accompanying the hero. Lesha introduced Ethan and asked the boy if he was interested in heroes too, explaining that she had accompanied the hero Ethan for a short time, who turned out to be quite self-confident. The girl looked away when she added that it was difficult for her to be around such a person, and that even Chuck would seem simple in comparison. The boy remembered sitting on the back of the monster and thought about this lady complaining about how difficult it was for her to take risks with him while hunting. Then he imagined Lesha crying. He touched his chin with his finger when he asked if Ethan's hunt was more dangerous than his. The protagonist remembered the boy with black hair reading a book when he realized that he read fantasy novels and comics every day in school and that he was familiar with this world, so naturally, he quickly settled in. Asa raised his hand to his face when a system notification appeared that some god bowed his head from the boy's thoughts. Then a notification popped up that a god had suddenly given a short laugh. Lesha turned around and announced that they had arrived, then offered to begin the lesson. She was sitting behind the boy when she called his name. The girl placed her hands on his shoulders and said that magic had clear causes and effects. Her arm was bent when she added that it was like a woman and a man giving birth to a child. A glow appeared in front of the boy as he felt heat spread through his body. Asa punched him in the head when notifications popped up that a god was very unhappy. Lesha smiled when she asked Chuck if he understood her explanation. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when he replied that everything was clear. The girl looked at the ring when she asked who he got it from and whether she was really late after all. The boy turned to her when he asked what she said, then Lesha said nothing and suggested to concentrate. Chuck put his hand on his stomach and exclaimed that he could feel the energy spreading throughout his body. Sweat was running down his hand when he started talking about magic, and the notification about Asa's favor appeared. The protagonist exposed his stomach when he asked about whether the burning energy had disappeared. The deity was floating in the air when the system notifications appeared about some god laughing loudly and enjoying the spectacle. Then the boy assumed that Asa's favor had increased. The system window indicated name Chuck, level 1, patronage, Asa D. Elf C, Mercenary B, Forgiveness F, Curse, Hero C, Massacre B, Extermination D, Holy Sword D, King's Wrath C. Sweat appeared on the boy's face from pain. He fell to his knees in front of the girl and started screaming when Lesha asked if he was okay. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking about how the frequency of the rollbacks had accelerated too much and how he had always controlled the balance of power. But now it had collapsed. The veins on his hand bulged as he replied that everything was fine. Chuck stood in front of the girl when he realized that the only way out was to waste the power boiling inside him. A notification appeared about using Ace's patronage. A red sphere appeared in the guy's palm. The young man grabbed one hand over the other when he asked for it to work. A blinding energy burst out of the protagonist. Lesha looked away. She looked at the sky and asked about what just happened. Chuck touched his forehead with his wrist and exclaimed that he felt like he was reborn. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked how the guy managed to use magic. The protagonist turned around and asked again. Lesha opened her mouth wide and asked if he didn't even realize what he had done. The boy raised his hand above himself when he remembered that he had imitated fencing using the power of the Nulls. A cloud of energy appeared in his palm when he used the patronage of Asa and Elf, and he thought about why he couldn't do the same with magic. Someone was emitting streams of energy at the top of the castle. The man's mouth fell open. Chuck and Lesha smiled widely when he asked if it was magic, and she replied that it was definitely her, adding that he didn't have the patronage of magic. Bob clenched his fist when he asked about who dared to use magic within the walls of the academy. The boy and girl turned around and noticed the teacher. The man looked ahead angrily and asked if it was Chuck again, adding that first he skipped the practical fencing lesson, and now he decided to break the rules of the academy. Bob tore his clothes as he exclaimed that if the boy thought he could escape this time, he shouldn't even hope for it. The protagonist looked away in fear as he asked the teacher to forgive him and use the patronage forgiveness. The man's eyes flashed as he replied that he wouldn't forgive him and told the boy to attack. The system window shattered into pieces, then Chuck asked about how patronage could be broken so easily. The fencing teacher rose from the ground. He smiled widely as he said that they would make up for the missed lessons by practicing fencing in real combat. A red aura appeared in the boy's palm as he asked the teacher for forgiveness, adding that he seemed to be more inclined towards magic. Bob frowned. He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted the protagonist's name. Lesha looked at the boy with disdain as he laughed. The sun illuminated the green plants. Students were sitting at the tables, when one of them said that this was not a classroom, but some kind of greenhouse. Chuck crossed his arms when he added that he was not going to slack off by attending classes. He remembered the man pointing to the fencing teacher's body and saying that he could settle the matter. The man with the mustache opened his mouth wide when he added that in exchange, the boy was required to regularly attend the new lesson. The protagonist covered his mouth when he remembered the man's request to remember that rudeness and magic were strictly prohibited there, and asked about the use of a lesson on growing and killing monsters. The boy and girl were sitting next to each other when he assumed that everyone had a partner. The blonde youth was sitting alone when Chuck noticed him, saying that he did not see someone. The protagonist sat down next to the prince and asked if he was really in this lesson too, and then offered to sit together. Alpes closed his eyes and replied that such classes were not for listening and that he wanted to be alone. Chuck smiled sinisterly when he asked about the prince rejecting his kind offer and wanting to continue to be in the lagging class. Alpes crossed his arms when the protagonist exclaimed that this was the right decision. The dark-haired guy looked away. The red bird opened its beak. The girl with blue hair smiled and said that she was glad to greet them. She had a slime in her hands when she added that in front of her were young scientists, on whose shoulders the future of humanity rested. Jane opened her mouth wide and introduced herself, adding that she would be teaching them. The red bird flew above her when she said that she hoped that they would get along. The magical animal settled in front of the protagonist when he said that during the admissions it was the same and that this elf was very popular. The bird frowned and made a characteristic sound. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he thought about why she was only bothering him and whether he had done something wrong. Green plants grew behind Jane when she explained that temporarily the lessons would be held once every 2 weeks, since she needed to explore the academy's surroundings and find the reason why living beings were gripped by fear lately. Chuck looked at the prince and said that they were really lucky since there would only be 2 lessons a month, mangling his name. Jane looked at the guys when the blonde exclaimed that his name was Alpes and asked why the boy was mangling someone else's name. The elf angrily looked away when she asked them to be quiet and began to talk about what would happen for them interrupting the lesson. The main character looked down. Jane blushed and asked where he was from. Slime looked ahead in shock as she exclaimed that she would take it back and said that the lesson was over for today. The elf ran away with tears in her eyes and said that starting tomorrow, the lesson would be held every day at the same time, adding that they would see each other tomorrow. Then Chuck asked where he had seen this. The guy bared his sharp fangs and exclaimed that it was all because of Alpes. Then the prince asked to let him go. The protagonist opened his mouth and wondered how much longer this would continue. An image of Byron appeared above the castle when Chuck asked why he met such characters everywhere he went. Water was dripping from the stone. A blonde girl was lying on the floor. She opened her eyes. Chloe sadly lowered her head when she asked where she was, then someone called her name. On the throne sat a creature with horns who welcomed the hero to his abode. The blonde girl opened her eyes wide and asked who he was. Byron folded his hands in front of him as he asked her what she couldn't tell by looking at him and then said that he was the 14th son of the Demon King. Chloe covered her mouth with her hand as she asked him again. She closed her eyes and looked ahead thoughtfully. A blush appeared on her cheeks as she exclaimed that if you look closely, he was also handsome and his voice was like music to the ears. Byron closed his eyes as he addressed the hero, saying that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Chloe clenched her fists, thinking that after all, the son of the Demon King was also a prince and that this was a chance to make her longtime dream come true. A heart appeared between her palms as she asked the handsome prince to become her captive, and a system notification appeared about the use of the charm patronage. Black arrows shot forward. They pierced the hero's armor. Blood came out of the girl's mouth. Byron held his hand out in front of him as he said that it was dangerous and that he definitely didn't think that she would attack him from behind. Chloe lay in a pool of blood as the prince began to talk about how even someone like her was considered a hero. Byron looked forward in surprise. A system window appeared, which stated, Name, Byron, Level 20, Patronage, Charm B, Circuit D, Magic B, Warrior E, Curse, Noble A, Hero F. Then a notification appeared that the hero curse allows automatic translation of the enemy race's language and significantly reduces the experience points gained from hunting and achievements. The prince covered his face with his hand as he cursed and said that he killed the hostage for negotiations with his own hands. Byron looked ahead as he explained that if he fell behind in development now, he would not be able to save Diarok from Chuck. He remembered the boy with the sparkling eyes as he realized that he needed to find a way to bypass the level restrictions like the boy. The prince looked away as he was informed that someone had arrived. Byron looked ahead seriously, adding that it had finally happened. The massive doors opened slightly. Mary looked ahead confidently. She suddenly opened her eyes. A bloody body lay in front of her as she screamed the name Chloe. The demon's eyes sparkled as he said that she had the sense to follow the tracks the goblins had left and greeted Mary. At the bottom of the stairs lay the body of a blonde girl. Byron clenched his fist and greeted Mary ominously, asking if she had really come to his domain alone without fear. A silhouette of a guy appeared behind the girl, asking if he could really let the hero go alone. The demon's eyes widened as the insight patronage was applied. A system window appeared, indicating Name, Aloes, Level 33, Patronage, Aristocracy A, Elfie, Language D, Blessing B, Warrior A, Courage B, Fighting Spirit A, Study B, Holiness C, Search D, Curse, Slaughter F. The fair-haired prince clutched the sword in his hand and asked if he was the demon who ruled over this mountain. Byron grinned and exclaimed that the guy was right. He stood before Aloes when his eyes flashed and the demon explained that he was the ruler of the mountain goblins who killed the hero. Byron smiled. The prince glared. Bethana stood behind him, saying that the traps were truly cruel and asking if it would be over once they dealt with this demon. Byron grinned as he said that he noticed that they liked his gift. The boy held his sword out to the side as he addressed the demon who killed the hero and the knights. Aloes rushed forward as he exclaimed that he would make him pay for all his crimes. Byron took a step back and asked if the prince thought it would work when he was so excited. Rocks began to fall. Mary looked forward in fear. A huge rock loomed over Chloe's body as the demon exclaimed that they would not be able to resurrect her without a body. The prince held his hand out in front of him and cursed. The dark-haired girl gritted her teeth and activated Gonk's patronage. She raced past Aloes. Byron tugged on the black thread when he said the girl was too simple-minded. A dark lash wrapped around Chloe's body when he explained that he couldn't waste such a valuable bait as a hero's corpse. A rock loomed over Mary when Aloes asked her to stop because it was dangerous. She slowed down when she said that her body wouldn't listen. A system window appeared, telling her that her legs were ready to run faster than usual, and that she wouldn't be able to slow down or stop until she reached her destination. The blonde boy pushed Mary in the back. She turned and looked back in shock. Itana held her hands out in front of her when she asked the girl to look ahead, adding that she would figure it out herself and activating magic patronage. Rock fragments flew at Mary. Aloes raised his sword above himself. Blood ran down his face. The demon was flanked by arquebulists as he exclaimed that they had put in a lot of effort to protect the burden. Arrows shot towards Mary as he added that the hero was unstoppable. The girl gritted her teeth as she realized that she could not dodge. She lifted herself off the floor. The girl put her hands forward. Mary hugged Chloe's body. The dark-haired girl turned her head to the side and addressed the prince. Aloes put his hand forward. Byron looked down and paid his respects to the boy. The prince's body was pierced by arrows as the demon explained that he did not think that he would sacrifice his life to save the hero. Ithana opened her mouth wide and screamed Aloes' name. Flames appeared between her palms as she exclaimed that she would not forgive and activated patronage magic. Byron covered himself with the prince's body and advised Princess Ithana to be careful, otherwise she might burn the corpses for resurrection. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. The demon's eyes sparkled as he said that everything was right and that it was necessary. Something pierced Aloes' body. An arrow hit Ethan's chest. Blood spurted as Byron raised his crossbow and said that there were already two. Mary held Chloe's body as he added that she was the only one left. The dark-haired girl opened her mouth and called him a vile coward. Byron held the crossbow in front of him as he asked about the fact that a hero who led an entire knightly order to catch some goblins was really talking about cowardice. A system window appeared, which said, Name, Byron, Level 22, Patronage, Charm B, Secret D, Magic B, Warrior E, Formation C, Trap F, Study D, Curse, Aristocracy A. Hero F. Sweat appeared on Mary's face when the demon said that he was on level 22, that is, only 3 levels higher than her, but significantly inferior in the level of patronage. The system window appeared, which indicated Name Mary, Level 19, Patronage, Hero C, Magic B, Weapon C, Tempering D, Race E, Reflection D, Nobility E, Deadly Weapon E, Curse, none. Byron frowned and said that if it were not for their carelessness, he would be dead now, and then asked if she really thought that he acted like a coward after that. In front of the girls, the demon turned to the hero and asked for permission to give her advice, adding that they were enemies, and then explained that if she put her life on the line, she should not disdain any methods and means. Mary swung her blade and thanked him for the advice. She attacked Byron with her sword. The girl covered one eye when a system notification appeared stating that the weapon patronage allowed her body to become a powerful weapon in any situation and naturally restored all the arsenal she owned, as well as her body. A system notification appeared saying that the reflect patronage allowed some of the damage she received to be returned to the attacking party, because shouldn't a world ruled by scoundrels be destroyed? Byron grabbed his shoulder when he thought about what kind of unheard of patronage this was. The demon took off his jacket and exclaimed that it was nothing compared to that guy. Mary was enveloped in a black substance. She looked ahead seriously when she was asked about not knowing even such a simple black magic. Byron rolled up his sleeves and said that people only knew how to use white magic, and that was only useful in war. Sweat appeared on Mary's face when she realized that she could not breathe, and the demon said that she would be the next hostage for negotiations. The girl's eyes began to close. She thought of Chuck when someone said that this was enough. A glow appeared. Byron covered his face with his hand. A girl loomed over him, said that this was not the ending she expected, and then addressed the demon. The saint looked ahead seriously when she explained that he had crossed the line. The sun illuminated the space. The girl asked the vice principal how she was doing. The man asked what she meant by doing. She turned around and said how she behaved in class, what achievements and all that, and that the lessons during the holidays did not bring any benefit. The man replied that the lessons on establishing trust with monsters, which you cannot even check through the status window, and that at this rate they will come to the decision that the students did not achieve any results and she will receive a reward. The board said that the teacher, he gets the appropriate experience points for each successfully completed term. The rating of all teachers is determined based on the council's assessment. The man poured a drink into a cup and said that if this happens, Hogwarts will no longer need such a teacher, and it will be difficult for her to last until next year. The girl banged her fists on the table and exclaimed, "What the hell? Only bad news, and that there is no good news." She laid her head on the table and sadly said that she even had to curry favor with this pseudo-noble saint to allow heroes to also study at the academy, and that all her efforts will be freed from the eternal last place. The man put the mug in front of her. He smiled and told her to calm down and that fortunately there was good news. She jumped up and asked again about the good news, then said that she thought that the entire hidden labyrinth had already been taken apart and there was nothing left for them. The vice principal took a sip and said that among the newcomers there was a student with the patronage of a C-rank elf. Then he continued that in that case, with her help, he could achieve good results. The sun was shining on the greenhouse. Jane happily called the protagonist and told him to hurry up. The protagonist greeted the teacher. The girl pointed at him and said that they had agreed that he would not use boring forms of address in private, that nicknames were important, and that he should try again, as if he were calling the object of his affections. Chuck laughed. Then he thought, what a mess he had gotten himself into. Jane said that their first lesson was about communicating with slimes. A memory came to mind of people running away from slimes and shouting that they were jumping towards them and to catch them quickly. Someone picked up a bone. Chuck stood there with the bone raised and someone said that it was amazing. The girl said in admiration that he had immediately attracted all the slime's attention by the fact that they liked him and that she did not think that she would meet a student with such abilities. Then she said that she would conduct special lessons for him. Chuck's mouth opened in shock. He greeted Miss Jane and happily said that great, that would be enough. Then she thought for a moment and said that in today's special lesson they would learn how to handle a monster partner. She would show by example, imagining that the main character was her slime. She turned and said to follow her. Then she knelt down. Patting her knees, she said to lie down here. He knelt down and his eyes widened. The girl asked if he was surprised and that it seemed she had rushed too much. The guy said he wasn't arguing, he was a little surprised, but it was okay. The board said Asa. The hero looked away and thought that he wouldn't have been able to stay calm if he hadn't had Asa's patronage and that he didn't understand what kind of lesson this was. Some god was squinting with displeasure, some god was looking at the teacher with suspicion. The girl laughed and he thought that only the academy was crazy. Or maybe this whole fantasy world had gone crazy. The moon lit up the sky. The wolves approached the demon and said that the female's meat was delicious and that the meat was tender. Dairoka looked at them angrily. The wolf swung at her and shouted for her to accept her death. The girl dodged deftly. Then she grabbed the monster by the paw. A moment later, she tore off his paw. The other monsters looked at this in shock. An explosion was heard behind her and she calmly walked away. Then Dairoka turned around and asked how dare they, dirty animals. There were monsters lying on the ground and she said that everyone in this part was dealt with and what happened to the owner. Chuck raised a bone and called the monster. It ran away from him and asked not to come closer. The protagonist chased him, laughed and told him to stay put. The girl laughed and said that she saw that he was having a lot of fun. The moon was shining brightly. Chuck watched as the slimes jumped on the lying monster. Then he laughed and said that hunting was more fun than lessons at the academy. He looked at the board and said that he would see how much she had grown. The board said that the name was Darok, level 3, patronage villainy A, warrior B, nobility C, language E, study D, slave A, resistance D, king's wrath E, mercenary S, curse aristocracy C, hunting B, extermination F. He thought about it and said that the progress from level 27 to 31 was still not enough to get the curse of greed. The demon looked down and said that that's why she said it would be difficult for him. Chuck smiled and said that nevertheless, they had achieved quite good results. The man in the memory asked to stop. The voice asked again and he answered that if he continued to bring only evidence, they would begin to doubt whether there was a full-fledged punitive campaign. The man continued that the family's treasury was empty, but it did not bring any results. The girl looked down on him and replied that if there were any objections, let him change the wording of the task. She frowned and continued that they had completed the task he posted, and what was the problem? The man began to stutter. Chuck said that the task was to come with the collected evidence of the punitive expedition, but who would think of simply collecting someone else's trophies? It was quickly written on his face. Some god was satisfied with the logic of Asa's thoughts. The man opened his mouth and said that fine, he would recommend a replacement task. This is an S-rank task, he will be very pleased, he said. The protagonist smiled. Then he began to dig. A moment later, he swung the shovel and shouted that why, pray tell, should he dig the earth? He expected more when he said S-rank, and here he was digging in the ground, and that he felt like a tomb robber. The demon knelt down and said that it was more fun than the academy. Chuck shouted that they had moved on and that Dairoka should help him. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was so tired fighting the reinforced gnolls that she couldn't even move. The guy replied that she shouldn't make him laugh and that she was fine just now. Some god supports the lone wolf Asu. The voice shouted that it was a curse. The moon illuminated the space. The protagonist dug a huge hole. He frowned and said that he could sweep everything away with one blow and that it would take a long time. So Dairoka replied that then they would also demolish the ruins that could hold important information. She smiled and continued that by destroying the ruins that he was originally assigned to study, he would fail the task and asked if it was worth it. The protagonist leaned on the shovel and said that eventually they would have to dig by hand and that it would be nice to have some extra hands. Then he smiled and said that it was an orc and that she should tell the workers to dig the ground and send in some gear, lots of it. A bright portal appeared in front of them. A man came out of it. Then people started coming out one by one. One of them said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and how he was doing. Dairoka turned to the protagonist and said that she was amazed every time she saw it and that the orc had created magic. Chuck smiled and said that he had only just become interested. Byron asked about it as soon as he saw it. The girl said that he deeply insulted her by comparing her to this loser. The guy said that she underestimated Byron. 2 moons shone in the sky. The protagonist and Dairoka watched the people working. He happily said that it was great. After all, a person should use his head. Some god was upset that he was behaving in a way that was not typical of Asa. Chuck looked up and said that while everyone else was working, he was the only one chilling out, and that this was also in the spirit of Asa. Asa's words convinced God. Chuck said that by the way, there were a lot more of them than he expected, and that apparently there were more people inside. Dairoka replied that he had brought a crowd of slaves last time. Chuck asked why there were so many of them. The girl approached the protagonist and asked if he wanted a snack, and the guy agreed. Then he took a bite of his sandwich. Chewing his food, he said that they said that another hero had visited the vault as a guest. The girl replied that he had said that someone stronger had come, and that even when they were leaving, he was still training. The protagonist's head was filled with thoughts that his hair stood on end. If he had come to the vault in person, he could have run into this goddess. Her image appeared in his thoughts. Then he thought that it would be better not to appear there for a while. Chuck exhaled. Dairoka looked at him and asked where the owner was going. Chuck turned to her and said that it would soon be dawn, time for lessons, and that she should keep an eye on the workers while he was gone. The girl turned to the workers and they said that it was not bad. Mr. Hero was bossing around a demon. The sun was shining on the castle. The course on taming and catching monsters, abbreviated as KPO, they meet with the teacher who teaches KPO more and more often. No matter how hard he tries, he can't understand the essence of this lesson. All they do is just look at each other. The board said that an elf, he is named a friend of the elves, and his lifespan and youth are increased. All the effects received from the elves and his reputation in their eyes are significantly increased. Chuck looked at the board and said that maybe it's all because of the patronage. Then he asked what Mr. God thinks. Some god is unhappy. Some god says that trust in Asa is undermined. The protagonist said that why is he starting again? A girl came up to him, called him by name and said that here he is. The protagonist turned to the teacher. She pressed the book to her chest and said that it concerns midterm exams. She needs to pass something in a special order. Regardless of grades, he is assigned to an advanced class. Chuck asked what he did to deserve such a privilege, and the girl said that he was good, his name, and that there is no such thing as a free lunch. She smiled and said that they did not, and that she would demote him, Jane's best student, to a backward class. Then he continued that of course, in exchange he must take additional lessons as a mission for the midterm exam. The protagonist's eyes widened and said that how could he report such an important thing on the eve of the exam. The teacher grabbed his hands and exclaimed that this was something serious, on which Jane's future work and the prestige of their academy depended. She seriously opened her eyes and said that she came to him on behalf of the head of the academy. The guy laughed and said he would do his best. The girl adjusted her glasses and said she was glad to hear that in that case she relied on him and that she had to leave him. She still had things to do. She walked away and the protagonist asked again, perplexed. Some god's eyes flashed. Some god was sure that this was a chance to punish the elf teacher. Chuck turned to the respected god and said that there was nothing to be happy about, and in order to ruin the reputation of the KPO teacher, he would have to taint him as well. Some god confidently declared that it had nothing to do with him. The protagonist replied that no, it was not like that, and that if he ruined his reputation with stupidity, it would mean that the respected god Asa, who had granted him patronage, was also a fool. Some god protested that this was moral pressure. The guy replied that he would go ahead then, sit in on extra lessons, and at the same time receive admission to the midterm exam. He raised his hand up and exclaimed that without any effort, clouds floated in the sky. The protagonist came up and called the girl. She turned to the owner. Then she smiled and asked how the lessons came. Chuck answered with a smile that as she saw, everything was going smoothly. The demon said that he left her alone in this place. She came closer to him and continued that, however, he smelled like a female elf from a kilometer away. The guy asked her to stop talking nonsense and that it would be better for her to go somewhere with him. The girl happily agreed. They were sitting on a hill. The demon asked what they were doing there. The protagonist answered that they were trying to capture a strong monster. Dairoka looked at the guy lying on the ground and asked what kind of pose this was. He answered that it was easier to catch him by attacking from behind, so he was hiding. Diaroka covered her mouth with her hands and said that he already had a strong demon in her face. But it was not enough for him. Chuck replied that she should not pester him, this was an exam, then repeated again. Some god recommends a huge dragon, some god recommends a mighty dragon, some god recommends a fierce dragon. The protagonist angrily asked to suggest those he could tame. The girl said that in her personal opinion, a demon dragon or a death dragon would suit the master. Chuck turned to her and said that he would not find them nearby, and that there was no one else except the dragon. Diaroka exclaimed that there was just one suitable monster. The protagonist shouted for her to speak quickly. The girl pointed her finger at herself and said her name. The guy remained silent and thought that maybe it was time to punish her. The protagonist and the demon watched from behind the ledge of the mountain. Clenching his fist, the hero thought about how fantastic creatures that do not exist in reality are identified as monsters on Earth. It seemed like a monster attacked a slime, and Chuck added that monsters of this world are defined by the following criteria. The beast held a slime in his hand, and the hero thought about whether they eat slimes or not at all. A huge paw stepped on the ground. Grabbing the slime with its trunk, the beast screamed loudly. Looking at this, the protagonist asked if it was an elephant. Diaroka said that it was a lamborghini, to which Chuck asked again what kind of name was that. It seemed like a knight sitting on an elephant, and the demon said that the lamborghini cavalry, breaking through the enemy camp, is rightfully considered the flower of the battlefield. The girl happily held a slime in her hand, and the hero said that they were missing. The KPO teacher, a fan of slimes, would faint when she saw it. Some god was upset, some god was angry that he had missed a great chance. The snake's tail appeared. The snake sharply twisted the elephant. The woman laughed menacingly, and the elephant looked up in fear. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise. The beast looked straight ahead and said his name. Gray smoke appeared. The elephant turned over. The snake smiled broadly. Looking to the side, she said that she would eat her fill today. Looking at the hero, she turned to him, and he responded in surprise. Licking her lips, she said that he was a wonderful man. You rarely see such people. You need to take him without delay. Diaroka turned her head to the side and grinned. Jumping down, she told the hero that she would figure it out, to which he fearfully asked to stop. Rising up, the snake said menacingly that she did not need a female. Grabbing her by the tail, the demon asked if it was true. She thought the same. The snake clenched her teeth in surprise, looking at this. Swinging her fist, she said that this was her master. The hand began to emit a purple glow, and the girl added that he was not one of those people who could covet. Hitting the snake, the demon added that a low-grade lamia like her. After kicking her, she winced in pain. The demon's eyes lit up red, and she said that she was too impudent for a crazy animal, and she asked to stop. Raising her hand with a glow in front of her, she said for the snake to die. Looking at this, Chuck asked her to stop. She can't even talk, let her be tamed. Diaroka turned her head back and asked again. An inscription about hunting appeared. The snake hit the girl with its tail. She began to crawl away from there quickly, laughing. Turning around, she said that today they will end here. Then she opened her eyes wide and was surprised. A pile of blood appeared near her tail. Putting her hand to her face, the demon said that what a pity, the owner had his eye on this little thing. The dragon looked straight ahead, and blood was coming out of his mouth. The guy looked at this in surprise and asked what it was. Some god was extremely pleased. The dragon ate a snake, and some god offered to tame the dragon. Running up to him, Chuck asked if this was a dragon. It was very different from the red one they saw last time. An image of a red dragon appeared in the guy's head, and Diaroka said that the king of red dragons was on a different level. After all, he is a king. The dragon looked forward furiously. The king's wrath was activated. The wrath of the dragon he killed provokes dragons nearby, and Chuck said that this is definitely a dragon, judging by the fact that the curse of the king's wrath was activated. The monster sharply raised its paw up. He swung it at the protagonist. The hunt was activated. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked why everyone was going out of their way to kill him. A bright lightning appeared, striking the beast. The dragon looked at the snake's tail flying in the sky. Flying up with a weapon, the protagonist said that she would pay. The elf, Asa, and the sacred sword were activated. The hero swung his sword and said furiously that this vile goddess would pay for calling him to this dangerous world. A huge red shockwave appeared. The dragon raised its head up, looking at the bright glow. Looking forward, it made a pitiful sound. It watched the attack approaching it in fear. The blow flew past it. Smiling, Chuck said that from now on it belongs to him, to which the dragon exclaimed in surprise. The blue sky appeared. Scratching his face, the protagonist said that he was quite cute. They would take him away, asked the demon what he ate. The dragon lay on the ground, covering his face with his paws, and she replied that dragons are not picky. Holding the tail in her hand, the demon said that on the contrary, the problem is that they eat everything. Such things are their usual diet. They even gnaw through steel, to which Chuck replied that it would be easier to grow. The dragon slightly opened his eyes and asked, hearing that he was addressed. The guy's hand fell on the beast's head. Looking at him, he said that he should go with him. Looking at the girl, Chuck said that they would call him Byron II, like her, to which she replied that the poor dragon. Smiling widely, the protagonist looked away and said that well, now. Jumping on the dragon, the hero raised his hands and shouted that they were returning to the academy, Byron II, on the road. A dark forest appeared. The guy looked at the mercenary, on whom crosses were hanging, and said that it was a curse. Sitting on a bench, Ethan asked how much longer he would suffer on this journey. He should return to Hogwarts as soon as possible. Some male god complained of dizziness, and the guy with a tired look agreed. The mercenary guild appeared. Standing in front of the girl, Ethan greeted her and said that she was as charming as ever today, to which she replied that he should familiarize himself with the guild's assignments. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they should give him an assignment to guard some aristocrat or a merchant guild heading to Hogwarts. An inscription about studying appeared. She could look at the window of the status of the object available for study. The higher the difference in levels, the greater the probability of failure, and then the girl said that since he had a low level and rank, he could not accept orders for the corresponding missions. She added that she could not make an exception even for a legendary hero, to which the guy furiously asked again. A plate with uniqueness appeared, and Ethan said that he did not have time for this. The man said that he thought he could help. The head of the mercenary guild, Cassandra, the daughter of the dragons, appeared in front of the hero, and she said that their guild was heading to Hogwarts to fulfill an assignment. Would he like to join? The guy happily said that yes, he would be happy to. Lowering his head, Ethan thought that he had assumed that the beautiful captain ran a guild of other beauties. The guy grabbed him tightly by the neck and asked why he was hanging around here alone. He still couldn't get used to it and left. Folding his arms, the mercenary asked if it was time to get used to it. Images of laughing mercenaries appeared in the guy's head, and he thought that if he had known that this would happen, it would have been better to go alone. The guy turned around in surprise and said that it was the same. Everyone looked at the troll that had appeared in surprise. Smiling monsters appeared, and the guys shouted that it was them. The characteristics of the creatures were shown. Looking at the hero, the mercenary said to back up with magic while they fought, to which Ethan agreed. Rapidly gaining speed, the mercenary said that there was an attack of 19 level trolls. Everyone raised their weapons. A bright flash appeared. The man made a sharp blow with his sword at the monster. Looking at his weapon, he said that, as expected, it did not work. The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise. The troll struck. A bright lightning appeared. The mercenary raised his head up and screamed in pain. The guy jumped up and shouted for all the wounded to retreat back, and the mercenary said that they should not think of cooling off, let them be on hand. The creatures opened their mouths wide and made a sound. The mercenaries fought with the trolls, and one of them said that they needed to hold out until the hero Ethan activated magic. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought about the fact that these were trolls. Looking straight ahead, Ethan thought about how he could resist such colossuses. A girl fell next to him, wheezing. Approaching her, he turned to her and told her to wake up. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that right, the only one who can cope with the impending threat. He sharply turned his head to the side and added that he, the legendary hero, some god of wind, recommends him to try. The mercenary turned around in fear and told the hero to stop and forget about magic. The guy said that right, it is better to let him carefully watch how the daughter of the dragon Cassandra will show her true form. Opening his mouth wide, Ethan shouted, "What can the wounded do? It seems more like everyone is just ready to surrender." The king's wrath was activated. Everyone watched the white particles that appeared in the air. The dragon's skull appeared, and the guy asked again. The troll looked at him in surprise. The bone dragon landed in front of the monsters. Its eyes glowed and its mouth opened wide. Covering one eye, the leader said, "Go ahead." The dragon suddenly flew up above the monster and shouted. The dragon's hand collided with the creature's hand. It crushed the troll sharply. The bone dragon's tail appeared. It struck the monster with its tail. The boy happily said that it was as expected of the daughter of a dragon, and the other mercenary said that he loved the leader, to which she smirked. Ethan watched this in bewilderment, hearing how they celebrated their victory. The forest and mountains appeared. You could hear the dragon's daughter shouting, "Long live Cassandra," and the boy thought that he could hardly wait to get to Hogwarts. The boy stood with his arms folded and looked straight ahead. The girls turned around and made a sound of surprise. Looking up, the girl said about the sea dragon, and the boy asked how the sea dragon got onto the academy grounds. Having hit the dragon on the neck, the protagonist told him not to play around. The dragon lay down with a bump on its head, and the protagonist went down to the ground. The man turned to the hero, and the woman said his name in surprise. Having stroked the dragon, Chuck said that he picked it up on the way, so he was thinking of sheltering it. It was written about forgiveness, and the hero winked and asked if they would forgive him. The hero raised his hand up and looking at the log asked, "Which is great, this size will do." It was written about a set. Taking the tree with his hand, the protagonist said the name of the dragon. Having thrown many logs to the side, Chuck told him to catch them. The dragon raised his head up and screamed. The girl, looking at the dragon, said that the dragon obeys him very well. Folding his arms, the guy laughed and asked what she thought. The guy, slightly bending over, turned to the girl and asked her to stop. Turning to look at him, she said how rude, he doesn't see that they have an important lesson. If he has business, he should come to the teacher's room. Smiling, the guy picked up the pet and said that he was sure she would change her mind when she saw his friend. The beast made a sound, and the guy said that it was his friend. Some god explained that it was a rare divine beast, and the hero said that it looked like a puppy with a toy stuck to it. The girl put her hand to her face and asked what a baby divine beast. Okay, she got it, let him go already, and the guy said that he also wanted to go to her extra lessons. The guy said that in his opinion, he deserved it too, to which she replied that she would not repeat it twice. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck said that if everything went well, he would be able to get rid of the boring lesson. The guy, frowning, looked straight ahead. Looking down, the protagonist thought that his plan to get rid of the annoying lesson had ultimately failed. The girl pointed with her hands, and Chuck thought that since the girl was already raising a divine phoenix, she was not interested in the baby divine beast in any way. The professor said for everyone to sit down. Holding a purple particle in her hands, she said that she would begin a lesson on black magic. Students, with wide eyes, she asked what they thought of black magic. Pointing to the board, the girl said that most of them believed that black magic was evil, but they were wrong. Black magic was used not only by demons, who were naturally endowed with a long life and a seasoned spirit. Looking down, the protagonist thought that by the way, the black magic that the village chief spoke of too. The protagonist lay down on the desk. A cemetery appeared and someone addressed the demon. Diaroka turned to the hero and asked what, to which he replied that today in class they studied the basics of black magic, the question of why elves cannot use it. Raising her hand, the girl answered that the lifespan of low-grade elves is not really as long as that of demons or angels, they only stretch it out and prolong it. Surprised, looking away, the hero asked again, and the demon answered that yes. Looking up, the girl said that they fill their meager life force with time, so a wound that would heal even on a person in a day could take half a month for elves. Folding her hands, Diaroka smiled and said that they had never even stood next to demons, who lived a long time and recovered quickly. Approaching the hero's ear, she added that the same thing happened at night. Looking at her, Chuck asked, so the problem was in the speed of recovery. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The men joyfully shouted that they had succeeded, that they had finally finished. Looking at them, the protagonist asked if that was really all. The demon and the protagonist began to slide down. Looking into the pit, Chuck said that it looked deeper than he thought, and Diaroka asked that he was going to go down right now. Turning to her, the hero replied that of course, and she, to which she replied that there was no need to ask, let him just give the order. Falling down, the hero said that this is great, then follow him, and the girl responded approvingly. A sound of surprise was heard. The demon raised her finger up and a purple flame appeared. Looking straight ahead, she asked if he was okay, to which the hero, covering his face with his hand, said that it seemed like he crashed into something. Looking straight ahead, Diaroka said that there was nothing here. The girl and the protagonist turned around in surprise. Seeing a huge monster, the hero turned to her and then asked what this thing was that looked like a happy pudding. The monster smiled widely, and the demon asked that he did not know trolls. The protagonist grabbed his weapon tightly and replied that he did not know, so what? Chuck swung his sword at the monster. Covering her face with her hand, the demon said that indeed. Looking at the two running trolls, Chuck said that he would get some kind of clue if he chopped up their soft, smiling faces. A labyrinth of ruins appeared. Green particles flew out from behind the wall. Looking at his hand, the hero said that they die as disgusting as they look, to which the girl replied that yes, they should have been born a demon. Looking to the side, the hero said something in surprise, and then looked at his hand and thought. Looking at his hand, the hero said in surprise that the ring reacted, which means the head of the mercenaries said that they were going to look for treasure. A bright glow appeared, and the guy turned to the demon and asked what she thought. It seemed they had gone too far. Walking straight, Chuck said that there were only trolls here, nothing more, to which Diaroka replied that he did not think about solving the riddles and secrets of the dungeon. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they could look at them after the cleaning, asked if she had found something unusual. Smiling, the girl said that he had not even noticed that the pattern on the wall tiles had changed. He was not popular with people, but if he were a demon, he would definitely become popular. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist told her not to nag. Chuck and Diaroka moved further down the corridor. The glow near the guy's hand noticeably increased. Looking at the wall, Chuck said that apparently this was the purpose of their arrival. Putting her hand to her face, the demon said that it looked like there was more space behind the tile. Looking at the crack in the wall, the hero said that she was right, the wind was blowing into the crack. Swinging his fist, the hero smiled and said that when you enter a room, you need to knock first, right. An explosion thundered, fragments of stones flew. The protagonist and the demon stood in front of a hole in the wall. Looking at the room behind her, Chuck said that the decor was rich, even the light was on. It would be hard to call it a tomb, and Dairoka said that it was true, not now. Entering there, the protagonist apologized and asked if there were any dead people there. Sighing, the demon said that every time he did something stupid, she felt ashamed that she belonged to such a person, to which the hero responded that she should stop being rude. The guy took a step forward. Hearing the question of who they were, the protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked again. A hand with chains burst out from under the rubble. Turning around, the demon asked that the owner of the room had been here all this time, and the hero apologized for stepping on him. They thought there was no one there, and the girl added that he should not apologize profusely to the corpse. Red eyes appeared from under the rubble and a hand stuck out. A huge man appeared. Lowering his head, he asked how they got in here. This prison hidden from can only be opened by a witch. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked. The corpse said that he was bursting with health, quickly apologized to her, to which she grumbled. Holding his face, the man croaked and said the word witch. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted the word again. Smiling widely, Chuck asked, "This guy has gone crazy," to which the demon replied that weak people always have problems with mental health. Raising his fist, the giant told them to answer his question. Looking up, the protagonist asked that the inhabitants of this world can do anything other than attack everyone. The giant abruptly hit the ground, and the hero dodged. Looking at the protagonist, he said that a witch. Leaning on his knee, Chuck said that now he had done more damage to the room than he did. The man rushed forward and shouted about the witch. The guy raised his weapon up. The protagonist smiled broadly and said, well, if he doesn't want to have a dialogue. After swinging his sword, a shockwave flew at the giant. Covering his face with his hand, the man wheezed. Smiling, Dairoka said that here he is her master. The protagonist struck the giant. The man's body was cut into 2 parts, and the hero, looking at this, said that this is the perfect control blow. The girl said that she knew that being a demon would suit him better than a human, to which Chuck replied that even though she says so. Hair began to grow together rapidly. An image of a monster popped into the hero's head and he asked if he could regenerate like that orc. Looking at the regeneration, the hero said that he would not fall for it twice, let him get lost. Looking at the girl, Chuck said that this is great. They figured it out before he managed to show his vile nature, and the demon said that this man could be a clue. It doesn't matter that he killed him like that. Smiling, the protagonist said that she could check him with the patronage of study, let him concentrate, to which Dairoka replied that she could not see the window of the dead man's status. Looking through her fingers, the girl made a surprised sound. The man's leg began to regenerate. The giant quickly ran forward, and the girl asked that he was still alive. Raising his fist, Chuck said that forward, let him enter the room. The slave activated. The demon raised her leg and said that the hell. Swinging it, the giant flew high up, and the girl said that she found something to order. The protagonist frowned, looking away. The giant's head got stuck in the ceiling, and Chuck said that it was necessary to throw him further. He would be reborn again. Closing her eyes, Dairoka heard that she didn't know where the clue was, but if he got up again and started destroying everything, we would have more work to do later. To which the girl replied that she didn't know either. Cells appeared with a burning torch on the wall. The guy was sitting on the floor in handcuffs and made a sound. Opening his eyes, he thought about the fact that this was a prison. He was still alive. The girl approached the cell and asked if he had woken up, to which he turned to her. Byron looked straight ahead, hearing that she had a question, to which he asked again. Looking straight ahead, Mary said that the bastard he had mentioned then, who he was. The prison cells appeared. The girl said with a sad look that all his slaves had regained their freedom and left. They were going to follow him even after the curse had dissipated. The demon sat leaning against the wall and heard them told that their stubbornness could lead to his execution, after which they humbly left the place. Smiling, Byron asked, "Is that so?" said that he did not even have time to say goodbye. Standing near the bars, the girl said that he did not look like a demon, to which the demon replied that she should not try to humiliate him. It would be better to kill him right away. Lowering her head, Mary said that she had not even thought of it, apologized for misleading him. Byron looked away in thought. Then the demon said that she, turning away, he added that she should forget. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked why she had spared him. The girl answered that then in the cave after his warning she thought. A memory surfaced of Byron saying that a hero who led an entire nightly order to catch mere goblins was talking about cowardice, and after that she thought he had acted like a coward. Mary looked away and said that his actions were merely self-defense. If he had not been a demon, they could easily have been called invaders. The demon turned his head to the side and heard that she had a question, to which he asked again. Looking at him, the girl asked who the scoundrel he had mentioned was. A bright glow appeared behind the bars. Looking down, the image of the main character appeared in the demon's head and he said that he was a human male, a real monster who knew no defeat or retreat. For him even the level was just numbers, if it was he who attacked the dungeon. Goblins appeared on the boxes, and the demon added that no traps or strategies for protecting the dungeon would have worked. It seemed like the guys were rapidly falling down. A portrait of the main character appeared, and the demon thought about his name. A picture appeared of them looking at a flask of poison, and he added that poisons did not affect him. It was shown how the hero fought an orc, and the demon thought about how he did not know fatigue. Goblins, who were weaker than orcs, would have been destroyed without lasting a day. Byron clenched his fists tightly and said that the more he thought about it, the more absurd it was. Putting her hand to her face, Mary asked if there was any more information, to which the demon replied that he was a true monster, there was no use digging under him. Smiling, the girl asked what he was going to do next. Looking at his hands, Byron said that his plans had collapsed because of the saint. Now there was not a single thought in his head, asked what to do next. The girl said that this was good, and the demon looked at her. Opening the cell, Mary turned to him and asked if he would become her comrade. The handcuffs fell down from the demon's hands. Holding her hand, Byron asked if she was offering him to betray his race and side with the pathetic people. Smiling, the girl answered approvingly. A bright glow appeared, and the girl, looking at it, said that everything was as he said. The saint appeared, and the demon thought that even if he refused, as long as she existed, he would not be left alone. The demon's legs appeared, and he was thinking that even if he was lucky enough to escape, he still would not be able to return to his homeland. Byron held out his hand and said that it was fine. He did not know if he could help with anything, but he would become her comrade. Mary extended her hand and thanked him and said that she expected a lot of advice from him. Grabbing their hands, she added that they were going. The palace appeared, and it was heard that she would introduce him to the people of the kingdom and his hero friends with whom he would have to work. Aloes pointed to the map and said that the heroes must have heard the news about the destruction of the dragon in the east of the knight's kingdom. Raising his finger up, he said that their task was to track down and exterminate the monsters that left their lands as a result of this incident. One of the guys asked if they had to listen to the explanation, and the girl said that she had an important meeting. Turning around, the prince said that everyone below level 10 must participate in the campaign, to which the guys sighed heavily. Byron asked in his head, the hero can't overcome level 10, laughter and nothing more, and Mary happily greeted the girl. The hero in glasses and his indicators appeared, and the demon thought that they would be used as bait. It was written about the aristocracy. He, as a carrier of noble blood, must protect his vassals. Part of the experience points received by the vassals is presented to him. Looking to the side, the demon thought that the low level is also the patronage of an aristocrat. These heroes have already sold out to the aristocrats to take the true heroes into their hands in advance. Clever saint. The girl looked to the side and smiled. Looking at the demon, she asked what was the matter. Maybe at least he greets his friends. Turning around, Byron told her to forget. He was going to rest. Let him call when needed. People were cleaning the room with the glowing portal. The girl happily told the hero that the cleaning was finished. Looking at the portal, Chuck said that it was a great job. They could go back. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if she was going to sit there for a long time. The demon was sitting on the giant, and he was wheezing. Yawning, Diaroka said that all the preparations were finished. Besides, they took everything that could be taken. Isn't it time to wrap it up? She can't understand how ancient female heroes could fight for such a man. The girl got up from the giant and he opened his mouth wide, making a sound of pain. Looking down, the protagonist asked what happened in history, to which the demon replied that she made conclusions based on the frescoes on the walls of the ruins. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she even found out that the mistress of the ruins is a witch, to which the hero replied that apparently this witch is very strong. The giant said that this witch has power equal to the gods. The hero looked down in surprise. Some god said that this is simply unheard of. Looking forward, the man said that he was captured by this witch. He was not even given a chance to meet his beloved hero and child. Looking at him, Chuck asked why he was talking lying down, to which he replied that he did not know. His body suddenly filled with lead. Taking up the sword, the hero said contentedly that okay, before leaving, he will leave him a gift as a consolation. Looking to the side, the man asked again about the gift. A glowing portal appeared. A bunch of useful things fell on the man and he wheezed. Smiling, Chuck said that he will provide him with a good life. Looking away, the demon said that the hero surprised her. Smiling broadly, she said that just a few words and tricks and he grabbed an excellent guard. The man looked at the gift in surprise. Leaning down in front of the protagonist, he thanked him, calling him a hero who raises a dragon. Walking forward, the girl said that in order to repay him, the touched corpse will guard this place at the cost of his own life, right? Putting her hand to her face, Diaroka added that then he will be able to hold off the reinforcements of the mercenary guild until they carry away all the treasures of the ruins. Some god is surprised, some god admires Ass's intelligence, to which the hero, looking up, said that yes, that's right. Loud laughter was heard, and the hero, looking straight ahead, thought about it. Green monsters appeared in front of them, making sounds, and Chuck said that there was a whole horde of them inside too. The hero deftly dodged the attacks of the monsters. The girl jumped up sharply. Diaroka jumped from wall to wall, and the monsters looked at her and smiled. Having descended to the floor, the girl said that there were too many of them, it would be difficult to resist them all at once. Dodging the blow, the protagonist said that of course he would defeat one, 3 would take his place, maybe it was the dungeon itself. Holding the demon in his arms, Chuck said that this would not work, let him hold on tighter. A blow flew to the hero's head, and the girl asked in surprise what he was doing, to which the protagonist replied that he did not want to lose the translator again. Looking down, the protagonist said that he had come up with a great way, though it would be a little tiring. An inscription about the elf and Asay appeared, a corridor was shown. The king's wrath was activated, the bone dragons flew forward, pronouncing the word kill. A question was heard about them, the dragon looked straight ahead in surprise. He looked at how the hero and the girl were surrounded by monsters and asked what the hell was going on. Many dragons began to attack the monsters. The hero smiled widely, watching this, and then said that they should all die. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was harder than he thought, asked the demon if she was alive. The girl raised her head up and thought. Lying under the bones, the demon said that she died, to which the hero asked again. Smiling, Diaroka said that at that very moment, her willpower died. Chuck opened his eyes wide in surprise. The girl kissed the guy sharply. Some god was scared. Some god fell into a rage, some god condemns Asa. A crack was visible on the wall, stones fell from above. A devastating explosion thundered near the hero and the girl. Floating in the air, Diaroka asked, he knew that there was another floor below them. Holding his face, the hero thought about what the hell, both this and that, everyone needs his lips, and the girl sighed. The table with the protagonist's indicators appeared. The hero, looking straight ahead, said that it was good that the matter was settled, but this only strengthened the curse of slaughter and extermination, and the demon said that she was gradually beginning to understand when these ruins were created. Looking up, the protagonist asked what she meant, to which she replied that the ceiling they had pierced was restoring itself, a phenomenon that could often be found in the ruins of the mythical era. Images of an orc and a man appeared in his head, and the hero asked how it was with that prisoner, to which Diaroka replied that yes, although the saint was able to bring the dead back to life. Regeneration appeared, and the girl added that she was not able to continuously revive a person practically from fragments. When the body dies, the soul is damaged, and he should know about this given his unique patronage. Looking at the bright glow, the hero asked, his patronage, she means Asa, it was written that Asa resets all states except death. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought about death. To be honest, for a long time he had questions, the interpretation of the physical body and soul popping up in the status window. Purple monsters appeared near the hero's body, and he thought about the fact that although there is a curse influence here, but he sees souls circling around him. It was said about extermination, which significantly increases the likelihood that the dead he killed will come to him in a dream. Nightmares will continue to torment him until all the dead ascend or get tired. Holding a soul in his hand, Chuck said that is, having Asa's patronage, he will be able to revive if his soul is not damaged during death. Putting a finger to her face, the girl said that theoretically it is possible, but she has never heard of patronage directly controlling the soul. Some god is dissatisfied, some god does not want other patrons to interfere. The main character smiled broadly, looking straight ahead. Laughter was heard. Looking ahead, the girl asked, these annoying creatures were also on the lower floor. They can't fight them forever, what to do? To which the hero replied that the ring lit up again, they must be close. Raising his hand with a bright glow up, the main character told them to run until the jelly caught up with them, to which the girl responded approvingly. Light appeared from far away in the corridor. Running ahead, Diaroka said that it was already much quieter inside, and the hero replied that the light was getting brighter, they were almost there. Opening her eyes wide, the demon said that it seemed they were there. Looking at the doors, Chuck said about the golden gates, considering that they resembled the entrance to the boss's room, this was probably the last point. Looking at the sign, the girl said that they hunted a lot along the way, and she raised her level quite well, to which the protagonist asked what was wrong. She just finished off those he caught. Okay, and how much did she rise? The girl turned her statistics to the hero and said that he should take a look for himself. They would be able to get his curse of greed earlier than expected. Looking at the indicators, the hero asked in surprise, what the hell? Where did such numbers come from? A memory of her sitting on a giant popped into the girl's head, and then she said that they caught a lot of trolls, but that corpse was already at level 38. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked how many times she finished him off, called him poor. The gate began to open, and the hero was surprised and said that they opened in response to the ring. Standing in front of the entrance, Diaroka said that there was no need to make noise. This is the most basic magic. Chuck and the demon looked straight ahead in surprise. A gorgeous waterfall appeared. The whole room was shrouded in steam, and Chuck said that nothing could be seen because of it, to which the girl replied that although there were still many unsolved mysteries in the dungeon concerning the environment, but such a huge waterfall, The creature, smiling, turned to the guy and told him to go to her. Smiling, the demon asked again furiously. Folding her arms, the girl said that wow, it turns out she did not earn all the experience points to raise the level. Some god agrees with the words of the demon. The hero said for them to calm down. A huge waterfall appeared. Lowering his head, the hero heard that he was greeted and called husband, to which he asked, "Husband, what does this mean?" The girl said that God, how cruel of him. The mermaid, smiling, said that she invited him, gave him a ring and patronage, and he happily accepted it all. The demon asked to stop, her eyes wide, and asked if it was the great witch Amanda, saying she couldn't believe she was still alive. Chuck looked away and asked if she knew her. The witch petted the creature, and the demon said that in the entire history of fantasy, the only one who had managed to single-handedly defeat the Demon King, even without the strength of a hero, was this monster. Amanda smiled and said that she was right, she was a monster, she had once sacrificed everything she had for love, and she didn't want to admit defeat. The witch gritted her teeth and added that she had betrayed her hero friend by taking him away. A wave appeared, and the girl said that the only way to atone for her sin was to meet the end. Water dragons formed behind her, and the witch said, "So, husband, he is." Looking straight ahead, she asked, "He will give her death, after all." Smiling widely, Chuck said that in the world of fantasy, even the methods of suicide are fantastic. The water dragons looked straight ahead. They were rapidly approaching forward. A splash of water appeared. Flying up, the hero said that the attacks were too fast. Laughing, the witch said that her husband was so cute. Putting her hand forward, she said that without wings, how was he going to? Raising her finger up, she added that he could dodge in the air. A water explosion thundered. The demon's wing appeared and the hero thanked her. Holding the hero's hands, she said that you are welcome, to which he replied that she should throw him in that direction. The demon threw the hero straight and said that it was good. The hero took up the weapon, an inscription about Asa and the elf appeared. The sacred sword activated, raising it above his head. The protagonist approached the witch. The protagonist swung the sword right in front of her. Looking away, he asked what? Healing the wound, the witch said, "Well, he is quite strong." Water began to appear around the hero, binding him, and he said, "Damn." The water squeezed the protagonist tightly. Smiling, he looked at the witch and said that she had a specific hobby. He can't move, maybe he'll let go, to which she replied that he was stupid. She tied him up to restrict his movements. The hero smiled broadly when he heard that although what was she talking about? All warriors are such simpletons, to which he asked, "Warrior," he says. The hero put both hands forward, a red sphere appeared between them, and he said that he was in a hurry to upset her, there was no such patronage. Surprised, looking at the red glow, the witch asked again. A huge shock wave overtook her. Only her tail was left lying on the floor. It began to quickly grow upward. Revived, Amanda turned to the protagonist and said what excellent black magic this is. Holding a blue particle in her hand, the witch said that she really wanted his entire being to fall under her spell. Looking away, the hero had a thought that he needed to think about it. If she had the same regeneration as an orc or a guard, then there was no way to resist her in a closed room. Putting her hand forward, Amanda directed an attack towards the hero and said that she was not interested in indecisive men. Several blue monsters appeared in front of the hero. The hero swung his sword, attacking them, and thought about what in this case. The main character smiled, looking away, and thought that she would never be able to pull this trick again. Asa, the elf, and the sacred sword became active. Red particles appeared in front of the hero. Chuck grabbed the sword tightly. Swinging it, a huge red beam appeared. Looking at it, the witch said that well, such an attack will not work on her at all. A devastating explosion thundered. Jumping forward, the hero said that he didn't care. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that his goal was not to kill her. Reaching for her tail, the hero thought about the curse of the ruins and the patronage of Asa. This fight would have been extremely difficult if he had not had experience in a similar battle. A glowing portal appeared, and the guy asked the orc to open it. The hero threw a fin in its direction. The fin flew into the portal. The hero stood in front of him, slightly bent over. Clenching his fist, the protagonist happily said that great, they figured it out. Clutching his head, Chuck said that although she was beyond these ruins, his warehouse was the same ruins, and Diaroka, looking at the hero, said that if the orc who contacted him did not say anything, does it not mean that no problems arose? Turning to her, the protagonist said that she scared him, at least let him warn when he approaches. His heart almost stopped, to which she replied that, besides, they have a more important matter than this. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of reward. Looking away, Diaroka said that if the gift from the witch was patronage, then now there is neither a reward nor a guard in the ruins. Smiling broadly, the demon said that in this case they can no longer fulfill their purpose. The hero looked at her and asked again. The ceiling began to collapse, and they quickly ran away, and the hero asked why she could not say this before. Ruins appeared. The orc stood in front of the guy sitting on the ground. Turning around, he saw a tail fall out of the portal and was surprised. Looking away, the orc said that this so-called hero considers the training stadium a place for waste disposal. The tale began to regenerate. An inscription about ruins appeared and Amanda was resurrected. Standing on the ground, she said that this is a place. Looking at her hand, the witch asked what more ruins. The rules here are so unusual. It was written about the ruins, they serve the ruins, they obey the ruins, they are the property of the ruins, they cannot commit any illegal actions on the territory of the ruins. Looking up, the witch asked, is that so? Hero training, after betraying the heroes, she needs to take up their upbringing. Sitting on the guy, the monster laughed and said, well, there's one more weirdo. Holding his face, the orc asked what he would order to work together with the fish that smelled like rotten food. The guy, tensing up, asked if that hero had sent them too. The witch answered that yes, it looked like it, her indicators lit up. Smiling, Amanda said that she was the keeper of the ruins and the great witch, from now on they would have to see each other often. The guy looked away and asked, the keeper, then, to which she answered that it was true. Standing back to back with the orc, the witch said that in order to complete the training, their future dear hero must defeat not only this tactless pig, but her as well. Lawrence looked at them with a pitiful face. A crowd of people gathered in front of the building. Holding up the signs, the boy shouted to open the ruins, and the girl shouted to guarantee the safety of the students. A window of the building appeared, and it was heard to open the ruins and not interfere with the expeditions. Clutching her head, the director said that first the earthquake that destroyed everything, and now the parents of the students and adventurers raised a ruckus. The man approached her with cups and said that it seemed that her plan to use the temple to monopolize the ruins had misfired somewhere. Looking at her, he said that he should add to this that the ruins were located right under the school, and those who would be difficult to ignore had intervened. A portrait of the saint popped into the witch's head and she said that these heroes whom she enrolled in the academy do not even show their noses, and the damn saint is dodging the answer. She slammed the table and shouted that if this continued, all their students would run away. They would not only become the worst academy, but would disappear altogether. The woman looked up, hearing that in that case, why not give them what they wanted, to which she asked again. Leaning on the table, the woman said that it was true, nothing could be done if they were so eager to take something. Looking to the side, the director told the head teacher to immediately call a council of teachers. They would discuss what needed to be done so that at least something would be left for them, to which the man replied that he should not forget that survival was also important. The monster raised its head up and made a sound. Looking at the sign, the main character said that he was so worried about the midterm exam, and it was cancelled, and the whole school was in an uproar. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck said that in addition, having cleared the dungeon, he received greed. It was written that he wanted to absorb the whole world. The probability of diarrhea increases. No one can steal or take away his property. And then the hero added that in the end, he only received the curse of greed. But this thing will help hide the characteristics window. Asa sat on the monster, and the hero said that just to think that the price for the curse is life, he would have gotten into big trouble if he did not have Asa's patronage. Looking away, the protagonist said that he thought he could get it by pumping the demon, who knew that it would fall out after mastering the ruins. Some god praises Asa for greed. The girl behind the hero said that this is where he is. Smiling, she said that a case arose that requires help. Would he follow her to the lab? Chuck and the girl walked through the room. Looking at the coffin, the hero thought that it was a real coffin with a person. How creepy. The girl with a smile on her face said that she assumed that he had a blessing that could make up for the fee for black magic. Asked if she was right, to which the hero answered that she was right, and then thought that apparently the curse of greed was working as it should. Taking a few steps forward, the girl said that she had heard rumors about the hero. Raising her hands, she said that they said that he awakened that black magic with his own strength. Laughing, he replied that yes, Professor, he learned to use it thanks to a second-year student, Lesha, to which she replied that he was also modest. Lowering her head, the professor said that in general, she had a request for the protagonist. Walking towards the wall, she said that there were many controversial issues surrounding the recently discovered ruins. The academy was no longer in a position to reject requests. The image of the witch popped into the protagonist's head and he thought that she was referring to the ruins that the fish had protected. Leaning against the coffin, the girl said that that was why they had to fulfill the Imperial Duke's request and find his wife's killer. With her hands folded, the hero heard that she and the director had tried to use black magic, to which the hero responded approvingly, and then asked that they simply needed to use black magic to bring the corpse back to life and ask about the criminal. Surprised, the girl said that was right, she would play the main role, and he, the hero, would back her up. Looking away, Chuck said that he was coming. They would deal with him right now, to which she replied that no, she was not ready yet. Some god was supporting the hasty Asa. The protagonist closed his eyes and brought his hand to the coffin. A bright red glow appeared. A memory of a man arose, and the protagonist thought that just like with the headman, he would sacrifice himself. A bright glow emanated from his palm, and the protagonist said that in order to reject the death of this woman, he would sacrifice his life force. A pentagram appeared under the coffin, emitting a bright light. The hero frowned, holding back his power, and thought that this feeling of pulling out life force against his will still hurt. The professor, combing her hair, said in surprise that it was simply impossible to pay at once. A bright light appeared. The girl turned away from him, making a sound, and the hero watched this. Looking through the smoke, the protagonist asked if it worked. Some god was burning with anticipation. The hand crawled out of the coffin, and the man said that it did not look like a temple. Putting her hand to her face, the professor said in surprise that he had indeed managed it alone. The girl hidden in the fog told them to answer, calling them suspicious people. The girl summoned a sacred technique. A bright flame appeared behind her, and she asked why they had resurrected her. Chuck and the professor watched the girl emerge from the fire. Frowning, she looked straight ahead. Chuck and the girl opened their mouths in bewilderment. The professor cleared her throat slightly. The girl bowed and congratulated the Duchess on her resurrection, saying that His Grace the Duke had given her the task of resurrecting his wife. Smiling, the girl introduced herself and told her to believe her. She could completely understand her doubts, but if she allowed, she would explain in more detail. The protagonist looked at his hand in surprise. Smiling, he said that, as expected, it only hurt a little at the moment when the life force was taken away, but thanks to Ass's patronage, there were no other problems. The hero turned around in fear at the loud sound. The masked men were standing near the lying girls, and the protagonist asked about the professor. The masked man looked away, and the other one looked straight ahead. The protagonist asked in surprise who they were. Looking straight ahead in fear, Chuck asked, "What the hell? Won't they explain what's going on here? Who they even are?" The masked men looked at him. One of them abruptly threw a dagger towards the protagonist. The blade hit the hero's shoulder, and he looked at it in fear. Taking hold of it, the protagonist said that they were attacking from behind. Well, just in the best traditions of a criminal caught red-handed, and the girl with the blade approached him. He abruptly grabbed the protagonist by the head. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was quite a good reaction. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Frightened, the other one said that he was dangerous, told him to step back. The red beam pierced the masked man, and Chuck said that he shouldn't have approached him without being vigilant. A suction sphere appeared on the guy, and he wheezed in pain. The man's corpse fell near the protagonist's feet. The girl, looking at him, asked what kind of fool, who is he really a man? Squeezing his hand, Chuck replied that no matter how he looked at it, he was 100% pure man. By the way, one of the two was dead, maybe the other should be spared and taken prisoner. Dropping her head to the floor, the girl looked at him. Holding a green sphere in her hands, she told him not to make her laugh. Swinging her sword, she said that he bragged only because he got rid of some man. With her eyes wide open, the girl told him to watch carefully. She would show him the power of the fourth demon king, whose poison had killed countless heroes. The hero held the weapon out in front of him and, smiling, shouted. Dodging the blow, he said that he had a knife in his hands, carefully, and she answered that he should not talk nonsense. Turning around, the main character said that only by leaving her alive he would be able to find out who was behind her, right? Chuck sharply raised his leg up and struck the girl. The girl's eyes lit up with a bright light and she wheezed. The guy put his hand to his mouth and made a surprised sound. Some god praised him for a great kick. Looking at the lying girl, he thought that she was not dead. He could not let her die. The hero thoughtfully turned his head to the side. Then he opened his eyes wide from what he saw. Towers appeared. A scream was heard. Closing her eyes, the Duchess said that this was an amazing thing. Looking straight ahead, she said that she thought she had died without even having time to blink. A memory arose in the professor's head, how the main character said that in order to reject the death of this woman, he brings his life force as a tribute, and she said that perhaps the matter is in the spell cast during the magical ritual of resurrection. Chuck sat on the floor and looked at the head in surprise. Putting her in her place, Brittany said that it was more important that to resurrect one person, the life force of at least 5 people was needed. How could Chuck be completely fine after that? Some god was completely satisfied. It was audible that this was all thanks to the patronage of the great and unique Asa. Putting her hand to her face, the professor asked about Asa's patronage, and then said that she did not think that during her career as a professor she would encounter an unknown patronage. How vast this world is. Folding her hands behind her back, the Duchess said that with the help of this blessing, the young man resurrected her, thereby performing a worthy feat. But how long will her stay on Earth last? The Duchess's head began to fall, and Chuck and Brittany screamed in fear. Putting her in her place, the girl said that if you believe the magical theory, then until Chuck exhausts all his life force, and the Duchess thought. Looking away, the protagonist thought about what, it turns out that the Duchess, although indirectly, was awarded Asa's patronage. Looking away, the girl thought about dragging out a one-day life that could end at any moment. The hero looked at the Duchess in surprise, and she thought about how, in order to stay in this world a little longer, she would have to protect the life of a young man. Putting her hand to her face, she thought about whether she would succeed. She did not even have time to react to the recent attack. The characteristics of the Duchess appeared. The protagonist put his hand to his face and rubbed his eyes. Frowning, he looked at her again. Pointing his finger at the Duchess, the protagonist shouted, "What? He does not even have the patronage of study, so why is her status window available to him?" To which she replied that he was making so much noise, asked what happened, and then thought that what an energetic young man, it would not be so bad to spend time with him. Pointing to the purple window, the protagonist said that he could hear her thoughts and see the status window. Looking straight ahead, the Duchess thought about thoughts in the status window, and then said that nonsense, thanks to the patronage of marriage, her characteristics are not available to anyone. It was written about marriage, a magnificent ceremony connected the lives of two spouses, dividing secrets and heritage in half. If the spouses join forces, they can overcome any difficulty. Joyfully looking at the scroll, Brittany said that, unlike the first resurrection, the second was carried out using only the hero's life force, and there is a possibility that she has now become his familiar. Gritting her teeth, the Duchess asked again, and then said that she wanted to say that she became the property of this young man. The hero raised his head up and thought. A bright flame appeared behind the girl and she furiously asked that she was great, the son of the empire. Looking up, the hero thought that Dairoka would make a fuss when she found out. The protagonist looked out of the window of the house. Smiling, he said that it was the first time he tried tea of this world, it tasted quite good. Leaning on the balcony, the protagonist said that if there hadn't been this squabble, he would have been able to enjoy it more calmly. The girl sitting at the table thought for a moment and apologized. Behind her, a battle between a dragon and a beast was taking place. Raising a cup to her mouth, the Duchess asked, "A demon in the power of a man? What a shame. Well, is she satisfied with the life of a poor slave?" Waving her hand, Dairoka asked where so many flies came from. Did they really flock to rot? Said that she never expected that in their time even level 0 corpses could live like people. Chuck closed his eyes and laughed. A memory arose of the professor carrying corpses and saying that she herself would report the attempt on the life of the Duchess, and then turned to the hero and asked him to protect the Duchess until everything calmed down. The hero lowered his head and heard that it was better not to stick his head out at all. If possible, he understood what she was talking about. The hero, wide-eyed, looked straight ahead and said that the professor of black magic only added to the headache and then thought about it. Dairoka and Nancy grabbed each other's hands and looked at each other furiously. Chuck broke the mug and said that if they wanted to fight, they should go outside. A majestic city appeared. The guy went down to the ground and said that they had finally arrived. The girl turned around and said that everyone had worked hard. She should present a report on the campaign to the guild. They would meet there later, and for now let them rest, to which the guy happily shouted. Ethan looked away and said that free time was a great opportunity for on-site training. For starters, it was worth getting a bite to eat somewhere. The guy was holding food in his hand. Sitting on the bench, he said that he had caught so many trolls, but still could not level up properly. The guy's characteristics appeared. Dropping the food on the ground, he shouted that it was bad that he, as the main character, delivered the decisive blow. Why curse him for this? The food was on the ground. It was written about greed, that he wanted to swallow the whole world. The likelihood of diarrhea increases. Clutching his stomach, Ethan said that this was bad luck. This curse again. The doors to the building appeared. Everyone was standing in a circle. The guy appeared, and the girl said that this was their new customer, Count Danny, the head of the Dairoka Trading Guild, and the guy said that he was glad to meet the brave mercenaries. The girl laid her head on the guy's shoulder, and the Count said that their task was to protect him on the way to Hogwarts. Ethan put his finger to his cheek and asked, "Danny, but the guild is called Dairoka." The girl in glasses said that the previous owner had hung a lot of debts on the guild and was sold into slavery. Currently the trading guild is managed by a count. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought that this smelled like a worthwhile business. Now is the time for a beauty to appear, who in the future will become his comrade and take over the management of finances. Clenching his fist tightly, Ethan thought that this parasite, for sure, is a quest to get a new companion, and then laughed and said that in this case, some careless god of wine ordered a whole mountain of popcorn. Some goddess of water wrinkled in disgust, seeing an expression on his face that did not match the hero. 3 planets appeared in the sky. Flames and sparks from it were visible. Looking at the fire, Ethan thought that at least now he knows how to skillfully manage a fire. Looking at the stick, the guy thought that unlike the path they followed to pick up the customer, the road to Hogwarts was surprisingly quiet, not a single attack. Looking down, he added that even in this calm, the other mercenaries were talking. Laughing guys appeared, and Ethan thought that veterans of their craft, mercenaries of the Cassandra Guild, are largely unable to relax their vigilance. A bird flew in the sky. The man from the carriage stuck out his hand, on which it sat. Looking to the side, the guy asked what must be. The carriage belongs to the Count. It would be necessary to study this issue. The mercenaries were talking near the fire. The guy slowly crept up to the carriage and thought that now uniqueness was activated, and Ethan thought that great, he managed to get closer in one go. The guy sharply turned his head to the side, eavesdropping on the conversation. He heard that the Demon King had ordered to hurry up with the plan. At dawn he would tell everyone to speed up. Looking at the paper, the girl said that it was unknown what caused the earthquakes and unrest. It was undesirable for variables to appear in the case. It was strange that the Demon King told them about the infiltration of the lady into Hogwarts when she was still carrying out the assigned task. Stroking the bird on the head, the man said that everything was simple. Smiling, Danny asked if their king was not famous for his love for his daughter, so similar to him. It was unknown when she would do bad things, so they were sent as guardians. Ethan covered his mouth with his hand and thought about the fact that they had just mentioned the Demon King. Smiling widely, the guy thought about the fact that he knew it, but if he had been training in the temple, he would have missed such a major event. Looking away, the Count said that they had just had a rat here. The guy covered his mouth with his hand, and green hands crawled out of the carriage. Hands grabbed him, and the plate with uniqueness cracked. A green forest appeared. The guy with a bandaged mouth opened one eye and heard that God. The girl, looking at him, said that he opened his eyes. The tied guy began to moan. The Count told him to calm down, asked if he even understood why they did not kill him right away. Smiling widely, Danny said that he was so pathetic that they were even too lazy to think of a use for him. The guy's eyes lit up, and he moaned, saying that they were scoundrels, daring to look down on the main character. Raising his hand up, the Count said that he no longer wanted to listen to these sounds, let him deal with him, and cleanly, to which the girl said that she obeyed. She abruptly raised her green hand above her head. Closing his eyes, Ethan thought that it could not be that this was the end. Some hasty demonic god asked if he needed power. The girl's eyes widened. Looking ahead, the boy said yes, and then thought that she was very necessary. Chuck is riding a horse. He notices something in his path. Chuck sees a crowd of people ahead and asks what happened, because it is especially noisy today. The knights make their way through the crowd and command everyone to move aside and make way. The red-haired knight's armor shines. Chuck notes that the knights are such shiny guys, to which Dairoka says that they are the Imperial Knightly Order of the Golden Path. Chuck awkwardly looks ahead and asks again if this is the Knightly Order of the Golden Path and what kind of knights even thought of calling themselves that, or some special order consisting only of rich aristocrats. Dairoka says that from what she heard, they are known for mass slaughter and not for never taking the treasures of killed enemies, no matter how much they are worth, and adds that these guys are very famous. Chuck turns his mount's head and asks if they are so harsh and that dealing with them is unnecessary trouble, and suggests that they should go another way. To which Dairoka replies that they are very powerful and do not compromise, so they would not interfere unless something serious happened. Chuck wonders if something happened at the academy and hopes that it is not because of the Duchess, who is in his room. The girl stands in front of the knights. She crossed her arms over her chest and asks if it is true that the only thing she heard from them was that they appropriated the ruins found in the academy, or if her hearing is failing her in her old age. The knight replies that it is a shame that she took it that way, because they only expressed the opinion of the Empire about the safety of the students on whom the future of the world lies, and the security system of Hogwarts, which can be easily bypassed. The knight frowns and says that they did not even manage to discern the evil nature of the Duchess, and now they cannot just go back, conveying that His Grace the Duke also expressed his deep regret. The girl asks what they think. She is just sitting in the teacher's office and does not know what is going on with them, adding that they, frightened by the rapid career growth of Tanishtana, shifted the problem from a sick head to a healthy one. She closes her eyes and asks if he likes licking the feet of power, for there is not a shred of knightly spirit left in today's knights, although how can one call those knights who do not have the patronage of justice inlaid? The knight looks with displeasure at how she continues, that now she understands why the saint does not give them her orders. The room is filled with an evil aura. The knight takes his sword out of its sheath. The man with the monocle bursts in and asks to finish here, for he thinks that these two are now on edge. He continues that if the gentleman knights provide assistance, they will be able to strengthen security even faster, but first they should study the ruins and they will join them later with reinforcements. The knights listen, and he continues that cooperation is much better and more effective, and asks if they do not think so too, and they know that although they are not part of the Empire, they are extremely concerned about its well-being. The knight agrees and adds that they will go down first and prepare everything necessary for the expedition. The knights leave and slam the doors behind them. The girl asks if they have finally left. The man with the monocle replied that it looks like it. The girl exhales and notes that so much trouble comes from Professor Brittany's. The man says that it was her own order, to which she asks if he is suggesting that she refuse such a huge fee, since she was planning to make repairs and build a new building before the heroes enter the academy. The man imagines a demon and says that there is a suggestion that the fourth demon queen, Zirakaloti is behind the recent demonic invasion. She is the only female among the lords, also known as the Queen of Poisons and Hidden Murders. To which the girl replies that since her precious daughter is dead, she would not be surprised if she stormed the academy right now, and it seems to her that the saint also mentioned that she captured a strong demon capable of exterminating heroes. The man listens to the question about when this saint last participated in a fight, to which he replies that according to historical records, it was about 200 years ago. The girl is about to fight the monster, and he says that when the newly minted Demon King stormed their lands. The girl attacks, and he continues that with the intervention of the saint, the great Demon King also entered the battle, and judging by the records, after that the saint never went to the front lines again. The girl says that there is no way a demon could have ended up on the human continent unless it was captured by someone. The man notes that this is unusual, and if the current generation of heroes develops enough abilities, they will be able to withstand any threat, as they always have. In the background, the sun illuminates a clearing. The reptile is holding something. He is preparing to eat, and Chuck says that he caught him with such difficulty, but because of the demon invasion, the midterms were cancelled. Chuck looks at him with displeasure and says that such a fuss has arisen in just a few days, and asks some god if this is why he forced him to enter the academy. Some god is spinning with joy. Diaroka smiles, and the fact that demons have appeared in such a remote place is in itself considered a serious incident, and even she has never met her relatives after she was sold. Chuck replies with displeasure that if she says that, she could have hidden her horns for the sake of decency, to which she replies that she does not want to. The blonde says that 6 months have passed since the heroes were summoned, and that is enough time for both sides to undergo changes. Diaroka and Chuck listen to her, to which she continues that if even a saint who has become living history for thousands of years defending humanity cannot do anything, then this means that an insignificant struggle for power has begun under her. Chuck smiles and asks her not to speak as if she has already given up, because the Duchess can try to fight for peace herself. She shakes her head and gives a negative answer, because it is impossible, and adds that this incident made her convinced that the demons have minions in the Empire. She frowns and continues that until she can find out who exactly is the traitor, it is stupid to risk her life again. She sits down next to Chuck and says that she heard that the ruins from which the seals were removed belong to the most powerful mage in history, Amber, and asks if Chuck could use the treasures from there. She raises her eyebrows and adds that it would help her return. Chuck looks at her. He looks away and asks again about the ruins and adds that they were empty. The blonde is perplexed and asks again what he means. Diaroka hits the blonde and calls her an ignorant female. Diaroka looks at her with satisfaction and says that it is enough that she was brought back to life and protected from the killers, and her greed knows no bounds. The blonde asks again about greed and says that the strong own everything, and there is always someone who will envy him, be it a demon or a human. Diaroka grins and says that it is still not enough for her, as for a person twice as old as her master she would advise her not to interfere and silently disappear from sight. The blonde gets angry. They look at each other angrily, and the blonde says that it is funny to hear this from someone who belongs to another race, when there is a high level of big difference between the nominal value and life expectancy, and that she, as an aristocrat, can even marry off her daughter, and still the demon does not understand people at all. Chuck is perplexed to hear shouts with insults and questions whether she is going to attack, like a stinking demon, and he says that in fact they found another noisy companion on their head and asks if 8 thinks so. Some god is indignant that for God's age does not matter and needs his shoulder. Chuck sighs discontentedly and asks himself how he managed to roll to this. There are footprints near the dug hole. Someone asks how the situation is in the dungeon. The knights answer that at the moment they can't even break through because of the countless attacks of the trolls and the loose soil. Many soldiers have been injured. He continues that if this continues, they will soon lose their squad and they need to find a solution urgently. The red-haired man slams his fist on the table and asks what he means. He says that they have become knights, the pride of the empire, and they cannot cope with some pathetic trolls, and says that this is all nonsense. He raises his fist and orders them to prepare for a second offensive, because they will prove their unsurpassableness right now and that they do not need any saints or Tanashtans. The man stands on the tower. Chuck notes that they have made a lot of noise, to which some god nods his head in agreement. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest and said that in his opinion this knightly order is extremely suspicious, because the knights are too hasty to rush into attack, and asks if the empire does all its business this way or not. The blonde asks how this can be possible, if the Order of the Golden Path is the embodiment of brute force and wealth, and their organization is rich in healers and elixirs, and the fact that their goal is not a protracted war, but a short-term conquest is really alarming. Chuck looks at LL. Chuck asks what she is looking at like that. Diaroka smiles and asks if it is not obvious, and continues that they allegedly came to investigate the case of the corpse, but they themselves only think about conquests. Chuck listens in shock as Diaroka continues that considering that they are investigating the ruins of a witch who alone confronts the Demon King and that there is no one from the temple with them. The blonde is indignant that this cannot be, and even though they are following the opposite path, they are all people from the same empire. Chuck asks if they could have sent assassins, to which Dairoka replies that there are not many forces capable of getting rid of the Duchess, who is the top of the local nobility. The blonde stands up and says that if they immediately get rid of the traitors of humanity and restore justice. Salona bursts in and calls out to Chuck in order to tell him urgent news. Chuck asks again what made her burst in on them, to which she replies that the highest nobility of the Lake Kingdom. Salona enthusiastically continues that she honored Hogwarts with her visit together with the hero. Chuck, shocked, asks again about the hero. Salona closes her eyes and gives a positive answer, to which she asks if Chuck is interested in heroes. Dairoka scratches her forehead and asks if he is really the true hero, because she does not feel the vile energy of the minions from the temple at all, and she will not confuse the energy of the saint with anything. The blonde thought about the Lake Kingdom and says that it is far from the prologue where the heroes settled and in the present time. Against the background of reptiles, she continues that the black dragon Mogrian, nicknamed the Nightmare, and the blue dragon Pronos settled in the kingdom and they plunged this place into chaos. Salona listens awkwardly while she continues that it is quite unusual that representatives of the Knightly Kingdom and the Kingdom of Archmage arrived with the hero, but people from the Lake Kingdom, to which Salona adds that the nobility with the patronage of aristocrats has no reason to lie. Chuck turns away and says that both opinions are valid. Chuck frowns and shouts that since it happened, there is no point in running, but rather to check everything himself. The roof of the academy. Chuck peeks through a hole. He says that he cannot see anything. Dairoka eats and replies that since they are here, why don't they pretend that they need to go inside so that they can see everything at the same time. Chuck looks at her with displeasure and says that some god has become suspiciously quiet and asks when she managed to buy that. Dairoka replies that she did not buy it at all and continues that he still claims to speak with God personally. Chuck exhales and asks what he expected from her. The blonde peeks out from behind the bushes. The carriage drives up and she says that the carriage is returning. 3 people are standing in front of the academy. Chuck is taken aback. He looks at the back of someone's head and says that this is really a hero, that's for sure. Chuck recognizes Hana from his class. Chuck remembers him and says that it seems like he hasn't changed much. The man with the ponytail smiles, and the blonde says that he is one of the new aristocrats of the Lake Kingdom and she received a report that they had a problem with the succession and it turns out that this young man is a famous hero. To which Chuck replies that this is true and he is one of the unfortunate heroes summoned by the evil goddess. Dairoka grins. She bursts into mad laughter and says that who would have thought that they would meet here. She screams that she will kill someone and runs to attack. Chuck, dumbfounded, asks her to stop and asks what she is doing. Dairoka runs to the 3. She is preparing to attack. Chuck grabs her and says that it will be bad if they are discovered. Dairoka breaks free and orders not to interfere with her. Chuck holds her and asks her to wait because they still do not know why they came to the academy. Chuck uses Ace. Chuck throws Dairoka into a backward bend. Dairoka flips over. Chuck dusts off his hands and says that should have calmed her down. Dairoka passes out. Chuck thinks about the Lake Kingdom and says that he will bring someone who knows much more than them. A god cautiously pokes his head out. He points and laughs at the demon's shameful prank and asks Chuck to do an encore. Chuck asks when some god managed to return and where he went without saying a word to Chuck. Dairoka is passed out. Dairoka is standing in front of the building. The 3 look ahead, confused. Dairoka turns and asks why they are standing like statues and orders them to follow her. Dairoka waits, displeased. She puts her hand on the bench. Chuck smiles contentedly and asks if she is back. Chuck closes his eyes and asks if she brought any friends with her. Someone asks if there are demons among the aristocrats of the Lake Kingdom. The blonde crosses her arms over her chest and says that she is a student at the academy, but she entered only recently, and someone asks if she didn't notice that demonic spies were sent to her kingdom before entering. Chuck notes with displeasure that she is no better. The girl laughs. Chuck holds his chin and says that in general, as was said earlier, there is a Zero or whatever his name is. Dairoka corrects that his name is Zerodite. Chuck raises his finger up and says that this is true and that something there holds the title of Count, and Dairoka confirmed this. Only the thing is that he brought his fellow countrymen with him. He smiles and continues that although not all demons are bad. Chuck is on fire and says that it doesn't change the fact that he is hostile to humanity and has somehow pissed off Dairoka, and there is nothing wrong with learning more about him. Chuck interrogates the girl about what she knows. She replies in bewilderment that she is not the heir to the throne and therefore has no close ties to the aristocracy, and as far as she knows. She remembers, and he has no merit in the war and he did not marry a member of the royal family. The man smirks and she continues that it seemed strange to her that a low-born merchant was suddenly granted the status of count. The little girl is perplexed. The girl continues that as she heard after that he went into seclusion doing his business and trade, and the second says that he thinks he can tell more about the aristocracy. He looks at the people in cloaks and says that the Count of the Lake Kingdom ordered many mercenaries from his kingdom for his work, to which the blonde says that it can't be that a high-ranking aristocrat doesn't have a knight. The guy replies that it's not surprising that fighters equal in skill to knights are hired for defense and resistance, but it's suspicious that it happens so often. Chuck notes that this is true and then you can just not accept the assignment. The guy shouts that even refusals have a limit, and a pop-up window says that successfully completing an assignment gives additional experience points and in case of refusal or failure, he loses a lot of experience points, and the guy continues that under the patronage of an aristocrat and under the patronage of a mercenary, in case of refusal or failure to fulfill a duty, the patronage rank decreases. He continues that he, as a member of the royal family, also participated in the escort to keep an eye on him, but the objects they were guarding didn't open their mouths until they arrived at their destination. Dairoka smiles and says that who knows, maybe those they were guarding were also demons. The blonde hits the table and asks if they are all demons, and it's impossible for the temple not to know. The blonde gets angry and says that the temple is obligated to protect humanity, like what the hell is it doing? She screams that her elder good said that most of the heroes of this generation have strong-willed determination, but there was one that could not be dealt with. She continues that he harmed the people and even destroyed the main source of resources, and most of the information is hidden, to which the blonde says that he is undoubtedly the most problematic hero in the history of mankind. Chuck thoughtfully rubs his chin and says that perhaps none of this would have happened if only not for the vile goddess. Chuck clenches his fist and says that first he will meet him and it is necessary to look at what state Khan is in after leaving the temple, and only then decide. Some god is ready to support all the undertakings of the young ace. Evening. Khan is perplexed how he managed to survive and get to the academy. A sign with the inscription uniqueness. In the background, a man in a cloak, and he says that in manga it is common for original enemies to join forces. The man looks madly ahead. The girls look at him fearfully, and he continues that although Hanan could not take away his companions in any way, this incident helped him to level up, so he was able to stand. He thinks about Arius. He looks sadly. He clenches his hands into fists. He shouts with a question about what they will order him to do, because they called him unique, so why him and not someone else? He gets up and shouts that he is the only hero and must endure such treatment. Someone from behind says that the gods played a cruel joke on him. The guy turns around and asks who is here and curses. He looks at the empty bed. He is indignant about what the hell is going on, to which the voice says that he has not yet understood. The guy uses fire and orders him to shut up and first reveal his identity. He stands in a large hall. He is dumbfounded. The demon looks ahead arrogantly. The guy asks who he is. The demon begins to speak. He asks how much he knows about the gods. The guy asks again about the gods and asks if he is talking about the ones who summoned them and gave them protection. The demon replies that he thinks correctly and asks what these gods are in his understanding. The guy clenches his fists and replies that he does not know and that they were told that they gave the temple in order to eliminate evil. But even he has never met other gods, with the exception of the main goddess. He continues that he only knows that they were summoned because of the return of the great demon king. The demon asks how it is and if they started it again. The demoness asks what happened to the great king. The demon turns to Khan and asks if he is ready to face the truth. The lantern was burning brightly. The demon sat on the throne and said that in the distant past, in order to save the world, he stood on the front lines of battle together with the hero Abelia. Ethan covered his mouth with his hands, not believing that he was also a hero. The boy looked at Ethan, calmly answering that he was just as summoned as he was then, and now that he thought about it, today's heroes don't know Abelia. The girl looked back with displeasure, answering that in their time, instead of calling by name, she was most often called a saint. The demon smiled, saying that there was one girl who pretended to be a saint. Ethan looked ahead in surprise, not believing that the saint he had created, having received instructions from the goddess, was a fake. 3,000 years ago, the boy was a hero and he worked with Abelia, a brave hero famous for his outstanding skill. One day, the hero had a question about why the level became the absolute value of everything, because initially in the world they did not grow only through their own efforts. In the legendary Gentle Library, in which one could learn anything, the hero was able to uncover the truth that the gods were hiding. In the even more distant past, the patronage of heroes was a patronage of a completely different effect, but after the hero defeated the Lord of the Demon King with the help of an arrogant goddess, everything began to change. The boy learned about this after hastily concluding a contract with the demon god. Then they were not subject to such rejection as now. The fact that the demon god, followed by other demons, was one of the three most powerful among the gods, and because he always ruined the joy of the other gods with his unique impatience, and then simply became an object of venting their anger. Time passed, everyone made peace, but the role-playing game remained the same. Ethan cried out in confusion and asked what kind of role-playing game this was, when the current situation showed that monsters were swarming everywhere and threatening the continent. The boy closed his eyes in anger. The demon shouted loudly that this was a game in which the gods tried to determine each other's superiority without fighting directly. The hero looked away in surprise, thinking that this is a story about a fallen god and a liberator. The girl looked away and said that according to reports of their people and human strength. The heroine pointed at Ethan and said that the best person who can cope with everything is him. The hero stood calmly and looked at the guys. Ethan laughed, answering that this is the situation due to which she is really accepted. The guy laughed and was glad that this story is going exactly as planned. The demon looked away sadly. Ethan looked in surprise at the monster who asked him for a favor. The demon, looking at the floor, asked the hero to find the Holy Grail hidden in the basement of Hogwarts. This was the key to changing this situation. The monster directed magic at the guy, saying that it would awaken the original skills so that he could successfully find it. Ethan looked at the ball of magic in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. The building. The legs ran quickly. Chuck stood by the bushes and asked why there were so many places in the school where students couldn't go. The demon looked at the guy with a smile and said that it didn't mean he wouldn't go there. The demon looked at the heroes and said that they forgot about the easiest way. The heroine laughed and answered that he knew the location and wouldn't it be easier to fly. Chuck asked with disdain what she had gotten into him, since she couldn't just suddenly offer to help him. The demon began to ask the guy to take her hand. The heroine and Chuck quickly flew up. The demon asked the guy about what floor they needed. Chuck answered that he felt magical energy in the second room on the 4th floor. Chuck quickly jumped out the window, covering his face with his hands. The hero asked the girl with bewilderment how she had just thrown him out. Ethan was sleeping on the bed with a smile. Chuck looked at him with interest and answered that as he thought, it was the one with whom they were summoned together. The hero argued with the monster and answered that he was first summoned as a hero and all this happened because of the cursed goddess. Ethan slowly opened his eyes. The boy asked in confusion what that noise was. The hero pointed at Chuck in fear, asking why the goddess did not return him. The protagonist asked in confusion when he managed to wake up. Chuck answered with a smile on his face that he wanted to ask him about the aristocrat who came with him. The protagonist answered with a smirk that the goddess was the last boss. Ethan pointed at himself and smilingly answered that he had found out the whole truth. God was displeased with the hero's insolence. Chuck angrily asked for help and said that he would do so that they would stop talking nonsense. The protagonist slowly began to take out his weapon. Chuck confidently swung his sword and said that he wanted to hear a lot and did not want to do this to him, because they had studied in the same class for a long time. But since it had been a long time since he became a hero, Chuck would do his best. Ethan stood on the bed, smiling on his face, saying that this was a tragic situation. The hero looked at Chuck with a smile. His hands turned into claws. Ethan turned into a monster and said that he would carry out revenge. The guy looked at the hero's appearance with fear. The girl looked at the monster with incomprehension. Ethan turned into some kind of creature. The monster laughed and looking at Chuck answered that he was the main hero. The guy looked away with incomprehension. There was an explosion in the building. The hero quickly flew into the sky. The guy fell on the asphalt. Chuck looked out the window with incomprehension, not understanding why he had become so strong. His legs came out of the smoke. The monster responded with a smirk that he liked that phrase. He smiled slyly, answering that this power is befitting of a real protagonist, with which he will punish his former comrade who betrayed humanity. The monster raised his fist high, saying that he was going to reward everyone properly. Chuck with a gun smiled, saying that he was told that the goddess would send him to the original world. The guy shouted loudly that he just wanted to be with his family, and not with complete strangers. The monster quickly directed a huge cloud of energy at the hero. The explosion swept across the entire territory. The monster was missing one arm. He began to watch with a smile on his face as it reappeared. The monster looked at the hero, smiling slyly. He showed his strength, answering that he was invincible. Chuck looked at it with bewilderment, asking why he always had to deal with someone. The hero looked at the monster and answered with a smile on his face that his neck already hurt and he needed to go down. Ethan answered with a laugh that he would soon get used to it. A bright flame flashed behind the monster. Demons were flying in the sky. One of them answered with a smile on her face about who would have thought that the chance to take revenge would present itself so quickly. The demon guy looked down, saying that with the help of hunting and the curse of the aristocrats, the heroine became stronger. The demons fought in the sky, flying at each other. Chuck looked at it, saying that they should figure it out themselves, and Ethan and the hero would not hesitate either. The monster looked at the demons with bewilderment. Ethan looked at Chuck's partner, asking why she was so beautiful. The relationship with the heroine that Ethan had disappeared as the basis of his growth process. The monster looked at Chuck out of the corner of his eye, saying that he had another reason to get rid of him. Ethan quickly flew at the protagonist, shouting that he would get rid of him and get the demoness, since he could not see Chuck's popularity even in this world. The guy quickly dodged the attack. The monster looked at the hero with incomprehension, who cut off his hand again. The protagonist laughed at Ethan, asking if he understood how sad it would be for his parents to see him like this now. The monster flew at Chuck, answering that his parents wanted him to succeed in everything as well. Ethan quickly headed after Chuck. He smiled, answering that with this power he could do whatever he wanted. The girl with a smirk answered that she thought the monster would definitely be able to use this blessing. Ethan stood in front of the hero, saying that he was holding up well against him, but the monster didn't know how much longer Chuck could last. The main hero, looking away, told Ethan to worry about himself since he had abandoned his duty as a hero and the wound from the holy sword now seemed big. The monster laughed and replied that it was just a side effect of this power, because of which nothing would happen. Chuck jumped on Ethan, saying that he knew that he was constantly stalling for time to recover. The monster replied that he had done that enough already. The main hero quickly ran towards the monster, saying that he was very comfortable. The guy with a smirk on his face said that they would see if the magic would have an effect. Chuck quickly headed towards the monster, directing all his power and magic at him. The buildings were burning bright red. The guards pointed at the flames, saying that there was an emergency there and they had to get inside immediately. The knights quickly ran in a crowd. Boyu looked ahead in anger, not understanding what it was. Chuck was fighting Ethan, and the rest of the demons were fighting in the sky above. The teacher angrily shouted at everyone to stop, because if they did not, he would use physical force. The monster angrily turned to Bob. Ethan directed his power at them, shouting for them to not interfere. The magic made everyone fly in different directions. The knights quickly ran to the monster, trying to attack it. One of the demons looked at this with a smirk and said that the situation was developing very strangely. The demons continued arguing, answering that they were not playing games here. Chuck stood between the demons, saving his partner. The protagonist shouted at Dairoka to hold him. The girl asked in confusion what he was doing here, to which Chuck replied that they should deal with everyone else. The demon laughed maliciously, looking away. Danny stood in front of the heroes, answering that it had been many years since people attacked him without fear. The demon created a magic ball, asking what they thought. He would not kill them. Chuck gritted his teeth, asking Dairoka if there was a way to avoid the battle. The heroine began to shout loudly that she could defeat him alone. Chuck looked away in confusion. The hero tried to distract Danny from the girl, who quickly flew away. The guy turned away from Chuck, saying that he would not listen to this man. A camera was flying in the sky. Danny answered that if someone wanted death, they could follow him, but there was no one. The forest. One of the girls looked down carefully and said that she did not find any traces of surveillance. Ethan angrily gathered magic in his hand, not understanding why he could not normally use the power of restoration. Danny looked at the boy with a grin, saying that the hero had become a great demon lord who had a holy sword made of a special material that could fight demons. The hero began to scream in confusion and ask why his hand had gotten smaller. Danny began to listen to the boss in fear. The portal opened, and the boss began to speak from it that the time had finally come. Someone was coming out of it, answering that the enemy of Hogwarts would be destroyed. The girl looked up with a smile on her face, answering that the key had proven that it could do its job well. Danny bowed in fear, seeing Her Majesty in front of him. The guy did not expect that she could personally appear in the world of people. Ethan looked at the demon with a smile on her face, talking about what happened and how she was doing. The monster looked at the hero with a smile on her face. Ethan began to be sucked into something. The heroine created a portal, directing the guy into it. Juricard looked at Ethan, telling him to stop hesitating. There were various monsters on the ground. The guy looked away in confusion. Her Majesty smiled. The girl looked ahead and said that before the saint appears, they will put an end to everything. The building. One of the guys ran to the heroine, saying that they were under attack. The saint looked away in confusion. The man shouted loudly that the Hogwarts Academy, where the heroes were supposed to enroll, had been raided and that the attacker was known to be a former hero. The saint covered her head, asking how things were going there. The assistant showed books, saying that a lot of people had gathered in the Hogwarts dungeon due to the commotion, and there were multiple victims, and that buildings had been destroyed. The guy confidently answered that the former hero Ethan had succumbed to the fall. The saint looked at the guy's photo and simply remained silent, saying nothing. The heroine closed the photo and answered in an angry voice that they could not indulge him any longer and now they must choose heroes and immediately go to Hogwarts. The burning house. The knight sat on a stone and asked about the fact that they came to laugh. The headmistress of the academy laughed and said that she could have come just to ask for something. The knight looked at her with incomprehension. The girl began to answer and say that the escaped intruder near Hogwarts began to say preparing for a second invasion. The knight closed his eyes, answering that they could not allow them to help. The man calmly answered that the power of demons has long been rooted in the country itself. The knight showed a supply of recovery potion, which was exhausted. The headmistress looked at the knight in surprise, not knowing how to react. There are 3 items called hero conditions. In the past, the most powerful witch killed the demon lord alone, but without the effect of the Holy Grail, she would not have won. The knight looked at the headmaster and replied that he was not the hero who could defeat the demon lord. The heroine thought about it and replied that they would need a means to weaken the lord's defense. The headmaster asked the knight with confusion why he was telling her all this. The man, looking forward, answered that the headmaster herself asked him about it. The knight wanted Hogwarts to provide them with support so they could cooperate. The girl smiled and extended her hand, answering that she had no reason to refuse. The knight held the heroine's hand, asking her to take care of him. The building continued to burn. There was smoke in the offices. One of the heroines answered in surprise that he did not know that in the basement of the academy there was something like such a dungeon. The man next to her answered that he did not know if it was possible to bring someone. Chuck looked at the heroes, answering that they had no other choice because they were being watched. Chuck looked at the glass coffin, saying that she was seen with a guy. The heroine opened her eyes. The guy touched the mirror in surprise. The girl got scared, screaming loudly. Chuck pointed at the glass, asking if she hit her head hard. One of the demons answered that it would be nice to hurt her. The group looked at the girl. The heroine looked at the floor in fear, and everyone answered that she was the daughter of the demon queen. The hero answered with a smile on his face that he did the right thing by saving her. Diaroka began to say in fear that if this was the queen's daughter, then she must be a high-level demon, but it was clear from her face that she did not remember anything. Chuck asked in surprise what she was doing in such a place. The heroine calmly answered that for demons the concept of children is different than for people. The mother needed to share her strength, so she ran out to her friend. Diaroka looked at the demon with a smile on her face, answering that he was not an ordinary child. The boy angrily asked if he could be used as a hostage. The heroine calmly answered that they would not succeed. The girl screamed and said that only one boy was needed for the great demon lord's plan. Chuck began to think about it. The queen's daughter with a smile on her face asked if they knew the secret of summoning heroes. Chuck confidently answered that the goddess was a liar and he did not want to know anything more. It was some arrogant goddess who was currently in charge of summoning heroes and being the greatest in creating heroes and repelling the attacks of the great demon for quite a long time. She played an important role. When the great demon was heroes, another god ruled. Humans who created chaos with the gods eventually joined the god. Then the summoning of heroes began to be used as a means to prove the superiority of the gods. Chuck was surprised to ask that in the end it was still the goddess's fault. The girl thought about it and answered that the great demon king had thought about it, that there was a problem with the summoning of heroes. The hero's freedom was limited under the pretext of divine patronage, and in the end it did not lead to anything good. The queen's daughter began to shout loudly that the gods in the world were not patrons and the heroes supported by such gods could not truly be heroes. Chuck asked the heroine with bewilderment if she could tell him such details. Diaroka looked at the girl with anger. The demon took the demon queen's daughter by the hair, answering that this was a truly impudent phenomenon. Chuck calmed Diaroka, answering that this should not happen. The hero began to notice something out of the corner of his eye. He looked at the heroine, wondering if this was true. The forest, the goblin was sitting near the barrel. A ritual was being performed. Ethan lay with his eyes closed. After a while, the hero opened his eyes. The boy looked at his hands, answering that so much effort was definitely required. Ethan looked at his data in surprise, saying that now he too clearly sees the patronage of the body's owner. Jurikard looked at the ground, answering the hero that the physical side effects are well compensated by the patronage of survival. The boy calmly answered that then they will get used to the body. The monsters confidently went to capture Hogwarts. The bells rang and everyone shouted that a large group of monsters was approaching Hogwarts. The foot stood on the grass. Ethan began to loudly speak a message to the people who remained in Hogwarts. The knights heard with bewilderment how the heroes asked them to bring him the Holy Grail. The main character smiled, answering them to prepare for the fact that he would wipe them off the ground. The director looked out the window with bewilderment, saying that she did not think that he would attack so easily. The man standing next to her answered that they needed to return the forces sent in pursuit and defense. The knight asked in surprise if the response from the Temple of the Empire had come yet. The director calmly answered that there was no news from the Empire, but responses had come from the temple and nearby kingdoms, and it seemed that they needed to wait for the time for the troops to be sent. The knight punched with all his might. The hero looked away in confusion, answering that they were in a situation where they would have to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The man remembered the monsters, answering that judging by the energy, if they approached with the director together, they would only be able to stop one of them. The knight said that the only one who could stop it was the ogre. The man asked the director about the fact that there was no way at all. The door opened. Bob answered with fear that they were ready and the students would also participate in the defense. The heroine began to smile. The director happily answered that they all tried well. The heroine looked at the boys, answering that they managed to show their courage. The director, with incomprehension, began to think about whether this was really the right thing to do towards the children who were forced to come forward due to the patronage of an aristocrat. The heroine was worried and answered that her soul was uneasy. The director began to think about some student. The buildings continued to burn. Chuck calmly answered that it became somehow cool. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The monster walked along the street. The girl watched this. She raised her hand and addressed her comrades. The girl said that during the intense study, the victim kindly came to them herself to give them the opportunity to gain experience in a real fight. The boys were taken aback by these words. The girl said that some monsters would seem familiar to them, some they would meet for the first time, but she believed that by joining forces, they would be able to win. She looked at the knights in golden armor. Looking at the men, she noticed that they would take responsibility for their safety. The girl screamed for the warriors not to retreat, but to go into battle. The warriors ran to attack. A powerful explosion was heard. The monsters began to fight with the people. The girl concentrated orange mana in her hand. She sent spells to the saint. The stranger pulled her hand back. She grabbed a dark stick and said that the witch was weak. Smirking, the stranger said that it was not enough to even scratch her. The surprised witch noted that she was a splinter. The saint's eyes began to glow. Holding her hands in front of her, the witch ordered not to dare to look down on the headmaster of Hogwarts. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. A roar was heard in the room. Chuck looked at the ceiling and asked why it was shaking again. Raising her head, Diaroka assumed that something had happened. The protagonist felt a dark aura from the passage. The doors exploded. The guy stood in a cloud of dust and said if they thought that it was worth installing additional security to protect such an important place. There was a smirk on his face. He said that it would hardly change anything. Dumbfounded, Chuck asked who it was. The guy looked at him and asked where the Holy Grail was. Diaroka held her face and thought about this energy. Smirking, the stranger said that an interesting team had gathered and this guy looked like a hero the most. Chuck grabbed the blade and said that enough of the meaningless chatter and asked the guy to tell him who he was. A lot of notifications appeared in front of the protagonist. Dumbfounded, the protagonist asked where this came from. He saw a message that some god screamed for everyone to get out of there. The girl destroyed the projections. The guy was surprised. He said with a serious look that Chuck was more dangerous than he thought. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he was asking who he was. Purple mana was coming from the guy's hand. He said that he was Cain, an avenger sacrificed to the gods for fun and the great demon king. Dumbfounded, Chuck asked the messages to get lost, adding that he could not see anything. He was suddenly taken aback. A magic projectile flew at his head. Dumbfounded, Diaroka called out to him. Purple mana was coming from Chuck's head. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was because of the gods that he got it. He asked what the gods would do about it. He saw messages that the gods were asking for forgiveness. Chuck dropped the dark energy. He asked about the new patronage with a surprised face. Looking at his characteristics, the protagonist noticed that the curse had changed to patronage. The girl fell off her feet. Cain began to laugh. He asked with a satisfied look if Chuck had received the recognition of the gods in a matter of seconds, noting that he was amazing. Cain asked how the protagonist felt and if he was scared by the suddenly acquired power. Chuck looked away. Extending his hand, Cain suggested that the protagonist himself knew that losing power was as easy as gaining it and offered to obediently join his troops. Cain with a serious look noted that if the plan was successful, he promised to return Chuck, as well as the body he had taken over, safe and sound. Holding the blade behind his back, the protagonist replied that someone had already told him that and because he had been fooled, he was standing there next to Cain. Smiling, Chuck asked what difference did it make when the easy way out was right before his eyes. He remembered how the goddess had told him with a smile that if he slew the great demon king, the gods who patronized him would personally grant his cherished wish. The protagonist cried out that he would make a wish and leave this boring fantasy world with his friends. Frowning, Cain noted that Chuck was overwhelmed with pride and arrogance and he would personally check if he had enough strength. Cain rushed at him. The dumbfounded protagonist said that if the gods had not interfered with him, that attack. Swinging, Cain clarified whether Chuck still had not realized the seriousness of it. He hit him in the body. The protagonist's chest was pierced through. Grinning, Cain asked if the games were over. Smiling, Chuck answered that he agreed, that it had hurt a little. He noted that now they would try to swap places. The protagonist swung his blade. Cain was focused on the fight. Chuck dodged his hand and noticed that he could see right through him. Cain's fist was near the protagonist's body. Cain delivered a series of powerful blows to it. Turning around, Chuck said that Cain had hit where he had already hit. Cain raised his hands above his head. A powerful blow was heard. The dumbfounded Diaroka said that the protagonist could not cope alone and asked to let him help him. Chuck was sticking out of the ground and asked to wait for her. The protagonist began to climb out of the ground. His face was serious. Turning around, he said that this guy was his friend, so he would manage on his own. Cain's fist was near his face. The protagonist flew into the wall. Cain asked if Chuck was going to keep on talking, adding that the heroes of the current generation had no manners at all. The protagonist was sitting near the wall. Chuck was suddenly taken aback. Cain was flying at him. Enraged, Cain asked him to learn modesty. The monster stood in front of the knight. The enraged monster asked if there was another earthquake. There was a powerful explosion. Turning around, the witch asked what was happening underground. The girl smirked and asked if the witch was allowing herself to be distracted. The elf saw bright mana under her feet. She looked up at the sky. The saint was flying on a dragon. She looked at the elf. The enraged girl screamed that Ophelia was interfering with her great plans again. Ophelia asked the director to help the others. The surprised witch agreed. She jumped off the dragon and noted that she would take this one on herself. A blue glow came from the dragon's mouth. The dragon began to breathe light energy. Holding the spear in her hands, the elf noted that this time, the girl released the snake from her hand and declared that she would end its life. The snake flew into the sky. There was an explosion. Ophelia landed on the ground. She hit her spear with her blade. The dumbfounded girl said that it was a cursed saint. Smiling, the girl said that Ophelia's appearance would not change anything. She asked if Ophelia remembered the last time she entered a battle, noting that she could not stop the great demon king. Ophelia answered with a serious expression that the girl had misunderstood something, adding that she did not go to the battlefield because she was afraid of some great demon king. A dark sky covered the area. Mary stood at the edge. She watched the battle. Frowning, she said that from the looks of it, the saint went on a full-fledged offensive. Crossing her arms, Chloe noted that they had not even managed to properly develop their abilities. She clarified if she was sure that they would help in any way. Chloe remembered how she ran away from the orcs. The boy was unconscious. She thought about how she never got to meet Ilman. Mary grabbed her face and said that they could only try. She noted with a smile on her face that they were called there to prevent this situation. Mary suggested that they defeat it and return home together. Looking at the sky, Byron said that although the Demon King had appeared, he had personally set foot on the territory of the saint, which meant that his strength was already running out. Aloes put his hand on his chest and said that this was true and they would do their best to help them fulfill their duty. Chloe agreed with a smile on her face. She cried out with a serious look that no matter what happened, they needed to return home together. Mary smiled. They began to go into battle. Cain brought his hand to the blade. Looking at Chuck, he spoke of the hero of this time. A sword was sticking out of the protagonist's body. Chuck grabbed the blade. There was a smile on his face. The protagonist thought that now it smelled like a threat. The knight dropped his sword. He was scared. The monster swung its arm. The boy rushed into battle. He cut off the monster's arm. The captain turned around. Pointing his finger, he ordered them not to give in to fear and to go into battle bravely. The houses were engulfed in flames. Goblins ran down the street. An explosion sounded in front of them. Frowning, Chloe cried out that she hated the vile goblins. The boys rushed into battle. The warriors saw the heroes and said that they were saved. Frowning, Aloes suggested that they destroy the opponents in front of them. Stones fell from the ceiling. Looking up, Cain noticed that it was still noisy upstairs. He assumed that this was the work of Zirakaloti. Standing in front of Chuck, he clarified whether he thought so. The protagonist pulled the blade out of his chest. Cain looked at him and said that loud statements were not empty words, he was holding up well. Looking at Chuck's comrades, Cain noted that they all fell. The protagonist held the sword in front of him and said that Cain was becoming more and more talkative. Closing his eyes, Cain replied that no matter how strong he tried to appear. Enraged, Cain asked him not to make fun of him. Cain was taken aback by this. A smile appeared on Chuck's face. He noted with a satisfied look that the demon was far from being in the best shape. Stretching out his hand, he said that he was not yet accustomed to this body, but even so, this was no reason to brag. Chuck replied that this was not bragging, just self-confidence, adding that he was confident only in his endurance. Cain began to gather mana in his hands and noted that the protagonist was arrogant. Light mana appeared behind his back. Cain turned around. Frowning, Diaroka thought that she could not believe that she still possessed such power. Holding the sword, Ophelia asked if they were the ones who started the fight, even knowing the truth. There were clouds of dust around her. She told him that no one but the great demon king could be her rival. Chuck was surprised. He frowned and asked what he should do now. A message popped up that some god had reassured him that there was nothing to be afraid of. Cain looked at Ophelia and said that it was to be expected that she would already be there. There was a smirk on his face. Smiling, Ophelia noted what she had suspected when she received the report of the attack. She asked if he was ashamed of stealing the body of a younger generation. She was taken aback and said that this was their first meeting. She looked at the protagonist and said that she was glad to meet him. Chuck greeted her with a satisfied expression. Cain hit him. Turning around, Cain said that he was not asked to intervene. Ophelia swung her blade. She dealt a powerful blow to Cain. Her face was serious. Cain parried her attacks. Ophelia flew into the wall. Standing next to the protagonist, she told him that Cain had become stronger since the last time they met. Looking at Chuck, she noted that it was precisely because the protagonist had become stronger that the Great King could use such power even in limited circumstances, and if it had been someone else who had not developed his abilities according to plan, he would have been unlikely to use such power. Ophelia informed him that the protagonist was so strong that he had withstood his attack. Chuck looked away and began to laugh. Cain rushed at her and stated that now was not the time for idle talk. He waved his hand and noted that from now on, he would not hold back. Purple mana flew towards Ophelia. The protagonist blocked his attack. Cain frowned at this. Chuck asked with a satisfied expression if Cain wanted to get away with it after punching him in the face. Ophelia appeared behind him. She punched him in the back. Cain bowed his head. Chuck was taken aback by this. Dark energy was coming from him. A loud scream was heard in the room. Cain began to turn into a demon. The protagonist covered his ears. Ophelia calmly watched what was happening. Cain stood quietly and breathed loudly. Turning around, he said about the sword that cuts the soul. Ophelia stood opposite and said that it is especially deadly for those who are in someone else's body, so Cain should give up and let himself be finished off calmly. He put his hand on his chest and cried out that it was too late, noting that they had almost merged with this body. They could no longer be separated. He clarified whether she had not realized this from the recent blow. Holding the sword in her hands, Ophelia said that in this case there was nothing to be done. Powerful gusts of wind came from her. She noted that someone would have to be sacrificed. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if she was going to Ethan. Ophelia narrowed her eyes and said that calling something beyond his powers was also a talent. Looking at Cain, she told him that abilities were granted to exterminate demons and it was better to spare Ethan from shame, at least for the sake of his own reputation. A purple glow emanated from Cain's hand. He noted that this was the right decision. He closed the passage with magic and said that if the body and soul merged, they could not be separated. There was a smirk on his face. Cain sealed the ceiling and said that even Ophelia could not do this. He said with a satisfied look that judging by the fact that the dungeon could no longer perform its function, there was nothing to do there and now they would capture both the kingdom and the empire, and then they would laugh at their failure. Ophelia dodged the attack and asked to stop. The protagonist saw a passage in the wall. Stunned, Chuck asked if the dungeon was there. He was surprised. The protagonist looked at the sword and asked to open the portal. The night sky surrounded the ruins. Chuck came out of the portal. The guys approached him and noted that he had returned. The dumbfounded Lawrence asked what the protagonist was doing there and whether he had returned home. Looking at him, Chuck replied that they would talk later and asked to tell him about where the pig and the fish were. Amanda excitedly asked if her husband had come to see her. The orc stood in front of him and said that he did not want to see him anymore. Dumbfounded, Chuck asked if there was something hidden in her dungeon. Amanda looked away, saying that she did not understand what her husband was saying. The protagonist took her hands and screamed that the Demon King had broken in and turned everything upside down. Amanda said that she had killed the Demon King. Chuck assumed that it was another one. The protagonist clarified what was hidden in the dungeon, noting that it was unlikely that they would have broken in without a reason. Confused, Amanda asked to think about what she had hidden there. Chuck pulled her hand and asked her to speak faster. Amanda held her face. There were explosions in the forest. Ophelia ran through the forest. She swung her blade. Cain dodged her series of attacks. Smiling, he said that she was funny to look at. He noted that having accumulated such enormous power, she could not even use it as she pleased. Ophelia caught up with him and said that she would not care even if she destroyed this entire forest. The main thing was that she could get rid of him. Cain asked with a satisfied look if this was the one called the Saint speaking. Stopping, he emphasized that this was the embodiment of contradiction, like this whole world. Stretching out his hand, Cain said that this was excellent. The protagonist hit him from behind. Cain looked at him and asked if he was trying to interfere with him again. Sitting on the dragon, Chuck praised him for his excellent work. The dragon's cheeks were stuffed. He released a stream of water at the demon. The water flew at him. Ophelia stood nearby and asked if the protagonist was preparing for an attack. He replied that he needed to check something. Looking around, she noted that such a weak attack could not cause him any harm. Clouds of dust rose around Cain. He stood still. Holding his face, the demon said that it was unbearable pain and asked what the protagonist had done. Chuck pointed and cried out that the effect was simply excellent. Holding his face, Ophelia asked how he had managed it. The protagonist said that he had taken a few tips from the older generation who had exterminated the Demon King. Cain grabbed his wing. He tore it off. His wounds began to heal. The demon noted that this time he would finish him off. Chuck began to walk towards him and noted that those were his words. The protagonist held his sword in front of him. He cried out that they would start the second round. Cain stood opposite. He frowned in pain. Ophelia asked him with a serious expression how he had managed it. Chuck said that it was nothing. The protagonist remembered Amanda pouring water into the dragon's mouth and said that since the sacred sword was useless, he was offered to use special holy water from the Holy Grail. Frowning, Cain asked if the cursed fish was still alive. Holding her face, Ophelia said that holy water could cleanse a polluted soul. Cain raised his hand and turned to Chuck. Red portals appeared above him. He said that his mockery of him should also have a limit. Monsters began to crawl out of the portal. The wolf came out of the portal. A crowd of monsters stood behind the demon. Grinning, Cain said that they had only one hope. Looking at the sky, Chuck noted that this was a large-scale war. Holding his finger to his face, the protagonist noted that he definitely would not lose. Chuck was suddenly taken aback. He saw that thanks to the wrath of the king, the angry dragon would protect him. The furious protagonist asked why the curse was changing as he pleased. A message popped up that some dragon god was asking not to mock the dead. A bright glow appeared in the sky. A bone dragon appeared in the sky. It stepped onto the ground. The dragon stood behind Chuck and roared. Its eyes lit up with a red light. The dragon cried out that it would protect Asa. Turning around, Ophelia noted that she did not feel any traces of living dragons or a god. Holding his head, Chuck asked if all those summoned by the king's wrath were the children of the dragon god, and he changed the curse to patronage so that he would stop tormenting them. A message appeared that some dragon god sadly agreed. The goblins were terrified. The monsters began to run away from the dragon. Cain looked at his monsters running away. He turned his gaze. He looked at the dragons. Chuck held the sacred sword in his hands. Cain looked at his hand. The protagonist jumped up. The demon asked his name with a serious expression. Chuck was flying towards him. Swinging his blade, the protagonist introduced himself, noting that it was a precious name given to him by his parents. Putting his hands in his pocket, Cain said that he was sorry to leave such an exemplary son as a toy of the gods. The protagonist swung his blade. The knights fought monsters. They looked at the sky. A message popped up that some god announced that young Asa had defeated the great demon king. Mary was surprised. The girl illuminated the area. Magic circles appeared under the guys. There was a blue glow above the goddess. Rays of magic appeared in the sky. A notification appeared that some god had summoned the heroes to one place. The enraged orc shouted that with such abilities, Lawrence would not even be able to see the demon king. Enraged Lawrence asked if the orc thought he would continue to be locked up, noting that Chuck should not outsmart him. He swung his blade and declared that he would catch the demon king. Lawrence was taken aback. The boys in school uniforms were standing on the clouds. He sat up and asked if he was late. Mary looked at him and told him that before the transfer, a window popped up with information that some ace had defeated the great demon king. Lawrence, taken aback, said that he knew it. There was a smile on the girl's face. The main character stood in front of them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was glad that everyone was safe and sound. He asked how they were doing with a satisfied look. They ran to him and asked if he had been returned to Earth. The boys hugged him. Chuck said that he would tell all the details later. He clarified if anyone had seen Ethan. Chloe looked at Ethan and assumed that he was passed out. A message popped up that some god was preparing to send the heroes away. The boys looked up at the sky. The girl was flying in the sky and asked Chuck, who had defeated the great demon king, what his wish was. Smiling, the protagonist said that the god Asa had shown himself to him for the first time. He remarked that his wish was to return to Earth to his family. Asa, smiling, said that she was sorry, but nothing could be done. A notification popped up that some god had swung a hammer. A magic circle appeared under the boys. The protagonist looked at his hands. The girl waved her hand at him. Chuck was happy. The boys woke up at their desks. They raised their hands and cried out that they had returned. The boys happily repeated that they had returned. The protagonist sat at his desk and said that it was true. Diaroka, smiling, said that this was what the owner's homeland looked like. Chuck said that this air-conditioned place that smelled of cleaning products was his homeland. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what Diaroka was doing there. She pointed and said she had prepared something, but the owner did not say how exactly to send him back. She hugged Chuck and assumed that the god he always talked about had granted her wish as well. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was better to start over. From the school, a scream could be heard as Chuck asked her to hide his horns.